I also don't know if he got to watch our Rockets yesterday. The Rockets stomp out the Denver Nuggets last night in what was clearly the Rockets game from start to finish. And, okay, so Nikola Jokic didn't play. And some people are saying, okay, yes, he's got the best statistical profile in the history of basketball from a points, rebounds, assists, and the biggest impact on games. Okay, sure, whatever. It wouldn't have mattered. So the Rockets would have, instead of winning 128 to 108, I guess it would have been 122 to 1. I'd say he's worth 6 points, 14. They still would have won by 8, is what my numbers tell me. When I ran my modeling and I simulated my modeling of some of my numbers and my advanced metrics, even with Jokic in there, I still had the Rockets winning by 8. Instead, he didn't play. They won by 20. And it was a game where the Rockets' Jalen Green hit the 30-point mark once again, 34 points. But more importantly, I just think the Rockets right now are what's really stands out about this team. Yeah, you didn't have Jokic. And plus, Denver is not the same team they have been in the past. Although they've played better of late. They were off to a really bumpy start. They're 24-16. They're not the same team with Jokic out, obviously. However, the thing that stands out about the Rockets to me right now is that you're getting way more consistency out of the efforts. The 48 minutes are much more consistent. The game by game by game performance is much more consistent. You're home and away. You're much more consistent on the road where you have a much better chance. You just don't throw in a lot of stinkers if you're the Houston Rockets. They're 27-12 right now. They're 13-6 on the road. 13-6. A quick now I'm a numbers guy, so I'm able to think faster than most of you, but that makes them 14-6 at home. They're equally good on the road as at home right now. And that's the sign of a really good team in sports, whether it's baseball, basketball, football. Typically, the teams, if you want to play at a high level, you want to be considered a high-level team, you want to win at a high level, you've got to be able to win on the road. Now, you'll be able to find some outliers, and you'll say, what about this, Lance? And you'll be the what about guy. But the fact is, the best teams, the teams who are really good and can compete year in and year out, typically play well on the road. It shows a level of mental toughness. It shows a level of consistency. It shows a level of focus. And it typically shows an ability. Usually you're a pretty good pitching team. You're a pretty good defensive team in football or basketball. You are pretty disciplined. You don't win on the road unless you have some level of discipline. Ask the Texans. They have a hard time winning on the road. They're not very disciplined. But the Rockets play with discipline. They get a little out of order sometime, a little bit. They're a little chippy sometime, and they lose their cool. But they play defense, so they don't give up a lot of easy baskets. So I can tell you, watching Rockets basketball is so much more enjoyable. But I had a feeling, not to this level. I did not see it to this level. But I had a feeling this would be a faster come-up year than a lot of people expected because, and I'm just going historically, when you see young teams with a lot of talent, all of the players on the roster are all improving at the same time. And the Rockets are a bunch of young 20-somethings for the most part. So it should be expected that they are like every player is continuing to get better. And for the most part, they will, just at different levels. But if you expect a certain number of players to take bigger jumps earlier in their career than others, and yet you have like 7 guys of your core, 6 or 7 guys who fall into that range of young player getting ready to continue to get better and better, and some at even expedited rates. What you end up getting is a faster jump start into not only prominence, but I think prominence is the word I'm looking for, because that's what's happening with the Houston Rockets. They got a lot of guys getting better at the same time. They got a coach who understands, how to get the most out of them. They play with discipline. They play with defense. And now the jump has been substantial in a short period of time. But this is not brand new. Like this happens, especially in basketball. This is the model in basketball where it happens quickly. We saw it with the Warriors. I'm not saying the Rockets or the Warriors, totally different teams, but Warriors had a lot of young talent. They couldn't get it done under Mark Jackson. But then all of a sudden, when it came together, it was a massive jump up very, very quickly. And that's kind of stuff that happens. So Rockets win last night. If you watched it and you want to talk about it, you can. We now have our correspondent from Cabo. I can hear in the other room as he's saying test, test, test. John, are you there yet?
I'm here.
All right, there you are.
I am in a closet.
You can come out of the closet.
Johnny.
After this many years, come out of the closet.
No, I can't because otherwise I can't broadcast. So I don't know, for whatever reason the Wi-Fi didn't. So this is where I broadcasted from a couple of years ago when I was here, and it's fine. It's cool. I am in his AV room, and I had to connect to the router. Otherwise, I couldn't get on. And so here I am, and I'm going to be connecting. You'll be able to see Johnny in the closet.
Okay.
Not out of the closet, in the closet.
Okay.
Okay. That's where I'll stay for the next 3 hours. Right here.
Stay in the closet.
I'm going to stay in the closet.
You owe it to Wendy.
Yeah. So we're good. Hey, how about them Rockets last night?
Mm-hmm.
They kicked ass.
Yeah, that's what I've been talking about.
Jalen with another huge game. Yeah, I would imagine you were talking about that. I didn't hear you, but I imagine you were talking about that.
Well, I did, but what I talked about was I didn't think it would be quite to this level. I did expect the Rockets to jump way up. I told a friend of mine the 43.5 win total for the Rockets to me was a joke. I thought they could approach 50. Right now they're on pace for more than that.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see if it happens or not. But the thing I mentioned, John, is that the big difference between this year's team and any other team, I think the biggest difference, not any other team, the biggest difference with the Rockets is they're 13-6 on the road. They don't fall apart on the road. They don't have big momentum gaps. Like, of course, there's the ups and downs of every NBA game now. That's just game flow is different now than it was because of the 3-point play. So you can go +10, -10 in a heartbeat. However, they're just really consistent. They're consistent on the road, and typically that's defense and that's discipline because you don't have those cataclysmic mistakes that get momentum rolling out of control on you. And to be 13-6 at home and 13-6 on the road and 14-6 at home, that is saying something right now. The Rockets are 27-12. And I also said that when you have so many young players, they're all getting better at the same time. Like everyone's still moving upwards in their career. They're ascending from the way that they're, from the way that they're learning, the way that they're matching athleticism, which is going to be at its peak right now from an age standpoint, to skill, which you continue to learn. And that's one of the things that can push you forward at a faster rate than you expected. And I think that's what's happening with the Rockets. Players are getting better at a very quick rate right now. And then you pair it with a coach that's the right fit, and players who are really about that life, like Amen Thompson, I think like Jalen now, like Şengün. He still has a fun time, but he's serious about it. You got a bunch of guys, I think, that are the right combination of youth and now seriousness and willingness to play defense, and it's helping them make a jump way faster than some people.
Well, they bought in, obviously we talked about the Steven Silas era and what that was. That was terrible for a young team to think that that's how. Guys that came in through here, veterans that came through here were like, these guys don't get it. They don't know. It's just awful. And now Ime has turned it into a, this is a profession. This is a career. This is how you go about it. And this is how you play night in and night out. Not the way that they were playing. It's just totally. And yeah, it starts there. It starts with Ime and what he has done. But the guy's getting older. I know now, Dell, this is 7 games into January, right? Into the new year. But his numbers since Thanksgiving Eve, right? His numbers since Thanksgiving, we're not data dredging. He's been pretty good. He's his really good.
January have been awesome, spectacular.
Awesome.
Yes. He's been ridiculous in the month of January.
Right. So and it's 7 games now, and you know what? And it's building, and it's yet another one. and we'll see if it's going to, if he can continue to put them together, another one and another one. It's great to see, and some of it is maturity. Some of it is he's growing up. Like I said, when I asked Bobby Sura, he said, dude, he's 22. We don't know how. You don't know when he's going to get it, and thank goodness they didn't. They didn't. They kept their poise, and they didn't go. We got to eject from this. We got to get out of this. Let's trade him. And let's see, because somebody else would be benefiting from that, and you wouldn't have gotten the value. How much is Jalen's value going up right now?
Yeah, but no, that's true. That's true. However, was it McManaman? Who was it yesterday, Dell, that came out from ESPN that said the Rockets? It's an ESPN reporter put the Rockets with Devin Booker. Said the Rockets have a serious interest in Devin Booker and
they'll take Jalen,
De'Aaron Fox. And when it kind of works against what it's very bittersweet. I think Devin Booker's a great player. I think he's better than Jalen Green as a basketball player. He's obviously not more explosive. Few people are. But there's just something about I'll be happy. I won't be crushed if Jalen's gone for Devin Booker by any stretch. I will say that the De'Aaron Fox thing, people in Sacramento aren't really. There's a little bit of smoke around maybe him not being all the way bought in where it's important enough for him. That bothers me a little bit. That's not the case with Devin Booker. Booker's a guy that everyone would love. You don't get Devin Booker for cheap. That's for sure. And the Phoenix Suns would have to be in a complete rebuild. So they'd want draft picks. They want Jalen. I would assume they'd want Jalen. I don't know. It's just the thought of even making a trade right now kind of it bothers me a little bit. I don't know. I'm not sure why, but you've been saying the whole time that the Rockets are dead set on making a trade and getting somebody else in here.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Obviously,
they keep being linked to trades.
They are, and one of the reports, I forget who it was, said the Rockets, like you said, the Rockets are inquiring. So. You know what? We'll talk about it, because Kendrick Perkins said yesterday, man, I love this team. I thought that they were a playoff team before the season started, but I'm not sure. I got to see more. And you know what? We still do have to see more.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we got to see them play better against look at how they played against the Celtics, against OKC that one time. They got their doors blown out. Look how they played against the Celtics, got their doors blown out. We got to see them play at the highest level. Now they have been. I mean, Denver took of course, without, we know the injury, but still, that was an ass whooping last night.
Yeah, and they're home
at Denver.
They're home. John, as I said, when I ran my numbers and some of my advanced modeling, and
he didn't run any numbers.
No, you didn't do
some of my spreadsheet stuff that I was working on off of Google Docs, and I did some AI and some Gronk, and also or Grok or whatever, and then I did Meta, and then I did push that other button that has AI. And what it came up with is the Rockets still would have won by 8 if Jokic was there.
Okay.
So he would have made a difference of 12.
Okay. Yeah, 12 points difference. Absolutely. That's all he's worth.
That's what the modeling said.
That's what the model said? Okay. Yeah. You did all that. You broke all that down.
I did a lot
before you came in this morning? Okay.
There's a lot of computer vision I ran and some different types of AI.
The difference between Jokic getting the substantial amount of minutes at center versus DeAndre Jordan and whoever else they ran out there, it's 12 points.
Yeah.
Well, DeAndre Jordan is a better defender than Jokic.
Let's face it.
So that would have just meant even, you would have had to give some up on defensively.
Points.
The Rockets would have got to potentially 131.
More points.
Yeah.
More points.
It's what the models say. It's what
the
some
model.
of the analytics.
Hey, you going to argue with AI, Del?
Yes.
You going to argue with Meta?
Yeah.
Yes.
You really arguing with?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You're arguing with some of the AI stuff that's out there?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, it's simmed, so it doesn't matter.
Zeke Naji and DeAndre Jordan combined versus Jokic is 12 points in the Rockets' favor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. PFF had the Rockets.
In there 12 points.
PFF gave them an 86, and they gave the Nuggets a 56.
Isn't that a football measuring site?
But they grade everything.
Yeah, right. No.
And if they have a grade on it, it's the truth.
And if you grade your windows, they're probably crappy right now. Okay, your windows have an F or a D grade. Then what you need is Jim Fiumi's windows at Gulf Coast Windows. That's what you need. You need it because Jim Fiumi's windows are the best windows in the market. That's the quality grade. That's the best. It's time after time after time. This is not, oh, Jim Fiumi, well, we got a new business. No, dude's been doing this for almost 40 years. Okay, so I guess he knows what he's doing. I guess he knows what the quality is. I guess he's been at the pinnacle. Wait, he won the Pinnacle Award for the Better Business Bureau. So here's the deal: is Jim Fiumi and his windows are the best windows, and you're the one that benefits from them because you're the one that gets the Gulf Coast windows with the privacy, security, with the how economical they are, how they're saving your electricity because it's not escaping through the windows. Beauty and privacy are enough, okay? And security is awfully important as well. So you got all of those things heading your way with one call. 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back, live from the closet here at the Cabo Cup. John and Lance along with Dell. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. We're talking Rockets. Of course, we're going to talk some Texans here on the show. for those of you who want a Cabo Cup update, no, the event starts this morning, and I'll be giving you live updates throughout. So I know you guys have been clamoring for any kind of update. Yesterday was a travel day, and here we are, and ready to go with all 16 athletes, high-power athletes, ready to compete at the highest level. So that's happening here while you guys are – it's cold there, isn't it? Is it cold there?
Yeah, it's 41 this morning.
Yeah, it's not cold here. But so there's that. So if you guys need, just check me out at John Granado on Twitter, and I'll be updating you. I know you guys have been chomping at the bit.
What are these updates going to entail? Are you giving a scores or just the nonsense you guys are getting up to? What do you mean updates?
Which team and who's performing? Which team is leading? You've got 3 days of competition, and so we'll update. The people want to know, Del. The people have been clamoring.
Do you guys have team shirts and hats?
Yes, we do.
What is yours this year? Is that what it is? What I'm seeing right now?
No. Today is a dress as you will. You'll see tomorrow's uniform. It's a light green this year, light green shirt, and then white. You
had to bring what?
I don't know which one. We'll see. We'll see.
Do you look like sherbet?
A little bit.
Like sherbet green?
Sherbet. Yeah.
Lime?
Yep.
So
is it sherbet?
No,
sherbet.
I've heard sherbet with an R.
Yeah, but
it's spelled sherbet. So I say sherbet because I'm, I'd like to do.
So you've got a light green top on, and you can pick whatever pants you want to wear.
No, with the light green, you'll wear blue shorts, and with the white shirt, you'll wear gray shorts.
And it wasn't go get your own. These are all. Were these laid out for you when you got to your room? How
no,
did they present you your uniforms?
They were. No, everybody came to a dinner last night, and everybody picked up their gear. Yeah, we had a big dinner, ribs and chicken. It was excellent.
Did last year's winners get to pick the food?
No, that's the Masters.
Oh, so you guys don't carry that?
We
tradition.
don't have that tradition. We have our own tradition, a tradition unlike the Masters.
So what's the tradition? The tradition for the Cabo Cup, the one thing that always has to happen year after year.
Well, we go to Edith's, and the winner and the loser has to buy the last night.
You go to where?
Edith's.
Oh, over there.
Yeah, in Cabo. Yeah.
Are there a bunch of Chachi people over there wearing like the same uniforms and whatnot?
No, there's just us.
Oh,
that's not. Yeah. Well, it's not just us here. There's other people, by the way. But yeah, it's.
We did have one person on
Chachi.
Twitch ask if you were able to find a gay bar quickly like you did in L.A.
to watch the Rockets.
Watch Rockets.
I did not. We watched it here at the house.
Sports gay bar, to be clear. It wasn't just a gay bar in LA. It was a sports gay bar.
Steve is a big Rockets fan. He's got season tickets, and so we had the Rockets here at his house.
Did you check in on your buddies at your bar to see if they survived the fires? Did you?
I don't.
You
know
met
any
new
of the
friends and you didn't check in on them.
I didn't. I don't know those. I don't know them. I met them one time. That was all.
And they were very friendly, and you didn't.
They were very friendly,
and you didn't think to check in to see how they're coming through all this.
I did not think because I don't know any of them. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Think someone's your friend, and look what happens.
Yeah. Well. Did you even check in on me?
I'm pretty
and
clear.
And we work together every day.
No, I'm not your friend.
Okay.
I don't think I can make that any more clear.
We can't be tighter.
But you position yourself as someone who's nice, so I just assumed you check in with your buddies. I don't position myself that way. I tell people I don't care what happens to John.
Okay.
So why would I check in?
Yeah, I don't care what those people that I don't even know. I mean, I care because I'm a good person.
Oh, okay. You're a good person, but you didn't even
I'm not
check in.
Unlike you. I care about people.
You spent an afternoon hanging out, finding out their names, and watching baseball. Was it?
We were watching Astros. Yeah, we were watching Astros.
Didn't even check in.
Yep.
Man of the people, huh?
Yep. Man, the people. Larry and Stafford is on hold. Let's get him in.
No, Stafford.
Stafford and Umble.
Oh, Stafford. Sorry, Stafford and Umble.
Yeah.
I thought it was Larry and Stafford. So, but Stafford and Umble. Okay, so I got my Staffords mixed up. What do you say, Stafford?
I've got him up.
Stafford and Umble. All right.
Maybe his cheek hit the mute button on his phone.
That happens. No, that happens.
Maybe he's snoring like Gilbert because he has been on hold for a little bit.
Maybe. I didn't hear him snoring, though.
We had a couple calls on Rockets. I think I think the Rockets thing is going to be mostly, as we call them, P1s, people who are really into Rockets. I think it's going to be mostly that until the end of the year, where people who don't pay as close of attention will want to get into a playoff run, and then they'll start jumping in. And that's where you re-earn your fans or earn new fans. I saw it with the Astros in 2015, where it's a 162 game schedule. You're coming off a terrible, and you don't really have headline grabbing players. You had Altuve. You did have a Cy Young Award winner with Dallas Keuchel. You had a young Carlos Correa, a young George Springer, but people who had checked out after the Astros kept losing 100 games a year, or in that vicinity, they basically, once they got into the playoffs, it's like, or close to the playoffs or in the playoffs, then all of a sudden they were like, oh, let's start watching Astros baseball again. I think that's what's going to happen with the Rockets. I'm not worried. There's a lot of Rocket fans who are, right now, hardcore Rocket fans. They have been for a few years now. Those people, those Rocket fans are going to always, they're going to always, they're going to watch every game. They're going to be all into it. You're going to start picking up the additional fans as soon as you make the playoffs. I think that's when it will happen. And then they'll build from there. And we'll see how it goes. There's a chance now. There's a chance that we're building into a Rocket Texans future, and the Astros are headed down after the Astros have really kind of, I don't want to say owned the city for 7 years, but they've had a pretty good stranglehold on it.
No.
Because
the greatest run by any Houston team ever.
Yeah, the longest for sure. Yeah, and the greatest. It's not even close.
Yeah, no, it's not close.
So it'd be awesome to have all three really good at the same time. I don't think that's going to happen, but to have two of your three really good that's great for people who listen to sports talk, who do sports talk, or just sports fans in general. And it looks like we're going to have that. Right now, if you had to make your pick on who's going to win a champion, who's going to be in a championship first, who's going to be in a championship series first, Rockets, Astros, or Texans in Super Bowl? Right now, where do you stand right now?
Well, the Texans are the closest right now. They're one game away from it. So, although I don't know how close that is when it's the Chiefs.
They're 2 games away.
No, they'll play in the NFC Championship if they win this. Oh, you're talking about the Super Bowl.
Yeah, playing for a championship.
Oh, play for a championship. Well, yeah, that's a daunting task. And I don't know. Quite
it doesn't sound, it's like, hey, they're only 2 games away, but man, is that a long
it's a long way. That's a long way away. When it's the Chiefs and the Bills or Ravens. So yeah, that's a long way away. Probably the Rockets. Although I guess we're done with the Astros. I don't know. I don't know that we're totally done with the Astros.
Yeah, they don't. The Astros don't look like. I just said playing for, not winning.
Right.
But I don't know that the Astros look like they're in the best shape. They keep losing core players. Altuve keeps getting older. You've got, you've got injury issues at pitcher, and you don't have really you're not really set at 1, 2, 3 like you have been in the past. We're really spoiled with the 1, 2, 3s like Verlander, Cole, not really Greinke as much, but Fromber,
yeah.
Like the Astros, Christian Javier that one year. The Astros, we have been very spoiled by phenomenal talent at the plate and from a pitching standpoint. And
you don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if Hunter and we'll see if Arrighetti. Brunell's older, but. He's a solid right now. What he looks to be a solid 4.
I'd say Hunter, yes. Do you really put Arrighetti in the same category as Fromber, Cole, and JB?
He was just a rookie, and he looked really good. I mean, he had a really nice rookie season.
He did. So he had his moments,
and he's got a whip. I mean, his ball's got movement. He learns to pitch.
And Fromber came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm taking the Astros.
Yeah, the Astros might still be it.
You're taking the Astros over the other two?
The Rockets, as they are presently constituted, have not won a playoff game, let alone they got to go win 3 series to get to a finals.
Well, we said that about the Astros in 15.
Well,
and
they made it, and then they made the playoffs, then took a step back, and then won in 17 after they added Verlander. So
they made a trade to Verlander.
It wasn't initial.
The Rockets have pieces to add trades whenever they want.
Once again, the history of the NBA, you mentioned the Warriors. The Warriors failed in the playoffs. then hired a coach, and they succeeded. Generally speaking, a team led by 23-year-olds doesn't win big. So I'm not going to lean into the Rockets right now because they got to go through. They got to pick up scars in the playoffs.
Not this
the
year.
way it works.
I'm not saying
here's
this
the
year.
deal,
so I'm taking
though.
the Astros.
Here's the deal, though. The Astros have got to do it in a hurry because the window is closing.
Yeah,
You're going to lose Fromber after this.
I
All
understand.
they do is subtract from their
I
core.
think
They
the
don't
Astros,
really add to their core.
Even as they stand now, I think this year's Astros team has a better shot of playing for a title than the two teams.
That's the question. Yeah. Does this year's Astros team Texans or Rockets? I would say.
Yeah, the Texans are a ways off from being the top team.
They are,
in
but
the
you
AFC.
know,
Listen,
they are. No, they are, because even if you were to upset Kansas City, man, getting past Baltimore or Buffalo seems really, really tough.
You know, especially if it's Baltimore, you just don't look good against them at all.
I know. Well, you got to go to freezing cold weather. Well, you're going to go to cold weather either way, more than likely. But man, you got the two best quarterbacks in football that you have to deal with.
Yeah, you got three. You got three of the top quarterbacks in the NFL
top,
right now.
I would say the top three.
In front of you.
You can say Burrow if you want, because Mahomes didn't have as good a year, but Mahomes has done more than any of these guys.
Yeah, right. I mean, you're taking Mahomes out of the equation of a top three, then you're I don't know what you're smoking. 732 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance and I right now, and if you want to get in, come on, 713-780-3776. Lance and I both are big Billy Brown fans, okay? Billy Brown has done a lot for us, both of us. I never needed a plumber before and thank God we started talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company, because then all of a sudden, wow, I got this, I got that, and Billy's like, wow, you just are a pain. Well, sorry, Billy, but people have pipe problems. I don't know if you heard, okay? Here's the deal. When I had a problem, I called Billy. And Billy was like, Johnny on the spot. He was there. We had a leak, and Billy that came out right away. And when you got a leak, it's serious. It's got to be done now. These guys are going to get there, and they're going to take care of business for you. You're looking for now. They are really, really busy. I don't know if it's us. I don't know what it is, Lance. But these guys are swamped out there every day. But if you got an emergency, man, they'll be there for you.
Yeah, and they have been there for me for an emergency when I had a big freeze coming. I got to tell you, we're getting ready to have 3 straight days where we're in the 20s. That's serious freezing. If you're worried that your pipes aren't, if you're worried about your pipes at all, if you're worried about anything having to do with the freeze, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company and say, hey, I know we got a big freeze coming up. Is there something you can do for me? Do you need to look at anything? Is there something you can do to make sure that I don't have any issues? And let them work on it. They can even tighten up your making sure that you're protected outside as well. They do those things. And while you're having that done, why don't you run hydrostatic tests to see if you have any leakage underneath your slab? It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company for the big jobs and the small jobs. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Chastang Ford, baby. No hidden deals, no hidden fees, no dealer add-ons, just great deals. Chastang Ford. They keep it real. Love Chastang Ford. I buy my vehicles from family owned. You'll probably get to meet the Chastangs. Joe's been doing it forever. Now Patrick is taking. Oh, it's just a great family business. If you're looking for the best way to get that Ford car or truck, you got the Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend right now, $299 a month with $995 down, or $334 a month with nothing down. It's a great, no surprise, straightforward pricing. The F-150 STX, $459 a month with $1,000 down, work ready and tough. The PHEV Hybrid Escape, save $8,000 or just $135 weekly to be driving this hybrid, and you're saving money. You're saving money on it right there because it's a hybrid. You're looking for the best deals. Chastang Ford, love them. You'll love them too. Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown, or you can do it all online at chastangford.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Before we get to the Texans or more Rockets talk, Quinn Ewers made it official yesterday. He's leaving for the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Lance, put it on under over. I'm going to say mid-second round.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's about where he goes.
Mid-second.
Yeah, I think that's about where he goes. I watched Jalen Milroe. He was better in 23 than 24, but he's probably a fourth round pick typically. My guess is he goes in the third round. I haven't seen Shador and Cam and Quinn, but I've got to watch them. I got to watch them all and have them written up by next Tuesday. So I'll be spending a lot of time. I finished Travis Hunter, and I wrote him as a cornerback, and I wrote him as a wide receiver. So I have an entire scouting report as a quarterback, strengths wide receiver, strengths cornerback, weaknesses wide receiver, weaknesses cornerback. I have my comparison in the NFL at wide receivers, Devontae Smith. At cornerback, it was Darius Slay, although a lot of people are making Champ Bailey comparisons for obvious reasons because they both have played both ways. And he's good. I gave him a grade in a 6.8. His ball skills as a corner, it's funny. His ball skills are great as a wide receiver. He's not very polished as a route runner. He just kind of gets by on athleticism in the early stages. But then when the ball goes up, he's insanely good. And when you take that kind of wide receiver talent and then you put it at cornerback, where a guy has instincts and elite ball skills and quickness and range, it's like you realize, holy crap. It's like putting, it's like, I can't think of who's a top flight wide receiver. It'd be like if Malik Neighbors, just a young Malik Neighbors, or Jamar Chase with that size. It'd be like if Jamar Chase played cornerback and he was and his movement was just as fluid in every direction, where he knows where the throws are going. He recognizes routes. This is a cornerback who runs routes, so he recognizes what a route's going to be. Like I kind of get it now. Watching Travis Hunter as cornerback, I get it. He's going to be a cornerback who plays some on wide receiver, because it'd be a shame if you didn't play him both ways. Did you know he's got 2,600 snaps over the last 2 years, John?
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of playing 4 seasons.
He can't do that. He can't do that in the NFL.
No, it's too physical.
No, somebody's asking on Twitter, is he slated to be a wide receiver or a corner?
He'll be a corner, but I think he will play.
He'll get some
8
snaps.
to 10 snaps a game at wide receiver.
Yeah.
That's what I think will happen. I think he'll do both, but I put a little tweet out there like that, and it was a big hubbub on Twitter yesterday because the fantasy football world that likes to already put together their dynasty rankings and all that, they're struggling with where to put Travis Hunter in their dynasty rankings early on. because they don't know if he's going to be a receiver. And to be fair, he could get drafted by a team that wants him a wide receiver. I mean, that could absolutely happen.
Yeah.
And Deion could step in and say he's not going to play football at all. He'll just go. He'll just go to the Cabo Cup. We won't let him play football unless you do exactly what I say. This is what's going to be real fun when Deion tells teams where Travis Hunter is going to play. Not only where he's going to play, but what position, what team. Then he tells teams who can draft his son. I've never seen anything like this. Deion, the dad, is going to – the closest is Archie Manning, but even Archie didn't – like Archie didn't want the Chargers. Deion, it's not that he doesn't want – Deion doesn't want 28 teams. He only wants about 4 teams for his son, and he'll tell you whether or not you're allowed to draft his son, and then he's going to do the same thing with Travis Hunter.
Well,
it's insane.
I think Deion is looking for a team where he can be the coach and Shedeur can be the quarterback.
I think he is too.
Yep.
He can act like he's not, but I think so too.
No, that's what he's looking for.
I don't think that's Jerry though.
No.
It would make some sense, but Jerry just
Shedeur
doesn't.
won't last.
Jerry likes milk toast head coaches.
Would they finish 7-10? Where are the Cowboys drafting?
Not,
I don't think
not high enough. Wouldn't they have to trade Dak to some team who wants a quarterback higher, and that's how they move up? How are they going to?
Man, you got to trade all that salary.
Yeah.
And you're going to take a salary. I'm sure you take a cap hit too, since you're trading a contract where you're going to have an acceleration of whatever signing bonus you gave them.
Don't worry, Lance. They're going to watch or at least read your breakdown of Shedeur and go, he's a steal where we're picking him because. Or
they're not going to say
no.
steal.
You're right. They're going to
the other way.
They're going to hope other people believe what you're saying, so he falls to them because according to you, you don't think you're going to have a very high grade.
I haven't studied him close. I can say he's pretty accurate. He has no twitch at all. Very slow twitch guy. Can't get away from free running blitzers. Is slow with his delivery. Is not twitchy. It's going to be interesting. I can't wait to watch him though, because some of the numbers I looked at yesterday, he's accurate with tight man coverage or a player one step away. Milroe was like awful. Quinn Ewers, I've got all these guys and all these data points and all these different throws that I can go look at. So I'm really excited to see what the quarterbacks look like.
Are you?
Are you?
Not really. Actually, when I said it out loud, you're right. I'm not actually excited. It feels arduous that I have to spend.
Yes.
I just spent an hour and a half watching tape of Jalen Milroe, and it wasn't great. It wasn't very fun.
That's not fun.
How do you stand with? How do you feel about you having to elevate those guys when you know full well in a different draft they don't belong where they're going to get picked?
Well, all I can do is give a grade that I'd give for any. I made the mistake of trying to put grades on guys where they kind of would be drafted. So I put a second on Anthony Richardson, a second on I thought we'd go in second, a second on Will Levis. The reality is a 6.3 means above average starter. And at no point did I think Anthony Richardson or Will Levis would be above average NFL starters. So this year I'm going to be true to the grades, but in doing so, a 62, which is an average NFL starter, that's a 62, which is an average starter who could lose his, you're not looking to replace him right away, but he's never going to be a playoff caliber starter.
That's
probably Quinn Ewers. And that's, those guys to me are, if you're a quarterback, you get drafted in the second there, but the reality is your grade's equal to like a third.
Where would Cam Ward and Shedeur be slotted in last year's draft?
Who all were the quarterbacks last year?
Well, Caleb Williams.
No.
Jaden Daniels.
Behind.
Yeah.
Behind Bo Nix. They would have been behind all those guys.
Behind
Penix. They would have been 6 and 7. I mean, they're way ahead of Spencer Rattler or whoever else was right there. But it would have been 6 and 7. None of those guys, I don't think, once again, I got to look at them to be fair. But my guess is, because I had pretty good grades, I don't think any of those guys would have been ahead of. I gave a true 63 to Michael Penix. I don't think any of them are. I'll be surprised if any of them are ahead. Part of what I want to see is traits. Like, you got to have traits: explosiveness, arm talent, velocity, movement. People love to put a cape on for Shedeur Sanders. and then they love to put a cape on for mobile quarterbacks. You can't do both. Shedeur Sanders is not mobile.
Well,
He can't get away from anything.
Ben Curtis put on his cape. He was the star of the internet because earlier, I guess, during the playoffs, what did they say? Someone quote tweeted, they used his picture and go, what quarterback, Justin Herbert, when I have U.S. currency on him, and they used a picture of Ben Kurt, and he was like, what the hell? Why am I the guy getting shots taken at him? Well, he's also fashioned as a quarterback expert, and he has Shedeur. He's caping for Cam Ward.
Well, Cam has the traits. Like, I'll be surprised. My guess is Shedeur is going to be a lot more accurate because Cam leaves a lot of throws behind players, and but Cam has traits the teams love. Like, they'll work on the passing, like with Jalen Hurts. Jalen always threw a really pretty football. He just was slow to recognize, and there was some stuff that. But the fact is, he's a great leader. He's very strong and physical. You have things with his legs that you do that sets him apart. If he was just a passing quarterback, he'd be just a guy at best, but he's not. And that's not the way the league's played. And yet Cam Ward has good size, good arm talent, multifaceted. He has traits. Shedeur is going to have to win with his mind, and he's going to have to win with accuracy. Because the reality is he's just a pocket passer. So people will probably
I don't know. I heard that Dwayne Haskins was a running quarterback, and I'm not ready for him to be,
Stephen A., the quarterback guru.
and Shedeur is athletic. I heard Shedeur's athletic. And
Dwayne Haskins was a pocket.
I don't know. I watched Shedeur against Kansas. It didn't look that athletic when they were chasing him down.
Not athletic
making him
at all.
miserable.
And that's Kansas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's really striking. When you first watch him, you think he's going to have some mobility. He's Deion's son. And when you see him, you're like, the mom must be slow twitch because
I was wondering about the mom. You got one of the greatest athletes of all time, and this is the product of it.
Well, and
Shiloh
ain't that athletic. I mean, athletic, relatively speaking, to the rest of us, but as far as a college safety, nah.
No, exactly.
Man, he needs.
Yeah, it was weird. We're talking about one of the great athletes of all time. That's why he loves Travis Hunter. He sees himself in Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Athletic, can play corner, can play wide receiver. Like, he sees himself in Travis Hunter, and Travis is basically one of his sons now, and he treats him as such. And Travis is special. A lot of times it just happens. Look, Bronny with LeBron, Michael Jordan's kids, Scottie Pippen's kid looks like
we did this
yesterday. From the Lollipop Guild.
What?
Well, I mean, a little bit.
He
looks like broke down Fred VanVleet.
Wow. I don't know what's going on here.
Broke down Fred VanVleet.
Yeah.
Well, if your patio furniture is broke down, well, then you need Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters are going to fix it. Houston Powder Coaters, well, maybe they'll fix it. You got to text Robin, and she wants you to send her a picture of your patio furniture, and she'll tell you whether or not your patio furniture is savable. And you want to save it because the metal right now is not as good, not nearly as good as the older metal. I don't know how old your patio furniture is, but even older patio furniture, that's worth saving. It is worth saving. Boat parts, car parts, doesn't matter what it is. If it's metal, Houston Powder Coaters. You look around the city, you go up into the Woodlands in their waterway, and you go to NRG, and you go downtown to the Ferris wheel, and you go, I'm telling you, there's probably not many places that you look where Houston Powder Coaters hasn't touched it. Houston Powder Coaters been around. They're going to be around. The Google reviews are tremendous. Everybody loves dealing with Robin and Houston Powder Coaters. You're looking for a great way to make that stuff look new again. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I have not seen, do we have an injury report from yesterday for our Houston Texans?
Everyone's
Do we know,
good to go.
is there any
100%,
new?
everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
No
No,
injuries.
I didn't look at it. I usually won't look at it until Thursday because this is the one that's pretty important.
Today's Thursday.
Friday's the most important.
Well, they're playing on Saturday, so
Thursday. So this one's probably
Yeah, this is the one.
This is the drop dead injury report today.
Yeah. Well,
I could find one.
yeah, I'm trying. I'm looking. They didn't send one. So I mean, maybe they're lazy right now. Maybe they don't understand they're in the playoffs, and we need to see.
Looking at this was from, I think, yesterday. Aziz did not practice. We know Shaq Mason ain't practicing. Juice Scruggs didn't practice.
Houston, how's Christian Harris?
He wasn't on the injury report.
Okay.
Limited. Dalton shows. Nico Collins, rest related, was limited. So if we're worried about anyone, I guess it would be Aziz and Juice Scruggs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Obviously, we would be worried about that. That would mean Kendrick Green. Juice.
Okay, so this is the updated one. Aziz was a limited participant yesterday, so that's better. Let's see. I can't see. So I guess that's the big one, and we'll see where Juice lands as well.
Okay. So, any changes? Anything that updates from what we were talking about yesterday? Is there any more optimism in the air? Is there more Patrick Mahomes fear?
No, I don't think anything changes. You still have to prove you can beat Kansas City in a round that they've never lost in under Patrick Mahomes. In a cold weather environment, it's one of the toughest things you can do in sports right now is upending Kansas City in the playoffs. Which doesn't happen. So we'll it's the same thing. I think Juice needs to play. They need to be at relatively full strength. I don't want to see Kenyon Green in this game.
Not Kenyon, Kendrick.
Do we want to see either one?
You want to see Kenyon Green?
No, I don't want to see.
Well, Kenyon's back too. You know that, right?
Yeah, I saw him in uniform out there.
Are you sure that Kendrick would play ahead of Kenyon?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Probably so.
Yes.
Boy, how done is Kenyon Green? Kenyon Green is cooked.
Why are we sure? The Texans gave him a long leash.
Well, this is year 3.
Even this year, when he was awful.
But you're not going to pick up the option in year 5.
But I mean, just for if someone gets hurt on Saturday.
He could play. He could play. It's possible. He can run block a little. Not great with pass pro, which is, I don't love him on Chris Jones. I'm just going to be the first one to say it in Houston.
Thanks for that.
If Kenyon Green plays, and you heard it here first, if Kenyon Green has to come in and block Chris Jones, I don't think he's going to do well.
Okay. You heard it here first.
Some of my modeling and some of
That's
my
how you
numbers,
became a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, some of my numbers say that Chris Jones could have a big game.
Okay.
Well, Blake Fisher's going to get a taste of Chris Jones. They like to put him on the outside and rush.
I know, I don't love that for Blake Fisher. I frankly don't love that for anybody. Although, as you mentioned, Del, they're not a prolific pass rush team.
John talked about that yesterday. They don't have a legit, obvious edge rush advantage.
Now, Karlaftis lines up on that side a lot, though. That's where he comes from. He comes from that side, and Blake Fisher's going to have, I think he's going to have Karlaftis a lot on Saturday. And that's not fun either. There's nothing fun about trying to block Karlaftis all day.
And I don't like Spagnuolo with all that time I don't like playoff Spagnuolo. I don't like all the time he's going to have to draw up things that he's had to figure out, okay, they can't handle this, and this. Let's punish them over and over again. I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, you got an advantage, though, defensively against Andy Reid. So you make that up right there.
Yes. And you're known coach who gets out-coached in playoff games. Andy Reid.
Outcoached. Yep.
Well, that was the knock on him
Early, yeah, with the
when he
Eagles.
at Philadelphia, that he couldn't get over the hump in Philadelphia.
Well, he changed that, didn't he?
And they wanted, the Eagles fans, because the Eagles fans are pretty smart. They wanted to get rid of him, and it's a good thing they did. They won a Super Bowl without him.
And they're
Andy's won some without them.
some, sure, but they're fine. They're back. And
How do you think
a real
Carson
contender.
Wentz would have done with Andy Reid? Would we be having a different conversation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You think so?
What do you think?
He was with Doug Peterson, who was a good mentor. Frank Reich.
We
He
had
was
1
just fine
year.
with those guys. He just fell off he literally went from being an MVP
He got
candidate
hurt.
to fall
So
off
you
a
think
cliff.
it would be the same if Carson Wentz is out there Saturday as it is with Mahomes?
Not this version of Carson Wentz. Don't if
Oh,
he had,
that-
No. If he had him in Philadelphia,
as a young player.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Would he have fallen off the world again? I don't know.
I don't know.
With Andy Reid?
Well, Andy Reid saved Alex Smith. Although he had kind of got it going for him late in his San Francisco career, but he was a competent.
Yeah.
All right, he's not that much of a bust. The conversation turned on him when he got to Kansas City.
Yeah.
So I think Carson Wentz would have been better. Doug Peterson couldn't save Trevor Lawrence, so we've seen him not do well with a talented quarterback. So I'm going to take Andy Reid as the quarterback developer over Doug Peterson. When it comes to
but I
Carson
don't know
Wentz.
that it means. I don't know that Carson Wentz may not be wired.
He might have been an
From what I-
average.
From what I understand, I thought his wiring was what made him, what separated him, and then I come to find out his wiring's not great, which was a little surprising to me coming from North Dakota State. I just kind of figured he'd be. But let's see who have been the quarterbacks: Trey Lance and you had Trey Lance and you had what we're just talking about.
Carson Wentz?
Carson Wentz. Jeez. Carson Wentz, Trey Lance. I don't know if I'm going to draft a quarterback from North Dakota State if one comes out.
Wait a minute.
Oh, they got
Wait.
one coming out this year, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're at the top of my list to draft.
Well, just because those two, how do you? They're totally different. This kid could be totally different. That kind of thinking. Oh yeah, every Penn State running back he sucks. Well, wait a minute.
What about Ohio State?
Here comes
CJ's
Saquon.
breaking
He's
the Ohio-
different. Saquon's different.
CJ's breaking the Ohio State quarterback mold.
Right.
Well,
right?
until this year.
So
it
if
was
you'd
like,
have been drafted, he's an Ohio State
Dwayne
quarterback. Can't take him.
Haskins, Cardell Jones,
Oh man. Oh, guy
Braxton
after guy.
Miller,
after
who
guy.
became a wide receiver.
It was guy after guy after guy.
I don't
They
know
all
how
suck.
you can.
What about Texas? You got Vince, then you got Colt, you got Sam Howell.
Sam Howell, Ellinger, you mean?
I mean,
Sam
Sam
Howell.
Ellinger, not Howell. Yeah, Sam Ellinger.
North Carolina.
Sam Ellinger, and now you get a taste of Quinn Ewers. What do you
Yeah.
think about that?
Yeah, tasty.
QBU, Texas.
There's some
Oh, you mean the
backups in
rookie?
there.
You mean Vince, the rookie of the year? Okay.
What else did he do?
He had that year.
Yeah.
His first 2 years were good,
Yes.
and
Thank
that
you.
and that's
and he
what
was
you
on
want.
a dream team in
How
Philadelphia.
much? What do you want out of a guy?
That's what you want when you draft a
And he
quarterback
backed up Michael Vick in Philadelphia.
in the top 5. You want him to be good for 2 years.
That dream team.
You usually like it to last the whole contract.
Do you want him to get through the first contract and be overjoyed to pay him a second time? That's
Yes.
what you want from your quarterback when you
Listen,
draft him that high?
Yes.
Vince was part of the only dream team in NFL history.
Mhm. Well,
Yeah.
Vince called it a dream team, and then
Right.
they went out and underwhelmed everyone.
Well, but it was still the only dream team I've ever heard of in NFL history.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got to break it. You're
Yeah,
way
we do.
over it. Hey, I know your time is different in Cabo,
No,
but we're
yeah.
behind the break here in
Oh,
America.
So is-
well, it's the same minutes. It's
Are
just
we
a different
sure?
hour.
In America, it's different.
Is it 7:56 where you are?
It is.
No, it's 8:02.
Is he 6 minutes
It's
behind
7.
us in
It's
Cabo?
actually 7:02 here.
Oh.
So yeah.
Oh, it's not 6:56?
no, it's 02.
Okay.
02. Yeah, it's the same minutes, just a different hour.
I don't know. You're in a different country. I'm not sure what goes on there.
Mm-mm. Well, I tell you this: I don't want to be selling my car here. I don't want to sell my car in Mexico. I can tell you that. I want to sell it in America, where I got GiveMeTheVin.com. I don't think John Clay Wolf will come down here and pick the car up. I know he'll pick the car up. He'll pick it up. He'll bring you a check. He'll do it all. I mean, you have very little, if anything, to do when it comes to selling your car to John Clay Wolf at GiveMeTheVin.com, because John Clay Wolf is going to do it all. I mean, the dude takes care of business, okay? So find out what your car is worth at GiveMeTheVin.com. Then go to other places, see what they'll give you, And if it's not as much as John Clay Wolf, you just go back and say, "Yep, I'll take that John Clay Wolf." But if they offer more than John Clay Wolf, you go back and say, "John Clay Wolf, CarMax offered this." Okay, he'll either beat it or send you $100. This is a guarantee that you're going to get the most for your vehicle. But you have to go. There's one place you have to go. GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. It's okay. It's cool. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell here with you live from the Cabo Cup at Club Trauber here in Cabo. And I'll be bringing you updates, like I told you, throughout the day. So just stay by your phone and your Twitter and just wait. Maybe keep updating X until I get you the updates of what's going on here at Cabo Cup. Okay? So I know this is an exciting time for a lot of people in the industry. Very excited.
Have you guys planned it so you won't miss any important actual sporting events while you're playing? Like it's a 3-day thing, so you're going to be playing. I'm playing
Saturday morning so I can watch the Texans in the afternoon.
Okay, so you won't miss playoff football.
I won't miss playoff football. No. And then we come back early Sunday morning, so we'll be able to watch the games then. Hey, this Bills-Ravens matchup, who you got? I honestly, it's at the Bills. The weather was not a factor last week for the Bills. It wasn't really a factor. And Baltimore was cold. Baltimore was cold when they played Pittsburgh.
Well, if we're going to be in the 20s, then we're going to be in the low. We're going to get right now. We're slated at 50% to get snow on the 21st of January, but that's next week.
Right.
I have to think it's going to be really cold there.
Yes, I would think Buffalo's really cold. But Baltimore, is it that much colder than Baltimore that it's going to affect Baltimore much more than it will
21 now. It's going to be 12 on Monday. Oh, are they Saturday or Sunday?
They're Sunday afternoon.
Okay, they're 20 degrees with snow.
20 with snow. They can handle it. I mean, it's not minus.
Well, they're going to
6.
be 8 degrees on Tuesday.
See, this is bad though, because I want to know who's the better team, not who can survive the elements. I would love to see this game on
Well,
a
I think the
fast
better
track.
team's going to win, regardless.
Well, but the
And
elements.
I think the better team's probably the Ravens, because the Ravens, if all things are equal with your two quarterbacks, which they pretty much are this year, they're slight differences, but they're pretty much the same. And your running games are actually the way that Buffalo uses it. They're dangerous on the ground. It's just you can get bigger games out of Derrick Henry. And in a snow game, I kind of like Derrick Henry's size, I think. But I don't know. I don't know about that, because in snow, a lot of times you like to have the smaller, quicker guys sometimes. But I think the real difference is Buffalo defensively just does not, like, the Ravens are just a better defensive team than Buffalo is.
Not earlier in the year.
But who are they now?
Yeah. But
I don't care about earlier in the year. They moved Kyle.
Also, the Ravens have more weapons.
They moved Kyle Hamilton back to free safety, and it changed everything.
Well, Zay Flowers did not practice yesterday, so they may be without one of them.
That would hurt if Zay didn't play. And I know
hurts.
Kyle Hamilton.
Well, he didn't play last week
up.
either, but this is the Bills and not the Steelers, and this is on the road and not at home. I don't know who to take in this one, to tell you the truth. I think I like the Ravens. I think I like the Ravens in this one.
Are the Bills a favorite?
No, the Ravens are a 1-point favorite.
It sounds about right to me.
Yep. And then, okay, Washington, you give them any shot going into Detroit?
On paper, I say yes, because I feel like Detroit's defense could catch up with them. All the injuries, their defense is really good, but could the injuries catch up with them? Could Jaden Daniels do something electric? And then I start thinking about young quarterbacks typically melt down in a playoff game. They don't, even if they have one good one, they typically will fall apart at some point along the way. This could be a fall apart game for Jaden Daniels. It's not like he's been great the entire year. In fact, he had quite a lull there in the middle of the year before he came back. But look at all that dancing on ESPN. This is cool. Did you see that?
Harry Douglas dancing? Did you hear the Harry Douglas commercial? Dell is like, woohoo! Dell was giddy because Harry Douglas has got a commercial on.
I got thrown off by the dancing. No, I just think Jaden. I don't think that Jaden Daniels or any rookie quarterback is probably ready for the fans, the noise, the pressure of the defense, the pressure the offense puts on you. I don't know. I just don't know that Washington's ready for that.
Yeah.
I thought they had a good chance last week. This feels like a big ask to do it back-to-back weeks when they've had time to prepare for Jaden Daniels and really study tendencies, and Aaron Glenn has. I don't think they can win. I wanted to like them more, but then the more I thought about it, historically, these young quarterbacks it gets big for them at some point in the playoffs, and I think that was what could happen here.
You know who's sneaky good right now is the Rams.
Yeah, they are.
They really are.
Their
I'll tell you what,
is,
I think they go in there and beat Philadelphia.
Dude, so you got Kobe Turner, Byron Young, and Jared Verse. That is a ferocious, explosive.
Well, and the offense is explosive.
What's that?
The offense is explosive.
Well, I'm just saying the rush is what's going to be important. That's a big differentiator. When you can rush, ask the Giants against the Patriots. The rush is the equalizer, man. It shuts down passing games.
Jalen looks banged up, too. I mean, he does not look.
How about Cooper Kupp can't even get a look? It's like Cooper Kupp doesn't play football anymore.
Well, Puka is just fantastic.
I know, but I guess that means that replication, when you have two of the same type of receivers, you eventually have to just choose one of them, or at least that's what Stafford did.
Well, I don't know. Tom Brady had all the same receivers and all of them got the ball. All the Danny Amendolas and the Julian Edelmans
you got Matt Stafford here.
Yeah.
And Matt Stafford is an avowed. He used to love Cooper Kupp, and now his best friend is Puka Nacua.
Yep.
Here's Cooper Kupp's last few games, John, if you're interested. 3 targets, no catches, 0 yards. 3 targets, 3 catches, 24 yards. 3 targets, 1 catch, 29 yards. 1 target, 1 catch, 29 yards. Those are his last 4 games.
Yeah. But didn't Robinson get himself in some trouble?
He still played. He had a DUI, I think, but he still played.
He got a DUI.
Yeah, he still played.
Yeah.
Or was that what it was?
Or was it since then? No.
It was before that game.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was, but I remember him getting.
Yeah, it
his
was DUI.
Okay, and well, I just think they're playing good football right now, and I don't think the Eagles are playing that great of football right now. To tell you the truth, and it doesn't look like Jalen is that shoulder is healthy. It just looks like he's struggling to get.
Well, you say
He
Philadelphia is
doesn't
not
want to
playing
pull it
good
down
football.
and run.
When's the last time Philadelphia lost? I guess they lost. No, they lost the Commanders. That's right. 36-33. They lost to them. That was the last time they lost. But before then, it's been a lot of wins, although, winning by 6 against the Panthers at home, that's not that big a deal. Was that the game that – no, that was a regular. That was a game you wanted to win. All right, we'll see. We'll see what the Eagles can do.
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. Johnny G, where can we order Cabo Cup gear? You can't. You can't order Cabo Cup gear. It's only
Why don't you guys start selling it?
No, it's only for the athletes. It's only for the athletes that are competing at the highest level. So
what if you have a big fan? You don't want to like swap with them, take a picture, you give them a Cabo Cup polo, and they give you something, and
I don't want what they have. I want my Cabo Cup gear. Yeah. No, sorry.
That's a shame. I was hoping someone who's a giant fan of yours would have the opportunity to get their taste of Cabo Cup.
Yeah, no, they don't. Sorry. You got to be able to compete at the highest level, and you're not going to walk around town in a Cabo Cup shirt.
The Masters sell
stuff.
Oh,
you're a Cabo Cupper? Oh, wow.
Wait a minute. The Masters sell stuff. You guys don't want to sell any stuff or give away stuff?
No, I've told you we're not like the Masters. We don't do it the same way. All right, this is the highest level you can compete at. So, sorry.
I feel like you're missing out on a marketing opportunity.
Lance, what are my odds today? Me and Fox against Justin and Shu. What are they on Underdog?
Ooh, well, we do higher. Well, your strokes are going to be higher. I'd play the higher on strokes for you guys, and maybe lower for Shoe Dog and Justin. I'm going to go lower for them. I'm going to go higher for you, and I'm going to play it on Underdog. Now, I don't know. I'm going to have to check because they do have golf. And so you can play higher or lower statistically in golf. I don't know if they have the Cabo Cup. I'm going to have to check and see if they have an amateur event in Cabo where guys dress the same. But I'll see. I don't know. Maybe they do. They have more things than you could possibly imagine. MMA, they'll have college football playoffs. Remember, it seems like college football is over, but it's not. There's still a championship game. And so you've got statistics here for all these different players. Is Travion Henderson going to have a big game? What about Quinshon Judkins? He got off to a very quick start. Sometimes they have first quarter and first half statistics that you can go higher or lower. Victor Wembanyama last night, lower on points scored. You just get used to saying higher. He had 13 points. That's lower. Sometimes you have to play lower. But I do know this. They have boosts. They have 50% profit boost, 20% on a regular basis, 30%. They have times where they discount the prices for you. What you're finding is you can watch your football games, your playoff games. You can watch your basketball games. You can have fun playing these games as you watch them, and you play them with the Pick'em Challenge on the Pick'em game on Underdog Fantasy. Download Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. And they are going to give you they'll go up to $1,000 of bonus cash when you use my promo code. So make sure that you do that, and you always want to be checking your lobby every single day and pick them to see what type of bonuses they have available for you. It's a chance to win real money, and it's really fun. Use your sports knowledge to start benefiting you today. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you hear that commercial we just ran? It said that people are using gas is costing $5,000 a year.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so that's $100 a week. Del, how many times do you have to fill up? You drive the most.
Ooh, you're probably looking at $70.
$70 a week?
$70 for probably 10 days.
70 times 50?
Maybe every 10 days.
$3,500 you're spending a year.
Probably 70 every 10 days.
You see how smart I am? I'm not spending $3,500 a year on electricity.
And I'm just guessing. I'm not really sure, but that feels right. I know you've got your special lightning.
I got my lightning. You damn right I do. I'm not spending that money that you in California. Dude, $4.49, $4.79 a gallon in California. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But you don't, Lance, you don't drive nearly as much as Del does.
No, but how do you live? My wife does. She drives way more than
she
Del.
got to go see her dad.
Yeah, she drives way more than Del, but I don't know how people live in Los Angeles. I just in the it's beautiful out there. It is in theory beautiful in San Francisco. Well,
it is.
It is. The weather sometimes is a little tricky when it's always in certain areas of San Francisco. It's always foggy and hazy, and not great. But in Los Angeles, it's beautiful. I mean, the weather's great. It's beautiful out there. How can you live out?
It's beautiful. I mean, it is beautiful. They've ruined it, but it's beautiful.
I don't see how you can live out there with it being that expensive. I don't see how humans live. And I know people at NFL Network who have to drive. They drive on a regular basis. People with average regular jobs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they live. They drive an hour to an hour and a half there every day. They come from the valley where it's 170 degrees, and they get in, they do their job, and then they get back. And so, they'll spend about 3 hours round trip going to get there. And then your cost of living is just bananas.
Yeah.
It's like,
you're paying to live there. That's all. But it's ridiculous now with the insurance that you can't even get. I mean, we were told about this when we got there is good luck getting insurance for your
now
house.
It's even worse. Now it's impossible.
Yeah. I got a call from our mortgage company yesterday. They said, we see your house is on the market. We want to make sure that we're in the mix when you buy a new house. And I said, well, you want to give me money for a house in LA that I can't get insurance on? They said, nah, we're out.
Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe the government's going to have to I know no one's going to want this, but the government may have to just start insuring homes and get it backed by the Treasury, because how else are you going to have homeowners insurance? Who in the world? They were already dumping people left and right in California. Yeah. They were dumping. I've read all these stories about people were just getting there and they were just taking chances. They were just playing Russian roulette. Like, all right, we're not going to insure our house. And now a bunch of those houses have burned down. So I don't know how you're going to you have to have homeowners insurance. I don't know how you're going to get it out there. So I don't know. It's not, we've had our own issues here in Houston with prices going up, but not completely where everyone just says we won't insure you anymore. Yeah. You can always get overpriced homeowners insurance. Trust me.
Well, but a lot of them, they won't give you flood insurance. They won't give you wind insurance, or they won't give you flood insurance. They won't give you, if it's water.
They will after
we've got our issues too.
No, over time, yeah. Eventually they do, but you're right. After a flood or after anything happens, oh my God, the insurance companies are so badly damaged. Yeah. They can't possibly. Well, I'm sorry, we're going to have to raise your rates so we can get our profits back up for our bosses.
Right. A lot of people weren't insured for wind damage or something, and the insurance companies tried to screw them out of that.
Well, it's an act of God.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, I guess somebody said I think it's $5,000 a year for household, not per person. But that's still a lot of money, $5,000 on just gas. I know Dell's spending $3,500. I mean, a year in gas. I
don't know if it gets there. I think it's probably about $70 every 10 days.
Hey, did you know Dell and I are probably not doing a show next Tuesday?
That's right.
Oh, why?
Might not be safe.
Because we've got snow and ice and probably black ice.
There. I'm going to have
No,
to
we
walk
can't
in
get there
because
if
I
there's
won't have a
black
car.
ice.
I'm going to be there.
The most
You're going to be in
I'm-
Houston?
I'm going to be in Houston.
You're going to be in Houston for the
Monday and Tuesday, yeah.
for the 21-degree day? Well, you might as well not come because
And
you're
I've
just
got to walk to work because I don't have a rental car.
No, you don't have to walk to work. We don't have work.
Oh,
It's going to
wait,
be
you're
below
already
freezing.
What are you that school district? You Klein school district?
No, because they don't give you time off.
No, yeah, they do.
Klein kids complain they don't get time off.
Oh,
They don't
yeah.
get time off. If it rains, they're like, this is too dangerous. You want us to risk our actual lives getting to school in
Yeah,
this
that's what
rain?
you're sounding like right now.
It is going to be dangerous, though.
It is going to be dangerous. John, it's 21 with black ice probably.
Why has it got to be black ice?
It's
Why
the
can't
most-
it
The
just
most
be
dangerous-
It's the most treacherous of all the ices, John.
Oh,
You
my
can't see
You can't
it.
see it.
It
You don't know
sneaks
it's
up on
there.
you. It lessens property value.
Wait, what?
What? Wait a minute.
Black
What
ice
the-
does something
Wow.
to property value?
Wait a minute. Sorry, that's a different thing.
Wow.
But you can't.
Talks loud in
Racist
movies.
ice.
Yeah, you can't have us out there in those conditions.
Yeah. So it's easy for you to risk our lives from Cabo.
Well,
Congratulations.
no, I'm gonna be in Houston. Well, then, if you know what, if you're too, we're gonna have to have Abigail in. That's all.
Fine
She
with
lives
me.
close.
We're not risking Abigail's
She
life.
lives in League City too, by the way.
Yeah.
She does.
Yes, she doesn't live that close.
Why
BMAC
do you-
can come in.
Why do you people live down there?
I don't
What is
know,
wrong
just
with
where we
you?
live. So
Is it popping there in League City?
No, not at all.
Okay.
So I would prepare yourself, John, to
I'm walking to work that day.
to be alone.
Mhm.
Lance and I
Oh, I'm
don't
gonna
know
ride
if
my
we can
bike.
brave the conditions.
We already know that this is it already looks way too dangerous on weather.com.
It does.
Weather Channel, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're pretty much we need to get a hold of Joe George and tell him.
I got to fly out that day.
And the day before it's going to be really cold. So we probably
like
need to
from
have
Monday to Wednesday, we might need to talk about.
Yeah, if it makes any sense or if it's too dangerous.
Well, plus it's Inauguration Day, Martin Luther King Day, National
There's so many
Championship Day.
reasons for us to stay home.
yeah.
There's all those reasons.
Yeah. We'll come
Nobody
back on
wants-
Thursday probably.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll be back on Thursday.
Well, I can do the show Wednesday from L.A. Or if I through.
Do you
the
want us to
smoke.
try to get up this ramp,
You
up
can
this
see-
parking ramp that we have?
It gets
It's
icy.
full of ice.
I don't know if you guys heard, but the first floor garage is open now.
I know it is.
So why do you guys go up there?
I parked there, but that's probably going to be filled with black ice too.
Yeah.
No, not underneath the building.
What if their pipe bursts and water's
Yeah,
all
what
over
if
the place? It
it's- what if-
freezes,
What if it floods?
and then you're black
now
ice
we're on
again.
a black ice rink.
Oh, here, let me drive in this. Let me drive with these concrete columns. Let me get on this skating rink and drive my car here. No, too dangerous.
Uh-oh.
Are you going to pay for repairs? I don't think so.
I don't think you're going to, John.
That black ice makes everything drier. So somebody says Dell is going to be ashy on Wednesday.
I don't think cocoa butter comes with black ice.
Well,
So maybe I will be ashy.
you might be ashy.
I am right now.
Well, yeah, you guys get away
Try.
with it. You guys don't even try.
No, you can see. Yeah,
No.
I really don't. I need to put some lotion.
Put some lotion on.
Yeah, I really
No,
do.
I know. I never put.
Yeah, I know you guys don't. I've
Ever.
seen your legs before.
Look, Sean's
Well,
made
I
of
got-
olive oil.
I'm made of olive oil. I'd be dripping if I put lotion
but even
on.
still, you come out here with your no-show socks on. Your ankle's a little ashy, but it doesn't matter to you guys. You just keep going. Don't iron your shirts. It's all the same to you guys.
No.
Don't iron your, wait, what does that mean?
What do you
Don't iron
mean?
shirts.
Little white
Is this
kids.
a black and white thing?
Little white kids don't iron their t-shirt.
No, they don't.
No.
No.
Is that a thing? Are you supposed to?
Did you iron your
If
t-shirts?
it's wrinkled,
Hold on, we're learning something culturally here.
I'm telling you, black kids grew up learning to iron their t-shirts.
Wow.
You
I don't know
iron
if
your
it's just black
t-shirts.
kids,
We
but
don't.
I know I
But what
did.
about
No.
throw it in the dryer and just let it get warm and you kind of just
Eh,
and then you shake it real hard and you smooth it out with your
part
hands?
of the fit is it being clean, obviously, and being wrinkle free.
Did you crease your pants? Did you
No, I didn't.
iron?
Some
No.
Jeans?
Listen.
some kids did, but I didn't.
Little Italian kids, we put on our tight Dago tees. We didn't have to
Oh,
worry
no.
about
Well, you
wrinkles.
kids were the worst.
Yeah, right.
We can't trust y'all.
Roll up our cigarettes in our sleeve, and you know what? We ain't worried about
Avoid
wrinkles.
the nuns, all that stuff.
That's all. That's what
When
we did.
you obviously iron the day before?
Sometimes, yeah,
That morning?
it depends. It's day before, the morning of.
I mean, you do get a nice warm shirt. if
That's
it's
why
cold
you're late
outside.
for work all the time?
No, I'm late for work because I don't care. But as far but as far as when I was a kid, Yeah, make sure the shirt's ironed. You can't chance that your shirt's gonna be wrinkled because you're getting on the bus. You ain't gonna survive the bus if your shirt's wrinkled. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna make fun of you the entire bus ride home.
That's a
Yeah, I think-
wrinkled shirt.
I didn't think about that. And it
Wrinkled
depends on what
shirt
age.
gets bullied.
Yes.
Well, I haven't been in school for a while, so it's
Oh.
probably true.
Not even just a wrinkled shirt, a wrinkled T-shirt. You walk on the bus with a wrinkled T-shirt, everyone starts laughing at you.
Oh wow! Laugh at
Where,
me.
when
then.
I grew up, I don't know about
not where we
in
grew
the
up.
soft neighborhoods you grew up in.
No one cared.
Well,
No one
different people.
cared.
You grew up different. That's all.
That's all. Yeah.
You grew up privileged where kids didn't laugh at your. You grew up in the privileged streets of South Chicago.
Well, he's talking about California when
Yeah,
he was in California.
Southern California.
Oh wait, are you a North Sider or South? You're a South Sider, right? That's South Side.
When he was
Yeah.
fancy. When
Not
he was,
even fancy. I grew up in like Long Beach near
well,
Compton.
apparently, if you had a wrinkled shirt, you had
that
to be
wasn't.
good.
That's not about
No,
being
they're
fancy.
just saying look good.
That's
You got,
fancy.
no matter what, you're supposed to try to look good.
Yeah.
If you walked on the bus with a wrinkled shirt,
John, did you
you're
not
gonna-
have
you're gonna get
anyone?
laughed at.
Did you not have kids who bully other kids?
yeah, what are you
over
talking about?
how they look.
Over
That's
dumb
a nor-
stuff.
That transcends race
We
and
didn't care about
socioeconomic
clothes.
classes.
No, we didn't care about clothes. We really didn't.
And you
Of course, I went to an all-boys high school. You barely. I mean,
You had a
if
uniform,
I dragged a toothbrush across my teeth, it was okay.
You had a
I'm all
uniform
dressed up
though,
today.
right?
No uniforms.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, John didn't have to worry about it. When you
I had uniforms in
going
grammar
to
school.
school, when I went to school, the thought of someone seeing your hair and thinking it was nappy and using that to make fun of you for the next week, nah. It was part of it. It was survival not to look like trash.
Didn't even own a comb then.
Yeah, you couldn't
care.
get away with it. Either your hair was short or you had a pick or a comb because school was
we grew up different.
School was torture if you if you weren't looking the right way.
Oh my God, we didn't care. No care factor at all. I mean, the worse you look, the better.
What?
If you were too fancy, oh, look at him with his iron shirt. Oh, you're too good for everybody.
Yeah.
Beat
Well,
it.
y'all grew up in different places.
That's
at
it.
different times.
Well,
my mom had a pick before. How about
did?
her friend Archietta gave her a black power pick? And so my mom had this curly, she had a perm and she had this curly hair. And so, like, I guess looking back on it now, it seems strange that it seems weird that, not weird, but it's not the norm for your mom to say, bring me that pick. I'm like, this one with the black clenched fist on it? Yeah, that's it. Bring that over to me. She's picking out her perm.
Yeah, that's what she should.
That's right. See, it was a simpler time where everyone was more friendly and
why don't
people
you-
got along together.
Why don't you pick out your
And you
your
shared
tamale?
black power picks.
Why don't you pick out your tamal? Which one you want?
I'm actually, I love pork, but I'm a big fan of the chicken. The chicken was better than I expected. It was actually really, really good. And that's just one of the things that, I mean, that's the Arandas Bakery. I do want to tell you that right now is a great time for you to go watch your, I had a friend of mine who went over to Taquerias Arandas over near the Heights area. And he went in and watched the game yesterday. And I texted him, I said, how was it? He goes, it was great. We just sat here drinking, had some tacos. We drank, had some chips, and had a good time. Caught up and watched the Rockets crush the Nuggets. I'm like, nice, very good. And that's one of the things they're doing there is they're turning their bars into sports bars because they want you to go up there and experience. They have a bar menu where the food is more bar menu food, but they also have the authentic Mexican favorites that you can order as well. And you can go watch your favorite games at around a sports bar. Drink specials are going to be available for you, so take advantage of that. But every time that you step into a taqueria around us, whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, you're going to get authentic Mexican dishes. You're going to get fresh ingredients. You're going to get great food, and you're going to have a lot of fun. And that's a promise from me. And don't skip out on breakfast. It's the most important meal of the day, they say. Well, why don't you get your breakfast ready to go with breakfast tacos, or maybe sit down and order a heartier breakfast and knock that out, and then you have lunch later on at Taquerias Arandas. Locations all over Houston. Find one today. Don't forget about the Arandas Bakery as well, because you're going to find great tamales and conchas and different desserts there. But Taquerias Arandas is your home here in Houston.
How awesome. HRP, yesterday was payday. What? Yes. Thank you, HRP. Thank you for getting my check right. Thank you for doing it every single time. Thank you for being there for us. Laura, listen, you call up to the station and you ask Laura Beavers about HRP, and she's going to tell you about HRP. Or ask any of how many testimonials has HRP had on our air? I mean, all of these people, they take time out of their busy days. They come up to the station. They cut a commercial for HRP because they believe in HRP, because they love what HRP has done for their business. It's saving them money, okay? It's so easy with HRP. Your payroll is so easy. They do it. They do it all. They do the HR. They do the payroll. You got HR questions. We've had them before. We've had to call them. Hey, what do we do about this situation? What do we do about that situation? And hey, when we sit down, will you yes, you'll talk to this employee about the way that they handled this situation. This is important that you do things right. Okay. Otherwise, you could get sued, lose your business. It's happened. It happens. Okay. So if you're looking for the best way to get your payroll to your people, your HR, take care of your taxes, just do it more economically. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Tony, thank you, Tony. Thank you for your service. You guys make fun of the Cabo Cup as a bunch of rich guys playing golf in a tropical locale, but I, for one, am just glad to see something finally going John Granado's way. Thank you. Man of the people that's out there trying to, do things right for the people every day, and here I am getting a little benefit playing it, at the highest level. It's awesome. So here we are. Thank you, Tony, for seeing things the right way. Appreciate you. Man, Bobby Slowick is the favorite to get the Jets job.
Says who?
Jets head coach odds at bookies. Bobby Slowick plus 600, Brian Flores plus 750, Joe Brady plus 800, Aaron Glenn plus 800.
Look at that's probably Brian. I put Brian Flores on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Take my money with Brian Flores.
I'll tell you what what Ryan Fitzpatrick said about him is not. That's not a positive. That's not going to help him.
All I care about is what Gunner and Brick think, or whatever their names are. What are
Brick?
Yeah. What is Brick and the other one Jackson? Whatever his kids' names are. What do they think?
Well, what is the Vikings defense? What's the Madden rating on Vikings defense?
Exactly. Good, really good. What's the Madden rating of the Texans offense this year?
Well,
not good.
Not good. So yeah, I mean, but listen, the Texans offense underachieved. The Vikings defense overachieved. I would think Brian Flores, the way he handled things, maybe he learned something though. Sometimes you learn things.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And maybe he'll go about it differently this time.
Well, I think he was always a good head coach. It's how you deal with people.
Mm-hmm.
The coaching stuff's not a problem. Like I would look, in all honesty, based on very little actual knowledge of Bobby Slowick other than watching him on the sidelines and sitting next to him on a short plane flight, relatively short plane flight. Brian Flores looks like head coaching material more than Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
about
you
guys are friends.
Leading. It's about, and that's why I say this with love. It's about it's the Peter principle. You go up to the point of failure,
mm-hmm.
and I think that I don't know if he's ready to lead a bunch of dogs or a bunch of guys who are. It's not easy. Slowick with the Jets media.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's going to, like Dan Campbell. Now that's a man just going, you're going to play your bleeping tails off. These mother jokers, you're going to beat their out. I mean,
like he would not give us an option to take a snow day on the 21st.
No.
I don't want him to be general manager. He'd make us do dangerous things. We're expecting an inch of snow.
Right.
which could kill people.
No.
Dan Campbell will be like, just get here. I don't care how you do it. I don't want to hear anything else.
Yeah.
Lose my number on this text string.
We'll see how Todd handles this situation.
He's an Aggie. He's a good person.
Well, so is Dan Campbell.
Campbell's an Aggie too.
Well, but Todd is a good Ag. I forgot Dan Campbell is an Aggie.
Dan Campbell's not a good Ag?
He's rough.
He's an Aggie. I don't know if he's a good Ag.
He's rough.
Is Keith an Aggie? I don't know.
Keith's a Florida State and Baltimore fan, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get Keith in here. He's going to tell us how these Ravens are going to win this week.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. I do want the Ravens to win, but I would like some explanation on this Deontay Johnson thing. Pittsburgh to Carolina to Baltimore to Houston, back to Baltimore. What's going on with this? He can't even join the team until the offseason. Why would the Ravens put this claim in?
For a comp pick, right? There's a possible comp pick.
No, you don't get a comp pick on.
Well, that's what I read, is that they picked him up for that reason.
Not specifically for him. The combination of him maybe being picked up by another team plus other guys.
Wait a minute.
They think it might add to them getting a comp pick.
Okay, because you have to take on. You can't pick up cut players. Cut players don't cut.
Well, that's why they have him. His deal will just run out, and then if he's an unrestricted free agent, someone signs him. It helps their formula to get a comp pick.
Wait, who is this again?
The Ravens,
Baltimore.
Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, Deontay. Wait, did they traded for Deontay, right? No, but did they pick him back up?
Yes, they just picked him back up.
See, I
yesterday.
didn't see that.
Yesterday, yeah.
So that would work. See, I don't. I write comp pick articles, and I don't think it counts once you've been waived, even if you pick up the old contract.
The Ravens must know what they're doing.
So if he's a UDFA when he is at the end of the year, they just hope that someone signs him and it helps.
Is there any chance? Is there any chance that they have him just in case?
Well, he can't be added.
Just in case the Texans win and they can ask him about offensive stuff. I don't think they need to, but
they've played him already this year, very recently. So I'm not sure why they would need that. Didn't seem like they needed his help when it was 31-2.
See,
no, that's
okay.
Why he is. There's no chance he joins
a qualifying player, any unrestricted free agent who has finished the entire term of their contract and signs with a different team.
Yeah,
he would have to finish the entire term of his contract. Now,
which is
was he picked? So I guess is he picked up? Are they picking up the original contract too? Is that what it is? Is the original contract still alive?
I don't know the particulars, but the Ravens seem to have done the research to know that it would help if someone signs him. Are you going to distrust one of the most accomplished organizations in the NFL land?
No, I'm trying to make sure that it's a qualifying pick. Did the Ravens say that they're doing this for a comp pick?
That's the report.
That's what the internet's saying.
That's what the NFL people like Schefter are saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, Schefter's going to know.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm surprised because it usually doesn't count. If you pick somebody, then it has to be they're picking up the contract too. It cannot be one of these things where they clear waivers.
John and I don't do a lot of research. We just know that that's what their plan is.
Well, I'm just telling you, you cannot pick up a cut player. But apparently, maybe if you pick up the contract, maybe I guess it still counts. But I didn't even think you could pick up cut players and have them.
Well, he had to clear waivers, right? He was still on waivers, and they picked him up.
You'd have to clear waivers, so maybe that's the wrinkle there.
Yeah. So let's move on from that.
If you get cut, waived, or retired, you're not a qualifying player. It's saying you're not a qualifying player in the actual bylaws.
Jones says
Schefter doesn't. Ever since his dog died, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I thought that was Herb Street's dog.
That was Herb Street.
Both did. Y'all don't know. I already sent a condolences to Schefter. He lost his dog too.
Well, that's good.
Benny.
I didn't know that because
Benny was
Ben was Herb Street's dog.
Herb Street's dog.
I'm telling you, Schefter lost his dog too. A simple Google will show you that.
Schefter didn't shepherd his dog around the country, so we weren't paying attention. He didn't turn his dog into a grift, so we weren't paying attention.
So Jones says, "Well, we got a break because we're behind, and we got John Schill coming up at the top of the hour. So let's catch up on breaks here, and then we'll get into this thing. More Texans talk on the other side. But right now, I'm talking about Coors Lights, and do you think that there were any Coors Lights consumed yesterday on the trip to the Cabo Cup? Yes, the answer would be yes. The answer is yes. There were Coors Lights. Well, actually, I was over at Wildcat beforehand, before we got on the plane, and with my boy Elmer and Tim, and we were throwing down Coors Lights, and that's just fun. That's just a great way to spend your afternoon. Okay, it was rainy and terrible out. If it's beautiful out, I think it's a great time for Coors Light. If it's terrible out, I think it's a great time for Coors Light. If you got nothing to do, Coors Light. If you're busy doing something, you're playing the Cabo Cup, Coors Light. What doesn't matter? Coors, there's never a bad time for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Be refreshed, okay? And keep Texas chill. It's not like Texas needs chill right now, but you keep it that way. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on.
Nothing's better than heading to Angleton and finding a great deal on a vehicle. And that's what they're doing for you right now. I'll give you an example. The Buick Envision. This is a great SUV. My son drives a Buick Envision. It's his first car. I'm really happy. He keeps it clean, keeps it nice. It's really important to him. And he absolutely loves it. I drove back from here all the way to Tuscaloosa with him. Well, he dropped me off at Birmingham, but it was a long drive, and it was a great car to drive. I'm driving the Buick Enclave. That's what I'm driving now. But his Envision is awesome. It's a little smaller SUV for you. It's got good trunk space, gets really good gas mileage, handles great, and the interior is fantastic. And right now, if you want to give this vehicle a test drive, the Buick Envision is available out there in Angleton at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You're also going to love the 0.9% financing that they have for 36 months for well-qualified buyers on the 24 Buick Envision models. So, you know what? If you're looking to purchase, if you're looking to lease, if you are looking to find a bigger SUV or an awesome pickup truck, they're all available for you out there in Angleton at discounted rates and phenomenal customer service and the best trade-in value you can find with Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We were just talking, Joan brings up something interesting because this has been mentioned a few times, and I think you even commented on X about it, Lance, is that Frank Ross, special teams coaches actually make John Harbaugh was a special teams coach, and he became a pretty damn good head coach. That Frank Ross has more of the traits that you were looking for in a head coach than Bobby Slowick does. And I would I'm not sure that I disagree.
Yeah,
No.
you can get Harbaugh or you can get Joe Judge.
Yeah,
That's
it
true.
happens. Or
That's true.
there have been some other ones too. But the rationale behind it is that they don't have to focus. They're more overseers,
Mm-hmm.
and that they don't have to focus on offense or defense. Frank Ross seems like he has the type of person. I don't know him well, but I've seen enough of him. His units have been pretty good. I am kind of surprised Frank Ross doesn't get a look. A fairly younger coach. My guess is he's somewhere in his 40s. Is my guess. And
is the league ready for? I mean, I don't know that they're ready to turn to.
He's 37.
Yeah, I don't know that they're ready to turn to a guy that doesn't have that one side of the field. I mean, he's got special teams, but
like you said, one of the most consistent coaches over the last decade is that guy.
Yeah,
and John Harbaugh. So I don't know. I just know that the league typically it's hard for them to get away from. It takes a different ownership group to be okay with the special teams coach because you all want the hot play caller. Either the guy you all want the hot coordinator, the guy who's got the best defense, or the guy who's got a young quarterback coming, and because you want that for your team. So that's what's going to always play. But Frank Ross should get some looks. He probably should. Look at his. So he was a scouting assistant in New England, of course, 11 and 12. He was a pro scout for New England from 15 to 17. He's only been coaching. He coached at John Carroll, the quarterback coach in 13. He was a special teams coordinator and running back coach in 14. Then he went back to New England to be a pro scout. Then he was a assistant special teams coach with the Colts from 18 to 20. And he's been with the Texans from 21 on. So he was there, he's been here since Cully. He was here with Cully Ball.
And you know what? He proved himself.
No. Yeah, he was hired by Cully and retained by Lovie Smith and retained by D'Amico Ryan. So obviously a lot of coaches like him.
Yeah. And we see how his players react to him. I've loved when by the way, we haven't even talked about what the hell was Dicker thinking? Just catch that ball. Instead, he bats it down like it was a forward pass.
Yeah, he didn't know the rules.
He didn't know. Yeah, I mean, that's just,
he didn't want to get hit.
Well, one team knew the rules and the other team didn't. Advantage Frank Ross.
Yeah, and did you see the video of him taking the split screen of him taking off running?
Mm-hmm.
Here's some more information on Frank Ross that you might want to get up on. He's also known for his haircutting expertise and often cuts the hair of various players.
Oh, wow. Del, would you get your hair cut by Frank Ross?
Would you let him give you a low taper fade and an edge up?
Well, the thing is, most barbers...
Would you go to a white barber, yes or no?
Hold on. Most barbers have Instagram to show you their work. Frank Ross would have examples of the cuts he's had on players. Now, whose hair is he cutting? Is he cutting John Weeks' hair? Is he cutting...
Or CJ's?
CJ has a different haircut off that. Or Davis Mills' hair? Is he cutting Joe Mixon's hair? These are things you need to know.
Oh, here's a video of him right here.
Whose hair is he cutting?
Cutting a black guy.
What type of cut is he giving him?
He's got clippers on. He's not giving him a John Weeks cut.
That's good to see.
Well, wait, what is a John Weeks cut?
You've seen John Weeks' hair.
It's what you would get. Just, basic.
Mark Davis?
Oh, John Weeks doesn't have Mark Davis hair.
No. Just, white guy cut. Just kind of.
Just a white
guy
cut.
Not a lot of.
Just no fades, no cuts.
Sometimes, depending on what he's looking for. But
this man cuts black hair.
All right. That's a promising thing if you're asking me.
Could you trust a white man with your hair, Del?
That's a fair question.
Simply look at the work he's done. Then you trust the work. And if he continues to get black business, particularly from football players who in this day and age, everything's on Instagram, their fits are on Instagram, the way they look is on Instagram. So they're going to need good haircuts. They're going.
If you had a head coach
they're
who
trusting
cut
Frank
hair,
Ross, then I would trust him.
Do you think Kenyon Green's fits are on Instagram?
Yes,
I
100%.
know. Not think, I know.
A Texans offensive lineman, yes. If Frank Ross can cut hair, it gives him a leg up in the process. And
Mario Edwards fits are on Instagram?
Maybe.
No.
He's a defensive lineman. You are really overestimating
Just
lack
saying.
of the desire to not be on social media. Yes,
I want a defensive and offensive lineman that doesn't care about his fit.
Okay, we'll move back to the 80s.
Okay.
Go back to the 80s and you'll be fine.
No, I think the
Those
Ravens'
days are
offensive line doesn't care about fits.
I bet you're wrong.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Mario Edwards. I'm looking at his Instagram right now.
Who didn't?
His page right now is him walking in. It's his fit. That's the very first page you get.
Oh,
yes. Don't look at Mario
disgusting.
Edwards' Instagram.
Okay, who was it that had to buy his offensive lineman samurai swords because they all wanted guns?
I don't know who did that.
Yeah, one quarter. I think it was Mahomes had to buy him samurai. He was like, "I ain't buying y'all guns. I ain't doing that."
Oh, you mean the quarterback at Kansas City where people were killed last year in their parade celebration?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he is getting guns. Smart move by him. Frank Ross
I forget. Maybe it was Mahomes. I forget who it was. But I want that offensive line. They don't want Fitz. They don't want Gucci. They want guns.
It was Burrow who said that.
Burrow did. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, you don't want his offensive line.
They get him killed. We got John Show coming up next.
Yep.
Yeah, but
next.
Frank Ross was also on Deal or No Deal in 2008. And
What?
he won $14,000 in
No
2008
way.
episode of
Renaissance
Deal or No
man.
Deal. Yeah. He was on Speed Deal version in 2008.
Wow.
He would have been a lot younger. He'd have been 21.
How about that? That's Frank Ross.
That's head coach material right there.
That is. If you're Deal or No Deal, oh yeah.
I gotta say, I like Mario Edwards' hat. I think he's got a good hat.
You can look at his hat during the break.
Yeah. Let's look at his hat later. Right now, I'm thinking about Christmas. I was who was it? Yeah, somebody told me that they got Nico Nikos to watch the game, the games last weekend, and I'm telling you, if you taste their cheeseburgers, Lance, you can attest to this.
I co-sign the cheeseburgers.
Oh my God, they're good.
Double patty, melted American cheese, really good.
Really good.
Didn't even know they had good cheeseburgers.
I mean, the dips, the hummus, the tzatziki, Nico's dip platter. They've got portion. The wings are I'm a wing. I love me some wings. Skewers, sliders, mini gyros, appetizers. Christmas. You want to, after Christmas dinner that night. How about having Nico Nikos to munch for everybody to munch on? Or on Christmas Eve, you don't want to cook. Everybody's getting ready. Whatever. How about on the national championship game? How about Easter? You're going to have people over. Easter, you're going to have Greek. Yes. I'm telling you, this is a great playoff Saturday to watch the Texans. You don't want gyros or wings and skewers come on. You get the mobile app, okay? OPA. Get the mobile app, order online, and you gain points for free food, or you go to catering at niconicos.com and get you some great food. And listen, you're having some kind of a party or you're watching games, whatever it is, even if it's 2, 3, 4 people, doesn't have to be a big crowd, order Nico Nikos. OPA is the app, or catering at niconicos.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our good friend John Chill joining us. I want to hear. Okay, so the line has gone down from 9.5 to 8.5 for the Texans game. So I would imagine some people have been on, and maybe the right money has been on the Texans, John Chill. But I want to hear that everybody is all over the Chiefs, so that I know that the Texans will win on Sunday, on Saturday.
I wish I could say that, John. We are definitely seeing a lot of action here on the Texans here locally, and then nationally, it's starting to. It's close to 50-50 nationally, but yeah, definitely we are heavy Texans.
Oh,
here.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it 50-50 because then that's not an indicator. Although this year is different, John. The favorite, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Like 75% since Thanksgiving, 75% of the games have gone to the favorites, and the over is killing it as well. Now the playoffs, the under's been hitting. But this has been a trend that I know is difficult for you guys. I know you're going through a tough time.
Yeah.
I'm with you. My heart is out for you, okay? Because I hate to see this for the books that the people are dominating them. But this has been a crazy year, hasn't it?
Yes, I mean it's definitely if you're definitely a person that plays the favorite, it hasn't stopped. I mean, I'll just talk to me personally. I've had Ohio State. I took Ravens, Bills, Eagles, and those. It's insane. We did make a little bit of a comeback. To talk about last week, we started to see some late Steelers money as far as the line. That went from I think 9.5 down to almost 8 overnight. And Vikings and Denver kind of helped us out. But definitely, if you're a money line player, you should have done very well in the last couple of months. We're just it's definitely been chalks. And
no question.
So see what the trend is.
So what kind of money are you seeing on the Bills Ravens game?
It's 50-50. That kind of flipped. We're starting to see some more Ravens. I think that opened up at Ravens getting 1.5. I think we're currently at -1.5 with the Ravens now. So you definitely see some Ravens money, and I'll just look now. It's back to even. So you're definitely seeing it going back and forth. I think it'll end up at a pick or a half a point either way at the end. It was interesting. Speaking of the Ravens, I was kind of looking at futures, and I think they're 4.5 to 1 to win it all. But if you're a betting man and you're trying to look for more value, it's interesting. If you take Lamar to be the MVP, he's at 5.5 to 1, and Derrick Henry's 22 to 1. So if you're thinking the Ravens are going to win it all, almost because one of them two are probably going to get the MVP for the Super Bowl. That for value, take one of them, and you'd make more money than the Ravens winning the Super Bowl. Plus 475. So. Looking at them, definitely starting to see, which is interesting. Seen some Washington money at 9.5. That's a lot of them are even. You're not seeing big swings. Same thing with the Rams, Eagles. I kind of like as a sleeper. I kind of like the Rams.
I like the Rams. I think that's my favorite pick this weekend.
Yeah. I like them getting 6 right now, and that's the team you don't want to play, I think, right now in the playoffs. So, we're definitely seeing some money on the Rams. And, but it's interesting to see there's nothing really a lot of 50-50, except for the Texans here locally, of course. And, yes, we all like the Texans, but DK right now is not liking the Texans if they advance to the Super Bowl. We got some huge liability. So we'll see what happens. As far as that game, this is interesting. I like Travis Kelce. I mean, he comes to play during the playoffs. If you get him at 60 yards, he's plus 130, which is, he shines during the playoffs. So if you get him, the prop bets at 60 yards plus 130. I think Nico Collins is 90 yards. He's even money. So, definitely there's some props out there for that game. So it'll be an interesting weekend as far as the NFL. We got UFC this weekend. Speaking of chalks, this is interesting. So last year, chalks in UFC hit 70.5%. So not only is it in the NFL, and that usually averages 60% of the chalks in the UFC fight. So definitely been chalk favored in UFC as well.
Yeah, but that was a different kind of card, wasn't it? That was like there was nobody there. It was a small venue.
That's for the year.
For the year.
For the year, they've hit 70% of the time. Chalks in the fight.
Chalks have hit 70% in UFC.
For the year. Yeah, in 2024. it trended a little bit with the fight night last week. It was 9-5, so it usually trends more lower 60%. So
don't you have to hit 70% with the odds that you have to lay on favorites?
Yeah, it depends on the odds.
So you're about breaking even at 70, no?
Yeah, we do pretty good. The ones that get us is, definitely if you parlays are big in UFC and some of the props. If you pick the round, you can make a ton of money. You can pick the round and type of knockout or all that. So we got a big card there.
There's a big card this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got 14 fights there. I'll probably butcher his name. Malish Hoshkov. He opened up with like 220s at minus 380 right now. That's the main event. I kind of like both defensive, kind of like the over 4.5 rounds in there. So I think that'll go to distance. My dog of the week, he comes on. I think he's one of the first or second fights of the card. He comes on about 5 o'clock. Clayton Carpenter, he's a plus 270. I just see him. He's got more power. He's got the wrestling ability. So play the Texans, and you could play Clayton Carpenter there at 330 and put him in the parlay at plus 270. So, and then we got Saturday's a big day for us. We got Angela Johnson Reyes, the YouTube comedian sensation. So it'll be a big day for us Saturday.
Oh, nice,
so,
nice.
Yeah,
that's all at the Golden Nugget. Lance,
all that. Yep.
Lance,
Monday. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I wanted to ask Lance what he thought of Nico 90 yards. Do you think they travel Trent McDuffie with him?
No, based on what it looks like their injury stuff is, what it looks like they're getting their cornerback. So I think Trent McDuffie ends up playing a little more inside. That's where they typically play him. But I don't know. We could see him. I don't think he'll travel with them. But even if he does, he's a 5'10" guy on Nico Collins. So that's still I go lower on that. I think that's tough, but
90's a lot.
It depends on how you think the game's going to go. Like if you think the Texans are going to get behind by a lot quick, then they're going to throw a lot. But I just think this game is going to – I think they want to shorten the game. I don't think Kansas City scores a ton of points. I think the Texans try to play their game. I don't think they deviate. And 90 feels like a lot.
The Chiefs have been in one-score games all year, and this is more than one score.
Yeah, so you're not going to have to get out of your game plan if that happens.
Yeah. So
the game plan is not going to call for Nico Collins to get the ball 12 times. Like it's just
who else are you going to throw to? I mean, who else? What's Dalton Schultz's number, John?
Oh, it's kind of weird. 40 yards. He's at minus 110, which is interesting. He was plus money last week, so they got him at 40.
You know what I've noticed when you try to find? This is what I've found out. I've kind of figured out, especially this year, when you go try to find discount players because you could end up getting an easy win quickly. That seems nice in theory, but when you play the hammers, you have a much better shot. Like playing higher on Jamar Chase or Nico Collins, or playing over on Jamar Chase, Nico Collins. When you play the best players to go over, you end up having a lot better shot than when you try to find those discounts. Because I've looked around at, like I have a friend of mine who says, what about this? What about last week? Deontay Johnson is only 19.5. And I thought, on paper, Deontay Johnson on paper could get 3 catches for 30 yards and it wouldn't be all that surprising. And yet, look what happens. He gets one and he gets one catch and he gets cut.
Yeah, right.
1 for 6 and he's cut because he was complaining. But I think, with the Texans, it's a little different because CJ can spread the ball out. So if you're looking for a second option, Dalton Schultz isn't a bad one, but also, you got to figure out, is it going to be Mechie? Is it going to be Robert Woods? Is it going to be Xavier Hutchinson? Like, who is going to be the other receiver that gets catches?
Yeah, I mean, you go back.
Nixon?
I was looking at Robert Woods, 25 yards, he's plus 115. And is that one catch? That he, or if you can get 2 catches out of him, it's definitely. I agree with your theory, and you think it's easy on paper, but at the end of the day, maybe Nico Collins is the best bet.
See, I think the prop I liked was over in Isaiah Pacheco, who I think is like 40 and a half, something like that, rushing yards. Now you have Kareem Hunt there as well, but this is kind of Pacheco's time to shine is in the postseason. He should be as healthy as he's been right now. And they can really move the ball between the guards. Like they've got good guard to guard action with Kansas City. And I think that's one of the areas where Houston could be a little bit soft. So I kind of like Isaiah Pacheco over those yards in that game.
All right. That's at the Golden Nugget DraftKings Sports Book. You guys packed this weekend for everything. You got the comedy show. You got the playoffs.
Dude, we're going to be there before you know it.
Yeah, we're going to be there.
Yeah,
The
2-3
Super
weeks
Bowl.
away.
Super Bowl week. We're going to be there. So that's going to be fun. We're going to be there the Monday and Tuesday. So if you guys want to come and hang out with us at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, come on. If you want to get on over there, I mean, even if you're not in the DraftKings Sportsbook, they got TVs all over the casino, in the restaurants as well. So you can watch your games. You can bet on them at the DraftKings Sportsbook. So good, clean fun for the whole family. Let's go. Let's get to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. John, as always, man, we appreciate it. Good luck. Best of luck this week. All right.
You too. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Talk to you guys next week.
That's the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com, all the restaurants. You got the comedy show that should be full. That should be great. You got the pool. I don't know that you're going to be swimming this weekend. You might be playing golf. I don't know. I don't know that you're playing golf. I do know you've got the hotel room, which is the hotel, which is awesome. All the restaurants, which are awesome. The casino is awesome. The DraftKings Sportsbook, the poker room, all of it, just awesome. And it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
John, you're not talking about it, but the pool. Look, I know weather can determine, but they have a great pool there too. We keep mentioning the inside stuff. I sent the picture of that pool to someone. They're like, "That's a Vegas style pool."
Yeah, it's
a Vegas. Yeah, it absolutely is. They got lazy river through it.
That's why it's
but
Lake
they've got all the
Vegas.
cabanas. Yeah, and the swim up bar. It's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, we partied there a few times, more than a few times. The Golden Nugget pool at the. I don't know that you're using it this weekend.
Yeah,
per se.
I know, but when it comes time and you're heading out there and the weather's warmer,
yeah,
you can spend time outside the Golden Nugget as well.
Oh no, and it's the viewing pleasure is good as well. The viewing pleasure is excellent. All at GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. For those of you watching, wherever you watch our show, X or YouTube or Twitch, whatever, you are seeing me in the closet. I'm basically in a closet doing the show because, well, it's the AV room for the Trauber estate here in Cabo. Okay, as we get ready for Cabo.
Are there no
Cup.
Lights?
Pardon me?
Are there no lights?
No
in that
light?
room?
There's just a one light bulb that's hanging from the...
It's the AV room, meaning it's where all of the expensive stuff is housed.
No, it's all his computers and...
Yeah.
and
it's where the stuff is.
Yeah.
That runs everything.
Well, you should see. I mean, it's a pretty big house, so there's a lot of stuff in here.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's nice. What did it go for? About $800,000?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little more.
If it were in El Campo, how much would it be worth?
In El Campo?
Mm-hmm.
Be a lot.
What's the El Campo value?
The El Campo, as opposed to the mountain here overlooking.
Yes.
Yeah, opposed to.
What's the exchange rate?
Because that probably makes it more expensive in Cabo.
Yeah, the location.
Like, what would it go for in Morgantown?
Where the Cougs?
Oh, where you mean where the Cougs just kicked their ass in basketball?
Yeah, now that they took that L, would it diminish the property
Sorry,
value?
Wayne and Chase.
Yeah, like
you caught some Coug last night.
LJ Cryer had a nice night shooting. So if a Morgantown resident who's crying in their beer on the way home from the Cougs game goes back to their comparable estate that you're sitting in Morgantown, how much would it cost?
600,
300-400.
Wow.
By the way,
no. It'd be a lot more than that.
It
even
sounds
in
really big if there's a bunch of bros staying there together.
It's probably this is probably a $2 million house in Morgantown.
You know a person who may have resided in the $2 million house in Morgantown. Yeah. One Dana Hogerson.
Yeah.
Did you ever see his West Virginia home?
I know. I never went there. I never saw it. But I understand
nice.
it was fabulous. This is a different deal, though, boys. This house. This house is about $4 million probably in Morgantown.
I believe you.
Yeah.
If it's got that many rooms. So who would win? So which happens first, or what's more likely to happen? The Cougs play in a national championship game, or the Rockets play in the Western Conference Finals?
Cougs. Western Conference Finals?
Yeah.
Oh.
I tightened it up a little bit to make it harder. I'm going to say Rockets.
I don't know.
I'm going to say Western Conference Finals. Number one, there's always the potential of a trade this year that could expedite the process even more for the Rockets if they made the right move. It could work against them, but it also could work for them realistically.
Yeah.
I don't, the Cougs, I don't know if the Cougs are set up in the front court right now.
I don't know. I like JoJo and Jaywan, and
I like them. Are they good? Has it been good enough over the last few years to get to a national championship game?
But no, they got the Final Four a couple times.
I know. Final Four. I know.
It's actually only once.
Oh, once, and
remember
they got regional
we thought
final.
They had gotten twice, but it's only been the one time.
Oh, that's right. And that was about 4 years ago, right?
The Baylor game. Yeah.
Yeah, but they got to the regional final was last year or the year before?
No, they got knocked out in the Sweet 16 the last 2 seasons. Jamal got hurt last year.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so once again, I know you thought they've been to multiple championship games and Final Fours, but now that you found out it's just one, more likely play for a championship, Cougs, or Rockets playing Western Conference Finals. I'll say Rockets.
Cougs.
I'll say Rockets.
Western Conference is different. Well, how about get to the NBA Finals?
No. This is my question. I invented it. Western Conference Finals with Rockets. Is Western Conference Finals right now a realistic goal for the Rockets, or is it still a little bit of a pipe dream?
I think Western Conference Finals are absolutely in
okay. Then right now, Ime Udoka is the coach of the year, and we're not even going to. There's no reason to vote.
Well, they do that before.
If they went from non-play-in team to Western Conference Finals, are you kidding me?
Well, that decision's
it's
made
one of the great jumps.
That decision is made before they make the playoffs.
I know, but I think we should do it now.
No,
based on our expectations.
No, but you're using the result of the year. It'll be about the wins this season, which could get him that anyway. In the regular season, could get him that.
Okay, so if they are just 2 seed, they wouldn't face Oklahoma City until the Western Conference Finals.
Mhm.
Correct.
Let's just assume they get the 2 seed. They've got a nice
You
little
know,
pad, little
Oklahoma
cushion.
City and the Rockets, the 2 most feared teams in the Western Conference.
Well, they
That's
are.
just so strange.
Yeah, the
Thunder-
Thunder,
It
well,
is
the
true,
Thunder
though.
in their the Thunder in their not so
Thunders
recent
were good.
past was
Right,
good.
right.
Has been
But
really
they
good.
have no Chet, and they're still balling out.
And they'll,
Right.
I guess, get him back at some
So
point.
so could they beat Denver? Could they beat Minnesota? Can they beat Memphis in a series? Can they beat Minnesota
Denver gives
in
me
a
the
series?
Denver with Jokic gives me the Pat Mahomes vibes. Like, no matter what you see in the regular season, I still
don't
worry
know.
that once they get in the postseason and Jokic is there and all the players are playing, you know, provided Murray's there and Porter's there and everyone's there, they still have a lot of talent. You still have the best player in the world on that team.
Yes, and the experience of going through these runs over and over again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't think okay. Those 2 play in a play. Well, Denver's probably going to be, although the Rockets will have home court.
Well, based on the way it is right now.
Based on the way it is right now.
But Rockets have beat good teams. This isn't like the Texans stepping on lesser teams and you wonder what they can do. The Rockets are beating good teams. Sure, you know, Joker didn't play yesterday. I get that. But they beat him with Joker this year. They've beaten Wembanyama. They've beaten Memphis. They've beaten Oklahoma City. They beat good teams. The Rockets, they didn't beat the Celtics, but they can beat good teams.
Yeah.
You know, I honestly, you know what's funny is yesterday, and we're about to get Chris, but yesterday I was bummed that Jokic didn't play. And normally I want it to be as easy a path for my teams as possible. I want injuries for anyone against the Astros. I want guys, you know, hurting their hips and hurting their backs or whatever before they play the Texans. I want games that don't have the best. I loved when the Rockets didn't have to play Seattle that one time when Dream and the Rockets won their first championship. I wanted it as easy as possible. Yesterday, I was bummed out because I like seeing tests for this Rockets team.
I want to see what
I want to see what they're about.
Twitch makes a good point. Cleveland, Kenny Atkinson, he's going to run away with the coach of the year.
Well, they were a
former Rocket.
They were a playoff
he was
team
employed
and
with
won a series last
He was in
year.
the organization, right? Kenny Atkinson.
Yeah, but the way that they're playing this year, I mean,
yeah, being the clear number 1 seed will probably get it.
Yeah.
But it's not like they went from outhouse to penthouse.
Right. I mean, expectations wise, the Rockets are more surprising than Cleveland is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the Rockets weren't in the play-ins.
Yeah.
They didn't finish in the top 10.
No, they were the first team out.
So, 11?
If they were in the Eastern Conference, they would have been in. Okay? Remember that argument for years? Oh, if the Rockets were in the East.
That was the Rockets' argument. Their players even voiced that out loud.
Well, that was the weakest
that with
thing
their
ever.
outside voices.
That was the weakest thing ever. That's those excuses people make. That's like it's like some Longhorn fan told me, the Longhorns didn't score 20 points against Ohio State because they're on their 3rd and 4th string running backs. Like, stop with that excuse. Weisner's an NFL running back. Blue will probably play in the NFL. Stop telling me how poor we're so poor. We're Texas. We have no talent. We couldn't score 20 points against the Aggies, Georgia twice, or Ohio State because everyone's hurt and we're so poor talent. We don't have running backs. We're just getting by with these scrubs. What? What are you talking about? These guys are highly recruited, really good players. And that's when I used to be embarrassed when the Rockets would say, well, but if we were in the East, we were in the Eastern Conference. No, but this Rockets, to go from number 11 to number 1, 2, or 3, I'm not going to say 1, but to go to 2 or 3, oh my God, that's a bigger jump than Cleveland's making, like Dell said, although he probably would win the award.
Yeah, Cleveland was, I think, a 4. They won a series and they got knocked out by the Celtics.
Oh, they're going to go from 4 to 1. Congratulations. That's great. You know, we went from 11
in the stronger conference.
In a stronger conference, yeah. I can't believe you guys are trying to, especially John is trying to say, oh, Cleveland should win it. Cleveland should win it.
Yep. I voted for Kenny Atkinson. Except I don't have a vote. Other than that,
but
I
it
voted
sounds
for
like if you did, you'd vote for Kenny Atkinson.
No, I'd vote for Ime. Ime.
Didn't sound like it.
Although I don't know that he's going to win, I would vote for Ime. Time for you, Lance, to talk a little All-State.
Do you have somebody you'd vote for over Ahmed Thompson? I assume you've got a 6-man candidate. You'd rather.
He keeps starting. He's going to
He
get
took
removed
off.
from that equation.
Cabo Cup, he took off. All-State windows and siding. I was just thinking about this just yesterday. I was like, I need to talk about All-State windows, and here we are. Because there's a lot of you. Now, look, All-State will get to you, and they get the work done quickly. I don't think they're going to be able to get work done on brand new windows for your home before this freeze comes in. Their turnaround's not typically 3 days. They get out there, they'll measure your windows. They want to make sure that everything measures properly. They'll give you their price. You tell them you're an ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listener. They give you a discount. They'll give you a discount on, or sometimes they give you windows for free. Just find out what their discount is for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listeners. But there definitely is one, and it's a good one. Same way they have a discount for homes that have complete siding jobs done on it. But when it comes to leaky windows, that's the number one culprit when it's really hot or really cold. I mean, it's a nightmare. So what you want to do is you want to get your windows where they're double pane, double strength, they're sealed properly. They're made here in Texas for Texas tough weather. They eliminate a lot of noise. They keep the dust out, and they're stronger and safer. And they just make your house look way better. So All-State Windows and Siding, decades here in the business. The company is run by the same family. So family business means something to them. Their name is very important, and they want to make sure that you're happy and that they have a great product. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll get to what did we miss, if we missed anything, because we got News of the Weird coming up in our next segment. But we got a couple of calls here. Chris in Woodlands wants to get in here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you today? Hey, so before I get to my Rockets question, Lance, I'm a super big Longhorns fan, and we didn't lose because of our running backs or get underscored. We lost because of Quinn's arm slot and his lack of emotion, and that he's a trashy-ass quarterback, period. I'm so ready for Arch. Because at least when he makes a bad play, he's upset that he made a bad play. When he makes a good play, he's happy that us as sports fans want to see emotion from our players, and Quinn has zero emotion. That's why he's not going to translate. But I digress. So, Rockets question. We always credit Jeff Lunau with the Astros resurgence and those things. The Rockets have really done sneaky well with draft picks. I know Fred VanVleet thinks sometimes, things like that, but we've done well with draft picks and some free agent signings. Who would you guys credit that to? I didn't know. Would that go all to the what's the GM's name there now, or is there a mix of people that have kind of credited
Rafael
to that?
Stone. Rafael
Rafael
Stone is the GM, and he's done an excellent job. I think Patrick Fertitta needs a lot of credit. He is in the day-to-day, not only the business. Now Tillman's going to be ambassador. Patrick is in on all the business meetings as well, but he has played an instrumental role in the Rockets' resurgence. He is in on the day-to-day decisions and the running of the team. So, but it's, you got to give the GM the credit. It's Rafael Stone. He's made some tremendous picks. Amen. Atari, Alpi. The Alpi and Tari later picks in the NBA, 15, 18, 22 for Cam Whitmore. I mean, these are picks that are they're program changing.
Yeah, they really are.
And you're getting them late when a lot of times the NBA draft is 4, 5, 6 guys deep.
So Amen was the third, right? So you have
he was the 4th overall pick.
Was Amen 4th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jalen was third.
Jalen was third. Amen. No, Jalen was Jalen third?
Jalen was second?
Yeah, he was second. Jalen was second.
Jalen was
second.
I'm pretty sure Amen was 4th. Anyway, whatever. 3rd or 4th, whatever.
Well, the point I'm making is Tari Eason, two of the big draft. It really doesn't matter where they were drafted. He hit on Amen Thompson. He hit on Tari Eason. He hit on Alperen Sengun. He hit on Jalen Green. You can have whatever argument you want on Jalen Green. Jalen Green is not a bust. That's for sure. However we want to couch Jalen Green, it's not a miss. So, and there's no one that he should have drafted, necessarily ahead of him. You can use your hindsight, but realistically, that was the play. And so, when you look at what Rafael Stone has done, it's really pretty remarkable because you're right. These picks, which many times can be wasted picks, where people will miss, they have been program changing. They're organization changing picks. True core players. Not just these are our best players. These are core players for a good team. And so I think that, the idea of Rafael Stone's not going to win Executive of the Year because what did he do in this offseason? Like he won't get credit for Amen continuing to get better. It's not, it's not an award that rotates over a 3-year span, or Rafael Stone would win it for sure. But is there anything that the Rockets did this offseason? I can't remember anything. Cam was there. Steven Adams was there already. They just was out the whole year. They haven't really done anything.
Well,
this
they
year.
picked up Steven Adams and knew that, and this is exactly how they wanted to use it.
But it was last year.
Well, it was yeah, right.
Like they probably won't give him credit for it. And you're not going to win it because of Steven Adams.
I don't know why you wouldn't give credit for getting the guy early. It's having him sit. Well, you pay him
because
while
it
he
happened.
sits.
It happened a year before. The season
Even
before.
if they did, they're not going.
He's
getting
not
a
a
backup
game
center
winner.
is not going to get you
No.
Executive of the Year.
No, he's not going to win Executive of the Year because the work he's done, he did all the heavy lifting already.
Right.
Frankly, if the award was a 3-year award, my gosh, there's no one even in. I guess Oklahoma City and Cleveland,
yeah.
But Houston, to me, where they came from, that's miles ahead of what Oklahoma City has done. Houston has gone from. I mean, it was bad. It was really bad in Houston. And to do what they've done from a cultural standpoint, an organizational standpoint, a talent standpoint, they had a trash roster. And frankly, Ime Udoka, Patrick Fertitta, but primarily Rafael Stone has done an amazing job of taking the right guys for the right situation. And
now, Ime plays a pretty damn big role too.
No, he does.
It's
hey,
okay,
James
Ime,
didn't
who
come.
do you want?
James didn't come back because of Ime.
They listen to Ime. And who do you want? And we'll go. You know what? We'll go out and get it, and the kind of player that you want, and all of that. Them. So, but no, Rafael and Patrick have done a tremendous job with this organization.
You're right. By the way, it was he was the 4th pick of the draft. Here you go. Wembanyama was 1, easy pick. Brandon Miller 2, he's a really good player. Scoot Henderson, Amen Thompson, Amen's brother was next.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a pretty damn good top 5.
Yep.
Scoot,
and I think Tari was 7. I think Tari was 17, and Alpi was 15. So I mean, that's where you find value in guys that are great players and big contributors at 15 and 17.
16. Alperin was 16.
16. Man,
great contributors. Alperin's got a chance to eventually develop
an all-star.
Will he be an all-star? I bet he'll be an all-star at least once.
Yes, he will be an all-star. Yes. I mean, he should have consideration this year.
And Tari was 17th. 16 and 17, you get Alperin and Issa.
How hard is it going to be?
Why does Rafael Stone not get more credit?
I don't know.
Well, that'll come this year. The team was and also ran. That's
nice true. You got to win.
Yeah, they didn't even make the playoffs last year.
Or the win. We talked about
true.
It'll change this year. You look at the trajectory. You mentioned the Thunder. They played each other in that bubble series. That James made a great defensive play and they win that series.
Lou Dort was all over him.
He blocked Lou Dort to win the series. The Thunder cratered. They said, "Okay, we're done here. This is not a path for success." So they cratered and had 2 awful years. The difference is the Rockets did have those awful years too. The Thunder picked it up earlier, but they're very similar in how things are going. They had a 22-win season after that, and then a 24-win season, and then they got to 40 quicker than the Rockets did because the Rockets had to go through another awful year, and then we saw what the Thunder did last year. So if we're talking about inflection points, you look at that series. That was just a first-round series that no one's going to remember. The Thunder said, "Okay, this is not going to help us win a title," and they crashed it. The Rockets didn't because they thought they're going to have James and Russ, but they're kind of on the same trajectory. The Thunder just got there quicker.
Yep. All right. And then what was the other? Was there anything else? Anyway.
Well, he said the Longhorn stuff and the Quinn Ewers. I feel kind of like Quinn is hated on because they don't like his face. This is I really figured it out.
I think the hate for Quinn
Ewers over the top.
It's really.
He's just a guy. There's nothing special about Quinn Ewers. However, man.
I mean, he got to back-to-back playoffs. The win percentage that he has.
See, I think that
gets first year in the SEC, and he's the last guy standing.
Is it? I don't know how to explain this other than I think he gets too much credit and takes too much blame.
No.
I don't know. That seems strange, but for people who give the old Quinn has the most wins of any Longhorn quarterback, as though what did he do to earn a win against the Aggies? Quinn wasn't good. The defense was really, really good. They shut down the Aggie offense. You had the running game was really, really good. But Quinn gets the quote unquote quarterback win. So I think some of that stuff's overblown. But then the hate of Quinn Ewers, you know why? It's for things like, okay, the expectations were really high. He didn't live up to them. He has been injured with an oblique injury the whole year. It has affected him. I don't think you should use it as an excuse, but it is what it is. I don't know how much it plays into Quinn not looking down the field. I do think that he doesn't throw the ball with the same juice, partially because of it. But I also wonder if some of the other injuries, he's been injured multiple times. So he doesn't have a body type that he's got kind of a very average dad bod body type already. So I don't know how he's going to hold up with a lot of physical contact in the pros. The arm right now is fairly average based on how he throws it, but he plays the game pretty well. I think people don't like what Chris said. His face. Look at his face. He just doesn't smile. He doesn't get mad. He doesn't show any emotion. I get it. That could be off-putting, but is that any reason to get him out of here?
Yep. No.
I hope Arch Manning is good because, boy, the people believe that Arch Manning is going to be 10 times better than Quinn Ewers. I can tell you that.
All right. Just one back to Alpi becoming an all-star. Is he ever going to be with Wemby and Jokic in front of him?
Well, yeah, because they just do bigs.
Yeah. I mean, he'll have to be.
Well, I mean, you need Kevin Durant out of the league. Luka. Luka's a four. Yeah, LeBron will go.
Out of
Luka's
there.
more of a. He's a 1, 2, 3. No, he's a backcourt
or a front court guy.
He's
backcourt. Put
guy.
those guys in there.
Backcourt. Yeah. But Alpi's got a shot. But you're right. Wembanyama and Jokic are there. You get him out of there too.
Well, he'll still be an all-star.
Anthony Davis.
Him and LeBron to retire at the same time.
I don't think that's happening.
What? Anthony Davis?
Yeah.
It'd be great if he did.
He ain't retiring with LeBron.
No.
We need to get him out of there so we get Alpi an all-star game.
No. You want to talk about hard. That's a tough road.
And Sabonis is still out there too.
Chet Holmgren is a good player when he plays.
Yeah, Sabonis is almost every year now an all-star, right?
Yeah, Sabonis is just mired in anonymity is the problem with him.
All right. News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. Listen, for those of you that are downtown, my man Jarrett has opened up a place in Edo that's easy to get to for you. If you're downtown, you want to run, get your shot, and then get back to work, that's easy. It's simple. Lab right there. Go and get tested. Take maybe a little. You don't even need a long lunch, actually, because it takes about, you draw blood 15 minutes later, 10, 15 minutes later, after they got the lab, which is right on site. They can tell you what's going on, how much testosterone you have, how much free testosterone you have, how much they'll look at your symptoms. Are you sluggish? What are you having ED issues? Whatever it is, they've got solutions. They've got peptides. They've got ways to make you be better, feel better, recover more, work out more, get thinner or get muscle mass, whatever it is that you're looking for. I mean, these guys, they know what they're doing. They're excellent, excellent, excellent at this. And they've got labs, and they've got a free consultation as opposed to the other places that are going to charge you just to show up and find out whether or not you're a candidate to give them money. What? You're going to charge me to find out? That's ridiculous. Not at Game Day Men's Health. They got that new location in Edo, but they got it, all over now, and they're growing. So you're looking for the best place to get your testosterone on, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
I went out to Monument Chevrolet yesterday to do some social media stuff for them, and I saw their salespeople in action because they're going to be part of our social media campaign, and they're great people. But more importantly, they're going to sell you a great car, and they're going to do it in a way where you're going to feel like you're now part of the family. No hidden fees, no upcharges. They're not pushy. When you go out there, you're going to get a friendly face who's going to understand that, hey, maybe you're just looking right now. Maybe you're not sure. Any questions you're going to have, they're going to walk you through it. The process can be arduous. When you're trying to get a new or pre-owned car, they're going to make it as easy as possible. And I mentioned pre-owned because they have something special going on. Right now, pre-owned cars, 6,000 miles, 6-month warranty. So if you're worried about something because someone else had the car, they're going to push those worries aside and get you covered with the great car. And of course, if you want something new, you can get a Chevy Tahoe, a Trax, a Silverado. It's all out there for you off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. And remember this, when you go out there, no fees that pop up out of nowhere, no upcharges. It's all straightforward. Monument Chevrolet walks you through whatever process you need, whether it be a new car, pre-owned, or something to add to your fleet. And maybe you'll meet William out there. He is their salesperson of the week. He's one of the great salespeople out there, dog lover, and you may see him in a championship belt, which lets you know he's getting the job done, and he'll get the job for you too. Go out there, check him out, Monument Chevrolet, and remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Well, there is a psychedelic cactus shortage right now, and the Native American Church says that white people should not mess with it. Do you feel like white people should stay away from psychedelic cactus?
Yeah, we do that stuff too much.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers should stay away from it?
I don't know. Black people don't strike me like, I don't know have a lot of friends who mess with the psychedelics, the psychotropics, so to speak.
That firmly falls under, that's white people stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of like, they're basically saying, hey, Aaron Rodgers, don't come out here. I feel like she's talking to Aaron Rodgers.
I think acid is, if mescaline, that is more white people.
Yeah, it's more bikers and college students. And Yeah,
exactly. This happened. A UK granny was high on cheap booze. She was left wandering in a Bangkok hotel stark naked after going to bed. Del, do you wish you were there?
Well, it all depends. Were there pancakes in the room or something else? A peach or a pancake? Was that in the room?
I hate that for
she's
you,
a
that
granny.
you say things like that.
Well, I don't know how fit she is.
It could have been look, peaches turn into pancakes as you get older.
Yeah, but I'm looking for a peach at the moment, not what used to be one.
Yeah. Fair.
I love Georgia.
The Japan Prime Minister Ishiba says he's struggling to find time to smoke at work. Do you feel like he should have more ability to choke down a heater?
I mean, no, let's just stay and work. Just vape. Just sneak a vape somewhere, I guess.
I don't know.
We're not doing that. You can't do it. If you want to smoke on your own time, not on the country's time.
Yeah. I don't know. I just, man, you can make some good decisions while you're choking one down. I don't know. A Southwest pilot was removed from the cockpit and booked for DUI as he was flying from Georgia to Chicago. When he landed, police arrested him in Chicago's Midway Airport and booked him with DUI. Do you feel like that's the kind of DUI that you should? Or I like my pilots to fly with not drunk.
Yeah, I do too.
Right?
I don't ask a lot. I just want you to know what you're doing. Don't have a terrible landing.
No, I want you to be
undefeated.
I want my pilot to be undefeated in landings.
Yeah, I don't want him to have any losses.
No, 0 losses.
Hey, I'm 197-2.
Nope.
2?
Nope.
Well, I'm still alive. So the 2 couldn't have been that bad.
Nope, they were bad.
I want undefeated.
1 is bad. I want my pilot a perfect record. That's what I want. An unidentified man stole 3 amputated legs from a Bucharest hospital.
Obviously.
One is still missing. Do you feel like you would like to get an amputated leg at any time?
Yeah.
On the open market?
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Christmas Story?
Turn
that into a lamp.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, it's probably not. The leg doesn't look as good as that lamp on
Well,
Christmas
that was a
Story.
lamp because I don't think it was a real amputated leg.
But you could turn an amputated leg into a lamp.
Into a lamp, right.
Yeah, you stuff it, or you put a lot of
put the lotion on its skin.
No, you got to put a lot of lacquer on it.
Well, you could put the lotion on its skin.
Yeah, but I don't want to put lotion on dead skin.
The moon has been added to the list of threatened cultural sites. Do you feel like that the moon should be a threatened cultural site, or would you like to visit it sometime?
I don't care about visiting the moon. I don't mind Europe. I like Europe fine, and there's some places in Asia I want to go. I don't really want to go to the moon.
You don't?
Nah.
I feel like that
moon's
would be
not up there. What are you going to do on the moon? There's no golf. You don't drink on the moon.
Yes, there is. I don't know if you heard. As soon as he got off, he hit a golf ball. You know how far you can hit a golf ball on the moon?
You think Robert Trent Jones has designed a course on the moon? No.
No.
His Tiger put a moon course up? No.
No.
You're not going to be able to play on the moon. You would hate the moon more than anybody I know. It's cold.
You can hit a golf ball
you can't play golf,
way.
And you're not able to drink Coors Lights in your little
Why not?
suit
Bring
that you have. No,
Bring
you
your
can't.
own.
Not in your suit.
BYOCL. Bring your own Coors Light.
You would hate the moon. Like I said, you would hate the moon.
Yeah. I don't want to wear that suit all the time.
It's too cold for you.
Finally, Gen Z. They're becoming pet parents because they can't afford human babies. Now, what is the hottest job of 2025?
Pet sitting?
Veterinarian.
Oh, yeah.
Veterinarian.
I want one of my kids to be a vet.
You want one of them too?
Yeah, I think vet is a great job. Now, my kids would probably have to be Aggies, so I don't know how the wife would handle that. But Alec was going to go to A&M before he went to Alabama. So, yeah, I'd be fine with my kids becoming vets, being Aggies. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, that's a hot job.
I'm not giving
right
you
now.
any. You don't expect any money from the Zerline house. I can't scratch out any.
Yeah.
Any checks to the Alumni Foundation. My wife would divorce me.
These Gen Zers don't like to have sex, so they have dogs.
Let's go have dogs.
Instead.
They're so lazy and bummy.
Creating children.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't think they're doing that even. I mean,
it's way down. They don't drink early. They don't have sex early. They don't drive early. They don't care about driver's license.
They don't go out shopping.
These are your children, by the way.
I know. They thrift. No, yes, they do. They go thrift shopping.
This is
They don't wear real clothes. My son has a pair of jorts that are like a 40-inch waist Mason guy. I'm like, what are you doing? This is fire. What? Snacks has Ohio State and Michigan State stuff. Cal, Mason's got a Cal shirt. Like, where are you guys getting? You won't even wear clothes we buy. You just go buy other people's clothes, you dirty little filthy
kids.
Kids.
The vibes. You go out, you get fines.
That's
it's like
what
treasure
they do.
hunting. You get those fines and you
That's what
celebrate.
It is.
Yeah.
They love it. They love
my
thrift.
boy Martin has a thrift store on Richmond.
I know, it's right around the corner.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was his, but
that's his. And it's killing it.
There's no signs up anywhere. I saw people lined up outside that place the other day.
Yes, they love that. They love wearing other people's clothes.
I'm telling
clothes.
you, it's a huge business for kids my kids' age, Gen Z. They love the thrift shop.
Oh my
Macklemore
God.
loved it too, and that's Dell's guy.
Don't put Macklemore on me.
That is your guy.
What?
Nope.
Remember when they did thrift shop?
No. You insulted him a little bit.
The song was out there.
A little out of order yourself.
The song was out there.
You don't put that's your guy. You look like a giant Macklemore fan. There's only
Remember
one
when
of
y'all
us
were
who
doing
knows
the
the
thrift
lyrics.
store stuff?
There's only one of us who knows the lyrics, and it's you.
No, I'm just doing the noises. You know the lyrics.
I don't.
You know songs. You know shows. And he's a millennial.
I know Fanagram.
You get
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going on the 25th.
Gavin Run is going to the tickets open up soon.
Dance Gavin Dance.
Whatever.
I know this. I've got to go play. It's Cabo Cup time, boys. I'll update you throughout the day. I'll keep you guys all informed.
Please don't.
So I got to go. But first, I got to talk about mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975. We got all the games this weekend, right?
Honestly, what would my bookie say about you, John? Would you be a favorite or would y'all be dogs?
I got to be a big favorite.
Against Shu
and Justin.
Justin,
yeah,
they're bet.
Some of the greatest players to ever put
Yes.
on the spikes, right?
Right. That's
guys
right.
who no one knows.
I'm just wearing gym shoes. I'm not wearing spikes. So that's, but that's just me. Here's the deal is, we beat big favorites. We beat them last year. So this is a rematch from last year when we crushed them. But my bookie, I don't think you're going to have it. It's too big. My bookie just decided against putting the Cabo Cup lines out there. And I'm okay with that because we're trying to keep it family oriented. But here's the deal. Anything, almost anything, anytime, anywhere. You got all the games coming up this weekend. The pro game. You got the college championship coming up. Who you like? Well, how are you going to bet it? You need to get an account at mybookie.ag. And I told the story about my son-in-law. He's killing it. They give him free slot play. And he's playing slots. He wins $400 or more. I mean, it's crazy. The free stuff that they throw at you at MyBookie is incredible, including when you make your initial deposit at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, they're going to throw bonus money at you, okay, that you can play with. Your local bookie ain't doing that. He ain't giving you free plays. They're doing it at MyBookie all the time. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Casino gambling. You've got in-game gambling, all of it. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Welcome to the show. And before I get to anything really important, we got a cryptic text from Paul, our very own Paul Gallant. Sean and I did. We got a cryptic text. And I say that because the text told us to be ready. Just be ready, because someone from the Texans is going to be here, and apparently they go on cable company time between 9:30 and 11. We have a window where someone from the Texans is going to be here. We got to be ready to help them possibly get in.
That's what stuck out to me is the hour and a half
window.
Now,
I don't imagine Paul is inviting Texans on-field personnel like a player or a coach to just show up here between 9:30 and 11 for him not to have that person on the show. So we're going to rule out like Frank Ross being here or Damian Pierce being here. We're going to rule that stuff out.
No Tommy Townsend.
I don't imagine a player or a coach is going to show up here. The favorite is someone from the Texans bringing over like hats or maybe a shirt to commemorate another division. No, they're not a division title. They would have done that last week. But it's about that time of the year where they start bringing over stuff. Like the Rockets have done it in the past. Hell, I still have my Rockets portable phone charger in my car right now. I gave the hat away. Big red hat, not my thing. But I had the backpack that they gave us too. So I'm thinking it's that. Like the Texans are sending people out to the local stations, TV and radio, and the goal is to hand out some swag.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be as good as a backpack or anything. Or portable phone charger, but I think that's where I land. I don't think we're getting an actual Texan I recognize.
No. Right now, yeah, I'm not thinking, oh, Kamari Lassiter. Nice,
hey,
nice to meet you. I'm sure.
Hey, the locksmith is here.
I'm thinking hopefully it's a good quarter zip or something.
Do you think they have brought them for everyone? Well, it won't be everyone.
Yeah, I mean, probably not me. I'm always on the border of these things. The Rockets, I get stuff from the Rockets and Houston Cougars. I don't get anything else.
Yeah.
So Texans,
I think the Texans.
I'm just like my name isn't on that list.
Yeah, I wonder how that's gonna go. John and Lance aren't here, but I'm sure there'll be something.
Jones.
There'll be something left for them because the last time when the Texans unveiled their new logos and stuff, hats were brought for most of the on-air personnel.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I said most. I didn't get a hat, so most of the on-air personnel.
John's, no matter what.
Yeah, John doesn't look like a snapback type of guy. Doesn't look like that. So be on the lookout, everyone. If you see Sean and I coming out of a break, all of a sudden wearing Texan stuff, it's because someone dropped some stuff off. I assume that's what it is. Paul wouldn't elaborate. He just said, "Be ready for someone from the Texans to be here."
Might need help getting in. I'll tell him to call the studio line. So.
I don't know if they're going to knock. We need to go open the door for them, or maybe they'll just see, the front office personnel that we have, Esme, sitting there, and they'll do that.
I don't know. Or maybe they want to come in through the bullpen. I don't know.
We'll update it mostly if we get stuff. If we don't get anything, oh well.
Yeah, if it's just something for Paul. Like
yeah. Who cares? Why don't you be here between 9:30 and 11? If it's just for you, why are we? Hey, we're working here. What do you want from us? We'll see how it plays out. What played out last night in Denver was a butt kicking by the Rockets. When you find out Jokic isn't playing, it takes some of the luster off the game. Now it's just, hey, don't screw this up. Because now that you're the 2 seed and firmly in that spot, I'm at the point where that's a bad loss if they lose to the Nuggets without Jokic. Last year you go in, well, the Nuggets are coming off a title. Hey, Jokic or no Jokic, it'd be a great win for the Rockets. Now it's like, okay, that's old hat. The Nuggets are pretty good this year, but they're awful when Jokic is playing and he's off the floor. Their on-off numbers are pretty terrible. That's been consistent throughout the last couple years for them. If he's not playing, go in there and beat their ass, and that's what they did. Jalen Green, another really good night. It's now people are taking and keeping count. It's at 7 in a row, 7 great games in January. Now my question to you, and you might see this as really opposite of what's going on, is he playing too well? And work with me here. Because he's playing at a level that suggests he's going to become an MVP candidate. That's the level of basketball he's playing right now. Do we believe that's his current ceiling, not what he's at when he's 26, 27. I can't speak to what his projection will be. But is he almost playing to a point where you should not be taking what he's doing seriously? You love it. He's playing great. It is a contrast from what he had been for most of the year. But what he's doing now, who does this? Who plays at this level even for 7 straight games in a row? Because it almost just feels, okay, he's on a heater. This is a hot streak. And hot streaks eventually end. I almost feel like it's too good. Because it's unfair to him to expect this level of play. We've talked about we don't want the lows to be so low, even when these highs are this high. I'd almost feel better if he was just pumping in 26, 27 a night on 46% shooting and 36% from 3. Not this drastic increase in efficiency, getting to the line, dominating, forcing teams to put 2 on him and opening up offense for everyone. It makes me feel like it isn't real.
Yeah, no, for me it's the 6 of 10 last night, 5 for 6 the night before, 4 for 8's fine. When you shoot over 60% from 3, that's where I'm like, okay, this again, great night, love it, love seeing it.
Great month.
We say it like we want to see what happens when the shot isn't falling. Every night the shot is falling so far, but I do wonder. Yeah, I just want to know what it looks like when the 3 isn't there for him, and because that's really the question. That's what was holding him back the first 3 months of the season, was that the 3-point shot wasn't falling as much. Actually, it was falling okay in October. It was really November and December. Just it went away. And he was not an efficient player. Now he's making it at 47% for the month of January.
Historic figures, if it maintained,
Yes,
which we know it will not.
Better than like prime Steph Curry.
Yeah.
So I just want to see what happens on a night where he goes 2 for 6, 2 for 7 from 3. What happens then? Does he have answers?
I won't call it an issue. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, again, every night that he goes for 30 and doesn't miss a shot, I'm good with.
It's lovely.
If we're talking about long-term projecting, I just want to see what happens when the 3s aren't going in.
When
they will stop going in at some point.
If he tops out as because of the difficulty of some of the shots he takes, the step backs off the dribble. If he tops out as a league average 3-point shooter, that's great because of all the other tools he has. I would like to see what he is and if he can reach that level. Because right now, you gave the Steph Curry name. What he's doing now is things that have never been seen before, but we've never attributed that to Jalen Green, and we don't attribute that to really anyone over the course of a 82-game season. So, as I said, I almost feel not uncomfortable, but I'm almost more questioning of what's going on than I would be if he was playing well, but like normal well. Like, okay, that's all-star level well. He's playing no ceiling. Throw him into the conversation of best players to ever play well through these 7 games.
Yeah.
I need him to play worse. Not play bad, but play worse, so I know what's real and what isn't.
Play sustainable.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we really haven't seen anyone. Again, this is just for the month of January, 7 games. He's shooting about 10 threes a game, and he's making over 47% of them. That just doesn't happen.
No.
So, again, I just want to see it. I just want to see it. Again, great win. Game like last night, it's not like they needed it, but on Monday, they need it. When they played the Memphis Grizzlies the last 2 times they played them, they needed him to play like no ceilings Jalen Green, and he did. And that's part of the reason that the 2 seed. If we're talking about long term, though, we just need to see the 3-pointer isn't going in at like you win in the video game settings and turn down all the sliders.
Yeah. He's playing at a level.
He's playing on rookie mode.
Yes,
That's what it looks
like. we know the athletic ability will lead him to kind of get to the rim at will when he wants. There was one play where he was being guarded, and the Rockets came out and set 2 screens near half court just to give him a runway. And he picked a side and weaved through the rest of the defenders and dunked over whoever he dunked over. And that's the athletic ability that is tantalizing, that you see and you go, okay, this guy's different. When he wants to go to the cup forcefully and is playing confidently, there are very few who can put on the show that Jalen Green can put on going to the rim. What we're getting as far as his ability just to simply knock down shots is, well, you're combining that with that athletic ability. Even the highest of the highs people on Jalen Green were like, oh, wow. I didn't even foresee that. There are some people who have kept their stock, and there are some people who are, ooh, bust, worst contract in the NBA, all the things you say when your player's on a hot streak. Meanwhile, they were silent when he was playing poorly. And I would never think to say he was a bust as a young player at 22 years old, or even the worst contract in the NBA. They're far worse. When you start to think about Bradley Beal and who wants him, and the trade clause has a part to the no trade clause has a part to play in that too. So there are more contracts that are more debilitating than Jalen Green, the one that'll pop next year. But right now, we talk about all-stars, and yeah, we are a full month of him doing this, from him probably taking what would have been Şengün's spot if they were giving it to a Rocket, to him. But hey, you get another win. You continue to win ball games. His play has correlated with their great start to the month of January. 2 wins over the Grizzlies. You got the one of the Nuggets. And the conversation started this morning about what this team is as a playoff team. I don't know. I don't know if they can win 2 rounds. More along the lines of which team in the city will play for a title next. And then, because the finals feels big, like you have to win 3 series to get there. So it came down to Western Conference Finals. So will the Rockets make a Western Conference Final before the Texans make a Super Bowl, or the Astros play for another title and make the World Series? We've talked about the enormity of the Texans upsetting the Chiefs in that setting that they're going to play in on Saturday. The Rockets, as they're presently constituted, have not even won a playoff game. Hell, played in a playoff game, let alone they're going to go win 3 series and make the final, or in this case, two series and make the Western Conference Finals. I still lean Astros, because yes, the Texans are in the midst of it and are only 2 steps away, but they're giant steps, man. You got
to. They could be the answer by like January 30th.
Yes, and I'm still not taking them because of what they have to do. Beat Kansas City, come out of that, and then either go to Baltimore, who we know you're bad against, like awful matchups don't favor you at all, or go to Buffalo, a team you beat earlier this year. And it would be like Buffalo to fail in that moment against the Texans of all teams. But if the Bills are at home after beating the Ravens and they don't even have to see Kansas City, can I imagine them dropping a game to the Texans? Not at that step, finally getting to the step that you could never surpass. Nah. So that's why I take the Astros.
Yeah, this feels like the answer won't be this year. Like maybe the Astros.
The Astros would have to do it this
2025.
Year.
But I just mean, like, I don't think like you laid out with the Texans getting to the Super Bowl, big hurdles. Rockets getting to the Western Conference Finals, less giant hurdles, just more of them, and more uncertainty of like what these guys look like playing in April and May.
And when the coaches on the other side are game planning, hours upon hours to take away what you want, making adjustments between games, no rest advantage. Yeah. Everyone knows each other, every strength, every weakness, and the Rockets would have to fight through it.
Because like right now, the Rockets are 2 seed, and the Mavericks, some of this because their guys have been hurt, they'll probably bounce back up. They're not too far away from not being in the seed. But right now, it's the Mavericks are the 7th seed. And the Mavericks are one of the teams that I'm like, if the Rockets play them in a series, they are not winning. They're not beating the Mavericks
Luka
in a
and Kyrie and
this year.
The team who just made a finals.
That's why I was interested in Jokic playing for Denver. I was like,
yeah, I wanted to see
could
it.
this be a team that I watch them play last night and I go, oof, I don't like their odds in the playoffs, but most important guy didn't play. Memphis, they play a bunch of close games. They'll have a chance. That's not a auto loss.
Yeah,
for the
Memphis has a
Rockets,
move
but
to make.
Yeah.
If they want to, at least if I'm going to take them seriously, the one that was on the table appears is not going to happen because the guy doesn't want to play for them. But they have one more move to make. They have some young players like Jalen Wells and Gigi Jackson. Gigi Jackson's hurt. Marcus Smart's hurt. But they could make one of those consolidation trades. They trade an asset, a draft pick, a young player, and some salary to go get themselves one more guy to add. Because in that Rockets game, there was a stretch where they had, I think it might have been Ja Morant and none of their starters, and people were killing Taylor Jenkins for it because what are you doing in the middle of a big game? Well, big for the regular season.
Yeah,
you're running that lineup out there, and the Rockets were able to come back in that one because of just a lack of firepower. So I think they're missing one guy, but it's them, it's the Rockets, Denver when Jokic is playing, all and the Mavs, all in that cluster.
Yeah,
and we talk about those teams as like tier 2 right now compared to the Thunder.
Yeah, I think Lakers are probably tier 3, but I think they're a tier 3 that if they played the Rockets, they could beat the Rockets just out of veteran know-how.
And there's a size advantage there.
Yeah,
they'd be pretty big. Now the Rockets would win with quickness and athleticism, and maybe depending on when you saw them in a series, who's healthy for the Lakers has the season caught up to them. But yeah, that's one where LeBron goes, I got one more of these in me.
Yeah.
And you do have AD there as a really dominant force.
Yeah. LeBron, no offense to these guys. I'm not losing to 22-year-old Jalen Green.
This is not how I'm going out.
I'm not losing to these guys.
Yeah. So there's part of that. That's the cliches of the veteran leadership thing and veteran know-how will become a likely issue in the playoffs for the Rockets. The Rockets feel like a prime team to go into a series with home court and just lose game one because some dumb stuff happens, because some older team finds a way to win. And then all of a sudden, even if this is a kind of one of those scratch off seasons where they're playing above expectations, once the playoffs start, now, okay, it feels real.
Yeah.
And how far can we go?
Yeah. Because no matter how, unless they do make the West Finals this year, no matter how far they go, there will be a feeling of like, oh, I don't want the ride to end here.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I don't want the ride to end the first round,
Like,
and even if they make the second round, it's like I don't want that ride to end here. Like you would be on the bandwagon, you would be believing by then. So
that's the word.
Yeah.
People will start to believe. And we had plenty of Rocket calls. John Lance just didn't get to them because they're terrible at what they do. If you called in earlier and wanted to talk Rockets and just didn't get on after I put you on hold because John Lance said, nah, we're good, you can call in 713-780-3776. We welcome your Rocket calls or any calls you want to have or make to the show about anything. You know the deal. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about. So Rockets, we'll hear from, this isn't a Rocket we'll hear from when we come back. It's Russell Westbrook. Mostly you're going to hear the play-by-play guys for the Nuggets. You may kind of hear Russell Westbrook in the background talking about Jalen Green because Russell Westbrook was a little taken aback the way Jalen Green was talking to him, and he told the Rockets bench why it was a little weird. You're probably going to hear a little bit of that, but more the announcers calling it out and reacting to the Rocket bench as they listen to Russell Westbrook. We'll do that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The rule remains, and we try to follow it as closely as possible. If you call in with your actual name, although I haven't confirmed this, that is his actual name, but if you call in with your actual name, we'll get to you as quickly as possible. So we'll play the Russell Westbrook sound, or at least the ambient sound of Russell Westbrook. You'll hear more of the announcers. We'll play that after we talk to Willie P. He wants to talk Rockets. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, Dan. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I can't call it. Yes, Willie P is like abbreviation on my real name. So yeah, I guess I do qualify. But yeah, no. So with the Rockets, last night I was watching the game on the couch, and it was late in the third quarter. My wife walked by. She looks at the TV and she's like, "Huh." She's like, "The Rockets are actually good this year," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know." She was like, "What changed?" And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you know what? The Rockets' fortunes all changed because one dude cheated on Nia Long, and it's just great, man. It's great. It feels good. I mean, I'm sorry that the cheating happened, but like Lance says on the morning show, I'm not NBA poor anymore. You know, the Rockets are the second best team in the West, fourth best team in the league. Every night I go into the game feeling like they're going to win, and then they put on the show, and so that is, you know, it's a good time to be a Rockets fan. The second thing I would talk about was prize picks. So last night I had the little 5-leg parlay, and you know, the Gobblers and the Demons. I did all 5 of them were points, players spread across different games, and they were all Demons, you know. And so I had Cam Whitmore 16.5. This man has 16 points, and I'm like, I just need one more bucket. And lo and behold, who comes off the bench and steals his shine? Nate freaking Williams. 4 for 4, 9 points in 6 minutes. Well, I was like, bro, you got to be kidding me. So thank you, Nate Williams. I'm happy we won, but you blew me $4,500. I'm going to need that back. But anyways, love the show. As always, you guys have a good day. Sean A. Mate, what it do, baby?
Nate Williams killing the prize picks for Willie P.
They're being the Nuggets too much.
Yeah, Jalen Green went off too well. So I talked about in the first segment how he was playing too well for me. He was playing too well for Cam Whitmore and Willie P. Jalen Green needed to miss a couple shots, so Cam Whitmore could have played in the game. You would have kept a part of your roster in that you would play in a closer game. Instead, Nate Williams plays. He makes shots. Unfortunately for Willie P, he loses out on $4,500. That would make me hate a player. I would have irrational hate for Nate. What's his name again?
Nate Williams.
Nate Williams.
They have a Nate Hinton too. Oh no, I think they traded Nate Hinton.
I would have irrational hate for Nate Williams if his shots cost me $4,500. It's not his fault, but doesn't mean I can't hate him for it. What else? Yeah, the Rockets are good. And is it because of Neil Long or is it because Rafael Stone drafted the right guys?
I think a little bit of it is, or no, not a little bit. I think a good amount of it is Ime Udoka.
The coach, yes.
And by proxy, Neil Long.
Sure.
The only reason he's here is Neil
Well,
Long.
it's not he didn't cheat on Neil. Well, it's not because of Neil Long, it's because of what he did with someone who was either in the Boston organization or was the wife of someone in the Boston organization.
That's the rumor.
I'm not sure what the actual story is. So, yes, as Willie P said, the man made the horrible decision to cheat on one of the GOATs, Neil Long, and it resulted in allegedly cheat. It resulted in the Rockets being able to scoop them up, and look where you are now. A year after fighting your way into playing contention late, now you are a top 2 seed, and you can go into Denver, Jokic or no Jokic. Well, in this case, no Jokic, and go in there and beat the crap out of the Nuggets. The Nuggets were coming off a game the night before, so there was a back-to-back situation, and Jokic was ruled out. But as I said, I thought the Rockets should have won that game. Jokic is out. You're a 2 seed. Beat the Nuggets. You have the rest advantage. Sure, elevation plays a part, high altitude, but yeah, the Rockets are at a point where unless they're like playing the Celtics, the Thunder, you can give them a good game. Memphis, you've beat them 3 times this season. Now they've been close the last 2, but you've beat them 3 times. Have we seen them against Cleveland this year?
No, they have both Cleveland games at the end of the month.
Okay, so that's another test against one of the best teams in basketball. We will see how they play out. Oh, by the way, if you missed it, and probably did, why are you paying attention? Unless you're a giant NBA fan. Celtics lose to Toronto, so that's the Warriors they beat, different class than the Celtics, and the Celtics in back-to-back games. Toronto, what are you doing? Isn't tankathon? What? That's what you're supposed to do. Now you gotta make up for it by clearly not trying against the Nets. If you saw that score yesterday, you're gonna have to really not try. The Clippers, what was the score? Did the Nets get to 80?
I'll pull it up.
Or 70? Did the Nets get to 70 last night?
The Nets lost to the Clippers. Clippers 126, Nets 67.
Didn't get to 70 and gave up 126.
The Clippers had a very 2025 basketball score. The Nets had a 2003 basketball score. Like, they probably scored exactly 67.
Like Nets Pistons in the playoffs. Nets Pacers in the playoffs.
03 finals against the
Spurs.
Against the Spurs, yeah.
The score was 21-21 after one.
So they got outscored like 100-40 after that.
Wow.
105.
105 to 46.
Yeah. Not good.
They were consistent. They put up 14 in the second quarter and 16 and 16 in the third and fourth quarters.
So the first quarter was the outlier.
Yeah.
They're like, man.
They were hot in the first quarter. Wow. 67 points in an NBA game today.
Going back to the Raptors, what do you think the Raptors how many wins do you think the Raptors have?
Now, they just picked up two surprising ones.
Yes.
Warriors had a nice win last night against the Wolves. I was watching that game while the Rockets game was going on at the same time. I'm going to go with 13.
They're at 10.
10
wins.
Okay.
They're 10-31. What do you think their record, how many wins do you think they have at home of their 10?
Well, they just picked up 2.
Yes.
But they were.
And they've played about the same amount home and road.
I'm going to say with those 2, they now have 5.
9 of their 10 wins are at home this year. They're 1-18.
I guess it makes sense.
Away from Toronto.
If you're as bad as that, you're probably going to be really, really, really bad on the road.
1-18 in the U.S. That's their record.
Well,
they haven't won a game, or they've won one game on American soil.
Is it the Drake effect? Playing up there.
What's the record?
The
in
entire
Oakland?
country.
What's the record in Atlanta?
We know the West Coast ain't got no love for Drake, and maybe the entire country has no love for Toronto. No love for the Six when it comes to the Raptors playing in the U.S.
I just saw that. Thought I was looking at the standings the other day, and I saw that they were 1-18 on the road.
They were doing a pretty good job in trying to be at least in that 4 spot, at least the top 4 for the Cooper Flag sweepstakes, or whoever anyone thinks is the number 1 overall pick. Now they're screwing up.
I mean, they're still in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they've done enough work.
They're tied for the 3rd worst record in the league.
Yeah, but you're putting yourself in danger.
Yeah,
because now you might mess up and go beat an actual bad team. These 2 were supposed to be losses.
That is true. Now it's like the opposite of when teams are looking for a run. It's like, well, you dropped onto a bad team. No. You need to get your money there and then coin flip your way with the top teams.
Yeah, before these last 2 losses, in their case, they should be considered
last
losses.
2 wins. They are wins.
No, they're losses.
Just to make it clear for the audience, they are wins.
But for their tankathon prospects, they're losses.
Yes.
They were firmly in 3rd as far as the worst record in basketball. They were actually second. They were the 2nd worst record in basketball. Wizards, it was then them, then the Hornets. Now they're tied in wins with the Jazz and the Pelicans. So they're in danger.
So they have 3 wins this month. The last 2 are then the last 2 games.
Mm-hmm. So 3 wins in January?
Yes.
What the hell?
Their other win in January against those Brooklyn Nets.
Well, see, this is what I'm talking about. All right, you want to beat the Nets when you have at that point what 5 wins?
They had
No,
7.
7 wins. That's cool.
Or that was their. No, yeah, they had 7.
That
wins.
was
their
they
8th
had
win.
Yeah, that's cool. You want to beat the Nets? Cool, beat the Nets. But you can't go beat the Celtics and the Warriors. You're asking for trouble.
I mean, honestly, the Warriors are closer to Cooper Flag competition than they are to the Celtics.
No, I get it, but you don't beat a team who has any aspirations.
Yeah. Good news for the Raptors, or maybe bad news, but good news at least for this game. Their next game on Friday in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee's been playing better recently,
and it's most notably not in Toronto, so loss.
It is in America, so let's pencil that in for a loss.
Magic, Hawks. Okay. They're good back to their losing ways.
Remember when this was part of Rockets talk? Now it's been a couple of years now, and I don't think. Well, in fact, we just didn't talk Rockets.
I was going to say we weren't.
They were too bad enough. They were too bad. We didn't talk about them. But this was Rockets territory a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think part of it was that they never had the, oh my God, they just beat the defending champions stretch. They never had that. Are they winning too much stretch? They were pretty comfortably always. Yep, this team's gonna struggle to win 20 games.
Yeah. Now the Raptors will too.
They're already halfway there though.
And this last week has screwed them up royally. So
we'll
see if the Raptors get back on track.
They have a big stretch at the end of the month, like the Rockets have a big stretch going
with the
Cavs and Boston in 3 straight games. They have Pelicans at home, then road Wizards.
Got to find a way to,
and then host the Bulls.
Got to find a way to lose those games. Got to find a way. Maybe you said the Bulls.
Yeah.
Maybe the Bulls have traded LaVine for expiring. So
Zion Williamson, and he's hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So maybe
expiring.
Yeah. Either way, just to make the job tougher on the on the Raptors to lose. We will see how it plays out. So very different ends of the spectrum. Rockets go in and beat the Nuggets. The Raptors beat the Celtics. Different vibes for both, though. If I'm a Raptors fan, in the moment, you're like, yes, we're competing against the defending champions. But reality hits, and you go, what are we doing? Cut it out. What's this going to mean for the future? You got to take on a couple more losses. And we'll see if they can get that done. Okay. We'll play the Russell Westbrook thing when we get back. Russell Westbrook talking to the Rockets bench about Jalen Green. And he said something very funny. And I know it's funny because the entire Rockets bench was laughing. Well, the coaches were. The players, not that amused. But the entire Rocket coaching staff started laughing. So we'll play that when we get back. But first, I believe we are going to now it disappeared. We're going to hear Sean speaking of Prize Picks. We heard from Willie P talk about it. Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes,
as well.
Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. No Toronto Raptors game today. Sorry. I know everyone after that segment is going to be locked in on the Raptors going forward, but there are your Houston Rockets in action hosting the Sacramento Kings. This one going to be on TNT. I think the Rockets are still in the position where when the game is on TNT, it actually means something for this young squad. Maybe like a couple mores on Jalen Green, keeping up that hot shooting going. You can do either his points or his total made 3-pointers. You can do assists for Alperen Şengün, whatever you like on Prize Picks. No matter the stat, no matter the sport, you can do it on Prize Picks. Earlier this week, I saw a little TGL action on Prize Picks that reminded me that, they are doing TGL, and they have college basketball. They have college football. They have NFL playoffs. They even have first half and first quarter for some of these NFL playoff games. You can do it on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get the money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Still waiting on that Texans personnel. We'll see if we're in line to get some free stuff or maybe just Paul's getting free stuff. We will see. But let's hear from the guys calling the Denver Nuggets-Rockets game from the Denver Nuggets perspective. This was in the midst of the blowout. I think it was in the third quarter. The Rockets were up by about 20. It was a stoppage in play. Jalen Green and Russell Westbrook were having a conversation. And then eventually it led to Russell Westbrook talking to the Rockets bench. So here it is.
That's going to be another turnover charge to the Denver Nuggets. That'll be 16. And Westbrook chatting it up with Jalen Green. And Westbrook tonight, 17 points on 6 of 14 shooting. He's made 3 of 5 threes. He's talking to the whole bench. So he's got the bench. It's like a stand-up comedian.
What he got the bench to laugh at was,
even the head coach got
gee,
crying.
damn, boy. You used to play on my AAU team talking to me like I'm a little-ass kid. And the entire Rocket bench lost their minds. Well, the coaches did. The coaches lost their minds.
Ime loved that one.
Ime loved it. He was laughing his ass. I don't think we see a lot of laughter from Ime.
Yeah, I think most we got was a smirk from Cam Whitmore. Which, for Cam Whitmore,
Tari Eason was entertained by it. Fred VanVleet was there too.
Jabari, I don't think loved it.
No, not too much. But Royale Ivy
liked it.
He liked it a lot.
You could see his teeth.
Yeah, he liked it a lot. If you want to find it, of course, one of these these accounts exists. Just go to @the Westbrook era because, of course,
or just Russell Westbrook, Jalen Green,
or
AAU.
you might find it that way. But the one that I found it, the account that I found it at was
Westbrook era.
@Westbrook era. Of course, it was grabbed from someone else, but this account has a bigger following, so they're getting all the rewards for, let's say, stealing it or taking it for someone else. But you can find it, and it's funny. The name beyond the is 08 to 017 Russ fan. A very specific time where that person was a Russell Westbrook fan.
Wait, you said 08 to 17?
Yes.
Huh.
So it was.
So he was out.
Was that his last year with the Thunder? 17? I would imagine, right?
No, he was. He got traded to the Rockets in 2019.
So I wonder why they decided to make it 08 to 17.
You know what?
Was that his MVP year?
Yeah, that was the MVP year, and he probably was like,
Russ?
I'm going out on top. Or he was disgusted by how the Russ Army acted in the MVP wars,
and he had to disassociate himself.
Yeah, he was
from
like,
that.
But I'm still keeping Westbrook era because,
of course, I got a following.
Yeah,
maybe
platform I have.
Maybe that's the prime Russ era, and that's why.
I mean, that is like that.
That's part of it.
Unambiguously is.
Yeah.
I mean, 08's a little earlier.
I'm sure that's part of it, though.
It's like 2013.
He figures that's prime. Yeah. Well, his rookie year to his MVP year, those were his Russ fan years. The final year at OKC, no, for whatever reason.
Is he just an OKC fan?
But why not use the final year? His final year is 18-19.
Yeah. He averaged a triple-double those years. Yeah. I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah, and the MVP year was 16-17. So there it is.
I almost want to DM him, but I won't. But
yes.
This is so.
You want an answer?
I'm so curious.
Why he stopped?
Why? But then he's posting this in 2025.
Sure. But he was a Giant fan. And like you said, the account still remains because who doesn't love some engagement? So there it is.
Yeah.
The only moment other than Jalen Green's performance, the only moment I cared about was looking at the Rockets bench laughing. Like, they probably have never laughed all year, at least publicly. I don't know what they say behind the scenes to get each other to laugh.
Yeah.
But that's the hardest I've ever seen them laugh.
Especially Ime.
Yeah.
Ime. Like, the assistants, you might see, like, some chuckles from, Ben Sullivan or Royale Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
Ime normally has his game face on the entire game.
Well, Russ got him.
Yeah.
That's life, ain't it, for an NBA player? What Russ is in that era where guys of his stardom had AAU teams and local great players were on them, and now you're at a point where these guys are going for 34 on your head.
Yeah, your idols become your rivals.
Yeah, how it is. It's just how it is.
I
don't know what Jalen Green said to him, but it did get Russ to react.
There is another moment, just if we're just doing fun sound from last night's Rockets game.
Okay.
This is another moment that this was the post-game interview with NBA TV. And honestly, just listen to the question that gets asked to Jalen Green as he has the little headset on for the post-game.
And with that intensity, can you give our viewers how much fun it is to play with Shinguini, the big fella, the way he shares the ball? Can you take us in how hard he works every day, how much fun playing with Shinguini?
And he says how much he loves playing with
Shinguini.
Shinguini.
Dennis Scott?
Yeah, that was 3D.
Shinguini? He doesn't know. He turned him into an Italian dish.
Italian. But the funny,
do you think that's just his nickname for him for whatever reason, even though Shingun is Turkish? Or does he actually think that's how you pronounce his name?
The funny thing is he got the hidden S or SH at the beginning because it's Shingun.
Yeah.
If you think it's Singun.
Yeah, it's Shinguini.
Shinguini.
I'm going to go with that's his nickname for whatever reason, even though he's not an Italian man.
Really?
That's what I'm going to shoot him some bail.
The 3D I know. The Dennis Scott that I know.
The one you watch on NBA TV.
He knows Alfred Shingun's real name.
I believe he knows Alfred Shingun's real name. He just thinks it's funny to call him Shinguini. Why he chose that, don't know. But yeah, the Rockets are going to be maybe not in unfamiliar places because you may just love the NBA, but where they are, how they're playing, a lot of people are going to be talking about them. And you're going to get treated to people, I guess, turning Alperen Şengün from Baby Jokic into Shinguini.
I'm just scrolling because this is from at Franchise Şengün. Nice to know that we got at Westbrook Era and at Franchise Şengün in the same segment of these Stan accounts. Where would we be without them?
Don't know.
The comments. I know this is a joke, but I'm low-key pissed off by how he pronounced Şengün.
You do want your guy to get some respect. You do.
Shin what? How difficult is it to say? And then he spells out Şengün.
Yeah, you're adding stuff. Why are you adding stuff? It has to be his nickname for him.
It has to be. I mean, yeah, that's what not Brian at Cold-Blooded HTX thinks. He knows it's a joke, but it still pisses him off. I just thought it was hilarious. I was waiting, and then Jalen.
Did he do the Italian hands when he said it?
No, I think he would be in hot water.
Probably, like pasta.
Come on! I expect that from me.
I expect more from you.
I didn't think you would stoop to that level.
Sometimes you got to stoop. We're playing audio from Stan accounts. We're stooping. Don't worry. 3D. I appreciate it. Thank you. And will I call Şengün Shinguini at some point? Who's to say? But NBA TV's Dennis Scott with Jalen Green, who is one of the hotter topics in the NBA so far. Another great night last night as the Rockets win. Okay, we'll hear from Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick is your OC, and he let it be known that he's aware that Joe Mixon is a pretty good pass catcher. And you think about it, without Tank and without Stephon Diggs, could Joe Mixon be an added part to the passing game? We'll hear what Bobby Slowick has to say about that and the uptick, at least for one game, in scrambling from C.J. Stroud. So your Texan OC was available to the media. He gave some pretty good sound bites about two of his stars on that offense. So we'll hear from him when we come back. We're just ending hour one. If you want to get in hour two, you can. 713-780-3776. But first, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. It's kind of important. The weather is changing. And what I mean is the temperatures are going to dip even lower than they are now. So you think it's cold now. Wait till it's in the high 20s to low 30s next week. And cold weather can change your plumbing pretty quickly and not in a good way. You don't want to wake up one day and realize your pipes have cracked. There's a leak. That's trouble. You want Aqueduct Plumbing to take care of you. Be preventative. Don't be reactive, because reactive means there's water on your floor. Maybe your water heater's not working. there are all kinds of problems that can take place, and Aqueduct Plumbing Company can get there before they become a problem. Just check them out. Go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And they provide a ton of different services, whether it is something with your pipes, or maybe there's a fixture that's causing you problems, or it's a giant job like you need a whole repipe to your home. They've done over 1,000 of those. They're experts. Local contractors will take care of you. Billy Brown's their owner. He's out in the Clear Lake area. So you got a local owner, local company, local people working for you. If you want to call them, you can. 281-488-6238. And maybe you just want a quote. You don't know what's going on, but you don't want to have someone come out there and charge you just to take a look. They got a free price quote at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can kind of let them know what the deal is. They'll let you know what it might cost. Go to the website and do all that, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Welcome to hour two. I was walking back to our little refreshment area to get some water, and one of our sales staff, I'm not going to mention names because you don't know who these people are. Anyway, they asked me who I got in the Super Bowl. And I was like, what? You mean before the divisional rounds even played? They're like, yeah, who's in the Super Bowl? I was like, well, I'll go Lamar and the Ravens. And someone was like, no, I want the Bills. I was like, why do you want the Bills? He goes, Josh Allen deserves it. I think there's an added thing where she's a Haley Steinfeld fan, who's Josh Allen's fiance, pop star, the voice of Spider-Gwen, all those things. So I know at least one member of our office wants the Bills to win. No mention of the Texans. Take that as you might. I'm a Haley Steinfeld fan too, but I don't need Josh Allen to win a Super Bowl. I don't need him to have all the wins this year.
Yeah, that's
what enough. He's already engaged. He gave us Crash Out Spider-Man by proxy. His actions caused Crash Out Spider-Man. So I appreciate that from Josh. And one thing I will thank him for, the Crash Out Spider-Man thing. But I don't need him winning a Super Bowl and having the time of his life with his new, I guess, future wife.
You know what? I forgot about the not Sharon Moore. What's this guy's name?
Shameik Moore.
Shameik Moore. I forgot about that angle of it. I'm kind of interested in what his social media looks like if the Bills make the Super Bowl or win.
Well, the question will be and
I was in football.
Yeah. I wasn't. Well, not that he may.
He
just
probably cares more about Haley Steinfeld than football.
That too, but the question is, and it was pointed out to me by our account exec who wants nothing to do with the Ravens winning the Super Bowl, is that they're very private, Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld, so we likely won't see her on the field like we saw Taylor Swift.
I don't know.
We have not seen it. Well, if it's a Super Bowl, do we get a shot of her in the suite? Julian, I see you. We'll get to you.
We have more important
yeah,
things.
Certainly. Do we see her in the suite? Or do we see her on the field if they win?
She has to be with the wives and girlfriends, right?
Yeah, but we have not. Have you? Not that I'm looking for, but I have not seen her during a Buffalo Bills game.
I don't think she gets the Taylor Swift treatment as far as getting shown on the broadcast. But I think
is she at the level?
She has to be at these games.
I guess we asked ourselves, is she at the level of one Carrie Underwood? Because remember, when Tony Romo was just playing in regular season games, we would get shots of her. Jessica Simpson, the same.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jessica Simpson.
So, is she not at that level where the cameras aren't looking for her, or she is pretty aware of where they will be and what they're looking for, so she doesn't make appearances. She makes it where she's private. We don't know.
Are
there odds on this? I imagine if they make the Super Bowl, we're gonna have odds on whether there are crowd shots or at least sweet shots of Haley Steinfeld.
There's a post from, I don't know, what is this? Some website, the pop culture website. Haley Steinfeld proves she's Josh Allen's #1 fan in new photo. And there's a picture of her with the wives and girlfriends in oh no, it's Haley Steinfeld and her mom at a Bills game, I guess in a suite somewhere.
But I have not seen that on television.
Yeah, no, she is not as popular as Jessica Simpson was.
And maybe that's what it is. Maybe they don't think it warrants that type of attention. We will see.
You know what? Oh, they need the Bills to play on ESPN so they can be like, so
Joe Buck can
Hawkeye,
yeah,
catch the Thunderbolts in July.
Yeah, Joe Buck can make all the references he wants to that. We'll see. But I do know we have one person who's rooting for the Bills. I don't know how that came about, but Josh Allen deserves this, apparently, is her line of thinking. Okay, we'll see if he can get it done. Lamar and the Ravens head to Buffalo Sunday afternoon into the evening.
There's from Daily Mail Online, Haley Steinfeld does not follow Taylor Swift's example at NFL game amid romance with Bills quarterback.
Very private. Very private. So, Julian, I actually saw this trailer this morning. I have never played the video game. I know what the video game is. It is another video game adaptation. After Dawn is what he wants to talk about. What's up, Julian?
I got 3 things for you. First of all, how you doing, gentlemen? Solo Leveling. I talked to you about this anime before. I don't know if you ever watched it. Season 2 came out. It's simulcast. It comes out every Sunday, I believe. Season 2 is just really crazy. It's ridiculous, action-packed. So then After Dawn, I saw the poster, and someone said it looks like the monsters from, and it actually does. And then 3, John Granado, pretty brave. He's over there with 7 other men in Cabo. He was in the closet this morning. Is it safe to say after the show he came out the closet? Y'all have a good day.
Well, he was in and out of the closet all show long. If you missed it, John Granado, I don't know how you missed the whole Cabo thing. He's been talking about it for at least a week now. He's in Cabo golf tournament, made-up golf tournament, him and his buddies play, called the Cabo Cup. They even have matching outfits to wear. Two different ones.
Nice.
2 different ones. One tomorrow and one on Saturday that they'll wear. He tried to connect from a normal room. Turns out the Wi-Fi at that palatial estate wasn't allowing it, so he had to use the router into the wall. So he wound up in a little room that he called a closet. And now, of course, the immature jokes start to fly. That's what Julian's referencing if you missed it this morning.
Well, that's brave from John Granado.
Brave.
That's The Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm. Brave to brave the conditions in Mexico to play golf with your friends, and then not have it count as a day off.
Oh yeah, wow, finessing the game.
Definitely. So he keeps his day, and he gets to play golf after, let's just say, a less than enthusiastic show from him. Didn't put in a lot of
Really, all 22. You're not gonna like what you see on
a lot
there?
of loafs. We're gonna see.
Took
from
a
him.
couple plays off.
Yeah, the tape in the film room the day after the game is not gonna. It's not gonna shine too kindly on what he did. It's what it is. The Cabo Cup. He's very distracted. All he wants to do is get out of there and play some golf. And you didn't need the all 22 to see it. The loafs were obvious.
Anyone on their couch could point it out.
Yeah, we could tell this guy's not putting in the effort. I mean, if we had a Pat Riley like figure here, he would have been suspended for conduct detrimental for the lack of effort he put in. Speaking of that, a meeting between the owner of the Heat and Jimmy Butler, allegedly to find more clarity. I don't know how much clear you can get.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler seems like a pretty clear guy.
Yeah, if he's telling Pat Riley to his face, I don't want to play here anymore. I don't know what the owner of Carnival Cruises is going to wring out of Jimmy that he wasn't willing to say before. So Shams will have a report. The Miami side will have a report. And this feels like 2-week thing where the most important thing about it is there are no trades that Miami wants. That's always like the end of the report. Jimmy's not happy. The Heat aren't happy. Oh, yeah. You know, the thing that actually would matter to the NBA, a age star maybe heading to a potential title contender, except he really wants to go to the Suns, which is not a title contender. If he was open like he said he was, it could flip a title chase. He is still a good player when he's engaged. He just appears to want to hang out in the Valley of the Sun and go get that big extension. So it may come of no consequence no matter where he goes, just because of his preferred destination. But Milwaukee appears to have let people know he actually hasn't told us he doesn't want to be here, despite reports. So maybe he winds up in Milwaukee.
But it's just impossible for them to trade for him.
Yeah, they'd have to.
Because they're over the second apron.
They'd have to dump Pat Connaughton. They'd have to probably attach something somewhere, trade Pat Connaughton, and then they can make a move. That's how I've seen it laid out.
Okay.
So
they would have to trade Pat Connaughton
to then make the move.
Basically nothing, and then
Yes.
make a trade.
Don't
for
take
the Miami
any.
Heat.
Don't take any salary back. So they're pawning Pat Connaughton off someplace and likely giving up picks to get that out the door. Like pay off someone with picks, and then they'd be able to make a trade.
Pat Connaughton. What did he say bleep B for?
Well, we've seen you, Pat.
Just because I'm a young Irishman shining, making, I don't know, $10 million a year?
I think the problem is in NBA terms, he's not that young anymore.
Oh, that is true.
32 years old. He's young in life, but not for an NBA player.
I
mean, if he lives to 90, he's young in life.
Yeah, okay. The grand scheme of things.
Yeah, but as far as NBA player, you're 32. You're a middling backup shooting guard. Beat it.
I think part of that was me coming to terms with my own
mortality.
Yeah, because he was at Notre Dame when I was in college.
I understand. So
but I was like a freshman. He was a super senior.
Let it be known how much younger you are than Pat Connaughton.
Not that much younger though.
I know, but you just let it be clear you're younger than Pat Connaughton.
Milwaukee Bucks. Let me know. You know what? I'll play for the league minimum.
Mm-hmm. Pat Connaughton, since we're doing all this WAG talk, all the wives and girlfriends of athletes, he is engaged to a Houston Dash player. I don't know how to really pronounce her last name. I think it's Ryan Grace, formerly a South Carolina Gamecock. So Pat Connaughton, he may be listening. Nah, he's probably in Milwaukee.
Yeah. What?
I thought he might have been. I don't know. Maybe he's hurt and he's visiting his girl. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. Oh, well. I tried to get there and I realized he's probably active, so he can't actually be here listening.
If it was the off season, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. But not now. Oh, well. Okay. We'll hear from Sloak when we come back. Oddly enough, Julian and his call, and then whatever we actually wanted to talk about distracted us from some real news. Your OC talking about his running back and his quarterback So we'll hear from Slowick on those two and what they might mean and and their attributes for Sunday or Saturday, because Joe Mixon was a good pass catcher in Cincinnati, and CJ became Georgia, or at least CJ against Georgia CJ last week. It helped the Texans get that win. We'll see if we'll see if we see more of CJ running the football against KC. We'll get to that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Okay, let's get to this. Bobby Slowick talked yesterday about a number of things, but he was asked about CJ scrambling and the balance. You have this good pocket passer when he's right. There have been fluctuations with CJ's play, but when he's right, he can get it going, throwing the ball from the pocket. And of course, we saw his ability when things broke down to make some plays with his feet. Not a thing he does a lot, but he did it against the Chargers to great effect. We'll see if he's learned to slide in the last week. Feels unlikely. They probably did not practice that very much this week, but he may want to get on that in the offseason. But here's Bobby Slowick on the balance between CJ scrambling and staying in the pocket.
Like, we embrace that. without question, especially when he does it the way he did it in the game, where, we use the verbiage command the pocket. He has ownership of the pocket. He feels very confident. He knows where he's going, and you threaten second level defenders with your movement. Like a lot of times you roll out and you go backwards and retreat and get to an edge that doesn't necessarily threaten defenders. It just eliminates half the field for you. He's made some incredible plays, still throwing it back the other way. But it's harder to be consistent that way. When you can escape up and out, like we embrace that without question.
Am I immature for chuckling when he said throwing it back?
No, I mean, it did stick out.
Well, it
more
would.
so, yeah.
Well, it
more
would
so than if he were throwing it back.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little immature for me to laugh at that, but I had never heard that come from a OC. It just said, okay, cool. Bobby Slowick on his quarterback. Another question, we'll get to it, was about Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was a big part of the Bengals passing game. We know they had Higgins and Boyd and Jamar Chase all at one time, but they also had Joe Mixon. He made plays in the passing game. That has not really been a thing here. When they involved him in a pseudo pass play, which was supposed to be a double pass, he fumbled. One of the plays we have not mentioned, part of the number of turnovers the Texans were able to overcome to beat the Chargers. But why not Joe Mixon more in the passing game? Well, Slowick knows that he's capable, but here's Bobby Slowick. Not yet, right? Is it ready? Okay, it's ready. Here's Bobby Slowick on maybe the lack of Joe Mixon in the passing game.
Yeah, I think he's a really good receiver, actually. I know, we worked it a lot in camp. Like I'm sure all you guys saw that. We did a good amount of it in camp. We did some of it early in the year. And I think as the year has gone, probably have gotten away from that a little bit, wanted to make sure he was fresh for some of his carries. But without a question, that's something that's on my mind and been on my mind. Like, how can we make sure we make use of a guy that we think is an excellent player?
He has been, for me, beyond Kamari Lassiter, my biggest surprise for the Texans in a positive way. I thought the end of his Bengal tenure was what we were going to see, but the change in the way he got a chance to run the football was big for him and for his performance. Getting behind big people and run the ball was what he wanted, as opposed to running out of shotgun as much as he had to do in Cincinnati because of how Joe Burrow loves playing in the shotgun. And to be honest, Burrow, those receivers understood. You want to play a certain way. Burrow played that way at LSU. It hurt Joe Mixon in his performance as he went on with the Bengals. Like, look, he went for over 1,000 yards last year, but it was in 17 games and he just passed it. In 14 games, he went for 1,016 yards. But if we're talking about receiving, with the Bengals, he caught 60 passes and 52 in the last couple of years. With the Texans, it was down to 36, but the average is higher. So he is a capable player in that part of his game, in that part of the game. Just hasn't been used very much. It's on Bobby Slowick's mind. I don't think much is going to change this season, but he has been thinking about it. That's nice to hear. Hey, I know, I'm aware. We just haven't gotten to it yet.
But Bobby, it's the divisional round of the playoff.
Hey, these things take time. These things take time.
It's 20 weeks.
Don't rush me. Don't rush me. I got so much to worry about. I had Diggs to get catches, targets too. I had Tank, and now they're both gone. You want me to reorganize the entire offense?
I mean,
that seems like a yes. You do want me to reorganize the offense.
What would Ben Johnson do?
Oh, all right. You're gonna compare me to Ben Johnson. That doesn't seem fair.
What would Kyle Shanahan do?
Fair.
When Bobby Slowick worked for Kyle Shanahan, when he was the passing game coordinator
Chris
or whatever.
McCaffrey played a big part in the passing game.
Well, and also did Kyle Shanahan just couldn't get to that. Sorry. Couldn't get to that part of the offense.
Yeah, I don't know if he went with, it's been on my mind.
I thought about it.
I'm aware. I thought about it. Look, do I get any, are you going to shoot me any bail for thinking about it? I mean, it's not a surprise. We just haven't been able to incorporate it. we will see if Joe Mixon makes a couple plays in the passing game this week against the Chiefs. Let's get to Pena here before we go to break. Pena just wants to talk about sports. What's up, Pena?
Man, that's never a good sign. This morning I had to leave for work a little early this morning, so I got to hear the beginning of that show before John and Lance.
Okay.
And they opened up with Cat. I guess the Knicks played the 76ers yesterday.
Yeah.
And he walked in with the Eagles sweater or hoodie or something like that. And they were giving him so much stuff like, "Oh, you're playing in New York. You can't be going into the opponent's city wearing another team from that city's memorabilia or whatever." And they were giving him so much stuff like, "Oh, you got to support your Giants or whatever," but they're not in the playoffs. And then they brought up Jalen Hurts when the Phillies and the Astros were in the World Series. And I was like, no, you don't have to support just because you're playing in a different city that where you're not from. That you got to adopt the surrounding teams like in that city. That kind of like ticked me off a little bit. Like, no, that's not. I don't think that's how fandom works. I don't think that isn't how. It's not how it works. So I just want to get y'all's take about that. If you get what I'm saying. Thank you. Have a great day.
You understood. If you missed it yesterday, Karl Anthony Towns came out and what was he wearing? He was wearing Philadelphia.
An Eagles
colored
sweatshirt or something.
Yeah, it was like their Kelly Green colored sweatshirt. And then whether it's because he caught flack for it or he had a plan, he came out in the second half with New York, a very similar type of shirt, but in New York colors.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he did. Now he's from Edison, New Jersey. I don't know if that's South New Jersey or not, but that's Eagles territory. South Jersey's Eagles territory. So that could have been what it's about. Pena, you're speaking to a point I made to Granado. I've made it a couple times. Granado, we know, Midwest dude from Chicago. He, when he moved here, adopted the local teams. He attributes his Astro fandom partly to covering those guys back in the 90s. He was in the clubhouse. He had beers with those guys. He became a fan. And now we know he's a big fan of all the teams. He's kind of like a mercenary when it comes to college teams. Oh, I paid for my kid to go to LSU, so I'm an LSU fan. I'll make fun of you and your fandom that's born from childhood. But the way I like my team means more than the way you love your team because I paid for my kid to go there. Okay, I fought back against that. But what Pena is saying is what John would push back against. He thinks if you live a certain place, you should be switching over and rooting for that team. And I say, have you met fans? That's not how it works. He can do it. You can root for whoever and however you want. But that is a unique thing. Generally, people don't adopt a team just because they're in a new city, particularly if they spent a childhood rooting for a team. You don't move to California, John, and start rooting for the Dodgers. You would never do it. You think it would be crazy. Beyond a lot of it has to do with the history between the Astros and the Dodgers. But he would never root for the Lakers. You live in LA. But he go, no, I still cover Houston teams. But look where you live. Why aren't you rooting for the Lakers? They're the team in town. Root for them.
Or Clippers.
Yeah, or whoever. Maybe
60-point win last
maybe
night.
Maybe you can't bear the thought of rooting for the Lakers. Root for the Clippers. Got a new arena.
Yeah, the
root
wall.
for them. Yeah, be part of the wall.
Oh my God, that'd be so great if we got a picture of him sitting next to Steve Ballmer one day. Steve Ballmer grabbing his thigh.
Big shot by Harden. John having to root for Harden again. So
spilling his Coors Light all over
the
founder of Microsoft.
Yeah. So Pena, I'm with you. To your larger point, outside of me ripping John, your larger point, I agree. Maybe because I've been always in cities. I've never been in the city of the team I root for. I've never lived in the city of that team. I've always been someplace else. So I understand why your fandom's going to always remain, and you're not going to switch it because you live in a different city. But for whatever reason, we see it all the time with athletes.
Yes. Oh, some of that's just pandering. Like
Bryce Harper's pandering. Yes, he is. Yes.
Can I just say this?
Go ahead.
If your favorite team is division rivals with the majority of your fan base, like the Giants and Eagles in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Karl-Anthony Towns, can you just not wear the Eagles thing on the sideline?
Yeah,
Can you just do that? You can still. I'm still saying you can be a fan. Just I don't know.
It's particularly when it's like year one of you there. It's not like you have
like game 40.
Yeah, you're
Like,
not.
come on.
You haven't even played in a playoff game for the Knicks yet. You're the only reason.
They're gonna hate you so much more after these playoffs.
Yeah,
I'm assuming. I'm just taking a shot in the dark. They're gonna like him less.
Judging by him and Knicks history and fans, probably gonna hate him more after this. Why try it? Why just because?
Why just hand them the ammunition for when they turn on
that
you?
screenshot of you wearing that Kelly Green Philly shirt when you are 2 for 14 in the third quarter? Why give that to him? To your point, root for whoever you want. I'm not a person who wears. I'm not a person who wears a lot of team stuff, so I wouldn't be in that situation. But why do it? It's on ESPN. It's a big game in the sense that it's Philly versus New York. Not that the Sixers are any good. Don't even hand anything to them. But root for who you want to root for.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with. I'm trying to think of it's CJ Stroud if he's a Lakers fan, whatever.
Probably is.
Yeah, I don't care. Just don't if he's out for a game or walking into the stadium one day and it's like Rockets Lakers in the playoffs or something. Although I know the time doesn't work out, but whatever. Don't sit at, or how about this? When the Rockets and Lakers play in the first round of the playoffs and you're sitting courtside, CJ Stroud, because you're CJ Stroud, just wear either neutral colors or a Rockets jersey.
Yeah, don't wear a LeBron jersey.
Don't wear a LeBron jersey. It's sometimes it's that simple.
I'm not naive enough to think you are all in on Rockets basketball.
Yeah,
but
I get traded to Milwaukee. You think I'm going to become a Bucks fan?
Yeah, but self-preservation, CJ. There's no need. There's no need to add that.
I've always been a big Christian Yelich guy. Get out of here.
Exactly. So fandom, it's pretty much permanent. There are some transients when they go from city to city that they welcome rooting for another team. They're willing to, or maybe they just root for players. Lazy J is one of those guys. He roots for players, and if his favorite player winds up on a team, he's going to root for that team. There are people like that. That's the more recent thing. Probably started with Jordan, has continued with LeBron and other players. But I guess the moral of this conversation is root for whoever you want. Just don't shove it in the face of the city that you live and play in if they're rivals of your boyhood team.
Especially like one of the, 5 cities in America that would super care about this.
Yeah.
Like most cities, honestly, Houston fans, we wouldn't like it if, pick an Astro was a Cowboys fan. Wouldn't love it, but people would move on. People would be like, okay, sure, Alex Bregman, you can root for whoever you want. But in Philly, in New York, in Los Angeles, they actually care. They actually super care about who you root for, even though it's stupid. They care. Don't give it to them. Don't give them the easy ammunition to hold against you. It's so simple.
It feels unnecessary when you're the new guy. It just feels unnecessary. You've been playing well for them. You're not the best, Nick. That goes to Jalen Brunson, but you've been playing the best this year. Seems like an easy fail to avoid. And yet, it's Karl-Anthony Towns, so why am I surprised? His nickname is Big Purr. If you got a nickname like Big Purr, I expect you to do things.
That is some cat-like tendencies.
Well, certainly. And I will say, you took issue with the pasta joke. Hot water. I do have one fan who loved it.
Okay. Someone's going to like it. No, don't get me wrong.
I thought you were better than that.
Yeah, I thought you were better than that. I'm holding you to that standard.
Thought wrong. Simple enough. You thought wrong. Okay, we're done with that. Anyone want to get in on anything? You want to voice your displeasure with the show that, aired 6 hours ago? You can. We don't care. 713-780-3776. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we talked yesterday about Quinn Ewers officially declaring for the draft. His draft spot I've seen late first round all the way into the third round. I'm interested to see what Lance says about him as a player, because Lance, I don't know if he'll follow through, because sometimes you don't want that smoke. But his evaluation, at least what he thinks of Shedeur Sanders from watching him, just regular games watching him, is lower than you might think. Once he gets to dive in, we'll see where he puts him. But I would say a guy who's supposed to be a likely top 5 pick, maybe the first pick overall, Lance is going to have a lower opinion on him than most are going to be willing to admit. The question is, will Lance be willing to say it with his chest?
I can't wait for his Twitter mentions. The first mock draft or first big board.
Well, the mock draft, he'll probably put him where a lot of people expect.
Oh, okay.
The question will be, because he has to project who's going to take him and where. But the question will be what his grade will be.
Mm-hmm.
If it's like,
well, Kyle McCord has a higher grade
does
than
he
Shedeur
have,
Sanders?
probably not. But if he goes late second, third round film, that'll be the question. Because you can say a person has that type of film, but understand you may project them to be a better player than that. It's just what they showed you. So we'll see. But Quinn Ewers in the draft, and if the number that Chip Brown is reporting about what one team tried to pay him to stay, you got to ask yourself, Quinn, we know you're a poor decision maker sometimes on the field. We thought you knew how to get your money off the field. Remember, this is the same. Well, he's not a kid anymore, but at the time, he was a kid who left Texas football to go to Ohio State because Texas football, high school football, wasn't about that NIL at the moment. He goes, I'm going to go a place where I can earn some money. I'm the most marketable player in this state, and I can't make any money. I'm leaving to go play, or not play, but at least enroll at Ohio State. And of course, we know he came back. The number is $8 million, according to Chip Brown. Some team allegedly wanted to give Quinn Ewers $8 million in an NIL package to play for their school. It sounds nuts. We all seen Quinn Ewers for the last 2 years. He's a fine college quarterback. You don't give $8 million to a fine college quarterback. I don't know if you give $8 million for 1 year to a great college quarterback. We know who's in the playoff final, right? It is Riley Leonard and Will Howard. Riley Leonard and Will Howard are your starting quarterbacks in the title game. When we look at those two play throughout the year against teams that are comparable in talent, sure, Riley Leonard can look great running through whoever he's going to run through in Notre Dame's regular season. But if you've watched him the last couple weeks in games, he's fine. He's a fine quarterback. Probably less fine than Quinn Ewers, to be honest with you. If I'm judging quarterbacks on level of fine, and I mean play. Just to clean it up for people, just to make you aware.
Yeah. I think I still go Quinn Ewers the other fine, but keep going. It's closer.
We all like who we like. But Riley Leonard and Will Howard are perfectly fine quarterbacks. They're in the title game. Ohio State, the more loaded roster, partly because Notre Dame is so banged up. But even before the year when both teams were healthy, Ohio State, one of the favorites to win a national title. Notre Dame, a favorite to make the playoff, but not necessarily win it all. And those two quarterbacks are leading two teams to a playoff final. What are we talking about, giving Quinn Ewers $8 million? The difference between a great team and a good team this year, I'm not sure is that big. I think great team will be decided by your results, not if you're actually a great team. The Ohio State Buckeyes have great talent. They lost a bad game. They would probably say embarrassing one to Michigan, and it changed our perspective of them. Hell, they're likely if they won that Michigan game, we're going to beat Oregon in a Big Ten title game in a rematch. Well,
Yeah,
and then we saw them in the Rose Bowl and they destroyed them. So that team is a great team. They just needed someone to guide them through, not be a disaster, and that's what Will Howard has been. But we saw him at maybe his worst, and he can lose a game to that, let's say, disappointing Michigan team. So we see what he's capable of, good and bad. And college coaches are looking around and going, We've watched Quinn Ewers for the better part of 3 years. You know what we're going to do? Give him $8 million. That's why I don't believe it. That's why I think it's Quinn Ewers people telling the right people to let you know Quinn Ewers has great value.
Yeah. Or what it is that we just take this as $8 million from like a team to Quinn Ewers to play for them. It could be like because I'm assuming this is coming from Quinn Ewers' agent, where it's also counting like Dr. Pepper money that he would get and other sponsors, like the actual NIL.
It has to be. It
where
has
it's
to
like,
be.
oh yeah, he'll
if he's still playing college football,
yeah,
he'll
do
get a deal
commercials
here,
for
a deal here. They evaluated what it would be for him if he played another year. I can't believe any school is doling out that type of cash.
Yeah, like again, we heard earlier this week the $4 million reported for
Carson Beck
at Miami. It's like twice as much for Quinn. I would understand more just because Carson Beck coming off injury, whatever, all that. Twice as much? Like I rather have $4 million of Carson Beck and $2 million of two receivers.
Yeah,
two different $2 million receivers than that. So that's what all this is. That like these aren't endless funds. Like it is based not like an actual salary cap because everyone has a different number. All these schools have different numbers.
Yep.
But it comes a point of like how many of these X million dollars that we have in NIL money can we give to our quarterback and still field a good team around him?
Yeah, Longhorn Keith, I see you. We'll get to you here. My thought is we watched Riley Leonard and Will Howard get to a title game. Those rosters were, at least particularly Ohio State's, was loaded across the board. They paid for Caleb Downs, got Quinshon Judkins, others, the Alabama center who's hurt now. They paid to make that roster as loaded as possible, and they felt, go get yourself a veteran quarterback who can be maybe a steady hand to get you there. If you're giving Quinn Ewers $8 million, that means you're not giving guys money too.
Exactly.
So is Quinn Ewers such a transformational figure for your program that you think while you're not giving guys who would bolster your roster money, you can give him that money and he's going to lead you somewhere? We've seen Quinn Ewers. Yeah. He doesn't appear to be that guy.
Or is it like Oregon or something? That's where like what school it is kind of matters. Where it's like Oregon's like $8 million for what's the Phil Knight? It's just like sure,
it's
whatever
monopoly money. But rich people stay rich for a reason. And yes, that's his baby. That's who he pays. That's who he wants to win. He wants to see them win before he dies.
No rings.
But does he think Quinn Ewers is a good investment? He thinks Quinn Ewers is going to lead him to a title? Is Quinn Ewers a better player than Dylan Gabriel? A college player than Dylan Gabriel? I don't think so. Longhorn. Let's get to Longhorn Keith before we go to break. He wants to talk Quinn Ewers. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. And, I waited for a few days to call in after the debacle in Dallas. But I called you guys at the beginning of the year in August to talk. I literally said this last year, and I said at the beginning of this year that Quinn Ewers is not the guy. And I heard some questions about why do people hate on Quinn Ewers. I don't hate Quinn Ewers. Let me be clear on that. As a matter of fact, I am thankful for Quinn Ewers, and I don't believe, and let me just also pre-qualify this call by saying, I don't believe that Arch Manning is going to be like, I don't get me wrong, I want Arch Manning, and I believe he's going to be great, but I don't think Arch Manning is going to be the total difference, right? I do think Arch Manning will play better than Quinn Ewers, and that's because of the circle of people that he has around him, just like you mentioned earlier. The biggest problem I have with people saying that, why do Texas hate on Quinn Ewers? Look at what he's done for Texas over the last 3 years that he's been there. The reality is that what most people don't take into account, and which is why we as Texas fans and alum hate the idea of people saying that, is because there's a totality of players through the portal as well as through NIL that has made Texas this transitional program that it's been. And it's not, and I've said this before, it's not just, we don't win because of Quinn Ewers. We win with Quinn Ewers. We have a ton of talent on that team. The reality is that we hate the narrative that people have continued to try to propagate, and you just mentioned it too, towards Quinn Ewers, and that is the propaganda that Quinn Ewers is going to be paid $8 million, whatever that looks like, right? as you mentioned, Dale, we've all seen this with our own eyes for 3 straight years. And don't get me wrong. Do I think that the kid is going to be fine in the NFL, whether as a backup or at some point as a starter when somebody gets him into the system and allow him to grow? Absolutely. And that's what I hope for him. But the reality, what you have today is not that, but he'll have time to get to that. But in terms of like people hating on Quinn Ewers, that's not the case in terms of real Texas fans and alum. We want the best for that kid, but we also recognize that that's not we won with him, but it wasn't because of Quinn Ewers. Great talent, nothing to take away from him, wish him nothing but the best. But at the end of the day, he's not the transcendent player that everybody would like, who have hyped him up since high school. And even if you go back and listen to all of the play or the announcers and the media reports, sports media, people who love to use these colloquialisms or paraphrases to make Quinn Ewers seem to be like that guy, and then they almost have to eat those words because it's almost like they get paid to say this kind of stuff. And we as fans are looking at this like, what are you watching? The guy makes one great play out of 4, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, the hype machine starts again. And it's just not the case, man. So, again, thanks to Quinn Ewers. I'm really excited about Arch next year. Do I think he's going to be, leaps and bounds above Quinn Ewers? Listen, I said this before, in college football, you need to have an athletic, not necessarily always mobile, but at least an athletic quarterback to scare the defenses, and Quinn just wasn't that.
Thanks, Longhorn Keith. I think it's a reasonable approach to Quinn's time at Texas. Texas as a program helped Quinn Ewers, I think, more than Quinn Ewers helped Texas. It was a nice relationship, and sure, you got to 2 CFP semifinals. I'm not going to be so disrespectful and say you could insert a number of quarterbacks in there and they would reach that level. He had some moments, but I don't know if he was raising Texas's ceiling as opposed to being a part of it. Like you mentioned Cam Ward earlier. He changed the trajectory of that Miami season.
Yeah. Cam Ward's an $8 million
yes,
quarterback.
If someone thought to themselves, we just need a star quarterback. If Cam Ward had a year left, hell, Miami would probably have paid him the $8 million.
Yeah.
But if another team came calling.
But like imagine him on Ohio State or imagine him on Oregon. It's like, oh my God.
This is 16-0. It's
yeah.
No one's touching
it's
those
LSU
two teams.
29.
Yeah, it's that. It's what that is. We're talking about one of the most prolific offenses in the entire history of college football if he wound up at Ohio State. They went with Will Howard. Worked out pretty well for them. They got a chance to win a national title against Notre Dame. Quinn Ewers, $8 million. Nah. But I appreciate the hype machine. Whoever's behind it. Whoever it is, you're doing a great job. You're not fooling me, though. I seen that man play. Everyone has.
Yeah.
Cut it out.
We'll see on the NFL, whatever, when you can withdraw your name deadline for Quinn Ewers. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But no, he's picked going to the NFL and maybe not playing for 3 years and not knowing where he's going to get drafted. I guess he'll find out. I think what they do, like you'll get people to tell you, but the committee, the official one, only tells you, I think, if you're like a first or second round pick, or maybe
I thought it was like third or higher or something.
Maybe I'm not sure exactly where their cutoff is.
If only there's a draft analyst we could ask.
Well, we got one. We'll see at some point what he thinks of Quinn Ewers. He hasn't watched him fully, but from what he said about him, not that impressed. He's like the rest of us.
Turns out.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's one of us.
The thing with Quinn Ewers is that I have his high school recruiting page up, and it's like 5 stars, literally 1,000 composite grade.
One of the highest. Well, can't get higher, but I'm sure you can rank your 5-star 1,000 guys. But as far as the highest grade you can get from a recruiting service, he got it.
Yeah. And then you watch him play, and it's like, no, there's clear limitations.
Yes.
And it is what Longhorn Keith mentioned, like the lack of mobility, just lack of like athleticism.
I don't know what to say other than he's missing some juice. That's all I can say.
Like he was a good, again, if he comes in and he's like a 4-star quarterback, I think people are mostly happy with what they got out of Quinn Ewers. It's just when he come in as like, this is the best high school recruit ever, it's like, well, it didn't translate.
Exactly. Particularly at a place like Texas where you've seen You've seen quarterbacks who are transcendent. You've actually seen them in the last 30 years. You've seen them. You've seen two. And then he's supposed to be the best of them? Okay. Thanks for that, 24/7 and the rest of you.
Texas fans were having him in Sam Ehlinger conversations. They're like, "Are we sure Sam Ehlinger wasn't? Are you sure this team doesn't win with Sam Ehlinger?"
It's a real come down. Sam Ehlinger was once again, another fine Texas quarterback. Quinn Ewers is on that level too.
I kind of think they win with Sam Ehlinger.
He can run a little bit. They may have gotten in the end zone against Ohio State with Sam Ehlinger.
That's all I'm saying.
Just saying.
All I'm saying.
Just saying. All right. Music means we're done for the day. This show just doesn't like being lied to. Don't lie to us about the value of that quarterback. Lie to us about other things, but not that. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We did do it, but before we close it out completely, I want to tell you about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is a website that you go to when you want to put some money down, whether it be on where Quinn Ewers is going to get drafted or the game he won't be taking part of, the national title game. Sorry, Sean. You can put money down. He's over it. You can put money down at MyBookie for that or anything else, whether it be the NFL. Big playoff games this week. The NBA, the Rockets go to Sacramento tonight. You can put money down there too. Anything you want, MyBookie will take care of you. And Thursdays are risk-free. Place a bet. It's risk-free, and all that means is if you don't win, it doesn't cost you anything. And, of course, if you win big. So MyBookie provides a lot of opportunities for you to win money, whether it be with the sports betting or the live casino option. You want to play some roulette, poker, blackjack is all there for you. Just use that promo code BET975 to take advantage of all they have to offer. And remember that website, mybookie.ag, where you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
led by as many as 24. Again, a lot of contributions from a lot of guys up and down the lineup. Jalen Green, who had another banner night with 34 points in 30 minutes, didn't have to play the fourth quarter. All smiles for Ime Udoka as the Rockets win again. 5 straight, win by 20 again, wire to wire here. As the Rockets are playing some really, really good basketball.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Whoa. Whoa. Who's that? Huh. Could this be the year when the Rockets are smoking the Denver Nuggets 128-108? When the Houston Texans have a chance to make history Saturday, 9-point favorites? When the Houston Cougars are on a roll too, kicking teams' ass, 9 straight, holding opponents under 60 in every single game, 31 straight at home. Oh my. You can never underestimate the heart of a champion. And perhaps, Houston, you don't have a problem. The rest of the country has a problem because it's about to be title town, baby. Am I a little bit crazy saying that after the Rockets beat a Denver Nuggets team without Nikola Jokic? Perhaps, but hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Thursday, January 16th of 2025. I'm Paul Gallant, no Joe George. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. We'll talk about the Houston Texans game against the Chiefs, but I want to start off talking about an impressive Houston Rockets win. Houston Rockets? More like Houston Rockets. I flatter myself for that joke. So, beating a Western Conference playoff team like that on the road in elevation does deserve a hearty pat on the back. Could you hear that? Hear me patting my massive shoulders on the back? Hell yeah. And some golf claps. Unfortunately, since Nikola Jokic suffered an elbow injury, apparently just before tip-off, I'm not that impressed by the convincing win. That don't impress me much, but hey, this was a nice win for the Houston Rockets. I wish I could be a little more cocky, a little bit more like Vince McMahon walking into the studio after last night's performance. Did you know what Nikola Jokic's numbers were this year, Sean? I looked them up because I was wondering, okay, I mean, how much of an impact would he have had in this game? Jokic is averaging 30.6 points per game, 13 rebounds a game, 9.9 assists, 2 steals nearly. He's shooting 55% from the field. He's shooting 47.4% from outside. What the hell? Holy crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good God.
He's doing that.
I mean, I'm more impressed by Nikola Jokic's numbers than I am by what the Rockets did last night. I didn't know he was doing that well. I mean, he's one of the best players in the NBA. Jesus, that's insane.
That's kind of why the win without Jokic doesn't impress us much, is that this is a team, this is a Nuggets team that, unlike the year they won the title, they actually need Nikola Jokic to do all that just to be like the 5 seed right now in the West, or 4 seed maybe in the West. That they need 30 points on 45, or 55 and 45 from the 2s and 3s. So,
Sean, it's 47.
That's what Jalen Green is shooting in the month of January. Just only the hot 7 games that Jalen Green's had. That's what a 7 foot, 270 guy is doing for this entire season. I mean, yes, he's incredible. That's why, again, this win, I was a little air came out of the balloon because I was interested in, really, is the Nuggets one of the teams in the West that I think in a playoff series the Rockets would have a chance against, or would I go probably some veteran stuff? They've been there before. Nikola Jokic, they have no answers for him. That's completely fine. I just wanted to know, and we still don't really have an answer. They did what you want them to. They killed a team that didn't have its best player,
and they get their first win against the Nuggets. Talking about the 2 seed in the Western Conference, the number 4 team in ESPN's power rankings, and the number 1 team, of course, in the Southwest Division. Important to get that first win against the Nuggets, for tiebreakers. Yeah. You don't want to play 4 games in Denver in the playoffs.
Hell no.
Elevation.
Yeah.
Makes it hard to breathe. No, you want to play this series
if it does happen in H-Town, throw up the H.
Have Arian Foster throw up the H before the game one of
Yeah.
that playoff game.
Fire
too.
the Thunder Cannon.
Ugh.
And he gets a little
What
bit
was that?
startled by it.
Yeah.
So instead of, swinging our thing around over the Rockets, beating the bejesus out of a Nuggets team without the MVP, let's talk about some of the things that have been pretty good of late. Jalen Green's on a roll. And asked this a couple of days ago on my live stream and on this show too. Is he streaking or is this who he is? I still tend to believe that he's streaking because of the numbers that he's putting up. They're pretty crazy. As Sean said, the numbers that Jalen Green has been shooting with this month are out of this world. He was 10 of 16 from the field last night and 6 of 10 from outside. So his last two games, he has shot 83% and 60% from three. And it's not like he's shooting 2-3 times or something like that. No, he's been putting it up. 6 for 8. Check that. Was it 7 for 8? 7 for 8 against the Grizzlies, or maybe it was 5 for 6, whatever. Still,
I think it was 5 for 6.
Okay, well, I'm trying to pump up his tires.
Right. No, he went 6 for 10.
A little bit.
6 for 10 last night from 3.
34 points. He's looking really good. After the game, Cam Whitmore was asked about his performance.
Like to watch Jalen do what he's been doing over these last few games?
He's an all-star. There's nothing else to be said, to be honest. He's an all-star. He's very good at basketball.
That is very true. He has been playing outstanding, and we'll see if he gets to the All-Star game. Speaking of Cam Whitmore, talk about things that have been good of late. Cam Whitmore, all of a sudden, has become a very consistent scorer off the bench after being in the G League not too long ago. 24 minutes last night, 16 points, 9 boards as well. Man, they got a lot of talent. Tari Eason didn't play again. Jabari Smith's still out. They got a lot of talent. There's been a lot of rumors coming up the last couple of days, and we'll dive into them a little bit later about Devin Booker, potentially the Rockets trading for him. I think in Vegas, the Rockets are the favorites to trade for him, minus 200. Don't do anything right now. Don't do anything right now. Let's see what this continues to turn into. Let it grow, And I wonder now with Tillman Fertitta going on to Italy and Patrick Fertitta probably running the Rockets operations a little bit more hands-on. I wonder how he looks at this team right now. Is he impatient and does he want to bring in that star, which in the eyes of many would be the finishing piece? Or do you want to keep on developing this and hope that this team turns into one that's as deep as the Boston Celtics have been? That took a lot of time to develop, and there were some growing pains, and there were some, are these guys chokers? What the hell's going on? Like, there was a lot of that going on with that team. But over time, and through some growing pains and some tough losses, they eventually became what this is. I feel like you got to continue to let this thing grow, Sean.
Yeah, at the very least, this season to see how this group fares in a playoff scenario. It's a lot like what OKC did last year. OKC was the 1 seed last year, and they didn't make a move at the deadline, a serious move at the deadline. They rolled with their group into the playoffs, and then they realized, can't play Josh Giddey in the playoffs. He kind of doesn't fit with our defense, shooting, whole thing we got going on. So in the offseason, they flip him for Alex Caruso, who's been all right. He's been injured, but he's been mostly good for them. I think that's something the Rockets could do where they don't have anyone in my mind that's like sticks out like a sore thumb of like not a playoff player the way Giddey did just from afar. But I think that you do kind of owe it to this team or owe it to, the evaluation of this team to like see what they got in a series against Denver or against Memphis or against Dallas, against these teams that are, those are probably with the Thunder, the top 4 teams, top 3-4 teams in the West right now, as far as who had picked to make the finals. I want to see what they look like against them before we make the big splash move. So, and with Jalen Green, the way he's playing right now, I'm not sure if I want to trade him for Devin Booker.
I'm with you there.
He's outplaying him right now.
He's outplaying him, and he's younger.
It is close, though. Devin Booker is still very good.
Yes.
And this is 7 games we're talking about in the month of January.
It's a streak, or is it what he is now?
Yes, but it's the case of, like we said, all last season, all this offseason, the easiest way to get a star is that one of these guys turns into one. And right now, that's what Jalen Green's doing.
He's Sean. I'm Paul. You want to chime in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. I wonder if the Turkish Rockets fans are out in full force after this moment on NBA TV last night. I don't know how many people saw that. There's this Dennis Scott talking with Jalen Green, and I don't know why, but he decided to pronounce Alperen Şengün's name this way.
And with that intensity, can you give our viewers how much fun it is to play with Şengün, the big fella, the way he shares the ball? Can you take us in how hard he works every day, how much fun playing with Şengün?
Yeah, pause. Jalen Green generally doesn't give you the most.
Yeah, he said he loves playing with him.
Right, exactly. We're focusing on Dennis Scott here. Şengün, he's not Italian, dog.
Yeah, Şengün'i.
Şengün'i?
He made it Şengün'i.
This is some new kind of pasta? Like, what are we doing here, Dennis Scott? Do you want the angry Rockets Turkish fans who think everything is xenophobic on your ass? Do you want to deal with that?
Yeah.
And by the way, lo and behold, the same usual suspects, the insufferable Turks of Rockets Twitter, were on this guy's ass right away. What are you doing? You're going to alienate the whole country. He's not Italian. He's not. He might have a mustache that doesn't make him Italian. I have a mustache, not Italian. Would be nice to be Italian. I'd be able to tan a little bit. Not Italian.
Much to your chagrin.
It would be really nice. I would love to be Italian. The Italians are blessed with many things. The ability to cook. Something else. The something else thing is real. It is real. Oh, Paul, what are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, you would know that, wouldn't you, Paul? Shut up. Okay?
We're talking about Jalen Green.
We're talking about Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün playing together. From the text line on the 832, do y'all think they trade Jabari Smith the way they're playing without him? It's definitely on the table in the offseason. We'll see, though, because when he comes back, I think you have to also see how he fits in with Cam Whitmore to see if you can make it work with all these moving parts.
And Amin Thompson. Like, I just, you need that to kind of shuffle out, or maybe it's you use some more of your draft assets and the veterans, the Dylan Brooks, the Fred VanVleets, where with the way the young guys are playing, maybe these guys are less necessary. You add some picks to them and you try to get someone like that. I just want to see what these guys, what the rotation looks like with Amin Thompson in the starting lineup and Jabari healthy. Who comes off the bench? That's the answers that you need, or that's the questions you need answered. And you're not going to answer those if you make a trade right now for De'Aaron Fox, Devin Booker, whoever.
Another text. This is from the 832 as well. I think this person struggles with their brain. Why are you guys looking for the Rockets to impress you guys so much when you were out on them in the first place? You guys are not real fans. You just need conversation topics. Well, yeah, that's a sports talk radio show. We do have to talk for 3 hours.
Didn't happen.
I want this team to succeed, and I actually am in on them. Mr. Bandwagon himself, if I jump on your bandwagon, I mean, that is like a Michelin review of a restaurant, okay? If I'm on your bandwagon, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
You know, like that's winning a championship, Paul being on your bandwagon. What's bigger? It might be the latter. If we were out on them going into the year, what do you mean by that? We were like, yeah, last year, surprisingly fun. This year, do a little bit more. They're doing way than a little bit more.
Yeah, their preseason win total was 43.5. Right now, they're playing at like a 55 win pace. Like they're overshooting everybody's expectations for them. We didn't think that they stunk or that they needed to like blow this up, or that we didn't.
That texter's an idiot.
Yeah, it was
listen,
just like,
no offense, but you're an idiot.
We thought
no offense.
We thought they were a playing team. They're the 2 seed in the West. That's crazy.
It's insane. And I mean, like, what were we supposed to think that going into the year they're going to be the 2 seed in the West? Like, give me all the meth, give me all the bath salts. Like,
you would gotten made fun of so much.
Yeah, for sure. You were like Mr. I mean, I'd be a Red Rowdy.
Yeah,
I'd be allowed to play on their drum. Which again, the guy who plays the drum, dude, got no rhythm.
Tighten it up. Can we get Flea out there?
You got no rhythm. I mean, my God, you're the whitest drummer of all time. Okay, you just got none. Got none. Come on,
tighten it up.
Tighten it up. Just tighten it up a little bit. I want to talk about the Texans a little bit. Concerning update. The concerning update is this: you got a couple of injuries. Robert Woods has not practiced all week. That would not be concerning earlier in the year when you're talking about a Texans wide receiver core that has Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell and Nico Collins. But now you're missing two of those guys. Deontay Johnson, bye-bye. Ravens claimed him. That was kind of strange. So Woods, from a trust perspective, is probably the Texans' number 2 wide receiver. He's also their punt returner. So if he hasn't practiced all week, that probably lends itself to a lot of John Mechie Saturday in Kansas City. And if John Mechie is fumbling or dropping balls when he's getting hit over the middle of the field, how's that going to go in cold weather? I'm not optimistic about that. Also, Joe Mixon. He did not practice today. He was limited in practice yesterday with an ankle injury. So he'll play, but you just got to wonder at what percentage is he going to play. That ankle has been nagging him all year long. I know he's really pissed off about the hip drop tackles against him that supposedly caused them. As I've said a million times on this show, I have no idea what the hell a hip drop tackle is. But I understand why Mixon would be pissed off if there is a rule against it. And he's watched the film and he's like, yo, it's happened not once, but twice this year. And I'm dealing with a bad ankle now as a result of it. So I don't know, refs. Maybe you got to throw the flag occasionally to make players know in the moment that this is bad as opposed to finding the guy after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you stop it. But it's also hard to enforce because, like you said, it is a bang-bang play that looks like a normal tackle to the naked eyes, unless you're really looking at it in slow motion. So as far as the injury, you just got to hope Joe Mixon's as healthy as possible because if Joe Mixon's banged up, the path to winning becomes very narrow.
I agree.
Against the Chiefs on Saturday.
He's the key to winning. I took a look at his career numbers against Kansas City. In the regular season, he's got like a 3.8 yards per carry average. The last time he played against the Chiefs, he did very little. But the time that the Bengals beat the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, he had, I think, 20 carries for 83 yards, and he had a couple of catches, and I think 3 catches for 27 or something like that. What he does in this game, I think, is going to decide what happens. Is he going to have his trademark 2, 3, 4 big runs where he does it in spite of an offensive line, which, again, is juggling parts? We'll see who was actually out there at right guard, whether it's Shaq Mason, Juice Scruggs. Both of them practiced at the very least yesterday and I think today. Is he going to be able to do those things a couple of times? Is he going to catch the ball and take it 20, 30 yards or something like that? Because, yeah, CJ's going to try to feed Nico Collins. CJ's going to have to run a couple of times, but what does Joe Mixon do? That's going to determine whether or not they pull this off. And for what it's worth, the first time that Joe Mixon went up against the Chiefs this year, 14 carries for 57 yards, and it felt like they got away from giving him the football as the game wore on. It was very strange. The second half of that game, I took a look back at it yesterday, and they actually had even more of a chance after the Tank Dell injury. So remember when Tank Dell scores the touchdown pass and what's his name again? Jared Wayne comes in, and poor guy. I feel bad for him.
The only reason we know his name is because of this.
It really is. He's and hopefully he gets a moment to redeem himself in this game. But I mean, he was wide open down the left side of the field. If you're in the end zone, you would honestly think that ball was for you. He probably ran the wrong route, but he jumps into Tank Dell, and Dell's injured. After that play, and they missed the extra point, I mean, the Texans still did hang around for a little bit. There was a 4th and 1 at midfield, and the Texans stopped the Chiefs. And then they drove with the football, and I think they got in field goal range. And then, if I'm not mistaken, they shot themselves in the foot and found themselves out of field goal range. And then a little bit later, I think the next drive that they had, they marched down into the red zone. They were at the Chiefs' 10, first and goal from the 10, which is the worst first and goal situation. And guess what they did? Penalty. So it ended up being like a 4th and goal from the 20 situation ultimately. And I mean, you're not going for it there when you can make it an 8-point game with a field goal. But they actually had opportunities in the second half. I think our memories are making us remember the Tank Dell injury and thinking to yourself, yeah, like they kind of lost their mojo. And for sure, they definitely, all the wind was out of their sails for that Christmas Day game against the Ravens. I think they were still bummed out about the Tank Dell injury, but they had a chance in the second half on the road against the Chiefs right after that went down, even with CJ Stroud crying. They had a chance.
Even with him crying?
Even
Because
with
I
him
heard
crying.
a lot of things about him crying.
There are a lot of people with takes about him crying. By the way, CJ Stroud, Sean, he talked about the emotional side of the Kansas City game at a press conference earlier this week. How much did that actually affect the Houston Texans in that game? And now that they've had some time to get past it, where are they now mentally?
It's an emotional sport we play, especially, when you be with somebody for so long, you see how hard they work, how much they love the game. And, to see Tank go out like that was very tough. And I think even seeing him this weekend at the game and in better spirits, smiling again, gave us like a boost of energy. So, now we got to go do it for him away and in the same stadium he got hurt. But, we got to find a way not to get emotional and to channel that. And I think we'll be able to do that and, just be more inspired than anything and try to get it done for him.
Guys, I want you to go out there and win just one for Tank Dell. Apparently, they were wearing Tank Dell t-shirts on the sideline, the kind of t-shirts that you print for a funeral. And Stroud even acknowledged, like, why are we wearing funeral shirts for Tank Dell? He's here. He's on the sideline. What are we doing
He
here?
hasn't had surgery yet.
Yeah.
He had surgery
yesterday.
week.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, we think everything went well. Again, like I think he's going to have multiple surgeries just given what happened there. But they're wearing those T-shirts on the sideline. And on Saturday in Kansas City, they can win just one for Tank Dell, even though Tank Dell got injured by them, not the Chiefs.
Win one for the tanker.
Yeah. Yeah. On Twitch, HDX Rhino says, let's do it for Tank. Yeah, win one for the tanker.
Tank strong.
Tank strong. There we go. The Texans are doing something on Saturday, by the way, that I think should excite a lot of people. Are they going to wear the deep steel blue jerseys? No. Are they going to wear the candy painted red jerseys? Would be funny. No. Are they going to wear the H-Town blue jerseys? No. They're going to do something that they don't always do on the road. I'm not just talking about a white jersey. I'm talking about white pants. It's a Liberty whiteout. Liberty white power! Let's go. Now, it is my hope that Laramie Tunsil, who's, let's be honest, probably going to get called for a false start.
Just pencil that one in.
It's Arrowhead Stadium in the playoffs. It's going to happen.
Yeah. Tunsilhead is what I call it.
Tunsilhead Stadium. I want Tunsil to wear red gloves. He's got to wear red gloves. Chiefs wear red jerseys.
Yeah.
This is the time, Tunsil, that you can wear the red gloves that you wear so often and get called for holds because of. This is the time. Wear the red gloves. They're going to be wearing red uniforms. Put on the red gloves. Please. For the love of God.
Somebody, anybody, tell them wear red gloves.
Red. Damn, I was trying to think of a rhyme. I couldn't think of anything. We'll come up with something.
Wear red or you're dead.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Thank you, Sean. You bailed me out there. He's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we're introducing a new segment for Thursdays. It's called Tinfoil Hat Thursday. I'm going to go in the kitchen and see if there's any tinfoil for me to make a tinfoil hat. I don't think there is, but there's some conspiracy theories going into this Texans-Chiefs game on Saturday, and one of them should have you a little bit concerned. We'll talk about that. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
No Joe, just Paul. Joe George is, as Sean Mapes said on X, interviewing for the Bears' vacant head coaching position. The Bears have truly interviewed everyone now, including Joe George, a APD and radio host at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rather unconventional. I think Condoleezza Rice, like what the Browns did, allegedly, is next on the docket.
I mean, that would help them with the Rooney Rule, because as Joe pointed out I think it was after the show, that they still somehow haven't satisfied the Rooney Rule despite interviewing 20 people.
I got it. And for those who don't know, Joe George, not black, okay? Not a minority.
For those who don't know.
In case you didn't know. Well, some people don't see color, me. Some people don't hear color. And I imagine some people listening are like that. Lori Lightfoot could be up next for the Bears. Honestly, that would satisfy the Rooney Rule, I think. Also, if you are watching Texans and Chiefs on Saturday, you should go hang out with Sean and Brian McDonald at the Rusty Horseshoe. It's the perfect spot to watch Texans and Chiefs. They're going to be doing the show there from noon to 3, little pregame show. It's at 19940 Kirkendale Road in Spring. Look at me nailing Kirkendale like I'm a local. Hell yeah. I have been here long enough. I should know it. I know we tried to pronounce it last week and I completely butchered it. Anyway, we're introducing a new segment because sometimes you see hot internet conspiracies and they need to be addressed. We're going to call this segment Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Gotta get a little ambiance. Hell yeah. You ever watch The X-Files? I never did.
No.
Big fan of David Duchovny, but I've never seen The X-Files. Maybe someday I'll watch it. X-Files is how Vince Gilligan found Bryan Cranston to go play Walter White in Breaking Bad.
Good show then.
Very
good show, because it gave us Breaking Bad.
Also, I want everyone in here to know that I have no tinfoil hat on, but I found an aluminum tray in the office, and it is not sitting on my head, so I'm holding it with one hand at a time. Conspiracy number 1. Clay Martin is refereeing Chiefs-Texans, and the Chiefs are 6-0 when he officiates. Is this the NFL pulling out the big guns? The Joey Crawford to the Houston Rockets, Chris Paul, in order to make sure that the Chiefs advance to the next round of the playoffs? Many are saying this. Would I say it? I don't know. I really feel the last Texans-Chiefs game, yes, the Chiefs definitely received a couple of lucky calls, but don't act like the Texans got none. The first touchdown that the Texans scored, they got away with a hold. It was the same kind of Texans red zone penalty that would have sent them back and led to a Kaimi Fairbairn 50-yard field goal, because they would have probably gone backwards even further than that. I like how the X-Files, there's this little techno beat in the middle of it, too.
I didn't know. I've only heard the first part of this.
Me too. Interesting.
I kind of want to wait for the beat to drop.
I know. What is this? Avicii? Whoa.
Might listen to this on the ride home.
Hell yeah, dude. This is a banger. All right. When it gets to the end, go back to this part.
Okay.
I just want to keep on playing this.
Okay.
Ryan Lost in Texas says this is an aluminum braising pan. Lions Pride says, someone get this full of tinfoil hat, please. I had one. I forgot to bring it in. I just forgot to put it in my bag.
And then you check the break room if we had tinfoil. And
this is the closest thing to tinfoil that we have. More conspiracies leading into Texans and Chiefs. This is a thought from Betty White Goodman on Texans Reddit. Combination of Betty White and Dwight Goodman from the movie Dodgeball. What is this? What is this song? It's too distracting. We're gonna have to use another song in the background. Just pot it down. Sounds like someone's whispering, like, "Hey, what's up?" Anyway, this Redditor writes, does anyone think there's a chance Bobby Slowick purposefully called games poopy? But he used another word. I know the consensus is that Bobby Slowick has gone to bleep this year. I completely agree, and I feel like he regressed hard as bleep from last year. Does anyone think that could have been a purposeful move or a strategic move in the future? If you know you're making the playoffs, to make bleep play calls so teams in the playoffs don't take you seriously and then unleash all of your good plays once you're in the playoffs and no one expects it? That seems like a good idea to me. Making the playoffs with 2 to 3 weeks left in the season and looking incompetent as hell for the last few weeks would definitely disarm some opponents while you could hype yourself up with the media counting you out. Dumb drunk thought. I like it. I want to believe that, just like I want to believe in the X-Files. I want to believe in that being the reason that Bobby Slowick's offense has been that bad this year. I don't think it's quite plausible, though. We're going to say 2 Alex Jones on that one.
Yeah.
On the 10 Alex Jones scale, where Alex Jones is sometimes weirdly right, except for that one time, which he got sued for a lot.
Basically ruined his life.
Yeah, that one prediction.
Of how wrong he was. Yes.
That one prediction killed him.
I think I would believe it more, and this is not good for the Texans, that the team that they're playing is the one that's holding their cards or, playing with one hand behind their back for the entire regular season, then turning it up and running all the good plays. They have one playbook full of bad plays, one full of good plays. I think that's more believable for a team like the Chiefs that are multiple time Super Bowl participants, multiple time Super Bowl champions who know that their season more than likely is going to be 21 games long, 22 games long, as opposed to the Texans who, they're not quite there yet. The AFC South is easy. They probably knew that they're going to win it in October, but I don't know if it was quite. Because part of it is they get CJ Stroud almost killed every game.
Yes, exactly.
That's the most unbelievable part.
Right. Look, I want to believe.
I also want to believe.
But it's definitely not the case on a tinfoil hat Thursday as we continue to go through some conspiracy theories going into this game. From the 206, someone said that the Super Bowl Licks logo is red and gold. Script leaked?
Who's the gold? Rams, I'm guessing?
I think, what if it's both colors? What if the Chiefs play the Chiefs? That's the real script.
Yeah.
Civil War.
Or, because no one on the AFC has gold other than the Chiefs.
Right. I honestly haven't seen the Super Bowl logo. I'm just going to go with that and believe it.
No, whatever.
Again, it's Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Everything's welcome with this segment. On YouTube, at ESPN Houston, YouTube, Keith says, is this segment sponsored by InfoWars? No, they don't have money. They don't have money. They're in debt.
Again, because the one thing that he got wrong.
Yeah.
Not the one thing. But
well, he's got a lot of things
the
wrong.
Big one. The biggest thing that he got wrong.
Conspiracy theory. I saw this on Chiefs Reddit. The Chiefs might have more motivational fuel than the Houston Texans because the Texans are getting it from talking heads. We've got some more for you later on in the show. And actually, some talking heads are on the Texan side, but some are saying that the Chiefs are more motivated by Sean Payton, who had this to say after the playoff loss to the Buffalo Bills about who they would have played, the Broncos, had they beaten the Bills. The Chiefs, quote, there's a lot of confidence in this team. If we could get past that game, the next game, the Chiefs, we felt really good about. What, because you beat them 38-0 when they weren't trying? What are you talking about, Sean Payton? What are you talking about? Very bizarre. And this is actually better motivation for the Chiefs being doubted by their division rival who are now eliminated than Rex Ryan saying the Texans are a bye week, or Nick Wright saying that the Texans are a practice game for the Chiefs, or Stephen A. Smith saying that the Texans have no chance. This is actually decent motivational fuel. We're not talking about paper. We're talking about perhaps some low-grade charcoal. More conspiracy theories on a tinfoil hat Thursday going into Texans and Chiefs. Some are saying, and this might be brought to you by not InfoWars, but by Mills Mafia, that CJ Stroud is worse than the following quarterbacks based off of his QB read progression distribution. Worse than Bryce Young, who's second in the league on that front. Worse than Kyler Murray, who is 6th. Worse than Brock Purdy. 7th. Worse than, oh, God, Kirk Cousins. 9th.
Ugh.
This is the one that's really frustrating. Worse than Sam Darnold, who is 10th. CJ Stroud has only the 11th best QB read progression distribution, whatever the hell that means,
Sure.
in the NFL. And some are saying that he is worse than those quarterbacks: Darnold, Cousins, Purdy, Murray, and Bryce Young. Unbelievable.
Oof. Bryce and Kirk Cousins are the ones that hurt the most. And Darnold. But Darnold was good for most of the season, but the last 2 games probably tanked his QB progression number.
Oh, for
Throw
sure.
the ball, man. whatever that
Paul Allen from KFAN
Vikings,
on the
Vikings
call.
play-by-play guy said.
One last take for Tinfoil Hat Thursday, and this one is actually pro-Texans. I love this one. Now, I don't know much about astronomy or astrology, which are 2 different things.
Astrology is the Sagittarius and Taurus one.
Right.
Astronomy is like actual science.
I don't know much about what's going on up there. I'm just a simple man.
Yeah.
Who talks about football for a living.
With a tinfoil
hat on my head. That's all I know. But there's an article up online, and this article is from outsideonline.com. Guess what? January 18th, Saturday, the planets are all aligning. I'm not kidding. The planets are all aligning on January 18th.
Okay.
Venus and Saturn will appear within 2.2 degrees of each other.
Wow.
2 pinky widths.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot.
These do not happen every single year. It's called a planet parade. You see Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury with the naked eye.
I want to see Uranus.
Sometimes you see Uranus,
Oh!
but not always. It's
Okay.
only visible under the darkest skies.
Okay.
Neptune's too small and dim to see unaided. A telescope can enhance your view, but you might be able to see all of the planets in a row Saturday night if the sky is dark enough, because the planets are aligning. Planets aligning. Texans pull off the greatest win in franchise history?
There we go.
I don't know. Just asking the question, is it possible on a tinfoil hat Thursday that the planets aligning are a sign that the Texans will win? Is it a sign? I don't know. I will leave that to the astronomers and astrologers.
I think that's more astronomy than astrology.
I honestly do not know the difference, and I do not want to waste brain space on that.
I took a class in astronomy, so I know
You
that's
did?
I know that's the real one. Because he would get upset if we ever called it astrology.
So there you go, guys. That was very loud. The
It
tinfoil
is
hat
so
Thursday.
loud.
That was the tinfoil hat I was wearing. Coming up next, Gallant George. No Joe, just Paul. Joe's again interviewing for the vacant Chicago Bears head coaching position. You might think I'm joking. I'm not. When it comes to the Texans, are they going to be able to keep happening on offense in the way that they eventually started happening on offense? You'll hear from Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texans, Chiefs, Saturday. Chiefs are 9-point favorites. That is a big line. Before we dive into the offense keeping things going the way they were going after that C.J. Stroud 3rd and 16 throw to Xavier Hutchinson, did want to read a couple of texts. We got a tinfoil hatter in the text line from the 832 on the tinfoil hat Thursday. C.J. Stroud and John Mechie jerseys equal 15. Patrick Mahomes' jersey is 15. The Costco guys did 15 big booms. Texans by 15. I think you're reaching about the Texans by 15 part. Also, I don't think the Costco guys do more than 5 big booms.
But maybe, maybe they've done more in like an interview where they ask them 3 different times for 5 booms. I don't know.
From the 713, Astros won after Hurricane Harvey. Saints won after Katrina. The Rams will win because of the forest fires.
Oh, that doesn't help the Texans. I thought there was
Doesn't
going to
help
be.
the Texans,
I was
no.
like, what disaster happened to the Texans?
But that's a good tinfoil hat conspiracy.
Yeah, that's there's been worse.
Also, I want to give a shout out to the guy from the 832 who says I haven't been listening, who has literally been listening to us all week. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. This guy from the 832. I haven't been listening to y'all. No wonder y'all have the worst ratings at ESPN. Actually, when the show was the Paul Gallant Show, we were number 1 for a little bit in the city among Houston sports shows. I want to thank you for listening. This guy's been listening all week. He's been texting all week. I like you. I think you like me too. You just can't admit it. You want to make out? We could.
This is like a rom-com.
It's yeah, exactly. It's
Can't believe I like this guy.
10 segments I hated featuring you. It's the new movie. Who would play me in that movie?
Vanderbeek.
Thank you.
Get a dye job on Vanderbeek.
I like that. Okay. I have not liked the Texans offense often this year. It's been rough. And you got to wonder, going up against the Chiefs again, from the Texans' perspective, if they will have a better plan than they did for most of that game. Where the plan did seem, hey, we got to figure out how to get Nico Collins the football. And they had a tough time doing it, even though Nico Collins did have 60 yards receiving. This is C.J. Stroud talking about the opportunity to play the Kansas City Chiefs again earlier this week at his press conference.
Yeah, you definitely got to go back and see things that work, things that didn't work, and I think that definitely helps playing them so recently. But they also have that advantage as well. So we got to be able to still have a new game plan and do things that are new. And but yeah, it definitely does help to see a familiar team again. And they do a lot of great things. And we didn't really see a whole bunch of it. I think it was like the exotic things. So, I wouldn't be surprised if that stuff started to show up. So, but it definitely does help that we've seen them not too long ago.
That is my concern, is that Steve Spagnuolo just throws something completely different at the Texans and that they're caught off guard when they first see it. But I would like to see more. 1, CJ trusting his feet, taking off and running. And 2, Joe Mixon involved in the passing game somehow, some way. Especially now that you might not be with a trustworthy number 2 wide receiver. It's Nico Collins. John Mechie, sorry, last week I saw a guy that I can't trust. CJ likes him, so he's going to keep going his way. But, friendship is one thing. Throwing the football to a guy you trust who fumbles the first play of the game and who drops a key pass as well over the middle of the field after getting hit, that doesn't make you feel good when you hear that Robert Woods hasn't practiced all week long. Woods, who's not what he used to be, is still, competent. I want him out there. Are you going to be trusting on Jared Wayne and John Mechie to make big plays in big moments? That has me a little bit concerned. Bobby Slowick, Texans offensive coordinator, was asked at his press conference yesterday, what was it that got the offense going? This answer, while understandable, frustrates me a little bit.
A lot of times you just need that energy boost. You need something to just galvanize everybody and get everybody together. And I think that play, did exactly that. And would it have worked if we didn't fumble the snap? I have no idea, but I sure am glad he did. Because everyone's just demeanor after something like that completely changed, and the confidence we played with, and the swagger that they started playing with after that happened. That was huge for us. That was a big spark.
Big spark. It's kind of annoying, right? Hearing that Bobby Sloak said, yeah, the 3rd and 16 play that CJ Stroud made, that got our offense going. Wouldn't you like it to be something that they were doing? Wouldn't you like it to be something that he actually cooked up? I get it. Sometimes you do need a spark to get going, to get confidence, but and maybe there is something behind the scenes that Bobby Sloak isn't sharing with us. But I would like to think it's something else. I would like to think it was, hey, the Texans actually tried short passes in this game instead of slow developing plays behind that offensive line that can't hold up for enough time for those plays to happen. Here's more Bobby Sloak, and this is really the thing I think should have everyone most concerned about Saturday. Arrowhead Stadium's a very loud place, but the Chiefs, since they've been so good for so long, prices have probably gone up. I would imagine, to a degree, Chiefs games have become, relative to where they were when the fan base was still hungry, a wine and cheese kind of crowd, at least in the regular season. But come playoff time, when it actually means something, they will be loud. Bobby Sloak was asked about the impact the crowd noise could have in this game.
It always helps going to Arrowhead to just let guys see what it's like, feel the environment. But my gut tells me when we go there in the playoffs, it's going to be a different animal. And, that's something we've talked about a lot. That's something we've seen a lot. We've kind of dug into some old film and old TV copies just to see what it's like in the playoffs at Arrowhead, and is it that much different, and so we've talked about it a lot, and that's going to be a huge challenge for us. We got to make sure that we own the things that we can control, and our operation in the huddle, our operation at the line of scrimmage is without a doubt something we have to own in this game.
Watching the tape is not going to help. Like, what are you talking about? That's not going to help.
Wow, it's loud.
Yeah, it's loud. The only thing that's going to help is if the Texans practice indoors, which honestly probably should practice outdoors this week, given the weather that's supposed to be out there. It's been rather nippy in Houston the last couple of days. You want to practice outside, but if you were to practice inside in the bubble, theoretically, you could turn that place into what terrorists hear when they're stuck at a CIA black site. And it's just nonstop death metal in your ears over and over and over again. Because honestly, like they're going to need that. They're going to have to figure out how to communicate. And I think more importantly than anything, the offensive line, which has a couple of guys who are regularly cheating at the beginning of a play. I get it, but Laramie Tunsil, who always wants to get the quickest start he possibly can, sometimes does it a little too quick. You have to figure out how to have that offensive line at the snap ready to go right away and not false starting while doing it. And then on top of that, since the Texans offensive line is one where the center is basically communicating to the other offensive lineman what the blocking protection is, this is going to be a really big day for Jaret Patterson. I mean, that's a tough spot to be. It's loud, and you're calling out the plays, and you're calling out what the protections are. That might be a next year thing where the Texans finally let CJ Stroud do that, but for now, it is on Patterson. And it hasn't worked this year for anyone on the interior.
And not only the noise, not only calling out the protections, the communication, all that. And then once you snap the ball, then Jaret Patterson has to block Chris Jones. That's a problem. That seems like you're throwing a lot at him. You had not only the mental toll of getting everything lined up in that environment, and then also here's the best interior defender in the league.
God,
right in your lap.
Who is 100% healthy, he said.
Yes, who might, God forbid, he runs a stunt at you, and you don't know where he went.
Yeah. So some things to be concerned. The Chiefs are a 9-point favorite for a reason. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. This texter who keeps on texting but claims he hates the show says, I'm mad that no white boy quarterbacks are going to win the Super Bowl again. Yes, I'm so mad about that. God. Ugh. Why can't a white quarterback win again? What are you talking about, dude? I don't. This guy, I appreciate his commitment, but good God, dude. You can join on X, @GallantSays /Twitter. Sean A. Mapes Behind the Glass. On Twitch at ESPN 975. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. Coming up next. Oh, baby. You've been waiting for somebody to show the Texans some respect on national TV. You got it. You got it from a couple of people. There's a problem. One of these guys I do not want to hear it from. Stick around to find out who. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. No Joe, just Paul. No Joe, just Paul. Texans Chiefs on Saturday. You want to chime in on that game? You can all show long. The Chiefs are 9-point favorites per mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Wood has a thought on the Texans at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. Wood, what's up?
Man, what's happening, my brother? Y'all was talking about the planets gonna be aligned. The football goals gonna be with us this weekend.
Hell yeah!
Hey, I go all the Texas. I'm a season ticket holder. I'm always at that game. This is my first time going to Arrowhead. You know, the brothers don't like the cold. But if I'm going all the way up there to see them bad boys, I'm going to be wrapped up like a little zombie up there. But I tell you what, I love it when the media don't show us no love. I love it that we underdogs. We going up there, hey, we going to play mad. It ain't going to be no crying. Ain't going to be no crying up there this time. We going up there with some butt. We going up there to take some names and let them know the Texans have arrived. The defense is playing good. The offense finally woke up. We ready to play some ball. I just want Buffalo to win because just like Seattle was the Rockets' nemesis back in the day, Baltimore is our nemesis right now. We can beat Buffalo. We can beat Kansas City. We just got to show up and prove it. And that's what we're going to do this weekend. I'm not going up there to see us lose. I'm going to raise some hell while I'm up there. And the Texans going to raise some hell. We're going up there with the fire. We're going to bring the heat. We're going to let it be known who we are. We're going to shock the world coming this weekend.
Texans score. Let's go, Wood. What a call. Rack 'em, as Jim Rome used to say back in the day. Maybe he still says it. I don't know. That was fantastic, Wood. JG and Wood bringing it.
I might have to clip that. We'll just play it tomorrow again.
We got to play JG again tomorrow. We got to play Wood again tomorrow. Let's go. I love how you had that little side note. Brothers don't like the cold. It is going to be cold up there.
It is going to be cold.
But it's cold for the Chiefs, too, not just the Texans.
Yeah. Hey, Patrick Mahomes, you know where he's from? He's from Texas. He doesn't like the cold either.
That's true. That is true. You want to chime in? You can. 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. Fantastic call. Seriously. We did get this comment on the YouTube. I feel like this should have been brought up in the tinfoil hat Thursday segment. 12:30 every Thursday here. Gallant George. No Joe, just Paul today. You think the Texans could surprise the bleep out of Kansas City using a 4-6 defense against them? Talk about a flashback from the past. Talk about a flashback to all sorts of war violence, because that is what the Chiefs will do. You thought 51 points was bad? You thought 51 points was bad? You run the 4-6 against Patrick Mahomes, you will die. He is praying that the Texans do that. That would not work. That would not work at all.
I don't know.
Stop.
Just man up,
Stop.
Stingley, Lassiter on Worthy and Brown.
No.
Throw Aziz on Kelsey. I don't know.
Aziz on Kelsey is where he lost me. The first two that actually kind of have you. Well. No, I'm concerned about who covers Travis Kelsey in this game.
Yeah.
Is it To'o? Is it Al-Shaair? Is Christian Harris actually going to be healthy? It doesn't seem like he is. It's been really frustrating. The injury he's been dealing with all year. I feel for him. It must suck.
Didn't he only play like 10 snaps in the Chargers?
He barely played. Yeah. He played 10 snaps in the playoffs. I doubt he plays much in this game too, which sucks. He's not himself. I really hope that they're able to fix whatever happened this year, this coming off season, because he was so good last season. And yeah, can you remember a Christian Harris moment this year? I truly cannot.
No. I mean, honestly, the moments are when he's out there and I go, oh, there's Harris out there.
Yeah.
That's it. And that's not good. Where the noteworthy part is just that he's out there. But yeah, I mean, I'm somewhat joking. I do think that putting your corners on the island against the Chiefs wide receivers could be something, and then you double Kelsey.
Yeah,
maybe just a little bit a variant of the old Bill Belichick Patriots thing of whatever. Put your best corner on the number 2 and double the number 1. Maybe that you can do that with Kelsey. It is harder to double tight ends, though, just because of where they line up on the field than it is a wide receiver.
Here's a thought. Just came to me. Probably a crazy one. Tinfoil hat Thursday.
Yeah.
Come with some slack.
Yeah.
So Xavier Worthy,
mm-hmm.
He's a tiny little Texas guy.
Little guy.
Anyone who knows, and nothing against tiny little Texas guys, but like I weigh more than Xavier Worthy. If we know anything about, smaller folks, like maybe it's your mom, maybe it's your wife, maybe it's your girlfriend, maybe it's your sister.
Maybe it's Xavier Worthy.
They get cold. They get cold easy. They get cold easy. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to compare him to a woman. I'm just saying smaller people tend to get a little bit colder.
Yeah, it doesn't have as much insulation.
Hollywood Brown, same thing. So here's my tinfoil hat conspiracy. Derek Stingley on Travis Kelsey. Honestly, I mean,
it's not a bad idea.
Now, the problem is you'd have to put him on the interior. This is really where you miss Jalen Petrie, and you wish you had someone like that.
Or Jimmy Ward even, yeah.
Right. And Kamari Lassiter, who has played that slot corner position before, like maybe that's a wrinkle you throw in there, but he is small. Lassiter is small. Stingley is 6'1" and like plays like he's 6'2", 6'3". So just a thought from somebody who does not watch the tape. Someone who is just throwing bleep at the wall.
Yeah, we got a couple Madden defensive coordinators over here, all right?
Right.
We're doing what worked.
We're trying
What
our
works in
best.
Madden, all right?
We're just trying our best, okay? This is a fun CJ Stroud fact. It's a deep steel blue pill for you. You ready? You ready to feel really good about the Texans? And sorry, Wood, but you want to hear some national media jazz up the Texans? Let's go. Give me that deep steel blue pill. Texans swarm! And shout out to the Texans who gave me a goodie bag today. They gave me these iced Rice Krispie treats, and they gave me a t-shirt and a hat that I will dramatically put on before the end of today's show. You can watch it on YouTube and on Twitch. Paul's gonna take his shirt off. Yeah, ladies and guys, I guess. Just feel like the latter tends to be more interested in me than the former. CJ Stroud has the most playoff victories in Houston Texans history.
Wow. Yates didn't get 3? Wow.
Yates had just 1.
Damn. Felt like so many more.
Brock Osweiler, 1. As many as Deshaun Watson and Matt Schaub. Interesting. Honestly, Texans almost went the furthest in the playoffs with Brock Osweiler because they were very close in that game against the Patriots. Will Fuller doesn't drop that touchdown pass down the middle of the field. Who knows what happens? Can you imagine that? Bill O'Brien and Brock Osweiler, who hated each other, being the only Texans team that made it to the AFC Championship
being
game.
the most successful Texans team of all time.
That would be insane because that year was ridiculous. They played Connor Cook in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, I think even,
Derek Carson in an MVP year, and they get Connor Cook. It was great.
Definitely by the playoffs, I think we all kind of knew, like, this is probably going to be Brock Osweiler's last year starting with his first and last year starting.
Yeah. We were calling for Savage in week 18 or week 17. CJ Stroud. 2 playoff wins. Most in Texans franchise history.
Some of that is just because TJ Yates had to play that first year. And so Schaub should be at 2. I think Schaub still gets the job done against the Bengals, but
I think so too.
Oh, well.
Alas, earwax. You want some more deep steel blue pills? Listen, not everybody's doubting the Houston Texans. Not everybody. First off, here's Kyle Brandt of Good Morning Football saying that the Houston Texans are like a very popular online meme right now with the way they're playing on defense.
So you know what Herbert did? Herbert, the guy who does not throw interceptions and does not really get sacked, did all of them, the worst he's ever done in his career. The Texans defense against Josh Allen this year, Josh Allen went 9 of 30 with an interception. It's arguably the worst game of his career, not his season. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions. It's arguably the worst game of his career, not his season. Tua Tagovailoa, another franchise guy. 3 interceptions. The Dolphins scored 12 points. Arguably the worst game of his career. How about somebody totally different? A young guy, Anthony Richardson. Okay. Went 9 of 19 and checked himself out of the game against the Texans. The worst game of his young career. Guys, the meme is not the Dragons or the Soldiers. It's about the Texans defense. And it's that one where the Grim Reaper is walking down the hallway, opening each door and like, you're dead and you're dead and you're dead. And they just went to the Chargers door. And now they're going to the big red door in Kansas City. And they got that scythe. Like, this defense has made some of the best quarterbacks in our sport ever look ridiculous.
Texans defense, Grim Reaper, making the best quarterbacks in the game look ridiculous. Texans swarm! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You want some more national media? Blowing smoke up the Houston Texans keister? Well, this one you might not like as much. I'll just be perfectly honest. I find this Fox Sports analyst to be annoying. However, Emmanuel Acho might be the biggest Houston Texans champion out there in the national media. Here he is on the facility on Fox Sports 1.
I'm going to say something. I don't know if anybody else going to say it. Chiefs should be concerned about this game. Chiefs should be concerned about this game. You can roll back around whenever you got time, Shady. Roll my dog back around. Roll my dog back around. If you know D'Amico Ryans, like I know D'Amico Ryans, play with me in Philly, like Shady knows D'Amico Ryans.
I love the brother.
The Chiefs should be concerned about this game. If you know the Texans defense, like I know the Texans defense, like I trust y'all at home who watch the Texans defense know the Texans defense, the Chiefs should be concerned about this game. At every level defensively versus the Chiefs offense, the Texans should win. The corners. Y'all seen what Lassiter and Stingley did last week?
Really good play.
What? The pass rushers. Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, best pass rushing tandem in football, led the league in sacks as it pertains to a tandem. The Texans linebackers. Their head coach is a former linebacker, defensive rookie of the year. You don't think them linebackers about to be ready? Advantage Texans because you've already gotten used to Mahomes. Chiefs should be concerned about this game. I've told you why. I'll show you why momentarily.
Ooh, and he goes over to the screen and he shows some X's and O's. He does pat himself on the back a lot there. Like, I know this defense. Do you? I played with D'Amico. Did you?
When he said, I know D'Amico Ryans, I was like, he didn't play for, I thought he played for the 49ers. Like, he didn't play for the 49ers that recently. Oh, I forgot your teammates in Philadelphia.
Hey.
Forgot he was an NFL player, to be honest.
That's true. I did too. I
think
of
of him as
Texas.
just a Texas linebacker.
Yeah. And then I'm like, wait, his brother also played for Texas and also is an ESPN analyst.
But I know he played in the, I don't know why he played for the Cardinals.
Sam
I know
Acho
that.
did play. Okay. Yeah. Emmanuel Acho played.
Also did.
But he listen, making it into the NFL is hard. I'm not trying to throw shade. Okay. I'm envious. But okay.
He did have to remind us.
You have to. Yeah, he strikes me as more the college football guy than the NFL guy. But okay, hey, Texans Swarm, Emmanuel Acho, he wrote a book.
He did.
How many other people at Fox Sports have written books? Actually, one, Danny Parkins. I got it for free.
Nice.
I tried to read it.
Yeah?
Just not a diehard basketball fan enough to read it. Talks about like D3 athletes and how they become a mainstay in the NBA. There's like, yeah, a lot of examples of it. Interesting. Like Jeff Van Gundy, I think Rafael Stone, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, more deep steel blue pills. TJ Hushmanzada. He was a really good wide receiver for the Bengals back in the day. Carson Palmer, Chad Johnson, then Ochocinco, and TJ Hushmanzada. TJ Hushmanzada, also on the facility, is going to have you swarming up a storm.
The Kansas City Chiefs starters would have 23 days off. That's a long time. But then I look and say, oh, Andy Reid is a head coach. He's 32-7 off of a bye. So that alleviates some of the concerns. But if I'm not mistaken, doesn't everybody say the Chargers' offensive line is one of the best in football? That's what everybody says.
That's what they say.
Man, the Houston Texans D-line carved them boys up. Andy Reid going to slow them down because he's so smart of a play caller that he's going to give them misdirection. He's going to give them screens. So he's going to do those type of things to slow them down. Now, are they going to be smart enough and understand that's some of the challenges they're going to have? There's so many games with the Kansas City Chiefs where say, nah, they're going to lose this game. 15, come on, guy, I got you. Get on my back. He played Superman so many times, and so I do have slight concerns. Until I see 15 not make the play, it's almost hard to pick against him. But I am concerned because of that defensive line that you just said, them bookends.
Yep.
The Chiefs do not have good tackles.
Okay, TJ. Texans Swarm. Let's go, man. Let's go. They're getting respect.
The facility respects them.
The facility is the official show of Gallant George because of the Texans propaganda they are pushing about that defense. Although there was one person who pushed back, but we'll talk about him a little bit later. You know who else? I mean, we are just promoting the bleep out of Fox Sports 1. Yesterday we played Nick Wright talking about how the Texans are a practice game for the Chiefs and that game will be over by halftime. While he was going off on this very arrogant, swinging your thing around like a helicopter, pro-Chiefs take, Sitting next to him was Greg Jennings, the former Green Bay Packers wide receiver. Greg Jennings looked so pissed off the entire time that Nick was going down this road. And right after Nick was done with his blowing of the Chiefs, this is what Greg Jennings did. Put the team on his back, dude.
Let me say this. You put up the stats. Can we see those stats again of Houston's defense? Because there was this great man that I happen to know coined the phrase. What was that phrase again?
Defense wins championships.
That's
It's catching on.
Defense wins championships. And there's one thing that we saw in that first round matchup against the Chargers. We saw great defense.
Texans swarm! I like how Greg Jennings said, yeah, I met the person who said defense wins championships.
Who was that?
Who actually did say it? I got it. I do not think that Greg Jennings knew this guy.
Vince Lombardi?
No.
Oh.
No. Sadly. Per Reddit, it originated from legendary Alabama football coach Bear Bryant in the 1970s.
He definitely did not meet Bear Bryant.
I don't think he met him either.
Maybe as a child he met him.
Perhaps.
Maybe. Actually, then I don't think he's old enough.
Yeah, I think, when did Bear Bryant...
He died like the day or 2 weeks after he retired.
83. There's a chance.
Again, that 3-year-old Greg Jennings met him. Yes.
Infant Greg Jennings was taught by Bear Bryant.
The defense wins
being bounced on his knee. Defense wins championships. By the way, I mean, we can't bring up Greg Jennings without the iconic clip. I haven't seen this in a very long time, and I'm not going to lie, I may have watched this 3 to 4 times. There was a video that went viral on, I think, YouTube about 10, 15 years ago. It was of a player playing Madden, a person playing Madden, and providing commentary, instant replay of a play where Greg Jennings caught a pass and ran for a touchdown while limping the entire way in the video game. Take it away, narrator.
Greg Jennings caught that. This is probably the last play of the game. But dog, earlier though, the broke his leg. How is he running with a broken leg? Look at this holding this though. Dog, he put the team on his back. Dog, let's go inside the mind of a Greg Jennings. Dog, I gotta do. I put the team on my back though. My leg broke. I don't know how the I'm running right now though. I'll do this for Madden. Oh, Darren Sharper, one of the most hardest hitting safeties in the league. But I put the team on my back, dude. It. You can't stop me. Cross the plane. Touchdown. Greg Jennings. 49-20, man. With me. You Gumby?
Hell yeah. What an all-time. Why did this blow up? Because that guy
This is hilarious.
narrates with such passion in such a
Darren
hilarious
Sharper.
way. One of the most hardest hitting safeties in the league.
I forgot the let's go in the mind of Greg Jennings.
Let's go inside the mind of Greg Jennings. I'll put the team on my back, dude. I love it.
I broke my leg.
Broke my mother bleeping leg
I don't know
out there.
how I'm running.
Oh, Darren Sharper.
Gotta do it for my team. Gotta do it for Madden.
One of the most problematic safeties in the league.
Yes. With what we
That was
know
before.
now.
That was
Yes.
before. That was before that. And on that note, it is Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. We challenge you to bring the boom the way that both JG and Wood have to get us pumped up for Texans and Chiefs on Saturday. Some people think they got a shot. You just heard 3 of them. Maybe there'll be more. I'm not going to lie. Much like in The Matrix, when Morpheus is watching Neo in the train station with Agent Smith, Neo looks like he's about to run. Then he stops, and everyone asks Morpheus, what's going on? Morpheus says, he's beginning to believe. I am not kidding. I'm starting to believe. Starting to believe. Honestly, I'm a little concerned because it doesn't make any logical sense, but I'm starting to believe. Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe, just Paul. Joe's going to be back tomorrow. Up next, update on what the Texans have to overcome injury-wise in their game against the Chiefs on Saturday. Bobby Slowick had a big day today that doesn't involve the Texans and the Cowboys and Deion Sanders. It is certainly possible. All of that and more. Stay put. Before Texans and Chiefs on Saturday, Chiefs 9-point favorites per mybookie.ag. The Texans and Chiefs have wrapped up practice for the week. Texans will travel to Kansas City tomorrow, and the latest on the injury front, not the best. Why is it not the best? Well, you've got Robert Woods, who is probably the Chiefs' second best, not the Chiefs, probably the Texans' second best wide receiver right now. That guy has missed practice all week long. A little concerning. Because, I mean, do you trust John Mechie?
Xavier Hutchinson.
Jared Wayne? Yeah, I mean, really, Sean, that might be it.
It's Hutchinson and Mechie or past Woods. Like, that's who you're going to.
Yeah.
Don't love it. No Cade Stover either.
Cade Stover's out for the year. You're right.
Broken collarbone is what it ended up being. Which, yeah, when I saw that, I had the same reaction. Then broken collarbone's one of those injuries where I immediately grab my collarbone when I hear someone broke theirs. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah. Oof. So that's a little bit concerning because, look, they're pretty hamstrung at the receiver position as it is. Also, Joe Mixon dealing with an ankle injury. So he didn't practice today. He did practice yesterday, but it was limited. So might be precautionary. I imagine he will be out there tomorrow. But today at practice, that's what you're dealing with. So what happens next? Well, we'll see. Chris Jones, though, we know, is feeling good. And Patrick Mahomes says his ankle is no longer keeping him limited. So
he was limited?
He was.
Oh, I couldn't tell.
He was not limited against the Texans, and he's not even listed as limited on the injury report anymore. Anyway, that was a little bit messy. Sorry about that. The injury report email, for whatever reason, as soon as I tried to open it up, my email account had logged out because I have not verified that it's still me for the last 7 days. It does this once a week. It drives me crazy. Whatever. It's fine. Bobby Slowick has interviewed with the New York Jets today virtually because the Texans' work week is officially done. I wonder how that went. Apparently, the Jets want to do this at head coach. They want to hire a smorgasbord. Brian Flores, Vikings defensive coordinator, Vikings quarterback coach Josh McCown, and Vikings senior VP of player personnel, Ryan Grigson. You might remember old Griggy Bear from his time with the Indianapolis Colts, where he won Executive of the Year before Chris Ballard for drafting Andrew Luck. He also got T.Y. Hilton in that draft, but Grigson was a terrible GM, never built an offensive line around Andrew Luck. Luck's out of the league.
Yeah, that's why he retired in 2018 or whatever it was. Yeah.
I'd love the Jets to bring in Griggy Bear to run the show.
Yeah, I mean,
but Flores and McCown actually sounds not bad.
As you went down, it went from good to okay. Like I'm not against it, but I just don't have as strong of feelings about McCown as I do Flores being solid. And then Grigson, ugh. I don't like that. I guess no Jets plan or Browns plan, but no Jets plan can ever be like, I'm 100% in on it. They always have to throw in one part that's like, ugh, I don't think this is going to work.
Crazy. Right.
Yeah,
exactly. So we'll see what they do, but they did interview Bobby Slowick today. Joe George, meanwhile, he's out today, confirmed that he has interviewed with the Chicago Bears.
Yep.
Lori Lightfoot was in the waiting room because the Bears have to check the box of, the Rooney Rule process.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. No one's dumping on the Bears for that. Oh, the Patriots interview 2 coaches. Everyone's dumping on them. Busted, racist, whatever. They're just doing what they're supposed to do. Anyway.
Interviewing them at the same time. Just
why not?
Knocking them out just as quickly as possible.
Joint interview.
Like Step Brothers?
He's like, or yeah.
Like,
you're right.
They're both wearing tuxedos.
Why are you both wearing tuxedos? Did one of them fart?
Yeah. At first I thought it was cool. Now it's kind of weird.
Also could be like the Joker, where we're looking for aggressive expansion. Drops a pool cue in between the two.
One of you guys is going to be the OC for Mike Vrabel, who we already hired.
Right. It's like Mike Vrabel just comes in and takes it from both of them. Boom. Deion Sanders would take the job as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys if offered, per Ed Werder. That's surprising. Not. I mean, if you're going to get offered a head coaching job in the NFL, I would assume you'd take it. This idea that he's going to stay at Colorado. He was saying the same thing when he was in, where was it, Jackson State?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said the same thing there. Like, come on.
No,
Coaches lie all the time.
He didn't even lie. Like, he gave the, like, pitch perfect, I'm a college coach, weighing my options or waiting to actually be offered the job before going, where he goes, yep, had a great meeting with Jerry Jones. It was awesome, great, productive, whatever. I love being here in Boulder, and I'm committed to this team. Like, that's what they all say.
Yeah.
If anything, most of them deny that they even talked to another team. He's actually being more honest with,
like, point.
I did talk to the owner of the Cowboys.
The Cowboys have requested officially an interview with Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore. They're expected to interview former Jets head coach Robert Saleh for their vacant head coaching position as well. That would be fun. Robert Saleh with the Cowboys talking about crows pecking at the necks of Eagles.
If I'm any coach, but especially Rob Saleh, I don't want to go from Jets to Cowboys. Like, I want to spend I want to spend a couple years just like chilling
in
somewhere.
Mediocrity, in irrelevance, instead of being in the
spotlight and mediocrity. And yeah,
I mean, yeah. So you go from being the New York spotlight to the spotlight of the entire United States.
Yeah, like I just take a, you know what? Be the DC in Jacksonville for a year, just to cleanse the palate. No one's screaming at you on first take for 2 weeks.
A little bit less pressure on that front. The Ravens claimed Deontay Johnson, but he can't play in the playoffs. I just thought it was kind of funny that they did that. And it seems like the Raiders are circling in. Is that the term? No. Seems like the Raiders, though, are about to potentially hire Ben Johnson, Lions offensive coordinator, as their next head coach. That's at least what the streets are saying. The Raiders want Ben Johnson. I mean, I think everyone wants Ben Johnson, but perhaps Tom Brady and his involvement in this process could be a part of it. Will be very interesting because I think Tom Brady's on the call for Lions Commanders.
I was going to say he's definitely calling one of these playoff games.
He's not allowed to interview Ben Johnson before the game because he's a part owner of the Raiders, so he can't do like the pregame conversations with Ben Johnson.
But can he talk to him on the field beforehand?
It's a good question.
Because I've seen like Arthur Blank talk to other players before. He talked to J.C. Horn about Joe Horn. Like I think he can just walk to him on the 50-yard line and be like, "Hey, how's it going? I'm Tom Brady."
He probably can't, and I could be wrong on this front, share what is said on the broadcast. But I don't know if there's someone narking him out over that either.
Yeah, like is Tom Burkhardt or not Tom Burkhardt, Kevin Burkhardt. Is he wearing a wire or something that he has to be careful that he's going to divulge what TB12 is talking to about with Ben Johnson?
I don't know.
Hey, what's the Tom Rinaldi? Empty your pockets.
Give us all you got.
Yeah.
From the 713, do y'all think it's a good decision for coaches to take interviews while they are actively in the playoffs? Kind of feel like it could be a distraction for them. I mean, of course it's going to be a distraction for them. I know that the last couple of times that I've had job interviews, I have stressed all night the night before, and I probably didn't get the proper sleep I needed to because I was over-preparing for it, which is psychotic.
Yeah.
You honestly want to stay chill, but if you're going to get a head coaching gig, you might never get one, and it's life-changing money, and it also guarantees that you'll probably be some sort of coach for your whole life. And as some sort of assistant somewhere, somehow, assuming that you are not a complete disaster like Rich Kotite was for the Jets back in 96.
Yeah, it also, like, these interviews aren't, like, 90-minute job interviews. These are full, like, 3-4 hours of talking to these guys at the facility. You have this giant binder that all these coaches have with like their plan for excellence for whatever team. Like there is a lot of work. And if you want to make the case that like just spending any 5 minutes on thinking about that or talking to your agent about that does take away from however many minutes you could be game planning for the Kansas City Chiefs, as an example. I believe that. I don't think it's like anything huge, but I do like there probably is an effect. That's why there's a rule that that Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn and all the teams with buys. Like they could do it last week during the bye week. They couldn't do it this week.
Right.
I think that rule's in place because there's an understanding that it does have some effect.
Yeah. Huh. It is so strange the way that it's set up. You think shouldn't you just wait until the end of the year for everyone?
Or until you're
Like,
eliminated.
force it? Like-
just until this coordinator's eliminated, like you can't talk to him.
Because
it'll figure itself out as it goes on.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, like the race to get it done too. I mean, the guys who are at the top, they're gonna get their choice anyway. So I don't think it really matters, like rushing to get this hire done as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's more for like if you don't get Ben Johnson, you want to be able to get your backup plan. Say your backup plan is Liam Cohen, the Tampa Bay offensive coordinator,
Right.
whoever, who's already eliminated. So, but now, another team can hire Liam Cohen.
Exactly.
And so I guess I get it, but I think it would be better off if, you just can't talk to these guys until they're eliminated.
Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. No Joe, just Paul. And by the way, you can go watch Texans and Chiefs for a watch party with Sean at the Rusty Horseshoe Bar and Grill in Spring. They're going to be there from noon to 3. Check it out. It's going to be a fun watch party there. I'm doing a watch party on the internet. So you can join me
competing
for that,
watch party. Wow.
Competing watch party. Sorry.
It's all right. I think we end at 3 anyway. So it's more of a pregame thing.
Pregame party.
Yeah.
I like it. This is the real independent pregame show.
Yeah.
On Houston's independent voice for sports
We'll
talk.
tell you how it is.
Hell yeah.
We'll shoot you straight.
Coming up next. The Rockets won last night in convincing fashion over the Denver Nuggets, who were without Nikola Jokic. But something else has been, I think, taking over the narrative, if you will, of Houston Rockets basketball. And it's a bit annoying. You'll hear what that is next. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
No Joe, just Paul. Some sad news in sports today. Bob Uecker, longtime voice of the Milwaukee Brewers, famous for his role in Major League and also a former Major League player, passed away at the age of 90. That is a bummer. I think as far as beloved sportscasters, that guy's got to be close to the top. I had no idea he actually played baseball for a couple of seasons. And it was cool to see at the end of this year when the Brewers clinched a playoff spot, everybody celebrating with Bob Uecker. So he got to do that at least one last time. But that's what every broadcaster wants to be. You want to be the voice of your team, but you also want to seem like you're the coolest MFer alive. And I think as far as people that work in sports media that you'd want to drink with, there are very few. I'd like to think I'm one, Sean. I think in public I prove that, but I think my on-air persona for some is grating.
Yeah.
I get it.
Like some people might want to sit that one out. But
some people are like, you're too much. But Bob,
I mean,
I think number one.
Yeah, he was the Miller Lite pitchman for a reason for a while there. So yeah, obviously, like I mostly know him through the movie Major League. I wasn't listening to a bunch of Brewers games growing up, but yeah, he again, like you said, like one of the very few, and now like especially very few local broadcasters that really have like national relevance. Like, that there's very few guys that are only doing local, especially baseball now, but local broadcasts that, you know, most of America sees and has an opinion on, and a positive opinion on. And Bob Uecker is one of them.
Certainly helps to be in a movie. But
Definitely helps.
100%. RIP to Bob Uecker. The Rockets smoked the Denver Nuggets last night, 128-108. But there was no Nikola Jokic. The good things in that game, Jalen Green, he's on a roll. 5 really good games in a row. Cam Whitmore off the bench. He's looking pretty good too. They're doing this without Tari Eason, who I think is going to be back for the next Rockets game. They've been doing it without Jabari Smith as well. So a lot of good things for the Houston Rockets, which is why I find it so strange that all of a sudden, this week in particular, there's been a lot of noise involving the Rockets and potential interest in Suns guard Devin Booker. Where did it all start? Tim McMahon of ESPN was on a podcast with Brian Windhorst. It's called The Hoop Collective. And starts off by saying, look, the Rockets are having a great year. They're a star away from being a bona fide championship contender.
But I tell you, I mentioned that last 15 games, they are 8th in the league in offensive efficiency during those last 15 games. And it's really a remarkable thing because they still aren't shooting it well. Green is recently. He's shooting it better than he has throughout the course of the season for sure. During those 8 games, they ranked 24th in effective field goal percentage, 24th in true shooting percentage, and 8th in offensive efficiency. How does that math work? They don't turn it over, and they pound you on the offensive glass. And then, you know, this is one of the best defensive teams in the league. So it's all a very interesting combination. And again, they're a star away, whether that's emerging on the roster or acquiring down the road, from being a real threat.
I'm glad Tim said emerging on the roster because it can emerge on this roster. Will it? Remains to be seen if Jalen Green is going to turn into one of the top players in the league. But the way he's playing right now, much like the way he was playing last March, he is playing currently like one of the best players in the league. He's caught fire. Consistency has been an issue for him, but I mean, the dude's 22 and he turns 23 in 3 weeks. So there's theoretically more upside on this front. But the reason the star narrative, this idea that the Rockets need to acquire one, which was obviously the Daryl Morey way, like F chemistry. I'm just going to get name after name after name and hope that they figure it out and try to fill in the roster after them. Did work pretty well, to Morey's credit. They were a Chris Paul hamstring away from potentially going to the NBA Finals and maybe even winning those NBA Finals. But I am concerned that Tillman Fertitta and or Patrick Fertitta hear this, see Devin Booker's on a struggling Suns team, and think to themselves, we got to go get him. Tim McMahon said that Devin Booker to the Rockets would be a pretty interesting possibility on that Brian Windhorst podcast, the Hoop Collective.
There's an understanding they need a star. To ultimately be a true, legitimate championship contender, they need a big-time offensive engine. Now, the likelihood is that's something they'll have to look at in the trade market, whether it's a De'Aaron Fox this summer. Certainly they've got a lot of Suns draft capital, and they've let it be known they are Devin Booker fans. There's no indication that Devin Booker, and certainly not the Suns, have any interest in participating in that. But if you talk to people in Houston, they say, hey, we also think we've got some potential
Devin
stars.
Booker is staying with the Suns. I don't see,
Right.
just to interject, I don't see any wavering on that whatsoever. Just to interject.
There's been not any indication. Like I said, there's interest and that's been expressed and no indication that it's even a possibility. The only reason I bring it up is because if you look at their assets,
right, they have the Suns stuff.
They got a lot of Suns capital.
That's why Booker keeps getting brought up, because the Rockets have all of that Suns draft capital. What a strange report, no? From Tim McMahon saying the Rockets are fans of Devin Booker. We saw this pop up on that NBA aggregator account at NBA Central. Just as a report, Rockets are fans of Devin Booker. So they like him. Cool, I guess. What does that mean? I'm sure they like Giannis. I'm sure they like Nikola Jokic too.
He's one of the best players in the league.
Right.
I hope that they like him.
I would hope they like him.
And he's 28 years old.
Yeah. They also like James Harden, for what it's worth.
Yeah. They like Kevin Durant too.
Yeah.
They like a lot of these guys.
And by they, I mean the Fertittas and perhaps Ime Udoka. Not Ime Udoka. Perhaps Rafael Stone, not Ime Udoka.
On the Harden side.
On Harden, yes. So, very strange report. I like that Windhorst came in at the end and said it's not happening. The Suns have shown no indication that they would. It is weird, though, that in Vegas, the Rockets are by far the favorites to land Booker. They're minus 200.
Odds on.
Yeah.
Odds on favorites.
If it was plus something, to me, I'd be like, okay, whatever. They're minus 200? They're the only minus out there? So they're the odds on favorite to get him. Does this hold as a minus 200 bet until the offseason? Is it going to get even bigger?
Yeah, it's also like what Brian Windhorst was saying. There's zero indication that Devin Booker is interested in asking out or that the Phoenix Suns are interested in trading Devin Booker. So this is all very down the road of hypothetical situation. And like McMahon is saying the Rockets have a bunch of trade assets that all belong to that are all Phoenix picks in the future. If Phoenix wants to trade Devin Booker, they're going to be bad. And if they're going to be bad, they're going to want their own draft picks back. Rockets also, good team, maybe need a star. Like we both said, it could also just be the stars on the roster right now. And you just need to give them time to develop. So I can see how the dots connect. But where we are at in like NBA media discourse of rumors is just like, this just makes logical sense that a trade could happen here. There's no actual reason to believe that this is close to happening.
Totally agree. And as I said a week ago, 2 weeks ago or so, the last time we had a conversation about, hey, do the Rockets make a move? Because it gets asked every day.
It's like a weekly thing. Of
and someone will always text in whenever we talk about the Rockets. Hey, are they going to make a move? People want them to make a move. Nationally, people want them to do something because I think they want something to talk about. And it would be fun if the Rockets made some sort of huge trade in the middle of the season, like the trade that they made for James Harden right before tip-off the season back in 2012.
2012,
it wasn't a trade for Dwight Howard, but when they got Dwight Howard, like they just want a big splashy thing to talk about.
Trade for Chris Paul, trade for Russell Westbrook. Like that's what they've done throughout the last decade.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a dead period of NBA action because people are not as focused on it as they will be in the months to come. And I think people want to see something happen. And the Rockets, they look at as a team with a lot of young players, and the fact that they have all this capital, and they're like, what if they add somebody? That would be cool. Like, that's what this is. It's not reporting. It's just, that would be cool.
I will say that some of this is, I don't want to say the Rockets' fault because it's not really anything too bad that's happening. But some of this does fall back on the Rockets when they hired Ime Udoka and had the introductory press conference. That would have been April 2023, when I think it was Tillman Fertitta said that we are entering in phase 2, that this is phase 2 of Houston Rockets basketball, that they're no longer losing. And everyone took that as, oh, they're going to try to make win now moves, make more, get more veteran laden.
Which was concerning because we thought, hey, they're going to bring in James Harden.
Yes.
Oh, God.
And what they ended up doing was they ended up signing Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, Jeff Green, Jock Landale.
All of them have been pretty good. Jeff Green played a little bit.
All of them been solid. Varying degrees of solid. They traded for Steven Adams. And they haven't really made the win now move. Those are all winning moves. I wouldn't say they're like win now moves. They're not throwing your chips in.
Exactly. It's a winning culture move.
Yeah.
Build a winning culture with players like this.
But since then, we've talked about, or all we've kind of expected, and now I think, especially this recent Jalen Green run and the recent Rockets one where they're 5-1, 6-1 in January, that now I don't think I expect them to make a move, at least like this season, definitely not. And even in the offseason, like I don't know how desperate they're gonna be to make a star move, because as it looks like, the more time you're giving Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün and Amin Thompson now entering the starting lineup, the more and more likely that the star of the next Houston Rockets team is already on the Houston Rockets.
I'm with you.
Before this season, and definitely before last season, it didn't look like that.
There's only one player I'd want to trade for. It's Giannis. That's really it. Otherwise, I think you stay the course. Someone on the text line said it. A couple of people are suggesting other names. Christopher Soriano on YouTube says, I wouldn't mind Giannis. Christian Velas claims when there's smoke, there's fire. I don't think there's much to this smoke. I really don't.
I mean, the smoke is that the Phoenix Suns are under 500.
Right.
That's the smoke. That's why we're talking about it. If the Phoenix Suns were the 4 seed, like this would be non-starter. Like this, like saying like Ja Morant is going to be a Houston Rocket. Like it's not going to happen because the Grizzlies are too good and Ja Morant's happy because they're winning games. The only reason that there's even like an ounce of this is like we kind of know how this goes, especially with a team with Kevin Durant on it.
Right.
When they start underperforming, they got swept out of the first round last year. Yeah. Looks like they're going to be in the play-in at best this offseason or this playoffs. So this is, again, we're talking about things that are going to happen in April, May, June, July, in January right now. So could it happen? Maybe. Is it happening right now? No.
That's Sean Maves Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to weigh in on what we were talking about with the Houston Rockets and trade possibilities, you can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Texans and Chiefs. It's Saturday. We are getting closer and closer, almost 2 days away from what could be the biggest win in Texans history. I'm starting to believe something is wrong with me. Do you believe? Do you got a call like Wood? A call like JG? Bring it to the table, because I'm getting more and more deep steel blue pilled up. Stick around. Texans and Chiefs, Saturday, 3:30, Arrowhead Stadium with the Chiefs. 9-point favorites still. I keep on looking at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, waiting for the line to change at all. It has held at that number all week long. That is a big line for the Chiefs to cover, especially given who they've been this year. D'Amico Ryans at his press conference earlier this week said this has been the key to the Houston Texans and what they've done this year: perseverance.
We've had some ups and downs throughout the year, and we went through some difficult times, where, again, everybody was not believing in us, which is good. You had that adversity from the outside. We were trying to, on the inside, make sure we're doing things the right way, playing the right way. Games didn't go our way all the time. Like, we've been in tough game. We had tough losses. We've had wins at the last minute. So we're battle tested as a team. And I think that's hardened us to be exactly in this spot for that reason. Like, we're battle tested and we're ready to go to battle against anyone. Any type of way the game can go, we've been there. Unfortunately, we've been on the downside, we've been on the upside, so we know what it takes to win. And that's what I love about our team. Like, we've learned a lot of lessons throughout the season. We've grown closer together as a team, and I wouldn't want to be with any other group.
Oh, that's very sweet by D'Amico. I'll say this, though, about the perseverance, about the learning from their mistakes. If you can keep making the same mistakes over and over again, are you actually learning from them? No. Hard no.
That is funny that they really they've 10 wins, win the wild card round, and I'm still not sure if they've improved from week one.
I don't think they have.
If anything, they've just gotten hurt. And maybe they've improved a little bit to where they're keeping their head above water with how much they've lost injury-wise. Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, among others. But yeah, I don't know how much we can go the things we've learned along the way quite yet, because it hasn't shown up on the field.
And I don't think they've overcome that many obstacles. Like, they've had obstacles. Have they overcome them? They have hung in there.
I'm learning more and more that the NFL is just more about hanging in there. We're just like not being the Chargers gets you a win against the Chargers in the playoffs.
It really is that simple.
Not being the Titans, not being the Jags, not being the Colts wins you a division.
Mike Vrabel, in his introductory press conference with the Patriots, he said, look, we want to get back to not beating ourselves. We take it from there.
Yeah.
We don't want to do the things that kill ourselves in a game. Once we get that out, then it's up to the next step. And that's the weird thing. The Texans have the talent, but they do the killing themselves a lot. It's a little goth teenager, to be honest, Like,
they're just doing it for attention.
It does feel like that at times, because they keep doing it. They're not going all the way in. They haven't eliminated themselves yet, Sorry to get really dark with this, but I mean, that's kind of what it is. So they've got to figure out a way to learn from the many lessons that they've had with this test on Saturday, because this is the final test. This isn't, you get to keep on retaking your SATs. Right now, the Texans are on like the 8th attempt on the SATs. Listen, we're wasting mommy and daddy's money now, Yeah, you can take the SAT as many times as you want. There's a certain point of no return. There's definitely a point of no return, You at a certain point, this number's not going to get much higher unless this is the time. First 2 times I took the SAT, mediocre for me. And in my family with my sister who went to Harvard, the worst.
How'd she do?
Shut up. How did I do? First 2 times in the 1200s, third time 1420. The third time was the best. This needs to be the third time for the Texans, because it's kind of the 7th time or 8th time.
I was gonna say that's the problem.
Yeah,
they've had a lot of previous attempts.
I like that D'Amico brought up the doubters. We've played some of the people that believe in them on today's show. We still have some more doubters to get to. We'll get to them in a little bit. But I'm starting to believe a little bit. I don't like it. And I'm glad that I was called out for this on YouTube. Christian Vela says, Paul, you cannot begin to believe in this squad. We play our best when you've given up hope. We play our best when you look like that picture of Ben Affleck on the corner, ripping a heater, smoking a dot. We play our best when you hate football and, by proxy, your job.
I will say that, I mean, that didn't help on Christmas. But I guess Christmas is what caused you to be full Ben Affleck mode.
Yeah.
So
it was missing my
maybe.
family with the Texans getting their asses kicked. Like, that combination definitely bummed me out.
Ben Affleck probably misses his family as well.
I think he's back with Jennifer Garner now, though.
He really just snaps between the two gens, huh?
He does.
Shout out to him.
Shout out to all the gens out there. Shout out to y'all.
We're all looking for our own gen.
We're all looking for our own gen. So
You'll
true.
Take us back no matter what.
So true. I actually, you know what? Funny story. Like, there's a friend of mine. Her name's Jen. So hot. Unbelievable. Great friend. Listens to the show sometimes, but she's not going to be my Jen. I have shot my shot so many times. So many times with this Jen.
So like the Texans, you're hoping to learn.
We made out on a date once. That's it. That's the furthest it ever went. Anyway, shout out to Jen.
Shout out to the Texans.
Shout out to all the Jens out there. All right. Perseverance. The Texans are going to need some, because this is what the temperature is supposed to be in Kansas City, Missouri on Saturday. 3 o'clock, 23 degrees. Yikes. 4 o'clock, 22 degrees. 5 o'clock, 21 degrees. 6 o'clock, 20 degrees. 7 o'clock, 19 degrees. It is going to be cold when the sun goes down. The low in Kansas City for Saturday at midnight is 14. It's tough playing in the cold. As our friend Woods said earlier, brothers don't like playing in the cold. Guess what? White people don't like playing in the cold either.
Yeah.
No one likes playing in the cold if you're from Houston or Texas or Florida. And honestly, most people don't like playing in the cold. I think it separates the men, the alpha men, from the rest in the NFL, the guys who actually can suck it up and play through it. But I'll fully admit, that wouldn't have been me. That would not have been me.
No.
Yeah, the flag football game on Monday is supposed to be freezing temperatures. I might have to watch the national championship, he said with his quotation marks around that statement. So they're going to have to overcome the cold. DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, was asked about the weather for Saturday's game.
The weather can be a challenge if you allow it to be a challenge. For me and for our guys, like, it's something we can't control. You don't control the weather, right? Wherever we have to play, we're ready to go play. We understand we'll be on the road. It's going to be cold. That's what we have to deal with, and it's not a challenge for us. It's just something the other team has to deal with as well. So we're ready to go. There's no excuses about weather. We got to go suit up and we got to go play ball.
And suit up, and like your Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson.
He did that in NRG Stadium on Christmas.
Lamar Jackson really dresses warm. He looks low-key like a mummy with the head wraps and the neck wrap that he has. Looks like he's about to go trick-or-treating. It's strange, but he bundles up. Texans going to have to figure out how to bundle up. Desert Stroh brings up on YouTube that the Texans do have cold weather players. CJ Stroud, Nico Collins, Danielle Hunter. Though Danielle Hunter was playing with the Vikings indoors. Danico Autry, Joe Mixon.
Yeah, I was going to say Mixon played in Cincinnati.
Mixon's a good one to have. This is CJ Stroud talking about the weather in Saturday's game at not Energy Stadium, at Arrowhead Stadium.
I don't really have nothing on my sleeve, but, that's kind of one of the reasons I went to Ohio State was to play in the cold and to get used to that. So, I played in cold weather games before. It's different, but it's better than playing when it's wet. So, and then it snows, which is better than, if it rains. So, I'm kind of used to them, but at the same time, it's we really don't play in the cold here, but yeah, definitely have been trained by it in college.
Do you believe that CJ Stroud went to Ohio State to be prepared for the cold? I don't. Sorry.
So I don't think that that's like the number one reason. I think the number one reason so he could throw to JSN, Garrett Wilson, and
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr. I do think that like CJ Stroud, there's a little bit where I kind of believe him that he was already thinking about preparing himself for the NFL. You know, like I give that credence of, and maybe Ryan Day on one recruiting trip was like, hey, by the way, all these other schools, they play, you know, either SEC or California because he's from California. Like, they're not preparing you for in the NFL playoffs. You're gonna have to play in that cold. And so maybe like that's just a thing he got sold once. I would think that it's like, hey, we're the Ohio State Buckeyes, and you're gonna throw to a bunch of 5-star receivers, huh?
Yeah.
Interested?
That's what it is. Stop. You didn't play, so you'd be better prepared for the cold in the NFL because it's November too. You know, it's not December. Or
Yeah,
January.
that's the thing. In the Big Ten, you play, I don't know, like 3 freezing games a year because they have a rule where they don't, or until last year, where you don't play night games in December. Like the Big Ten just doesn't play night games.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and so, or in
Kind of
November,
soft, but
in November, whatever.
Yeah, still. Makes sense.
It makes sense, but also
soft
and limits like how often you actually play and what
Yeah.
you're playing in Kansas City on Saturday.
But hey, I mean, outside the last couple of days in the 40s, hopefully the Texans have found something in themselves about playing in cold conditions. Remember last year, leading up to the Ravens game, how cold it was here? Like it was sub 32. I walked to work one day. Shout out to me. I'm a man.
1.1 miles.
Speaking of walking to work, Paul Pierce claims he's going to walk to work if the Texans beat the Chiefs. 15 miles.
Wow.
In Los Angeles.
Wow.
Seems rash. I would not advise that.
Is that healthy?
With the way LA is right now.
Like air quality wise.
Definitely not.
Okay.
There's an article on ESPN.com. Football frostbite and a borderline inhumane NFL playoff night.
Nice.
It's about the polar vortex in Kansas City last winter. Because remember, Chiefs, Dolphins, wind chills minus 27, temperature 4 below zero. There's a couple of testimonies from fans here. Matthew Maddox, he went to the game, but when he peeled off his gloves on his right hand was ice cold. He took a long hot bath when he got home, couldn't warm up his hand. As the night progressed, it swelled and throbbed with so much pain he couldn't sleep. It started blistering. He had frostbite. He was one of dozens of people around the Kansas City area who felt the after effects of January 13th, 2024, the 4th coldest game in NFL history. Here are the colder games that took place. First off, 2016, when the Vikings did not have a stadium that had a roof. Because remember, they were playing at the Minnesota Golden Gopher Stadium for a couple of years after the Metrodome. Yeah, after the Metrodome collapsed.
Snow caved in.
Right. It was -6 with a -25 wind chill. The AFC Championship game in 1981 in Cincinnati, -9 degrees, -59 wind chill. Jesus.
What?
That is a lot.
That means it must have been so windy.
And then 1967, the Ice Bowl. Still the coldest game in NFL history. In Green Bay, 1967. -13 with a -48 wind chill. If you've ever seen the NFL films of the Ice Bowl, like do yourself a favor and look at it. But it has been cold in Kansas City before. I think it is important to note it will not be that cold on Saturday.
Some perspective. It'll be what, like 50 degrees warmer wind chill wise on Saturday?
Yeah.
I don't know what the wind chill is. I imagine it's going to be what, in the tens?
Right. Something like that. I think 14 is at midnight.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know it doesn't say the wind chill in the weather app, but I'd imagine there will be some wind and there will be a bit of a chill, but I doubt it will be to that degree. It is funny, the NFL being asked about this too. The NFL has no minimum or maximum temperature at which games will be canceled. League spokesman Brian McCarthy said he was not aware of any severe injuries related to the attendance of this Chiefs game. What are you talking about? There's like accounts online of people having to cut off fingers and stuff. He heard nothing. Brian McCarthy, this is the NFL's Baghdad Bob, heard nothing to substantiate reports of potential amputations. Sir, they happened.
Nothing? You heard nothing about it?
You definitely heard something. You are burying your head in the ice if that's something that you actually are claiming. But yeah, if you're going to that game, bundle up. I would go to a game again in the cold. I don't know if I'd be able to handle it the same way I could growing up. Because growing up in Massachusetts, I went to a bunch of Patriots games, specifically Patriots-Colts playoff games, where it snowed. The week before one of those games, my dad, my sister, and some close family friends, they went. They sat in sleeping bags the whole game because it was that cold.
God.
It was up there. It was definitely colder than what's going to be on Saturday. I did not go to that game. I went the next weekend because that was when I was living in Florida. So I'd get the little ritzy boy me, bougie Paul, get to fly up for a weekend to go watch the Patriots.
So what's the coldest that you've been to? Is it one of those? Like,
yeah, one of those.
Yeah.
It's probably never been lower than, I would say, like 28 in a game I've gone to.
Really?
There's been a little snow, but yeah, it's never been bad. Sitting up in the bleachers does make it suck.
Yeah, because
a little more wind up there because we were sitting in the end zone corner, so you would like literally from the side get a ton of wind, and then you'd have others that was just like coming direct at you.
And the bleachers are ice cold. So
Luckily, not bleachers there.
Oh, okay.
By the time I was going to those games, yeah, they had upgraded to real seats.
Plastic seats.
Those are bleachers at Arrowhead, if I'm not mistaken. I think those are metal benches.
Whew.
Yeah, that they'll freeze your tuchus.
I don't like it. I would never. Shout out to Wood going to that game. I would never.
Advice: if you're going, bring a sleeping bag, and sit in the sleeping bag. You might get roasted a little bit, but I'm pretty sure you're allowed to bring in a sleeping bag like you would be allowed to bring in a blanket.
Yeah,
it works. It works for the cold weather games, man.
You just get to your seat and slip into it.
Mm-hmm. Got to prove that you're just as committed as the Houston Texans, you know? From the 832, get a damn roof stadium. Nobody wants to be cold. That is a bitch text. That is a bitch text. And I know this guy listens on the reg. And shout out to the other listener who came back after I called him an idiot. No, not that one. The other one. But we appreciate you listening. But come on, that's a bitch text, dude. Playing out in the elements, that's what football's all about. From the 713, John Granado's Coors Light would freeze. I don't think Coors Light can freeze.
No, but the mountains would be so blue.
Blue like the Rockies.
They would be glowing blue. They would be deep steel blue.
Deep steel blue. By the way, we might have another deep steel blue pill for you.
Oh.
Before we get out of here. And we might have something to motivate you for Texans and Chiefs. We'll also do a little quick game of how far is too far. What is the hottest game that you would go to? What is the lowest game that you would go to? At what temperature would you say, nah, bro, I'm out? Stick around, Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
No Joe, just Paul today. You want to jump in before we hit the road? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. We hope that you call and pump us up the same way that two callers have the last 2 days. JG yesterday, today, Wood. These two guys have the title belt. Do you think you can beat them? You can try. Just make sure you're not listening to yourself on the radio like some of you guys do. Just turn the radio down when you do it. But if you can motivate me to more and more believe in the Texans' chances of not just covering that 9-point spread at Arrowhead Stadium in 20-degree weather Saturday against the Chiefs, to win, you'll have done something not just for me. You'll have done something for the entire city of Houston. We shall see. Sean's going to be watching the game along with Brian McDonald at the Rusty Horseshoe Bar and Grill. They're getting you ready for the game from noon to 3 up in Spring. So go out, hang out. It's the Bullpen, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, there'll be drinks, there'll be food. Whole thing at a new bar from one of our friends that they also do Wakefield Crowbar and the Decoy. So this is another bar that they just opened up.
How does it feel to be the last show at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 to have a show nickname that's based off of a random sport thing? Because remember, back in the day,
ones? Yeah, we are
the Blitz.
The Blitz, yeah.
R.I.P.
The Bench.
Fred Fowler. The Bench.
They've kind of moved away from that.
The Wheelhouse.
The Wheelhouse.
The Suicide Squeeze. The 2-minute drill. We do the 10-minute drill here.
Yeah.
I get a kick out of that. It's like, just use your names in the title.
Yeah.
That way you're not replaceable.
The original idea for the bullpen, it was a rotating cast. And now it's kind of...
It's become set.
Yeah.
So are you guys going to call yourself the Starters?
I don't know. I feel like B-Mac and Sean is more likely. Sean and B-Mac, actually. But we'll see.
There used to be an NBA podcast called The Starters, and I think they
say,
changed their name, so it's open.
Oh, they changed it?
I think it's something else now because they're on The Athletic. Yeah.
Get them off our corner.
Mm-hmm. The motivational fuel, it is out there for the Houston Texans Saturday against the Chiefs. We played some audio earlier in the show of a couple of guys at Fox Sports. One who actually seemed to believe in the Texans, Greg Jennings, Emmanuel Acho, TJ Hushmanzada. The latter two are on a show called The Facility, which was, in my opinion, the best multiplayer level in GoldenEye. Interesting. Also, the first level of that game. Fantastic. But that's not the point here. That show also features a third voice and a fourth voice, not a fifth voice. But the third voice is a man that once was canceled online for inviting a bunch of women to a party and having strict rules on what they should wear. I'm, of course, talking about former Eagles and former Chiefs running back, Shady, putting the shady in shady, LaShawn McCoy. Here is LaShawn McCoy when he heard both Emmanuel Acho and TJ Hushmanzada warning the Chiefs that they got to be ready for the Texans.
Talking about the Kansas City Chiefs, man. They talking about getting a three-peat. And that's what you telling me? The best coach in football, Andy Reid, and you talking about you concerned? You concerned with Patrick Mahomes as the quarterback and you concerned? What's wrong with you? CJ Stroud against Patrick Mahomes on the road?
On the road.
I cannot believe I'm disappointed. You know, on TV, man, a lot of times you get your takes, and I'm like, yo, that's my boy, because he studied film, he knows his ball, and he's educated. And then when you say stuff like that, it's like I look crazy.
He did that while he was with the Buffalo Bills, that party. There's a graphic. It's LaShawn McCoy. There's a faded out Bills logo. Sunday, July 26th, 10 p.m. until. LaShawn McCoy, private event celebration. Private location. Females only.
I forgot about this. I thought when you said he got canceled, I thought you were going to say he got canceled for spoiling Avengers Endgame, which is another thing he did.
That's true.
It's like he might have had the first screening in America of Avengers Endgame, and he walked out and he went, R.I.P. Tony Stark.
R.I.P.
And people are like, what the hell,
What the
dude?
hell, man?
I didn't think I had to mute or block Sean McCoy to avoid spoilers.
That party apparently had some weird things happen at it to the point where the
No.
police got called.
No.
There's a Washington Post
Not the
article
females
about
only
it.
party.
Here's what LaShawn McCoy had to say about the females only party. We are being very selective with who we invite, said McCoy's publicist, Damian Jordan. We don't want a bunch of random guys he doesn't know showing up. How about any guys? McCoy took the invite down from the internet after the Bills told him it was an improper use of the team logo.
I was going to say, I forgot about the logo part. No way they love that.
Boy, I can't believe there's an entire Washington Post article about this.
When was this? This had been like
2015.
Yeah, okay.
McCoy said the media took the invitation out of context. Quote, for the record, there was no big orgy or anything. Anyway, he's on the facility now.
You know it's good when you have to say, for the record, at this females only party that I was hosting. No weird stuff happened.
Nothing weird.
In case you were wondering.
No orgy. Sex? Do we say congrats on the sex? I don't know. Anyway, you want to jump in, 713-780.
This segment brought to you by the facility on FS1.
This segment brought to you by the facility and the Buffalo Bills. Oh, wait, the Buffalo Bills want us to redact this segment. Also, the Bills probably want to play the Houston Texans next round, unless they want to finally slay the dragon that is the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm pretty pumped about what the Houston Texans sent us today here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. They sent us a goodie box. In this goodie box, they had Rice Krispie treat.
They're like
cake pops?
Yeah, they're like frosted, I guess.
Yeah, they're like frosted Rice Krispie treat cake pops.
Yeah.
They were very good.
Very good.
There's these also double frosted Oreos. And most importantly, and if you're watching on YouTube and if you're watching on Twitch, they got me some merch. Joe George is furious that he's not here for this because Joe loves him some free t-shirts.
He'd be wearing this once a week for the rest of the year.
Guess what? They gave me, of course, it's an extra large t-shirt. I am not that fat. An extra large H-Town made playoffs 2024.
Woo!
Let's go.
You're gonna wear it like that ABC News guy covering the fires with
clothespins in the back.
Pin in the back.
Multiple clothespins.
So it's more form fitting.
And they also gave me a Texans 2024 playoffs hat.
Nice.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed that it doesn't say AFC South champs. I wanted an 8-time AFC South champions.
Yeah. That'd been so sick. 8 times.
Yeah. And I think I was going to put this on in the middle of the segment, but that would really only be for our YouTube and our Twitch audience. And since I know Joe loves a good t-shirt, this is going to be my gift to him.
When he comes back?
This is going to be it. Texans
Swarm!
But I will put on the Texans playoff hat. Now, the hat I'm wearing already, is it better?
Here, it looks great, Paul, by the way.
Does it not look good?
Yeah, it looked great.
That sounds sarcastic.
Yeah, it looked great.
I'm a little self-conscious about it.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to watch this back.
I don't really want to. So now I've put on the Texans playoff hat, and I left the sticker on the top because that's what the cool kids do.
Mm-hmm.
Does Joe want the hat too, you think?
Nah, you can keep the hat.
We did have the goodies of that. Jesus, Paul. Paul, were you drinking last night? No. Just because my hair looks like that doesn't mean that. Anyway, we want the Texans to swarm up a storm on Saturday. And we're still waiting for some more motivational calls, baby. We're still waiting. Believe? Why didn't they have a shirt like that?
I feel like we would need some money if they made a Believe shirt.
I mean, we should just make it.
problem is we have to find somebody to make it.
Yeah, and their season could end in 2 days.
But what if it doesn't?
Then we definitely need to get on we have to know a t-shirt guy.
Yeah, we just have it believe with horns coming out of each side.
Boom.
Perfect. There's no way that the Texans would tell us to take it down.
No. As long as we don't put a logo like we're Shady McCoy at his definitely not an orgy party. I think we're good.
We do have that t-shirt company.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Investors? Possibly you?
We could definitely do this.
Believe!
All we need is CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans to come through on Saturday.
That's all they got to do. I'm thinking, man, more and more with every minute, with every second, that this is possible. I honestly, I don't know if I want someone to talk me to feeling that way or if I want someone to talk me out of it. I think it's the latter because I think we all know what's going to happen just given this franchise's history. But I want to believe. I really do. And we all should. Wouldn't it be fun if the football team in town wasn't a constant source of disappointment? And there's a lot of cities where that's the case. I think I saw a viral moment where a Minnesota Vikings teacher came into class after yet another depressing Vikings loss and said, like, this is what it is. Enjoy it. This is the party. Every year. Enjoy it. This is life. It's never easy. It doesn't come to you like that. It's pretty depressing message. I think they're like high schoolers.
I was going to say, I don't want to crush these kids' dreams too young. High school, I think I'm okay with like, hey, listen, sometimes life sucks, all right?
Yeah.
Especially if, like me, you're a Minnesota Vikings fan, all right?
You're a Vikings fan. Sometimes you think about ending it all. I mean, sometimes you think about whenever the winter is going to end. Like, that's the worst part. If you're a Vikings fan,
yeah, is that your
you
season
lose
ends.
and then the winter starts.
Yeah, your season ends in the worst time of the year.
You're shoveling snow literally every single day.
Just think about how Sam Darnold turned back into a pumpkin the last 2 weeks.
Oh, but they had to know that was coming, right? The Vikings fans who were talking trash about like CJ Stroud after that week 3 game, I hope they enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Here's a question because, that might have been the Vikings Super Bowl. I'm just kidding.
Week 3? Yeah.
Maybe. Well, they did lose twice to the Lions and twice to the Rams. 4 losses all year, all to the same teams. It's not quite the Jaguars going 14-2 back in 1999 and losing 3 times to the Titans. That happened. Jaguars had the 1 seed. I think Seth Payne played for that team. I brought it up with him once. I don't think he was happy.
Why not?
I don't think he was happy. I brought it up. But with that in mind, is Saturday a Texans Super Bowl? Is Saturday a Texans Super Bowl? Let's be honest, they might never get there. Some teams have never been there. Is Saturday a Super Bowl? If they win, would you allow them to raise a banner? I would.
AFC, what? No.
AFC runner-up, I would allow it.
Oh my God.
I would allow it, Sean.
We can't do what the Colts did.
Well, you could do what the Colts did to troll them because they gave away that banner, but maybe on the AFC finalist banner, you can put something like
also beat the Chiefs.
Beat the Chiefs. Ended Chiefs 3-peat. Well, I mean, it is a double whammy. You advance to the AFC Championship game for the first time a Houston football team's done it since the 1979 season with the Houston Oilers. Mike Renfro was in bounds. Could have stopped the Steelers dynasty there. That's the last time that they were in it. It's been forever. So you advance there, and on top of that, you stop history.
Yeah.
I mean, the Chiefs win the Super Bowl for a 3rd time. No team's ever done that 3 years in a row. No team's ever done it. So I think it would be a Super Bowl, and no one wants to see it. No one wants it. Everyone's like, well, it can't wait for Bills Chiefs round 3 or 70 or whatever it is in the playoffs right now, or Ravens Chiefs. Although I don't really want to see Ravens Chiefs, to be perfectly honest, even though I think the Ravens are going to win against the Bills, but I don't really want to see Ravens Chiefs. Whatever.
Oh, do you want to see Ravens Texans?
No, I definitely don't. I definitely don't. Which is why, to bring it back,
this is the Super Bowl
this
for
is
you,
the
Paul.
Texans Super Bowl. This might be the Texans Super Bowl. Coming full circle here.
Paul's Super Bowl.
This is my Super
'Cause
Bowl.
next week's gonna
If
suck
they
no
play
matter
the
what.
Ravens, I might hate football again. Even if they make it to the AFC Championship game. Couple of texts here. Believe. Ooh, the Believe shirt from a texter with one of the L's, a 7 for CJ.
Okay.
Damn, I love that. Although it looks a little bit wonky now that it's in writing. From the 361, Eric asks who I'd rather play. The Bills. I do not want to play the Ravens.
I don't know who's better, but I want to play the
Right.
not Ravens.
There's a bunch of people. There's this Twitter account called Chiefs Receipts, and Chiefs Receipts is like posting random Texans talking heads saying like, yeah, I'd rather play the Ravens. The Chiefs are a better match. No, check that. I'd rather play the Chiefs because the Chiefs are a better matchup. And they're like, noted. It's like, did you see what's happened to Texans Ravens the last 3 times? They outscored the Texans 91 to fucking 20. Sorry, I had to get that emphasis out there. 91 to 20. Yeah, this is no disrespect to the Chiefs, and who do not need bulletin board material, by the way. Like, oh, Sean Payton said they would beat us in the next round. Shut up. Like, the Chiefs looking for bulletin board material is so annoying. Remember the build up to that Chiefs Bengals playoff game, I think like 2 years ago, and there was like a bulletin board material off. They're like, oh, the Bengals don't respect the Chiefs. They call it Burrowhead Stadium. And then there's some other crap going back and forth. Like, the Chiefs need to shut up. Then stop. Looking at us saying that we'd rather play the Chiefs than the Ravens. Did you see how bad it was for us on Christmas? Or did you get good and drunk after the Chiefs smoked the Steelers and gave you a good Christmas? That's why. Texter asks from the 936, is this the biggest game in franchise history? Yes. 100% is.
I mean, it's a whole bunch of divisional round games, so I guess this one.
This is a game where no one believes in you, where realistically you have more of a shot. Nobody believes in you. 2011, second round. TJ Yates on the road in Baltimore. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I was thinking 19 against the Chiefs, the other Chiefs game.
Yeah, they had beaten them in the regular season.
And
They'd
the Chiefs
beaten the
weren't
Patriots
quite the
that year
Chiefs.
too. They had not quite established themselves for sure. And I mean, you know what happened? 51.
The next 3 games, they're like, nope, we are the Chiefs.
51 to 31. Yeah. Good God. I mean, that thing got out of hand very quickly. I can't believe they were 24 to nothing. It's insane. And they blew it.
They're down at halftime after being up 24 to nothing.
Oh, God. I mean, it can't be worse than that, right?
God, Paul, why'd you even say that? Of course it can be worse.
No, it can't. It can't. Nothing will ever be worse than that.
I don't know.
Including Brian Hoyer's performance also against the Chiefs for the Texans in 2015. But let me get back to where I was going here. So, second round in 2011, you were on the road against Baltimore with TJ Yates under center. Yates tried to give the game away. You almost won it, but you were happy to be there. You'd won your first playoff game ever. The next year, the vibes were so down, not just with the way the Texans finished the year. They were 11-1. They finished the season 12-4. And then they played the Bengals in the first round, but this wasn't the one-sided game that the first game was. It was 19-10, the final score. It was ugly and mucky outside. That was not an enjoyable one. And you had just gotten your doors beaten off by the Patriots a couple of weeks before. And while that game was a little closer than the first game, I mean, God, I would hope so. They were down 28-0 in the Letterman Jackets game to open up. That game, I don't think anyone really thought that they had a chance going into it.
No.
2015, you were lucky to even make the playoffs in the AFC South. That was where the run started. But it was Alex Smith and the Chiefs. And, I mean, you got down to, I think, the 2-yard line on a huge Alfred Blue run. And then
Wattcat, right?
The Wattcat happened, and I think Brian Hoyer fumbled the next play. And got concussed, possibly. I forget how that all went down. I know Brian Hoyer is the worst quarterback ever the last 10 years in that game. 2016, you made it to the second round. You had a chance to beat the Patriots, but no one, like everyone was like, "Oh, should we start Brock Osweiler for a divisional round game?" Like that conversation was all week. 17, they didn't make it. 2018, Deshaun Watson was an effing idiot in that game against the Colts. He could not pick up anything. People crushed me for crushing him after the game. Like, Bill O'Brien's like, dude, like you can't pick up a blitz. Come on, man.
Yeah. No, that I was at that game. Terrible.
Awful.
They
Brutal.
didn't have a chance. I know it's 21-14 or whatever. They didn't have a chance.
They had no chance. It was very one-sided the whole way. I think it was 21-7 until the very end. They got a garbage time touchdown. And then 2019, of course, they beat the Bills, but I think there was still a lot of like, what the hell? Like they almost allowed a touchdown on the kickoff because they forgot to pick up the ball.
They were very close.
Yeah,
That
they
was
played
an overtime game, right?
It was, I
Yeah.
think, ultimately. But like they played like dummies in that game. It was sloppy. I don't
Yeah.
think anyone thought they had a chance
No,
against
the Bills out-dummied the Texans.
So going into the game, I think this is the most at stake.
Yeah, probably.
With the quarterback who has the most wins in the playoffs in franchise history. Like this does lend itself to this being the biggest game in Texans franchise history. How about that? Texans swarm. Let's do some garbage time and get out of here. Big news in the world of sports. First, there was Lonzo Ball. Then there was Lamar Ball. Wait, hang on.
LaMelo.
Ball.
First, there was LeVar.
First, there was LeVar.
As a father.
Then there was Lonzo.
Yeah.
Then there was LaMelo.
Mm-hmm.
And you might remember LiAngelo for getting arrested in China. Not anymore. Because LiAngelo Ball has finally figured out how to make it big. Ladies and gentlemen, LiAngelo Ball has signed a $13 million deal with Def Jam and Universal Music for this incredible song.
I tell you, that's what we do. We're bringing the boom to you. If you're a believer, come follow me. Gonna break the boom meter. We're here to break the boom meter all across the land. AJ, Big Justice, and the AMH band. We bring the boom with power more than you should consume because the beat's so strong when the drums go boom. We'll break the boom meter, yeah, we're racing the stakes with double drum chocolate cookies and chicken base.
Ah! Boom! Boom! Didn't think that LiAngelo Ball would finally make it big by teaming up with the Costco guys, but he did. That's how he got them. That's actually the song. I'm not gonna lie, this is a pretty good Costco guys song. Every now and then they pull out the fastball.
It is one of the better ones.
This is pretty good.
Of the various remix. This is the most
like
original too.
It's like Soundgarden mixed with Metallica. I like it. Do we actually want to hear the LiAngelo Ball song?
Yeah,
Is this
the Rizzler's on it too, in case you're wondering.
Whoa.
And then
the Black
Guitar
Panther
solo.
died though. R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah.
Come on. What are we doing here, Rizzler? Too soon. Do we want to play the LiAngelo Ball song, or do we just want to leave on that note? What a show today!
I mean, you've probably heard the LiAngelo Ball.
No, I actually haven't.
Oh,
I don't
really?
think I don't want to. I don't want
Okay.
to. I want everyone to believe that the Costco guys did that song.
I mean, maybe that's next for LiAngelo. Who knows?
Anyway, on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. No, Joe, just Paul. Joe will be back tomorrow. Texans, Chiefs, Saturday. We're going to talk all about the keys to victory, give you some more motivational fuel, maybe a couple of montages. It's going to be a lot of fun. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to our texters. Our callers, shout out to you, Wood. Nice motivational call. Our Twitchers, our YouTubers, and everybody else listening. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. How's everybody doing? Everybody good?
Yep.
I trust everybody's good. I haven't seen you guys in person in a while.
That's right.
Forgot that you guys exist in the third dimension. Good for me. I had a good day too. Thank you for asking. Cougars win.
That's
Cougars
always
win a basketball
good, right?
game. I'm always happy.
Cougs.
No. Paul was telling us in between shows, by the way, that he drinks the room temperature coffee.
I've been harping on this one for like 2 weeks.
I heard y'all like kind of talking about it, but I didn't really understand it in its fullest extent.
It's disgusting.
So whoever makes coffee the day before, there's always
That would
like
be me.
leftover coffee. Yeah, you usually do make it. And he drinks the residue of the warm coffee the next day whenever it's room temperature. That is disgusting.
It is so nasty. And when you think about the fact that, one, he's always the shortstop guy, that he knows when I'm making it, so he'll go before it's finished brewing and slide the styrofoam cup under there and take as much of the first while it's brewing as he could before, and no courtesy. And then so I'll make it tomorrow. It never does. But then when you think about the fact that the coffee that I made yesterday when we were doing our show, right before our show, has been sitting there essentially because the machine isn't turned on. You touch the pot, it's ice cold. And then you realize Paul takes his big gulp cup and fills it almost to the brim and just hammers the cold day-old coffee. That is so nasty.
I can understand if he were to chug it, and that's why I asked him the question that I did. I asked him if he chugs it or if he like sips on it. He said he sips on it. Like chugging is a different thing. It's like, okay, just inject it into my veins.
Right.
Like I can understand that. But the sipping on the day-old cool coffee is pretty gross.
Yeah, like that's exactly where I'm at. I'm with you. Like even first of all, I would hope it was either refrigerated or somehow put away, but it just sits in our kitchen for 24 hours, and then you're going to sip on that, nothing in it. He doesn't put anything in it either. I just I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I don't put anything in my coffee, but the room temperature thing, the cold coffee thing, that might be the toughest thing that Paul does. That might be the manliest thing Paul dodoes. And that's a manly thing to do because I wouldn't do it. I'll admit, I wouldn't do it. Good basketball played in this city yesterday. Cougars win, improved to 5-0. Big 12 play.
What's a streak of home games now? Like
32.
32?
Nation's
That's
longest
fantastic.
home winning streak. More than anybody else in the entire country. They own that. They'll be
Love it.
UCF. I'm not patting myself on the back. I had nothing to do with it, Brian. I just tell the story. But yeah, they'll head to UCF on Saturday, looking for a 6-0 start in Big 12 play. Iowa State's playing real good too, though. They beat
And
Kansas
without
yesterday,
with
number 2 team in the country.
The kid from Wisconsin that his hand, he's out indefinitely.
I saw him sitting on the bench yesterday. I think it's Milan Momcilovic.
That's right. Yeah, and they said he's out indefinitely.
Is he really?
He had a serious rap on that hand. That's the kid. Isn't that the kid that hit the game winner against y'all last?
Yeah, thank you
last
for bringing
year?
that up.
Well,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, I didn't know anything about him till watch that game.
Yeah.
And then I was like, hey, that kid's pretty good. And
He
then
is
I
good.
talked to some guys back home, and they're like, he's from Wisconsin. I had no clue.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, but boy, he's talented.
I didn't realize they brewed athletes there.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, a little 12-foot fadeaway last year in Ames. Whenever
I
I
don't
got
know,
stuck
man.
in
It's
the airport.
Milwaukee, so I don't know if I can take your opinion seriously.
Who was that? Was that to me or to Blank? I
That was
can't
to me.
remember. Oh, that's right.
It was just a mention of Wisconsin, so I had to get it in there.
You're from Milwaukee. I don't know if I can take your
Hey, man,
opinion seriously.
I'll just say it now. It is a day of mourning in the state of Wisconsin. And I don't think, and down here, I don't expect anybody to understand it. But like the passing of Bob Uecker, some people think might be, and when I thought about it, I thought it was a ludicrous statement at first. Someone made the statement, he might be the most famous and or popular Wisconsinite of all time. And I thought about, there's a lot of famous people that come from Wisconsin, like that. But when you think about just like 50 some years in the broadcast booth and the fact that my entire life was spent, my dad was a radio guy. And so it was on in the car, in the garage, everywhere. And Uecker was a staple. It was almost like a member of our family. And Lisa texted me, the newsroom got the message, and I was just leaving the gym and she texted me, and I had to literally stop for a second and go, oh no, like that dude is legendary. I know all the nation knows him, but like there are so many people that grew up with his voice that are just crushed today.
Yeah, it's one of the legendary voices of the game. It is sad. We'll pay homage to Uecker throughout. Who are the most famous Wisconsin sports figures? I mean, he would be up there. You would be up there. Who's the Mount Rushmore of Wisconsin athletes?
JJ.
Sports figure. Oh yeah, I forgot about JJ.
Yeah, JJ's
probably
up
both
there.
Watts, right? TJ and
Yep,
JJ.
yep, both the Watts.
So Uecker, the Watts, the J Watts, and you.
No, Terry
Mount
Porter.
Four, the four. Mount Rushmore. Terry Porter for real?
Oh yeah, Terry Porter's from Milwaukee.
But he makes the rush.
No, like I said, I'd have to look it up because there's been some
Sam Decker.
No.
Ron Dane.
Ron Dane won a Heisman.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like,
but he's not. But he's from New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he went to Wisconsin, but he's not from Wisconsin.
No. Okay, well, let's think about the
That'll
fourth
take
one.
some
If you're not willing to put yourself on the list with Euchre and the Watts, you're going to have to figure out the fourth.
Yeah, I'm going to have to work on that for you.
Rockets win last night, 128-108 over Denver, 20-point win. They should have won. Look, the Rockets now are being held to a standard that whenever the other team's best player does not play, they should win the game, even if it's on the road. So I expected, as soon as I saw the Jokic news where he was going to be out this game, okay, Rockets should win this.
Yep.
Not that it's like a do or die or a must win, but if you're going to be a top 3 team in the Western Conference and your opponent who is without their star, even if you're on the road and in altitude, you should win that game. And the Rockets won that game. Good to see. I thought they played pretty well.
No, absolutely no question. I think that you're right. That's the first thought was if Aaron Gordon's out, the Joker's out, let's see what they do. And everybody always complains about, and the altitude is real, but you should be able to overcome that. And just the fact that they took care of their business, that game was really never in doubt. They had a big lead throughout. That was a fantastic game for them because those are the games that you could easily let slip through your fingers. And at the end of the year, you're looking back at it going, we should have beat Denver without those guys. But I really like the fact that it seems like with every passing game now, there is a lot more unselfishness. You see a lot more team ball. And also I think Ime is really kind of it's a game by game situation, but he's trimming down his rotation a little bit too, to make sure that, he keeps his core of the young guys and then and the 2 veterans, and then he'll work some guys in as needed.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if he's I don't know if it was like he's been playing the same guys for the most part.
Like, Steven Adams gets 7 or 8 minutes, but he gets 2 offensive rebounds and he still played, his minutes are valuable.
Yeah, but I wonder if that was because they're playing a back-to-back.
Maybe, but you have an advantage. You have an advantage against a team like Denver without Jokic to where maybe you play him a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think the other big takeaway is that, with the men playing the 4 and starting, there's no reason to take him out of the starting lineup. I mean, he's just been phenomenal.
They showed his numbers on the shin yesterday whenever he's in the starting lineup. And what was it, like 19 points, 11 rebounds, like 4 or 5 steals, a couple of blocks, a couple of assists. Yeah, you can't take him out of the lineup. Like he is now a starting player for the rest of, his Rockets tenure.
I think Jabari Smith might have gotten Wally pipped.
Probably. Yeah. Like, I mean, I still think that Jabari has a place on this team, obviously, but yeah, I think he's probably like, I mean, you're not going to put him back in the starting lineup. I don't think.
No, I mean, unless you're willing to sit Dylan Brooks, and I don't think you're going to sit Fred. I think that's it. I think that, it's timing, unfortunately, for Jabari, but with every passing game that he's out with a men playing as good as he's playing, if you're Ime Udoka, there's no reason to change.
No, I don't think you can either. Like, he's played too well.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, he's played too well. Next year, I would move Jabari back into the starting lineup and Fred VanVleet, that $44 million team option.
I'd move him somewhere else.
I mean, will they move him, or do you think they just don't pick up the option and make him a free agent?
I don't know that they want to lose him for nothing, but so I think that they will start exploring it now and start finding out in this offseason if there's a market, because I had seen some people that weren't that one of the fan sites from Minnesota wasn't happy with Julius Randle, saying we would trade Julius Randle for Jabari Smith and all of the veterans you want to get rid of right now, thinking that Jabari was this like savior. I'm like, look, I don't want Julius Randle on my team, but I thought it's crazy that someone would be willing to give up a player like Julius Randle for Jabari Smith.
Yeah. I'm not sure I would do that. I don't know if I want Julius Randle on
I
this
don't
team.
want him any. I think he is a team killer.
I'm out on that. Chewy says, had the Rockets beat the Nuggets with Denver at full strength, I would have been impressed, but that win does not move the needle as much. Come on, Chewy. Don't be a buzzkill. It's the first segment of the show. It's a Thursday. We're on the back end of the week. Boo, Chewy. Right. Doesn't move the needle. What does it take to move your needle, Chewy?
Ooh,
a little anime?
Bartenders.
That was an easy answer.
Yeah, it really was.
That was a pretty easy answer.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty easy answer. The biggest takeaway for me, I mean, it's Jalen Green. Like, Jalen Green's on a heater. I mean, I think that's the question, but Green was on fire yesterday. 10 for 16, 6 for 10 from 3, finished with 34 points, 5 assists. He's talking his ish. Russell Westbrook telling the
bench,
was fantastic. This guy used to be on my AAU team. I like Jalen Green talking some trash, though, because if you're willing to talk trash on the road, you're willing to talk trash to a future Hall of Famer, that means that you're feeling very confident about your game. It shows that you're comfortable with where your game's at. So, like, I actually think that Jalen Green talking trash is actually like this bigger picture view that Jalen's feeling super confident right now, and I think that's fantastic.
Take it a step further. the fact that it wasn't just Westbrook. When he made the one big basket, he came over by the bench and started talking to the fans and going, "Come on, bring it to me." And that you have to have supreme confidence if you're going to do something like that on the road in that environment. And so I think to that level, you're right. The big question everybody's going to have is, well, he went on a heater last year. Is it sustainable? It seems like the way he's getting his points and how he's still not, just kind of isolating and taking himself completely out of the offense. It seems like it's different this time around.
Yeah, it's the question that I have, 713-780 ESPN. We'll talk about this on the other side too. Is this him blossoming into a star, or is this one of those heaters that Jalen Green had a heater last year where we were kind of having this same conversation? His last 10, though, he's averaging almost 28 points per game. He's shooting 49% from the field, and he's shooting 46 from three. Like, I don't think that the shooting percentages are sustainable. I don't think he's a 49% shooter from the floor. I don't think he's a 46% shooter from three. But can he be a guy who could get you 22, 25 a game and be your best perimeter scorer on what you hope is a contender in the Western Conference? I do think we're starting to see the maturation of that. Like, he's more consistent. You listen to him answer questions. He's talking about team ball, playing defense, getting everybody involved, where whenever he was drafted, he's like, I want to win Rookie of the Year. It was very individual centric. And I think that that's, the greatness that is Ime Udoka's, that he's been able to get that out of Jalen Green and channel this Jalen Green. But he's mature on the floor. He's got a family. He's got a mature girlfriend. He's got kids. I think Jalen Green is maturing right before our eyes. Right, whenever he came here, he didn't have a significant other. He didn't have kids. He was an AAU player, and now he has an old girlfriend. He has multiple kids, and he's becoming more consistent. I think that Jalen Green is becoming a man right before our eyes.
I'm going to leave the girlfriend and how many kids and all that
Those
out
are
of the
true.
equation. I'm going to just completely reference the
significant.
fact that he's playing defense.
He might be panhandling in Tyrod Taylor's house. There is that.
He's playing a lot more defense.
Well, Tyrod Taylor's like getting ceased or whatever. Like he's filing charges on Drea for trespassing
Get out
in
of
his
his house.
house.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be more squatting than panhandling?
Squatting. Yeah, I used the wrong word. Squatting. He's squatting in Tyrod Taylor's house. Former Texans great.
I mean,
it's mature.
The fact that he's playing
Cheap
defense
rent.
and playing team ball and still getting
He's
his
got
points,
kids.
that's
He
the
needs
biggest
this
thing to be openly optimistic about.
No, but let's answer that question seriously on the other side. 713-780 ESPN. Busy show. Lots going on in the NFL. Lots going on with the Texans. CJ Stroud, where's he amongst the Texans quarterbacks and their storied history? It's a Thursday, so we got Bad Take Boulevard as well. Alex Gold from KC will be joining us at 3:30 as well. 713-780 ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, and we're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man, Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Is this Jalen Green blossoming into a star, or is this one of those Jalen Green heaters? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hello again, everybody. Harry Doyle here, welcoming all you friends of the feather to another season of Indians baseball. A lot of new faces in Chief Wahoo's tribe this year as they take on the defending American League champs, the New York Yankees. And hopefully we'll have some of the names that go with those faces before their first at-bat. Anyway, listen to the roar of the crowd as the Indians take the field. Yes, sir, they love this club here in Cleveland.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We'll be playing some of Bob Uecker today. Pay homage to a legendary voice. Look, that's how he became national fame, too. Major League. What a great move. Perfect role.
Filmed in Milwaukee.
For Major League. Yeah, weren't you an extra?
Yeah, we were supposed to be. A lot of my teammates were.
Were you the guy getting shelled?
No.
I'm just kidding.
No, that's Largo.
Yeah, you apparently, like, I remember you telling that story.
Yep.
Like, you couldn't go that day or whatever, but your teammates were filmed.
Well, we all submitted. They asked us, and we all submitted. We got to submit pictures, and they wanted pictures.
Oh, you didn't make the cut, huh?
No, and then I got selected for that, and then they were going to do screen tests and extras and whatever. And I was talking over with my parents, and I was going to go to summer school, and all the filming was going to be in Milwaukee. And they were pretty adamant that, I could finish in just over 4 years if I went to summer school. And I was like, all right, fine. I won't do it. And then when I saw the movie, I'm like, damn, there's our third baseman. There's our shortstop. There's one of our pitchers. I'm like, and it becomes a great moment. I was like, I probably should have gone the other route.
Yeah, that'd have been cool. That would have been cool to be in there. We were talking about Paul drinking that day-old cold coffee. Texture says, my grandpa pours coffee that he doesn't finish back in the pot. That's kind of gross.
Now,
it's like you're backwashing.
Yeah,
stuff.
the remedy, I've heard from like my grandma and other people that what they would do is they would take one of those, what do they call those? The glass jars, the real
Like a
famous
mason
glass
jar?
jars. Yeah, mason jar, but there's a company that made them, but she would get those glass jars, pour the coffee she didn't use in there, and then she could microwave it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's common. Or
But
sometimes,
at least it's got a lid on it. I mean, who knows that pot sits out overnight?
it's pretty common to leave coffee in the pot and then just like reheat it. Like I don't
Pretty
mind.
common
I
to
don't
leave it
mind
in the
that.
pot and then dump it out.
Yeah, that's the most common thing. I'll at times I'll leave coffee that I don't finish from the day before, leave it and then warm it up later. Like I'll do that, but I'll heat it up first. A lot of people just pour it into a mason jar, put it in the fridge, and then you have a little bit of a cold brew kind of. But pouring it from your coffee cup that you don't finish back in the pot is gross. If anybody else is drinking out of that pot. Like that's back. It'd be like you don't finish. Well, I mean, you're drinking it with stuff in it. But if you had that black coffee in there, you don't finish it. You pour it back in the pot. That's gross. That's what his grandpa does.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's terrible. It's awful.
Unless he's the only one drinking it.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, that'd be different in that case. It'd be acceptable. Cole, I already don't like coffee, but after hearing what Paul does, I just dry heaved. That's wild. It is wild. It is wild. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Is this Jalen Green blossoming into a star in his fourth year in the league, or is this just one of those Jalen Green heaters?
I think we got to let more time pass because last year wasn't it almost a month that he went on the heater?
I think
and
so.
Then just went as cold as Paul's coffee. I think that when you have to let more time pass so that you can continue to see this kind of progress. And I don't expect those numbers to stay where they are right now, but I think just from a consistency standpoint, there aren't those stinker games back to back and stacking up stinkers instead of good games where you can say, hey, look, even on an off night, and I've talked about this with several people recently. I think one of the keys to his development is what I've been always harping on is his hang time is so great and he can take first contact in the air and still finish at the rim. If you're having an off night and the three ball's not going, if you get into the lane, good things are going to happen. You're either going to the line, you're going to score at the rim, or maybe both, and you're still going to get your points. And I think that that's where the maturity to some degree comes from.
Yeah. I think that it's difficult to know if this is a heater. Like, he's not going to shoot at a 45% clip for an entire season. He's just not going to do that. So I think it's a combination of both. I do think that he is hot right now, but I also do think it is him blossoming into a star. Because even if you look at his career numbers, all of a sudden he's a 34% shooter from behind the three-point line in his career. That's doable.
It is.
Like that's acceptable for where we want him to be. He's in his this is his fourth year in the league. He's still only 22. He's averaging 20 points per game in his career. Like this season that he's having are slightly above his career numbers, But you would expect that for a guy who's 22 in his fourth year in the league. So I do think that he is blossoming into a star while also hedging a little bit, saying that I don't think that he's ever going to be a guy who shoots 45% from three like he's been doing in the last 10 games.
Yeah, I think that you have, and we've seen signs when he starts running ISO, he's not giving the ball up, he's not making the right pass, that you can see that that's where he starts to kind of creep back. We haven't seen that yet, but I am very encouraged by the fact that the amount of contested shots, where a lot of times he's got two guys on him, and in the past, and last year when he went sour, he was still taking the fadeaway three with two guys contesting it, instead of knowing that if I pass this and I move, there's a chance I get another shot that's a better shot than what I had. That's when I'll start to be concerned, when he starts going back to just taking the contested shots and bad shots.
Yeah, he's playing with a little bit of moxie, and I like a little bit of moxie from Jalen Green. That's not how cold brew works. I said like faux cold brew. I know that it's not how cold brew works, but I should have said like more iced coffee. It's just a cold coffee that you can pour over ice. Yeah, it's pretty gross though. Şengün is the most annoying person to watch play. It's robotic, it's ugly, and he hurts defensively more than he helps offensively. We got a Şengün hater in the HR&P listener line.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. I think, you know what, everybody's not for everybody, but at the same time, you look at his numbers and you look at how many times and prior to Jalen getting on this heater, that Şengün was carrying you with his points and rebounds, and first halves where he was getting close to 20 and 10, that you realize that Şengün is a very, very good player in this league and deserves a lot more respect.
Yeah, I like Şengün. I don't think he's the Rockets' best player. I'd probably have him third currently. If we're just doing like a Rockets power rankings, I would probably go him in 1, Jalen 2, and then Alpi 3. But it's not a knock on Alpi. I think it's important that you have all three guys. And I used to get annoyed with how much he complains to officiating, and he still does. And I used to hate that peacock shot that he does, which I haven't seen him do that in a while.
The flamingo thing?
Oh, the flamingo. I called it the peacock. Yeah, the flamingo thing. I couldn't stand that.
I'm with you, and I still can't stand it.
I haven't seen him do it in a while, though.
I think the last time was maybe a week or two ago. And what's really annoying is when he does it closer to the top of the key. And the other one I don't like is when, I don't care how open he is, but if you're just crossing half court, the shot clock has plenty of time on it, and he decides to just plant and shoot a three, I hate that too. But the flamingo is just never going to get anything other than annoying to me.
Just shoot a normal jump shot, man. Like, you have a better chance of making those. I haven't seen him make a flamingo shot either.
Dirk might be the only one.
Dirk was a freak.
The one-footed fade like that.
One-footed fade away. He was so good. Another texture, is it safe to say that Jabari is a bust overall?
I don't think I'm going to go that far. I just don't know if he's the right fit for this team. And I don't think that I think that the safer thing is to say that he might not be the kind of player that they thought he was going to be when they drafted him. That I thought he was going to be the most talented player coming out of this draft when he played at Auburn. And it just hasn't developed. And maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a fresh start that gets him a chance to maybe to blossom into more, because there's a lot of talent around him. He just hasn't blossomed as quickly as some of the other guys.
I think you are being a little harsh on Jabari. I don't think that he's...
I didn't call him a bust.
Yeah, and he's not but I also think he has a place on this team. Like, I think he's a pretty unique talent. Like, I think he's capable of averaging 12 points a game. I think he's capable of averaging 8 rebounds a game. And I think he's capable of being almost a 40% three-point shooter. I mean, last year he averaged 14, 8, and shot 36% from three. Like, that's not many players do that. So I think that he has a skill set that helps teams. I just don't think he's going to be one of your top 2 or top 3 players. I think he can be a high-level role player. I would really like him to rebound the ball more. And look, 8 rebounds a game is nothing to sneeze at, but I would like that to be closer to double digits.
Yeah, I think that, it's kind of like we talk about with Cam, or what we've talked about when we were discussing, some of the young players. At a certain time, even Jalen, at a certain point, you have to realize, look, this isn't AAU. This isn't Auburn. This is me making a career in the NBA. I'm not going to be the man. I'm not going to be the man like I was at Auburn. But if I focus on certain aspects of this game, I can have a long, successful career in this league. I can rebound the basketball. I can get a smaller guy on me, and instead of settling for a long face-up jump shot, I can put him on my hip pocket, and I can back him into the lane. I can shoot over him, and I can get buckets. That's where I think the real maturity will come, where I believe that he can make a career for himself in this league.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be a star by any stretch of the imagination. But is he a guy who can knock down a three on a catch and shoot? Yes. Is he a guy who can defend pretty well? Yes. He's pretty he's pretty unique with what he's capable of doing. His skill set is unique. I wish he'd be a little bit tougher and a little bit more of a rebounder. I think that's his next step to his growth. But yeah, he's probably not going to be a starter after the season. I like him in, but best player, not sure on that. Yeah, I would take him in more than anybody else on this Rockets team. Maybe I'm in the minority there, but I just love his skill set. I think that he is the best player on this team all around. Is he the best offensive player? No, not even close. But what he can do on the defensive end, what he does to help this team win, I would take him. If I'm just drafting from the Houston Rockets and I'm starting an expansion team, Amin Thompson would easily be the first guy that I'm taking.
Yeah, I think that there's no doubt about it. And you know, you and I have both been on the same page on that. And I really firmly believe that there is no upside. I mean, there's no ceiling for this kid. His upside gets better by the day. Do I think he's going to be a great 3-point shooter or a really good 3-point shooter ever in his career? Probably not. But do I believe that he can develop the mid-range and that could be just another tool in his bag because he does so many other things above average, not just well, that I think that, yeah, there's a chance that this guy can be a staple and a leader and a go-to guy on your team for a long period of time.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Alex Gold, who is a host on Cody and Gold and that betting show on the Fan 965 in KC, he'll join us to go beyond enemy lines. From a cold Kansas City, it is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line, being joined by Alex Gold, host of Cody and Gold and that betting show on the Fan 965 in KC. Real quick, Alex, before we get into the hard-hitting football stuff, hey, did the Baytown baddie Clint Sterner ever pay you that barbecue bet?
That's never happened.
Never
man.
happened?
It's never happened. We've been talking about that for a while. We got someone from
Unbelievable
going on our show tomorrow, but yeah, we've been waiting for 4 years, man.
You know, that's unbelievable. As a Texan, I find that to be unprofessional. I find it to be not very hospitable, as we believe in that down in the South, a little Southern hospitality. Do you make it down to Houston much anymore, Alex?
You know what? I've been back one time,
Okay.
And that's it. Yeah, so
I
not
go up-
all that often, unfortunately.
I go up to Kansas City a few times a year, maybe 2 times a year. So next time we're going to work it out. I'm going to take you out to a little barbecue lunch, okay, Alex? Because I can't let a debt be unpaid. Joe George might, but I can't.
I love it. I appreciate
All
it.
right, we'll make that happen. Alex, how seriously are the Chiefs? Not the players, because I know the players are all business. This is a championship team. They're taking it seriously, obviously. But how about the Chiefs fans? Do they look at the Texans as a threat at all?
It's a combination of it's the Texans, but also, man, I don't know if it would matter who they were facing. Divisional round weekend is something I guess Chiefs fans have taken for granted at this point. You know, when you potentially are heading to a 7th straight AFC title game if you win, when Mahomes is 6-0 in the divisional round, it's kind of like one of those where it's like, all right, let's get to the real stuff here. And that's it sounds very arrogant, obviously, of Kansas City sports fans, but that's the reality of how people feel around here. And then, yeah, you couple it with the Texans team that fans just saw the Chiefs beat by 8 points not that long ago. And yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody here is all that concerned with the Texans. I think there's an understanding that, hey, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, like that's the guys that can really wreck this game. But other than that, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of confidence in Kansas City considering this team is playing a lot better football than they were 2 months ago, and they're coming off a bye week, and they're as healthy as a football team could be in the postseason.
Alex, I'm curious from the standpoint of watching this Texans team last week, in your opinion, and then what you think that the Chiefs look at, where do they have the biggest advantage? Because we know that the defense played their tails off, and that's probably going to be, a huge point of concern for them. But where do you feel like the Chiefs, with that rest, with maybe they might come out rusty? Mahomes obviously got a chance to get healthy, but where do you feel like the Chiefs have their biggest advantage going up against the Texans?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, even though the defense of the Texans play well, it's going to be the wide receiver room. And just, all right, Derek Stingley's one thing there in the secondary. But, all right, are they going to focus on Travis Kelce? Are they going to then focus on Hollywood Brown? Then it's DeAndre Hopkins. Then it's, Xavier Worthy. I think the Chiefs just have more depth and are positioned in the offense better than they were even a year ago heading into the postseason. Now, their defense is not as good. But the advantage the Chiefs have is just who do you try to account for if you're the Texans? And the Chiefs can beat you in so many ways. And then Andy Reid had some more time to get this thing schemed up. We know usually off a bye week, he's about as good as anybody in the NFL history. And this counts as a bye week, obviously, whether it's regular season or postseason. And so I just wonder what the game plan there is for the Texans defensively. How do you take away Kelce but not let Hollywood Brown maybe beat you?
What do you think the offensive line looks like for KC on Saturday?
This is the number one question for Chiefs fans this week is, hey, who's the left tackle? And for those that don't know, maybe in Houston, it's been a revolving door all year. I mean, they've had 4 different guys start at left tackle. They thought they had a plan figured out early on, and then they signed a free agent late in the year in DJ Humphries. Well, then he gets hurt. So then they move their left guard, Joe Thuney, to left tackle, and he's performed really nicely. Fans here want Joe Thuney, who's not a long-term option at left tackle, who's an all-pro guard. They want him to play left tackle. But Andy Reid, at least publicly, has left the door open for them to go back to DJ Humphries, who was their initial plan. And I think there's a chance that they could start the game with one guy and then have Thuney be the backup option. But that's what makes, if there's anything that makes Chiefs fans nervous, it is Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson taking advantage of the Chiefs not having Joe Thuney at left tackle Saturday.
Alex, you watch this team like the way we watch the Texans, and in a lot of ways, probably more so than just watching it one or two times through. And I'm curious if this isn't as loaded as the offense as has been all year, because everybody, you hear the narrative, oh, they've only lost one game, but You know, they haven't played their best football. All these one-score games. They're just not the same Chiefs. And you mentioned it. Now you're getting healthier. You're getting Hollywood Brown. You got Pacheco back. In the meantime, you got Kareem Hunt to be a more than, decent fill-in for him. They've got all their weapons now. Is it possible that with as good as they were in the regular season, this might be the best offensive unit that they have now going into the playoffs?
Oh, I think there's no question. Yeah, I mean, look, Rashee Rice would be the only way this thing would be better, right? And he's out for the season. Hollywood Brown was going to be their number 2 receiver, and his first game back, and the role was against the Texans a couple weeks ago. And so, yeah, you just go through everything that is set up for them. This is as good as it gets. And I would say this might be the deepest receiver room they've had in multiple years, even with the Rashee Rice injury, considering what we have seen at this point. And that's where there's a lot of excitement from Chiefs fans. You mentioned Kareem Hunt, Isaiah Pacheco. Short yardage-wise, Kareem Hunt has been better than Pacheco, and I'll be curious to see how the Chiefs divvy this thing up. They used a ton of carries on Kareem Hunt while Pacheco was gone, but this time off, I think, was pretty useful. And there's a lot of people here that believe short yardage-wise, Kareem Hunt should be the guy getting the carries. He's got better vision than Pacheco, even though I think if we were to do a split of carries, I would say 60% of the carries probably going to go to Pacheco in this game Saturday afternoon.
Alex Gold, host of Cody and Gold and that betting show on the Fan 96.5, joining us on the HR&P guest line. I'm very jealous of Pat Mahomes. I think Brady has the greatest football resume of all time. I think Mahomes might be the greatest quarterback talent we've ever seen, certainly on the short list there. Does this guy have a weakness at all?
Well, I would say if you're looking from the offensive line struggles, you'd say, okay, well, is it all the O-line's fault or is it Patrick Mahomes' fault? There's been a discussion the last couple of years that, at times does he do his offensive linemen favors or not? Does he drop back a little deep? It's an adjustment for some linemen. And so whether that's a weakness or not, I guess maybe some would say it's not. I would think that's an area where if you're saying where can he improve, it's been that. And then this year, there's some talk about his arm strength, which was never the discussion around Mahomes coming out of college or the first couple of years. Does he still have the arm strength? Is it a product of not thinking he has enough time, not trusting the O-line? Is it the wide receivers? They have not connected on deep passes, and Mahomes has really struggled with accuracy down the field. So, Xavier Worthy and Hollywood Brown are their 2 deep threats, and I'm sure they'll take a shot or 2 on Saturday. It's not that they haven't gotten guys open. Mahomes has been off on those throws. So I would say right now it's actually the deep ball. That may show up again, but people are questioning the arm strength and just the real accuracy down the field right now.
Alex, I'm curious because from an outside perspective looking in, CJ has been as scrutinized as any quarterback in the league, and he has been hyper scrutinized here in Houston. And you can hear the good things, and we hear, what Andy and what everybody with the Chiefs is saying this week. But what's your perspective on CJ from his first year to the way he played this year and how you look at him right now?
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, he has the big game potential, the it factor, if you will. I mean, that's clear. I think you can just tell in 2 years for a guy last year as a rookie to become, one of the 10th or 11th rookie quarterback to get a playoff win in his first game. That right there puts him in elite company. And then this year to go do what he did a game ago, and then you contrast that with guys like Justin Herbert or a Sam Darnold or a Bo Nix who couldn't win in their first playoff action, right? I think that's been pretty evident for a lot of Chiefs fans. I think he's a special quarterback. Now, I think it's been definitely a disappointing year. You guys can tell me better than I can about the numbers. I think the numbers aren't actually that far off except for interceptions. I think the O-line from afar, I think the offensive line has been a big problem for the Texans. That's what we've talked a lot about. There's a view here that a lot of it's been his offensive line has kind of let him down, and then that the Chiefs should be able to take advantage, Chris Jones in particular, with an offensive line and despite Joe Mixon running the ball well, that the Chiefs have been one of the best teams against the run. So it's been more about the offensive line than people here thinking suddenly C.J. Stroud's still not, one of those really special quarterbacks in the league.
I would agree. It's boring to talk about that, though, right? It's the offensive line. It's better to criticize the quarterback, criticize the play caller. That's sexier. But yeah, should be a fun one. It'll be interesting to see if the Texans can hang in this one against Kansas City. The weather going to be okay? What's the prevailing wind do in Kansas City this time of year?
Yeah, so look, it's not going to be snowing or anything. Wind chill, you could knock it down to 10 degrees, 15 degrees, something like that. But it's nothing like that wild card game a year ago and when Miami came to town and we were talking about -20, -30 wind chills. Legitimately, people got frostbite and some people had parts of their ears surgically remove
What?
fans did that weren't smart enough to cover up. So none of that taking place, but it'll be cold, but nothing too crazy.
Don't go shirtless.
Goodness.
Yeah, exactly.
How dumb are these people that live out there in Kansas City, Alex?
You miss Houston, don't you, Alex?
I don't know what people were thinking, man. And honestly, out of 75,000, we're talking probably about 10 or 15 people that, for whatever reason, thought it was a great idea not to have gloves on or something. I don't know. Yeah, just dumb. There's dumb people everywhere, man.
Well, not in Houston. Not in Houston, Alex. But we appreciate the time. We'll meet up soon. I'll pay up that Baytown Baddies barbecue debt, and we'll have a meal over a conversation.
All right, guys, we'll do it. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Alex.
Alex Gold, host of Cody and Gold at that betting show on the Fan 96.5. Desert Stro on YouTube, while we are having that conversation, goes, Chiefs fans have same attitude like Astro fans did when the ALCS series momentum was the minimum expectation. He said, those runs in, Chiefs fans. So,
Would you blame them?
No, I would probably be arrogant too.
Especially when you got that guy at quarterback and you've had the run that they've had.
If I were in the feet of those moronic Kansas City shoes where I'm getting frostbite on my ears and have to have my ears removed like it was Mike Tyson biting off of Vander Holyfield's, I would be very arrogant. I wouldn't be scared of the Texans. I would be sweating the AFC Championship no matter who my opponent was. I'd be looking ahead to the Ravens and the Bills from a fan's perspective, no doubt about it. But divisional round where Mahomes is undefeated, you're an 8-point favorite. I haven't looked today. Yeah, I don't. I understand their arrogance for sure.
Oh, for sure. Do you think that they were more fearful of the Chargers or the Texans?
Maybe the Chargers because they're a divisional foe.
Maybe. Yeah, but I mean, I would think that you look at that defense of the Texans and realize, hey, if they're on their game, they've got a ton of talent. I think people sleep on their secondary, but you can't sleep on that D-line.
No, you can't.
D-line was in the last game, though, when the Chiefs won.
I'm saying, but the D-line all year, you had the pressure outside. We knew what the pressures were, and Hunter and Anderson, but their whole D-line, anybody in the league looks at that and goes, they're disruptive.
Two different conversations, I think. Like, is the D-line good? Yes. Should it have the respect? Yes. But would Kansas City fans rather play the Texans or the Chargers? I think they would rather face the Texans. Like, they played the Chargers twice, obviously, this year. They won by 7 and they won by 2.
In the game in Kansas City was the one that they lost off the block. Well, no, it wasn't the block kick. I think it was the doink.
Block kick was
block kick was
Broncos.
The Broncos, right?
Oh, the Broncos. Yeah. I get those AFC West teams confused because they're overrated.
Like the SEC.
The AFC West is the SEC, and Kansas City are the Georgia
Just means
Bulldogs.
more, Jeremy.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. I saw this question floating around on the internet yesterday. BetUS, in fact, had the graphic. It said, is C.J. Stroud on track to being the best quarterback in Texans history? The obvious answer there is yes. Like, are you casuals, BetUS? Shouldn't have said that. They're a sponsor. The better question is if C.J. Stroud is already the best quarterback in Texans history. What do you think? 713-780-3776. Is Stroud already the best QB that the Texans have ever had? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Is C.J. Stroud already the best quarterback in franchise history? Get to that in 90 seconds. What about the Chiefs fan that would rob banks in away games? Chiefaholic? There is a documentary on Chiefaholic. I haven't watched it. Is it on Prime?
I know that there is a doc, and I know that's a hell of a story. I don't know where to find it.
I think it's on Prime.
How crazy is that, though?
I wasn't that moved to watch it, but yes, it is pretty crazy.
I mean, it's like, you got the guy here that looks like the Ultimate Warrior that the Texans fan.
Oh,
like that.
Yeah.
Or the guy at Lambeau
Ultimate
that
fan?
has
What do they call him?
Something like that.
Yeah, I think they call him Ultimate. He used to have a show here for like
he does
a
commercials
couple of
here,
weeks.
too, for one of our sponsors.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
That's a good gig if you can get it.
No doubt.
Fireman Ed.
But don't rob a bank. You can get side gigs and make you extra coin.
What is it? Texans Debbie. She's a big fan.
That's right.
She's one of if you put a Mount Rushmore of Texans fans, Ultimate Warrior guy, Texans Debbie.
Yep.
I don't know who else.
I don't either.
Maybe Steph Stradley. Who else? Are we missing somebody?
Brian, who else would be
Stoots?
Cody's. No, he's an unbiased member of the media.
Yeah, I'll put Steph Stradley on there. I think we've already named 3 of the top 4 for sure.
What about Larry and Stafford?
There you go. There's your Mount Rushmore.
It's not bad. Larry Stafford's been in my comments a lot lately.
Good or bad?
So he's pretty good. Hollering?
He used to despise me, Larry and Stafford. I think we're on good terms now, at least on the
Were
X.
you sassy towards him?
No, I just don't think he loved my takes.
Didn't he get into it with Paul?
I don't know.
It got nasty.
Oh,
with
yeah,
Paul,
they did. He called. That's right.
Yeah,
Larry
it got
and Stafford.
really nasty.
He blasted Jamal Shedd for not being able to play on that ankle sprain. And he's like, I could have done it. And Paul's like, you're fat. You couldn't have done it.
Paul just went right at him with a fastball.
Which I was probably on Paul's side there, obviously, because, Paul and I are the, beloved Cougar guys. We love that. All right.
Our beloved Cougs.
I know, but you haven't done this on air. Try it. Try it real quick.
I'm not doing that.
Try it real quick. Go do it.
No, what's the
our beloved Cougs?
You can do it. We believe in you.
What's the other chant that they do?
Yeah.
I want to be original. I don't want to just do the one
the
that
womp
Paul
womp.
did. No.
Well, you can't say the womp. Well, the actual words you can say on the air. The words that they say you cannot say on the air.
We'll work on it.
So we were talking yesterday about the whole Jack Easterby thing, right? About sliding into his DMs on LinkedIn, but we needed premium, and we don't have premium, and we're not going to pay for it. But our good friend Todd the Show does. So he slid into Jack Easterby's DM.
Oh, really?
Jack Easterby called him today, and they talked for 6.5 minutes.
No way.
Promise you.
That's unbelievable.
Promise you. And Todd let us know. I mean, he sent us the screenshot. He sent us the screenshot of the length of conversation that he had. Jack Easterby called him. So Todd sent the DM. No response on DM. Jack Easterby called him this morning.
Todd's phone number was on his LinkedIn account or something?
I guess so.
Wow.
I guess so. So he gave us Jack's number, and Jack said that he's open to coming on with us and giving his side of the story. Wow. He said he can't do it next week. He's got job interview, and then he's going on vacation.
He can do whatever he wants. That's the story.
Now, it sounds like he might want to know the questions beforehand, which there might be some negotiating here. Which might be worth doing. It just depends on what all he scratches, right?
It's one thing to know the questions. It's one thing to say, "Here's what you need to ask me."
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to allow him to give us the questions to ask. I'm willing to submit.
That's basically doing what the SBJ guy did.
Yeah, I'm willing to submit topics or things we want to ask about, and I'm willing to negotiate a little bit on some of them.
What about the follow-ups or the follow-up or in between?
Well, he can't. I mean, once he comes on with us.
Now you're saying you're willing to give the topics, but not the word for word questions.
No,
yeah,
right.
Okay,
like Andre Johnson.
Yes.
C.J. Stroud, DeAndre Hopkins trade.
I'm with you there.
Rice to general manager, a relationship with Cal, wanting Caserio, and maybe he didn't allow us to ask 2 of them. Okay, well, we would let you know right now that we wanted to ask these questions, but we were not allowed to. I think it'd still be worth it to have Jack on to answer the rest of them. Now, if he crosses off 6 of the 7, well, we're not going to talk to you, Jack. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry.
Because then it's going to be just like the article.
I think it's worth the negotiation.
Awesome.
I think it's worth the negotiation.
Just to peel back the curtain even further, I've since Todd the Show helped us out and got us the number, I've texted him. I can see it's delivered because he has an iPhone, Jack Easterby does. But he has not responded to me yet, so we will see.
It sounds like, but he said Todd said that he's open to telling his side of the story. So we'll
And
see.
that's the way I presented it in my
We're
text,
efforting.
Jack. Like,
That's
we'd like
awesome.
to have you on
We're
to tell
efforting.
your side of the story, but no response yet.
And we'll see. I mean, we're not promising you this is going to happen. We're in the very early infancy stages of this, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how the negotiation goes here. But good work for Todd, clearing that one hurdle for us, and we'll see. Like I wonder too if Houston even wants to hear Easterby in the Houston radio waves, like the airwaves.
I've had that thought. I don't know.
I
think
they would.
I think like this. I think they absolutely would.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. Even if you don't like it, sorry, you have to deal with this. All right, let's get to the question. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. Is CJ Stroud already the best quarterback in Texans history, Blankers?
I think he is. And I think because of the fact that in a lot of people's minds, when you look at it too, Schaub had some good. He finished really bad. But at the end of the day, if you can look at it and you can say that here's a guy that's already got more wins than any quarterback in Texans history, and he put together playoff wins, right? That's what I meant. And the fact that when you look at his rookie year and you believe that there's so much of this story still to write, I think that he is. I mean, I think it's him and Schaub. Who else would even be in the conversation?
Well, Watson.
Oh, but I don't think Deshaun put together a big enough body of work. And I think that a lot of times it was the Deshaun Watson play here, play there. That was the SportsCenter material. But overall, I don't think that Deshaun put together the kind of
his raw numbers are probably better, like regular season numbers, all of that.
And he's
peak
obviously
moments
he also
probably.
started more games than Stroud
like
so far.
The volume stuff is there. I'm willing to call Stroud already the best quarterback in Texans history. I have a playoff bias. I will openly admit that.
Okay.
I have a championship bias. I've discussed that all the time. I am consistent with that thought. So because of that, and CJ Stroud already has the most playoff wins in franchise history, I give CJ Stroud the title of greatest Houston Texan quarterback of all time. I don't need the counting stats. I don't need the passing yard numbers. Give me playoff success. And CJ Stroud has double the most of any other quarterback in Texans history. So give me Stroud.
Yeah, I think it's unanimous from the standpoint of certainly playoff success. Not only does he have more playoff wins, but he's been better in those games. Like Schaub was one of the people he was tied with, but Schaub in his one playoff win against the Bengals wasn't good in that game. They won like 13-7 or something like that. So I would certainly give Stroud the edge on playoff performance, and I think he's the most talented quarterback they've had as well. I guess it depends on how you want to argue it, just actual raw stats, biggest like Schaub had a year where he led the league in passing. Deshaun Watson probably had 2 seasons better than, statistically in the regular season, better than what Stroud has done. But as far as my gut feeling, who I want on the field, if my life's on the line, what quarterback in Texans history would I want starting that game? It's definitely CJ Stroud.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wonder what the hive is at on this. I'm surprised that we're all in agreement here. We're usually not in agreement about anything. And I think that this one's arguable. I really do. Because
of the raw stats.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if there was going to be one guy that competes with him, which guy is it? Is it Schaub or is it Deshaun?
So who's the second greatest of all time?
Yeah, I mean, but who's the biggest threat to him being the greatest of all time?
I'm more of a peak guy, so I would probably go Watson.
I'm going to go Schaub.
All right, 713-780 ESPN. Where are you at on this hive? 713-780-3776. Marcus will get to you on the other side. Texters will get on to you on the other side. Get to you on the other side. Pause. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Final injury report of the week is out. Bless you. Joe Mixon, ankle questionable. Did not participate in practice today.
Well, that's not good, but I'll expect him to play.
Damian Pierce, season. J.J. Taylor, season. Daria Aganagunua, season. Robert Woods did not participate in practice today. He is questionable with a hip. So old, it probably broke it.
Beat me to the joke, damn it.
Limited participant is Aziz Al-Shire, knee questionable. And then Quentin Tarantino, calf questionable. Shaq Mason is back.
Was that a good thing?
Yeah, do you factor him in or is he a backup?
We'll see.
Man.
We'll see. 713-780-ESPN. Is Stroud already the greatest quarterback in franchise history? I shouldn't even say greatest. Is Stroud already the best quarterback in franchise history? Lamont says, so Branham, in your mind, is Dan Pastorini better than Moon? That's a fair counterpoint, I guess. I don't know enough about Pastorini. Like, I wasn't alive yet. I saw Warren Moon in my formidable years, so I'll recuse myself from this conversation. What would you say to that?
I think Warren Moon's better than Pastorini.
I think he was a better talent.
I don't think.
Sure.
Yeah, I just don't think it's close.
See, I think that's why I would probably go Moon over Pastorini, is because in my mind, and I didn't watch Pastorini play, he was more talented. Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Pastorini's on the Hall of Fame, right? He's on the Hall of Fame.
No.
So, like, the talent of Moon is able to equal and then surpass Pastorini despite the playoff failures or lack of playoff success. Whereas Stroud's talent, to me, is at least equal to what Watson and Schaub showed you whenever they were Texans, and I would even say more talented. So, yeah, I mean, it's all part of the equation, right? But a fair counterpoint, fair question. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. DJ, you're in the Hive. What's up, DJ?
Okay, so look, first of all, I want to say I'm not a Saints fan. I mean, a Texans fan. I'm a Saints fan, so I don't want nobody in Houston to come for DJ Highgrove. But I'm going to go Watson second. I'm changing Keenan third. Now, listen, I know Case Keenum wasn't there that long, but I'm going to say that he had a lot of potential, and I kind of wish that Houston would have gave him a little bit more to try to work with. That's just my opinion.
Let's go, DJ.
I have a Texans fan next to me. I would think something different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, it's go Texans all day long.
I'm not a Texans fan.
But he said go Texans all day long.
Appreciate it, DJ. Not a Texans fan, but go Texans to the very end. So he's got Keenum in his top three. I do not disagree. Case Keenum, the greatest quarterback in college football history, statistically speaking. That's a fact, not an opinion. Third greatest of all. Who did he say was second?
He didn't.
I think he said Watson.
Did he?
I think he said
thought
somebody.
he said Watson
because he said Keenum was third.
Yeah.
He
Well,
said-
actually, when I screened the call, he told me Keenum was second, so he must have had a change of heart.
So he hedged a little bit.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the Hive. What's up, Pete?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Pete?
Hey, on the subject of C.J. Stroud, I think he is well on his way to becoming the best quarterback in franchise history. When you think about the previous quarterbacks, David Carr, not even worth talking about. I think his greatest claim to fame was beating the Cowboys. Thanks a lot, Gary. Matt Schaub, kind of, in my opinion, above average, but kind of froze up in the big games. Deshaun, to me, would have been on his way had he not gotten into all that legal trouble. Brock Osweiler, not even worth discussing. But, yeah, I think CJ is definitely well on his way as long as he just keeps growing in that role and keeps playing at a high level. Anyway, that's all I got. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks for the call, man. I mean, I don't know. To me, I just don't agree with him on Deshaun. I think that Deshaun had so much more to refine and to improve on as a quarterback to lead a team to success. Now, individual talent wise, athleticism, it's all there. And, you know, if we are going to try and take all the off the field stuff and put it aside, it was just such a work in progress.
I thought that he was a bit overrated, Deshaun, but I still think he was really talented at the same time. I thought he took too many sacks. I thought he struggled with the simple play, but he was still pretty dang talented. I struggle with who's second. Like, I could kind of waffle on that one a little bit. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Our guy, Jesse. Jesse, you're in the Hive.
Hey, guys. No, I just heard that guy talk about
Keenum a minute ago, so I just figured I'd call real quick. I would say my rankings are Warren. I don't see how you couldn't say it was him. Yeah, Deshaun, I think he would still be a really good quarterback if it wasn't for all that controversy. That really threw him off. And then Stroud, I mean, he's already, I think, really good. You know, just the offensive line set him back. But no, I just want to say that Keenum brought some of the best Texan memories I've ever had. You know, when he came in, when Schaub wasn't playing, and he was hitting Andre Johnson on the run and making those big plays, and they're actually scoring touchdowns instead of, you know, Andre, you know, having to slow down and catch it and then not score. Keenum brought some of the best highlights in Texans history, in my opinion. So I definitely like what that guy had to say. Thanks, guys.
But I don't think Warren Moon. I think we're talking Texans history. So it doesn't
Texans
count.
history, yeah.
So Warren's excluded.
Yeah, he would be.
Yeah, and I'm surprised a little bit. I think you are that Case is getting all this love.
Oh, I'm not surprised. If
But
you
I
spend
mean,
5 minutes with Case Keenum, your life's better for it.
it doesn't mean that he is worthy of being the greatest quarterback in Texans history. But I do love the win at Tennessee last year.
Which tenure are we talking about? Are we talking about early in his career? Are we
Is
talking
he a
about
Cougar
last
or is
year?
he a Texan?
No,
too?
I mean early in his Texan career. Now,
Oh, that's right. Bill O'Brien loved that.
yeah, I gotta. You know, this is fun conversation for me. This is great fodder. Case was 0-8 in the 8 games that he started in 2013 as a part of a 2-14 season, and a season that Gary Kubiak almost died on the field, and then they fired him at the end of the year. I think even before the end of the year.
Yeah, he didn't get to the end of the season.
And yeah, I don't know how Case is actually in this conversation here.
I don't either.
I
shocked.
struggle.
Yeah,
I
don't-
struggle to say those words.
Yeah, Keenum's time, like as oh my gosh, he's actually a pretty above average starter. Wasn't here.
No,
It was when he left and went other
Yates
places.
would be above him.
Would be above him?
Patrick Hoyer. Keenum
I
doesn't
don't
crack
know
the
if I
top
put-
5.
I don't know if I'd put him
he's
ahead
above
of
Tom
Hoyer.
Savage, right?
Yeah, he's definitely above
Yeah,
Savage.
he's above
Okay.
Tom Savage.
Yeah.
Because of bias alone.
Right.
No, I mean Hoyer started a playoff game.
Yeah, but he was horrible. Like I heard Dale talk about this the other day. He was like literally the worst playoff quarterback in the last 10 years, that Brian Hoyer start.
But if you're looking at their Texans careers, Hoyer and Keenum, it's probably Hoyer.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't. Do you remember how many games Hoyer even started? Because I know
He
Ryan
started
Mallett
9,
had at
he
least
was
a
5
few
and
wins
4.
that year.
2015, he was 5-4, started 9 games.
Yeah, 5 and
Played-
I mean,
played
5
in
and 4 is
11.
obviously way better than 0-8, but it wasn't like
Yeah,
it
that's
was.
what I'm saying. Like we're
I
not.
know.
We're not.
I just don't want to give Brian Hoyer any credit because
I
he was
understand.
so mid.
But we're arguing the mid.
Yeah, I know.
what
That's
we're-
fair. That's fair.
This conversation is the mid. 713-780-ESPN. It's why it cracks me up a little bit. Texter says he's already won the most playoff games too. So yes, with 2 division titles, Rookie of the Year, 2 playoff wins in his first 2 seasons, by far, in my opinion. Julius Brannon says that. 09 Schaub was pretty good. He was pretty good, but we're talking about their entire tenure as a Texan. We're not talking about 1 or 2 specific years, although Stroud's only played 2 years, but his 2 years, I think, better than these other guys' 10 years as Texans quarterback. Cowboy fan, always thought Schaub got disrespected in Houston like Romo by Cowboy fans. Schaub made the Texans relevant and had some really good seasons. Okay, that both things can be true there, though. Like, yes, he made the Texans relevant. Yes, he had some really good seasons, but is his time in Houston better than Stroud's time in Houston? I would argue that it's not. Another texter, love the show. Been listening since my old boy got pepper sprayed on air. Been hooked with sports talk since. Flex emoji, pray emoji, heart emoji. Different show, but we love you too. Thanks for sticking around with us.
I will definitely never allow myself or you guys to pepper spray me on this show.
Soft. First quarterback with multiple double-digit win seasons. First quarterback with multiple playoff wins. I think that says it all. So there's a vote for Stroud.
Wait, what was that? The first part I said, the first quarterback with multiple double-digit wins.
Stroud did that?
That's not true. Watson had multiple double-digit win seasons.
I don't think
right?
that he did.
And well, maybe he was hurt in.
No, because Bill O'Brien only had 1 double-digit
Schaub
win
had
year.
14 the 14-2 year, and then did he have another one?
Well, Schaub had the yeah. He
I
had
think Schaub
two.
had 2.
Yeah, I think I was
Schaub
going to say
had
Schaub
2,
would be the answer.
But that's the question, though. Like,
Watson might have, yeah.
Yeah, Watson did because they had a 10-6 year and they had 11-5 season. Schaub also was on 2 double-digit win teams, but Schaub in that first one obviously missed like the last 3 games, so he wouldn't have got to 10 wins as the actual starting quarterback, and that might be
Dang
true
it,
for
Brian!
Watson as
Stop
well.
letting the truth get in the way of a good story. Pipe down back there. Stroud will be better for sure, but maybe a year away. This is about the Easterby. That's fair of y'all. There's a line, and you think y'all be respectful to him. Just don't be like Lopez was with Tom Herman. Keith, remember that? That was something. He went on with Tom Herman called in to Nick Wright and Lopez in the morning.
Yeah, he was fired up.
Oh,
yeah, Nick Wright caught up.
Because
Nick
Lopez
Wright always wanted to get indirectly into the smoke.
My favorite part of that entire, I actually got hired at the Highway to Hell that day. That day is the day
I
that
nearly
I got
got
hired.
fired that day.
Why?
Because I was actually on Lopez and Nick's site. I thought Herman overreacted, and
Probably.
I popped off on Twitter about it, and people got mad and put it in a few places that probably. Luckily, our former PD Ryan McCredden was cool about it, but it was definitely like, "Hey, man, don't do that again."
So you screened the call when Herman called in.
No. I just heard it.
Oh,
I
you weren't
I was working there, but I heard it
got
as a listener and then popped off about it on
My
Twitter.
favorite part of that whole thing was when Nick Wright said, "Hey, Tom, can we have lunch together?"
He didn't say it, first of all.
Tom goes, "Absolutely not."
That is my biggest all-time beef with Nick Wright, is because he never was the person directly involved in any confrontation, but he always wanted to interject himself, and then he'd want to go to lunch. Josh Ennis and I got into it when I was with the Rockets, and Josh was bashing the Rockets. We got into it on the air. We continued it. Everybody was kind of jumping on that. And Nick Wright got involved, started mentioning my name. I had never met him at the time. And I called him, and I called him out right. I was like, "Man, you want to talk?" I was like, "Because you're not going to, my name's not coming out of your mouth. We haven't even met yet, and this isn't about you." He's like, "Oh, well, maybe we should go to lunch." I go, "That ship has sailed, bro. Let's deal with this first right now." And then he didn't want any more. But then he needed something, and he would call me when he got to FS1. I was like, that dude, God bless him that everything went his way. But man, he used to annoy the hell out of me. Everything was, "Let's go to lunch." Screw you.
Why don't you tell us how you really feel about it?
Do I ever not hold back? Do I ever hold back? No, I'm going to tell you how I feel.
713-780-ESPN. Is Stroud already the greatest quarterback in Texans history? 713-780-3776. B's ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from mybookie.ag, place you ought to be when you want to have some fun betting on sports, because they take care of you in a variety of different ways. They're doing it again now with a sign-up bonus. They do it again with their rewards program. They do it by keeping your money safe and secure and giving you a very, very fun environment in which you can place your bets. All the sports, all the time, including the fact that even when there's not sports going on or you feel like playing some casino games, you don't have to fly to Vegas. You don't have to drive to Louisiana. All right there at your fingertips, compliments to live dealers standing by and all of those Vegas games waiting for you. And that rewards program I'm talking about, MyBookie Plus, it's awesome. And all you got to do to remember to get all these rewards and all these bonuses is our promo code is Bet975. Anytime and every time they ask for it, and they're going to ask for it, you can use the promo code Bet975 and you will literally immediately start cashing in. Like that sign-up bonus, everything up to $1,000, whatever you put in, they'll put in 50% more. You put in 100 and suddenly you got 150 in your account almost instantly. They love taking care of you. You listen to us, you play with them, they got you. All you got to do is remember that promo code Bet975. And all the sports, all the time, like-minded people in chat rooms, on their app, on their website, all waiting for you. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag. Do what I always tell you to do. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN. Best quarterback in Texans history. 713-780-3776. Everybody's texting in sports. And this is whenever Jong and
So that was the every caller to the Blitz.
right, yeah. I thought we were done first searching for a quarterback when the Texans got Watson. CJ's hands down the best quarterback Houston's ever had. See, it's a different conversation, Houston and Texans. We're talking Texans. CJ Stroud is it. Not sure if that's fair to Schaub. Pastorini's ex-wife was my first wife's divorce attorney, so I hate him. Yeah, I could see that. Well, hate's bad. Someone saying on the Twitch, I forgot who said it, that Jim Mudd would beat up Brian. What do you think about that, Brian? You were Jim Mudd.
I got B-Mac. There's no
Jim Mudd. Who's winning
Jim
that?
Mudd, I mean, I know I'm not in great shape, but Jim Mudd arguably worse.
Yeah, you could take.
I think he's older.
5 yards behind an NFL offensive
I would
line.
take Jim Mudd. I'm bigger. I'm younger. I'm not in great shape, and neither is he. I would take him.
You can get 5 yards up behind an NFL offensive line.
You
can
love
kick
to bring
Jim
you
Mudd's
love
ass.
to bring that up like I was serious when I said it.
But I think you could do it. I don't think
Jim
you can do
Mudd.
that. I think you take Jim Mudd.
10-8?
10-8.
10-8 round over Jim Mudd?
Yeah. Look, we're both out of shape. We're only going one round, and I'm winning at 10-8.
I give B-Mac a TKO.
That's a fight that you'd have to pay me to watch.
No, that's fair. I wouldn't pay for it either.
Moon had the most beautiful pass ever. Not a Texan, but yes, he did. And
Yes,
he would also clip his fingernails on the sidelines to make sure that it would deliver the perfect spiral. Look, there was some science there. The way it rolled off his fingertips, the fingernails had to be at the perfect length. Come on, no love for Matt Schaub. Dude's had a few good years with Andre. He has, and I could listen to an argument for him for second. I'm not sure who I would put second, but I would have Stroud at number one. It's Fitz Magic and a bunch of also rans. Fitz Magic might crack the top five. CJ's undoubtedly the best quarterback to ever play for the Houston Texans. Second would be Schaub and then Watson. So there's Schaub too. Another text on this. No one has brought up Air McNair. Well, not a Texan. He was a Houston Oiler. And he also wasn't great whenever they left Houston.
He really became great when he got to Tennessee.
Steve McNair might be my favorite quarterback of all time. I loved Steve McNair. He is my favorite quarterback.
He was fantastic.
That has ever existed. I rooted for him. I rooted for McNair.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the combination with Eddie George, because when they got Eddie George out of Ohio State, and he was awesome, you could see that there was a future with those guys, and that's what sucked when they left, was that you could see that there was going to be a light at the end of the tunnel where they got good.
Yeah, the Fall of the Titan, by the way, great podcast. When you're not listening to us and the entire lineup on ESPN 97.5, Fall of the Titan, very good, worth a listen. Del Home took a different team to a Super Bowl. He's second. Come on. We're talking about Texans and their tenure as Texans. Nathan from Mont Bellevue, should Keenum be considered the best since he was CJ's mentor? That's a great point, Nathan. Yeah, see, you're right. Keenum's the greatest because he mentored CJ Stroud.
Our beloved Cougs.
Now let's go out to the HRP listener line. Potty Mouth Joey. Be careful here, Brian. Don't let one slip. Potty Mouth Joey, you're in the high. What's up, Potty Mouth?
Yeah, I feel like CJ Stroud, he'll be the best quarterback if he wins Saturday.
Okay. There you go. Appreciate that. Short and sweet. Probably
another quarterback that was good to me was TJ Yates, because he won our first playoff game.
Okay.
But I feel like we're going to win this game because we got our defense. They're all healthy, and I just feel like we're going to run the ball on them.
Okay.
Thanks,
Joey.
Joey.
Hopefully Mixon's healthy. He's questionable. Appreciate the call, Potty Mouth, and good job making it through the call without potty mouthing. Although I was worried there a little bit after he went for second snap.
He did. He went back for seconds.
Yeah.
I think we need to keep Joey to the old Phoenix Suns thing, 7 seconds or less, and that's the best way to have Joey on the show.
I do think, like, anybody who's on the fence of Stroud being number one, if he's the first quarterback, he's already the first to win 2 playoff games, but if he's the first quarterback to guide the Texans to uncharted territory of an AFC championship game, I think it ends any sort of debate.
Yeah.
Ends any sort of debate.
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. I mean, yeah, and if he gets you where you're never going before, and he wins, and he's got 3 to distance himself on the playoff wins, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you have 2 more than everybody else, too. Yeah, I think Deshaun was wrecked mentally, even though these athletes are narcissistic. I think
he was wrecked mentally before he got here.
I feel like he's different.
Yeah,
he has a screw loose for sure. But I feel like I think it's more the money. I think he got paid and he lost all desire.
I don't know if this is where the texture was going, but and I think I've said this on the show before, but I do believe what the texture is saying. Like, I think so much of what made Watson special mentally was broken when the facade came down and everyone found out he was a terrible human being. Like, and I think that broke his confidence that then carried over to the field. I don't think a player like Watson can operate at the same level if his confidence is shattered, if his swagger is shattered, and it was completely demolished by the accusations coming out.
Maybe. Dabo called him the Michael Jordan of the NFL. One of the worst
Yeah,
takes ever.
Yeah, he came on the highway to hell and told that to us.
Tom Savage, Ryan Mallett, rest in peace. Brock Osweiler, Brandon Wheaton, Fitzmagic. Those are the contenders.
No longer with us.
No, he's gone.
But yeah, he died like 3 years ago.
I think he drowned.
Yeah, I thought it was like a boating accident.
That's
or
right.
something.
I do remember hearing that. Yep.
Yeah, that is terribly
Very
sad. Schaub has got to be number 2 at least 3. Guy had a pretty good season in 9, 10, and 12. I'll listen to Schaub being second. I think that Schaub could be 2 over Watson. That's fair. You might as well add TJ Yates. I think TJ Yates might be in the top 5 because he won a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
A playoff game. 5 probably.
When I don't think a lot of people thought that they were going to win because he was starting.
I'd be willing to bet the Keenum caller is strictly based on him being a hometown boy. Probably. What about Fitzpatrick? Probably top 5-ish. He'd be in the top 5 conversation. Stroud has a Rookie of the Year trophy, and no other quarterback has any kind of hardware. That's from Keith. That's true.
Who won Rookie of the Year? Deshaun's rookie year.
I don't know.
I don't either. But did his rookie year was decent? Better? Good? I don't remember.
He had a good rookie year, but he also got hurt.
That's what it was. That's what derailed it. Yeah, because
he only started 6 games his rookie year.
Right. Yep.
He got hurt. He had a couple of shootouts. Astro won the World Series, and then he tore his ACL on that terrible indoor facility they have over there in Kirby.
I mean, if you do look at his stats, and it's obviously a long way to extrapolate it out over 16 games at the time, but I think he would have won Rookie of the Year if he kept up that pace.
Yep. I agree.
Another texture, start his career with back-to-back division championships and Rookie of the Year winners. There's Stroud. He from LA. It's Stroud hands down. Then after that, Watson. And then the franchise's first quarterback, David Carr. You left out Schaub. He's number 1. Deshaun second. That's okay. That's
I
fair.
don't know that David Carr's in the top 5.
It'd be tough.
Right? Because he played a lot, but he didn't win.
He probably has counting stats, but he doesn't have the wins.
Yeah, aside from beating the Cowboys in the first ever game in the team's history, he didn't
the
win
second
a lot.
the second thing I think he's most famous for would either be 1, taking a lot of sacks, or 3, having a big deal made out of it when they won the 3 games in a row for the first time, and so they held a press conference to cut his hair for the media.
That's right.
It was not a shining moment in Texans history.
Did have great hair, though. Are these listeners crazy? Deshaun was good for a couple of years only. Then his injuries and allegations made it worse. Schaub all day. I think a big measure of Bear quarterback is fan sentiment. Schaub led our best teams. I don't know the Bear quarterback thing.
I don't understand that. But, Watson had 3 really good seasons.
As of now, he's tied for 1 with Schaub. If he beats KC Saturday, he's by far number 1 alone. A couple more. Some revisionist history on Watson here. He was well thought of until the massage stuff. He was well thought of. I will agree there.
Yes. He had a very squeaky image in this city and then he had the sandwich shop, and he had everybody and all his charity work, and then everything started coming.
I don't think the sandwich shop went all that well, though.
It didn't last. No, I think
it Lefties?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. And then they weren't paying rent.
That's brutal. That's not good. I was going to say something, but I forgot. Yeah, I think Stroud, or Watson rather, when Watson was at his highest in Houston, I think he was thought of in the same air as CJ Stroud. Like, this is going to be the franchise quarterback. This is going to be the guy that guides us to a Super Bowl contendership. I do think that existed with Watson as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, but was he better than Shaw? I don't know. Is Potty Mouth Joe y'all's Gilbert, Keith? That's mean. That's mean. That's mean to which guy is it? Is it meaner to Potty Mouth Joe, or is it meaner to Gilbert?
I think Joey would like to be, but I think
as long as you don't start having to buy Joey steak and corn on the cob every week just to guarantee a win for the home team.
Gilbert is really cleaning up these days.
He milks it for sure.
Well, he asked for it. He flat out doesn't even hide it. He just demands it.
I don't think we can say he asked for it. He demands.
He demands.
Don't hate the player.
Yeah, the John Lance give in. They set the precedent.
It's a nice little hustle. I mean, I respect it.
Okay.
I respect it. Who's going to be the Cowboys head coach? You know the list of coaches that won 8 seasons without a playoff win? And what if Sean McDermott loses this weekend? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees. ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Vaughn, a juvenile delinquent in the offseason in his major league debut.
Gonna light your ass up, meat.
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed. Ball 4. Ball 8. Low, and Vaughn has walked the bases loaded on 12 straight pitches. Boy, how can these guys lay off pitches that close?
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You think I should go a little Benedict Branham today? Fred VanVleet not playing tonight, personal reasons. Tari's questionable. Maybe the first time we see Tari in 8 months. But a second leg of a back-to-back in Sacramento. Kings are 4.5-point favorites. I'm kind of leaning Sacramento here.
It's a bad joke.
What?
When you said second leg, I thought that meant Tari Eason is back.
Oh, no, it was accidental.
What is Fred
Completely
VanVleet out with?
Personal reasons.
Oh, come on. I don't know what they are, so I'm not gonna,
That's very insensitive of you.
You're right. I'm getting more like you that way.
At first, I thought you were going to accuse him of a Yordan Alvarez, I don't want to play on the road injury.
No. I'm sure it's very, I'm sure, well, I don't know what it is. But I think Benedict Branham is in play here. In fact, I just pressed the button.
You're betting on the Kings tonight.
What's the line? What'd you get him at?
-4.5.
-4.5?
No Fred VanVleet. Rockets are already down a starter. So, Aaron Holiday's going to get 30 minutes. It's the second game of a back-to-back. Letdown victory after beating the, Denver Nuggets, who won a championship a couple of years ago.
Or you see Cam unleashed with Amen playing more point guard, not enough Aaron Holiday, and the young Bucks come through because they're young and the back-to-back doesn't matter.
Well, why didn't you tell me before I pushed the button?
That's on you.
I'd be interested to see what the over-under is on Cam's shot attempts. I might put some action on that.
Does that exist?
I would have on a site like Underdog for our price picks for sure.
Let us know if you find it.
Yeah, let me find it.
Let us know if you find it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. This Cowboy coaching carousel going on. We've seen some of these interviews be lined up and reported and all of this. As we know now, at least according to my knowledge, maybe y'all know more. Kellen Moore lined up for an interview. Leslie Frazier lined up for an interview. Well, why you do that?
I didn't hear that one yet.
And Robert Saleh. Well, it's probably, I hate saying this, but it's probably a Rooney Rule thing.
Oh.
You got to interview 2 minority coasters in person. And then Robert Saleh, who's also those are the 2 Rooney Rule interviews. I hate to be callous about it, but that's the rules that are in place by the NFL. No Dion here. No Dion to be linked up for an interview.
Not an official interview, but I think that Jerry probably covered all the bases in the conversation that they had.
Why wouldn't you bring him in for an interview though? Why wouldn't you do it?
Because I think for Dion's sake, I don't think Dion wants the formal interview to be out there knowing that he said he wants to stay at Colorado.
All the smoke's already out there.
Doesn't matter. I just think if you're looking at it from just the complete overall imaging of it, they chatted, but as long as it's not a formal interview, then I don't think that anything is going to worry Colorado fans.
I think it's window dressing. I don't think it's legitimate. I don't think he's a legitimate candidate.
Maybe so. I mean, look, Jerry's a master at not only publicity, but spinning it as best as he could. Maybe that was a spin coming off of the bad look of how he handled McCarthy. But I think that Jerry also knows and is a master at how to not handle things. So we'll see how it goes.
I'm ruling out Dion.
Isn't this
crossing him off?
Isn't this kind of exactly what we talked about the other day, where he likes to grab the headline he's talking to Bill Belichick, but he's not going to hire him. He's talking to Dion, but he's going to end up getting the guy that he could control, someone with less sway in the building.
It's going to put him on page 6. Put him in the tabloids, but he's not actually going to do it.
He's going to hire someone he could control.
He's also supposedly going to interview Jason Witten for that job.
Who he could control.
But it's more likely that he's going to force Jason Witten onto the coaching staff of whoever he does hire. That's what the last article I read said.
Yeah, I believe that's going to happen. My hunch tells me it's going to be Kellen Moore.
I think so too.
And I think he's going to be forced to have Jason Witten on the staff.
Yep, that's for sure. Yeah, I think Jason Witten's going to be on whoever staff he hires, and I think Kellen Moore is the leader in the clubhouse because he knows what he's dealing with Kellen Moore. He knows his personality. He knows, he knows a lot about him, having been his OC, to where he knows he can control him. And I think that maybe you guys are right. The more I thought about it, yeah, the big name, Jimmy Johnson, Bill Parcells, even Barry Switzer to some degree, those days are past. And especially as Jerry gets older and he knows he doesn't want to fight on his hands with guys that aren't going to take his lead on a lot of things, you're probably right. But Kellen Moore seems to be the logical choice. Not as logical as Vrabel, but I think it might be close.
Oh, you mean Vrabel
when
to New
Vrabel with
England.
the Patriots. Yeah,
like
that was a no-brainer.
Yeah, here was Kellen Moore, by the way, asked in his coordinator availability earlier this week about the Cowboys post.
Obviously, I've spent a lot of time there, 8 years there, and so obviously have plenty of relationships about that place. And so, I love it here. I've had so much fun here. It's been a really fun process, and we're in a really special situation right now. Getting the chance to play this Sunday, have a chance to make a run at this thing, and that's really all you worry about. Everything else is what it is, and we'll see where it takes you.
There you go. The next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore. And his associate head coach is going to be Jason Witten, who also coaches tight ends. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. So I finally did the research because we've been talking a lot about Tomlin, who I do think Tomlin's a good coach. I think he's slightly overrated, but I think he's a good coach. I don't think the Steelers should fire him. I think they should make a play for a young quarterback, though. But I did the research on this one.
Okay.
Do you know the amount of coaches that have won 8 seasons without a playoff win that were given a 9th season to return in this century?
0.
This century. Well, Tomlin's one.
Oh, besides, I thought to take Tomlin out of it.
There's another. There's one more.
Was Marvin Lewis?
Yeah, Marvin Lewis. Marvin Lewis went like 12 years and never won a playoff game. So
Yeah,
that
'cause
was
I think that's
more egregious.
That's the one I was talking about yesterday. That Marvin Lewis.
Well, I mentioned it.
No,
Like
I'm
in the
saying,
3
but I'm
o'clock
saying
hour.
Marvin. I'm just saying from a different perspective. Marvin Lewis has more playoff losses in a row than Tomlin, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's the stat that I had seen. That Marvin Lewis leads with most years consecutively without a playoff win.
Let's see. Marvin Lewis went 0 for 7. So, yeah, that's more than Tomlin, right? Tomlin hasn't won 7 years with playoff. It's probably close, but I want to say it's less than 7, maybe 6. Let's see. Tomlin's last playoff win was 2016, 0-1-3, 5. He's lost 5 in a row.
That's what I saw.
Lewis never won a playoff game.
That's
Lewis
crazy.
never won a playoff game and got all of those years.
That is just crazy, and he's still getting jobs all over the place.
Kinda. He never got another head coaching job in the NFL.
He was Deion's OC and paid well at Jackson State.
Wikipedia doesn't say that.
Either maybe his title was consultant, but I know that he brought in Zimmer and Marvin, I believe.
After being the head coach in Cincy, he was a special advisor at Arizona State, co-defensive coordinator at Arizona State, special advisor at Arizona State, and then now he was the assistant head coach of the Raiders. So, I mean, he's never been taken seriously as a head coaching candidate in the NFL again, really anywhere again.
Yeah, was there another? He didn't coach the Raiders, right?
Marv Lewis?
Yeah.
No.
Who was the other OC that
Hugh
was
Jackson? Maybe
Hugh Jackson. That's the other one that kind of had the same fate.
Why do you think Marvin Lewis and Hugh Jackson are the
because
same?
Hugh Jackson was basically at a certain point, no one gave him credibility anymore as a head coaching candidate.
Yeah, I think he's now
Hard Knocks killed Hugh Jackson. I think in a lot of ways.
I think Hugh Jackson got a job in the SWAC. I think they already let him go. I feel like he's currently the assistant general manager at Georgia State, a position he's held since 2024.
Eesh.
Yeah, he was the Grambling State head coach, though, in 22 and 23 and already has been fired. That's what I was thinking. I remember the Grambling State job. I don't remember the Georgia State job. Yeah, but he's still kicking. He's still around. Just interesting there on the Tomlin front. And then I was thinking about this today whenever I was looking at all of these NFL coaches and like the history of these organizations moving on from coaches. And I saw some names that like I don't even remember. Like Don Shula's son was the head coach of the Cincinnati. No, not even Mike.
I think it was Mike. Mike was the head coach of the Bengals, and
maybe it was Mike. I'm thinking who was the one at Alabama?
Mike.
No, there's 2 different guys.
I thought Mike got the Alabama job too.
They're 2 different guys. They're 2 different Shula boys.
Because there's a Shula still in the league now.
I think he's like the son of one of those guys.
Yeah,
he's like
right,
he's like the
right.
grandson.
Yeah, he's not Don's son. But I thought Mike was the quarterback at Alabama that ended up coaching the Bengals, that ended up coaching Alabama.
David Shula was the head coach at Cincinnati. Okay. And then as soon as he got fired from Cincinnati, he started running the Shula Steakhouse.
Huh.
Like he got fired by the Bengals and then like didn't coach. And I didn't even remember that guy. I had zero recollection of that guy. But I was just thinking about like these coaches and then their tenures and all of this. And I'm wondering to myself, if Sean McDermott and the Bills lose a home game to the Ravens, is there any way they move on?
I don't think so. I mean, it depends. If they get their doors blown off, maybe it's a consideration. Even still, I just don't think there's any way that you lose him because I think Josh Allen loves him, and I think that you're going to appease Josh Allen on top of everything else.
Does Josh Allen love Joe Brady more?
I don't. I just,
Could it be like a Dirk Cutter situation where he takes over over Lovey?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong. I just feel like they've done enough, even when everybody was critical of them for having less than they've had during this kind of successful run that they've had.
Since when have they had less, though?
They've had less this year.
I don't think anybody looks at the Buffalo Bills as like they have a less.
When they lost Diggs, when they lost,
they gave up. They took a $30 million cap hit or whatever it was to get rid of Diggs.
But they were trimming more than Diggs. They lost Jordan Poyer. They lost Diggs. They lost the other safety that came from Green Bay that was one of their mainstays on defense. They lost a lot of guys to where people were going. They lost Gabe Davis. They lost a lot of guys to where people thought that this was a less than Bills team. And now look at him. I don't think there's any way.
I don't think he'll get fired either. I think if he loses, that seat will get pretty dang hot, though. I don't look at the Bills as like they have this terrible roster, though. I don't agree with that.
I didn't say terrible roster, a less than roster from years past.
They have less than.
Prior to that, they had better players across the board at positions that they suddenly did. Like I said, safety alone, wide receiver, they were less than what they've had.
That's the NFL, though. Like if you're stacking Buffalo's roster this year against everybody else in the NFL, like it's comparable.
I think they missed on Coleman too as a wide receiver.
Yeah, Coleman's been fine. He's been hurt a little bit. Like, he hadn't been great, but he's been okay. But I mean, does anybody look at Buffalo and think like, yeah, their roster is not very good compared to the rest of the NFL, or
that.
lesser than the top tiers?
No, I'm saying less than what they had last year and during this run.
I don't know why you're comparing this year's team to previous year's teams, though. Like, shouldn't it matter? Like, relative
that was
to
the knock on them coming into this year, that they don't have the roster they've had in during this successful run that they've had.
Yeah, but the 24 Bills aren't playing the 22 Bills. Like the 24 Bills are playing other teams in 2024.
I'm just saying expectations were lower because a lot of people doubted that they could continue to win when they didn't have the players that they've had previous.
What were the expectations for the Bills?
That's what I'm saying. They weren't great this year.
What were they? I'm asking.
I think they thought that they could get in as a wild card as a playoff team. I don't think a lot of people thought that the Bills were going to be the Bills of this run.
I'm vaguely remembering a conversation earlier in the year where we were picking AFC East champions.
I took the Jets, so leave me out of that one.
I just feel like I never. Maybe I do remember
and
that.
I took
now.
the Dolphins.
Yeah,
so
I do
you
remember.
were alone the
Maybe
Bills.
you are right because I'm vaguely like maybe my expectation of the Bills were the same, and then everybody else's expectations, went down.
Yeah, I can't speak for Blankers, but I had the Bills in the playoffs, but not as the division winner.
Same here.
What if Allen just wants Joe Brady though? And this is like McDermott can't win in the playoffs because he can't. Like, I mean, yes, he has won some games more recently than Tomlin, but they lost in the divisional round last year, lost in the divisional round 2 years ago, lost in the divisional round 3 years ago, lost in the AFC Championship 4 years ago, lost to the Texans in the wild card game 5 years ago, lost to the Jaguars in Sean McDermott's first year with Tyrod Taylor, I believe, in the wild card round. Like, I know Buffalo is starting to get impatient with McDermott.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an argument to where if they lose this game, another game where they're either viewed as equal to the team they're facing or better, then I think there's going to be a conversation of, is our ceiling, we hit our ceiling with McDermott. I think that'll be the question that'll be debated in Buffalo until they do or don't make a move. But I think you could definitely make that argument that Josh Allen's great. We've had a great defense. Our home field's great, but we're kind of capped right now with Sean McDermott about, maybe we can get to an AFC title game, but let's go no further.
Look, and I don't think they're going to fire him either, but I do think that seat gets hot. And I wonder if they fear if they keep Brady for another year and Josh Allen loves him and their offense is clicking. I wonder if he needs to be really good next season or they're going to make that change.
I think that's more of the likely situation. Yeah, they're not going to fire him, but he would go into next season with a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think the seat gets hot for McDermott. That's going to be a fun game. Corey is a Cowboy fan. I want Ben Johnson or Kellen Moore. I don't think Jerry would do that because he's senile and would go with another retread that the fans don't want. I think he's going to get Moore. I think Moore is going to be the coach.
I don't think there's any chance he gets Ben Johnson because he screwed up.
I mean, they can still interview Ben Johnson. He just has to wait 7 days or whatever it is.
Yeah, I heard yesterday that they said that the talks were intensifying on Ben Johnson and the Raiders. That's one of the situations I think would be awful for Ben Johnson. You don't have a quarterback in place. I don't know that you're going to get the quarterback that you want this year. And then they said that the most sought after job might be Jacksonville.
He's got Lawrence there. He would have Lawrence, and maybe they get rid of Trent Baalke. I want the prime to Cowboy circus. It would be fun. Hugh Jackson tried to hire Art Briles at Grambling. I do remember that now, and they didn't let him. They replaced Diggs with Amari Cooper, though. Kinda. They eventually did. They traded for Cooper. Branham hates Allen. I don't hate Josh Allen. I just don't think he's capable of winning a Super Bowl. And I'm actually defending Allen in this conversation. Yes, overall sentiment about the Bills at the beginning of the year was down due to the loss of many of their players. The question was whether Allen can do it alone. I guess I just never doubted them, and I was on the right side of history. Is McDermott more overrated than Tomlin? I think Tomlin's a better coach than McDermott.
I think you're probably you're right, but I just think also kind of Buffalo's kind of used to this where they come up short, so that the Marv Levy era of all the Super Bowls, but they didn't win it, so they're a little bit more accepting of the fact that look, he's been doing a lot, they've been winning football games. I get it, he hasn't gotten over the hump, but also the guy before, previous to him that had success didn't get over the hump. I just don't think he loses his job this year.
No, I don't either. I just think that it becomes pretty dang warm. And I just wonder if it's one of those, because it feels like every NFL coaching carousel, we get one like, oh my goodness, I did not expect that. If that happens this year, I could see it being that. We're like, they don't want to lose Brady. They're tired of McDermott, not going deep into the playoffs. Let's do it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on the list this week? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? You guys have anything that belongs on the Bad Take Boulevard this week?
I mean, there's an obvious one.
713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. All right, Rex Ryan. Rex Ryan belongs on Bad Take Boulevard. Here's what he said as soon as the playoff matchups were determined.
Yeah, I mean, I never realized the Chargers got a bye, that they qualified for a bye, but they did because they're playing Houston.
There you go. All right. So Rex Ryan laughing at that. Chargers have a bye. They lost. And then here was Rex Ryan doubling down on game day Saturday.
Greeny, I heard somebody say it was a bye week that the Chargers are going to win. You know who that was? That was me. I'm doubling down. Come on, Chargers.
Houston, we have a problem.
There is a long list.
We got to add Greeny on for the Houston. You have a problem.
That's why I wanted you to leave that part on there. There's nothing that makes me cringe more than that.
Just
so tired.
He's been in sports media for long. I know he's a northeastern guy, but he's got to be in sports media long enough. Went to Northwestern, but he's got to be around the scene long enough to know that that's just the nails on the chalkboard for anyone from here.
Played out,
which is why he does it.
Gross, ugly. Yeah, they both make the list though.
You just made the list.
This next week for this, we could have a long line of people that are doing exactly what Rex Ryan did.
Oh, I have them bookmarked.
Okay, good.
I have them bookmarked now.
You have Paul Pierce on that list now?
Yeah. How confident am I about that though? Not great. Not great. All right, next up on the list, the NFL Network picks all picked the Chargers except for one. I don't know who GPG is, but they were the lone wolf. Colleen Wolfe got him wrong. Adam Rank got him wrong. M. Grant, wrong. B. Brooks, wrong. Maurice Jones-Drew, wrong. E. Gordon, wrong. In Shook, wrong. Eric Edholm, wrong. K. Patra, wrong. Of all their panelists, 9 of the 10 picked the Chargers.
I think the one that picked the Texans was Cynthia Freeland.
She's GPG?
I guess so, because I saw a graphic, because you know how they do that dumb lone wolf thing? They put the lone wolf on her. I saw the graphic of that.
So
I think it was
they all
her.
make the list. They all make the list because they were wrong.
You just made the list.
You remember the Chargers tweeted the meme where the guy leans to the front of his chair whenever they knew that they were getting the Texans in the first round?
Yes.
They deleted that off their Twitter.
They deleted it?
Soft delete.
So soft.
Soft delete.
I'm fine with showing some confidence, but man, to delete it, that's worse than the original tweet.
So weak for the Chargers.
You just made the list.
They made the list. Deontay Johnson makes the list on December 30th, 2024. Deontay Johnson speaking to the Houston media for the first time after the Baltimore Ravens waived him because he refused to play in a game, then got a one-game suspension, then got waived by the Ravens. Deontay Johnson was quoted as saying, "Team first, everybody's about the team. I'm about the team too, so I'm doing whatever the coaches ask me to do." No, it didn't age well.
Not at all. And it didn't take long.
I quote tweeted this at the time because I was like, okay, that seems funny for a guy who quit on his team like weeks ago. I said I'm confused, and a few of the comments on this are kind of rich in hindsight. Hunter, maybe he's turned over a new leaf. Weeks later, hearing that the Ravens wanted to essentially use him as a rotational piece behind Bateman and Flowers probably ticked him off. It didn't tick him off as much as being a rotational piece behind John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson.
That's true. And remember now, when he was with the Texans, he showed a ton of love on Christmas for the Ravens players and only gets to go back.
Another text or another tweet, but that doesn't tell the entire story. Deontay Johnson, can be great, bad when it comes to selflessness, or maybe he's maturing. A bunch of things could be true. He's understanding the goal. Another person, hip, hip, hooray. He said, "Don't be that guy, Jeremiah," whenever I question Deontay Johnson being about the team. D, as always, we don't know the full story, hoping he can be a team player and support us during the playoffs. Being released could have been a wake-up call for him. He's a talented player. So all these people were giving me grief because all I said was I'm confused when Deontay Johnson said he's all about the team.
So we putting all those comments on the list as well?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think
you just made the list.
It was funny. I saw the first one. I was like, I wonder what else was said here. They all make the list. All of them. All right, Bill Simmons. He's going to be on here twice. Here's the first reason why.
Sometimes you miss your window. And that would be my fear with them. Maybe they just got passed by the Jets. I think the Jets have just way more talent. If you line up their rosters side by side, Josh is the only reason to pick Buffalo.
He was talking about the Bills. I guess you're right. There you go. Bill Simmons was on your side there, Blankers. He didn't think that the Bills were very good. He thought the Jets were going to pass them by, and he thought the Bills missed their window.
Yeah, Bill Simmons, a lot of things have been passing him by lately. He used to be a very, very, very big name.
Bill should be sticking to football or basketball. I mean,
Basketball.
Stick
right?
to basketball, Bill. Here's another gem from Bill Simmons. Here's his take about a certain team in the AFC being the best in December.
I officially think Pittsburgh's the best team in the AFC.
Oh, come on. You can't
I do.
after Jameis game. You can't claim that.
I think
You
they're the
can't do
best
it.
team. I feel the safest about them if you start nitpicking all these AFC teams.
Really?
I feel the most comfortable with Pittsburgh.
There you go. Bill
Now he
Simmons
really
thought the Jets were going to beat the Bills in the AFC East, and he thought in December that the Steelers were the best team in the AFC.
You just made the
Stick to
list.
basketball,
He's like the
Bill.
biggest Jalen hater too.
Does he still hate him?
Yeah.
I don't
I
remember.
mean, now he might be able. He might have to just eat crow and admit it because he's playing well again. But yeah, he's never been a Jalen fan.
I remember he had him on the pod though.
You know the timestamp from that Steelers take? Because it might have been the case that the Steelers never won a game again for the rest of the year after that take.
Yeah, let me
That's right.
find it.
That's right. They lost.
Because I think they won 5 in a row.
Lost
They
5 in a
lost
row. Yeah.
It was on. It just says December 2024. I mean, they might not have won a game in December. Yeah, so Bill Simmons makes the list. They weren't very good down the stretch. Pro Football Talk makes the list. Pro Football Talk, whenever Denver made the playoffs, tweeted the Broncos are going to be a problem in the playoffs. Scored 7 points, then they gave up 31, and they were eliminated from the playoffs. 1 and out. Speaking of the Broncos, the Baytown Baddie makes the list. During this game, he tweeted, during the Denver game, Denver's offense is a joy to watch. This was around halftime when he tweeted that. I think it was at halftime when he tweeted
When
this.
they had 7 points.
When they had 7 points.
You just made the list.
Like, I get
Denver's offense, a joy to watch. They scored on their opening drive and were scoreless the rest of
And
the
what
way.
was the score at the halftime? Wasn't Buffalo up like
10-7.
I mean, it doesn't.
I
It
thought it was bigger
should
than
have been
that.
10-10, but the Denver missed the field goal
I mean,
that was
what
inside
Buffalo
40.
had doesn't matter.
I know, I'm not defending Baytown Betty. I'm just saying there has been some talk that, well, the score is misleading because should have been tied at half, but certainly you can't say, it's a joy to watch, and they've got 7 points on the board at halftime.
Texter's putting me on Bad Take Boulevard for my take on Tomlin. I don't know what the bad take there is, though. It's just one that you disagree with. Wolf Blitzer's TV setup is on Bad Take Boulevard. He tweeted out. Why'd you look at me like that?
Because I'm interested in what you have to say about it.
He was on. Did you see it?
No.
This is Wolf Blitzer tweeted out a picture. I'm very happy. # Go Bills. And he tweeted out the TV that he was like his entertainment system, I guess. He has like this 32-inch Sharp TV that's made in the 80s.
Oh, God,
He's got a VHS machine down here, and he's got a DVD machine down there.
Oh, boy.
This is from January 12th of this year, and he literally has like the old school like entertainment center setup that I had in 1998.
It's so bad.
It's at least 20 plus years old. The setup that he's got
If
going.
that's a VHS machine, that is.
I think it is
extraordinarily
And
awful.
the fact that he's doing the little thumbs up, he's so happy and proud of what he watched the 1998 TV program. He probably watched the Seinfeld finale on that same thing.
You think Wolf Blitzer's a Seinfeld guy?
100%.
That entertainment center looks pretty old too.
It's so all bad. It reminds me of when people post their bad brisket pictures. It's like, here you go. Look at me watching the Bills game. And everybody's like, bro.
Okay.
Look what you're watching.
All right. So we often call out Lance for this. You're bringing up brisket. But did you ever hear the story of the picture Ted Johnson set out once? So he got a sponsorship. And I think I can out him out at this point. He's living in Boston at this point. But he got a sponsorship with the Traeger or one of those, grill companies that a lot of guys in town speak for. And so they asked them, the clients, like, hey, send us a picture of you using it so, we can use it in marketing or whatever. And he sent him a picture doing the thumbs up, but you could see the whole thing was still wrapped in plastic.
Oh, no.
He clearly hadn't even opened it, much less used it.
At least he tried.
Okay.
He did. That's the point. He did try.
Yeah, I don't think there was much effort there, Lakers. We had a text earlier
At
this
least
week.
he took the picture. Some people might have just passed up the opportunity and forgotten about it.
I think the picture might be worse in this case. Texter coaches matters not. They're eye candy only. It's very dumb.
You just made the list.
Brian makes the list because he said the Rams were the worst team in the playoffs.
You just made the list.
They went on a neutral field and beat, what was it, the 13-win team? The Vikings get
14.
the 14-win team.
Yeah, turns out
Rams
Rams
on
were
a
not.
neutral field beat a 14-win team.
Turns out Rams were not the worst team in the playoffs, but maybe they are now. So I wasn't wrong. I was just early. How'd you
you
like
are
that
wrong.
spin? How'd you like that spin?
Well, good attempt.
It was a good attempt.
E for effort.
Yeah, A for effort.
Texter says you are hating on people being happy. Yeah, that's what we do.
It's called Bad Take Boulevard.
We hate on people. Everybody can get it. It's what we do. All right. The Rockets winning yesterday. The person I'm most pleased with watching last night's game? I'll tell you who it was next. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We had a text during Bad Take Boulevard. Mike Greenberg said, Houston, we have a problem, which cringe. Texter says the whole Houston, we have a problem thing that bothers me the most is that the phrase was the astronauts reaching out to Houston to solve their problem, and Houston solved their problem. Touche. There you go.
I knew it was space related, but I did. It's good backstory.
The more you know. You know who I was most pleased with watching this Rockets game yesterday? They played tonight. They're 4.5-point dogs in the second game of a back-to-back. Maybe Tari Eason's return. No Fred VanVleet. He's out for personal reasons. And look, I understand they don't have Jokic and all of that, but the Rockets 27-12 now. Second place in the Western Conference. Let's see what their lead is. Their lead's 2 on Memphis, and they hold the tiebreaker over Memphis. They've clinched the tiebreaker over Memphis. Denver's 4th at 9 in the 9.5 back. Rockets are 6 back of OKC. So they're 3.5 games clear of Denver. They're also 6 games clear of the play-in. Dallas is 22-19. Rockets 27-12. But watching this game, the guy that I was the most pleased with is actually Ime Udoka, because I remember what he inherited. I remember the 2 years of Steven Silas, or the years that were leading up to Ime Udoka taking over this team. I remember where Jalen Green's game was after Steven Silas's tenure was over. I remember Alpi Şengün being nowhere near a complete player and being a terrible defensive player. Now he's been pretty competent on the defensive end. Amin Thompson needed room to grow. Cam Whitmore, look at the growth that we've seen from Cam Whitmore in the last 3 weeks. The last 3 weeks, Cam Whitmore all of a sudden is like a willing passer. Cam Whitmore's playing team basketball. He's playing a little bit of defense. Jalen Green is playing a little bit of defense. What Ime Udoka has done to the player development of these young Rockets has been so critical to get them where they are, because there's not a whole lot of it. Like, yes, you got Fred VanVleet, who's not a superstar. Yes, you brought in Dylan Brooks. You spent some money to add veterans to this team, but your best players are the young players that were already in this organization before Ime Udoka took over, and you were winning 27 games a year. Now, Ime Udoka has these young guys winning 27 games in their first 39. I feel like we should not underscore how valuable Ime Udoka has been to this organization.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, I think you could have summed up everything that you just said by saying, do you remember Steven Silas? Because if Steven Silas is anywhere near this roster, and the fact that he did not do anything to develop any of the young players that he had, the question starts to become, first and foremost, does Jalen and or Alpi develop into anything close to what they are now, and the contracts that they received, and the fact that you're looking at both of them now as key members of this team, as opposed to how underdeveloped and embarrassing it was to watch them and this team on a nightly basis? Because Alpi wasn't playing any defense. He wasn't helping anywhere. He wasn't doing anything near what he needed to do to be a rotational player, let alone the starting center. Jalen was isolating, but at the same time, all their offense was like a tag team of isolations between Jalen and the rest of the highly drafted players, to where Jabari and Jalen, they would just, oh, you went 1-on-4 last time, my turn to do it this time. It was such an embarrassment and so painful to watch this team and representing the city, let alone having this kind of offense and defense being played in the NBA, that you were like, man, this is unwatchable. Now you enjoy watching this team on a nightly basis. The fact that you and I were talking about during the break, but the fact that you could see Ime actually smiling and laughing when Westbrook was having the interaction with Jalen Green kind of shows that maybe he's loosened up a little bit to relax, to know that this team is that good, because constantly what we heard was phase 2. And it was like, when are they going to get to phase 2? Well, God, they're having a hard time hanging on to phase 1 and doing that right. Ime gets here. You're legitimately in the driver's seat to get to phase 2 if it's going to be a playoff team and take it to the next level.
Yeah, I don't think Ime laughing had anything to do with him being like loose.
I think when you listen to his sound bites and things like that, I think he's definitely more relaxed than he's been when he first got here.
I don't know. Like, he's kind of a tactician, never happy, which I love my head coaches to be that, quite frankly. Like, I want them to always be looking for improvement and always demanding more. That's how you get a team to excel. That's how you get a team to be its best version of itself. And like, the player development's one thing, and that's been great. Like, Amin Thompson is emerging now into one of the better young all-around players in the NBA. Jalen Green, we're having conversations if Jalen Green is going to be the next star in the NBA. Alpi Şengün, is he going to be an all-star? Cam Whitmore playing a lot less selfish. But it's also the mentality of this team. Like, it's one thing to get player development, but then it's another thing to have all of those players have the buy-in, where it's, we need to win as a team. And outside of Cam Whitmore at moments this year, I think that they all have that mentality of, look, we don't really care who's getting the numbers. We don't really care who's scoring. We don't care about all of that stuff. All that matters at the end of the day is that you're getting a victory. So the player development, the mentality of this team, I'm just really happy that Ime Udoka is the head coach of the Rockets.
I think the alpha leadership that you never would have seen out of Steven Silas. Yeah, I think at the end, Steven Silas may have tried to bench Alpi once just to try and make a statement, but by then it was way too late. And I think that was the easiest guy to try and go after. But when you think about the fact that he sent Cam down last year and this year and basically made no bones about why, he sat Alpi down in the fourth quarter of games, because no matter what kind of offensive game he was playing, if he wasn't playing defense, he wasn't going to be on the court. He's been able to have the tough love and has the respect of the players enough that they're just going to fall in line and go with whatever he says and understand, I need to do this to get that. Steven Silas never had a chance to do that when he was here. And I think that's the sign of the true ultimate good coach, best coach for this situation, is the fact that they respect him, they listen to him, and they understand him.
Yeah, Jalen Green was talking about individual accolade under Silas. Now he's talking about whatever we do to win. He was on with NBA TV yesterday. He's like, yeah, I know if I don't play defense, I'm going to sit the bench. Mm-hmm. I know if I'm not an all-around player, Ime Udoka is gonna sit me. I'm going to be sitting down because he demands more from me. And it's a far cry than what it was. And then even like in the game yesterday, Amin Thompson's been playing really good. Amin Thompson, since being a starter, is like 17 and 11 and like 3 or 4 steals, couple of blocks here and there. He makes a defensive mistake yesterday. Ime Udoka calls a timeout to chew his butt out. Takes like maybe his best player. If he's not his best, he's a top 3 best player playing incredibly well. He misses an assignment. Timeout. I'm gonna give you a piece of my mind. I love it. I
think the other thing is too, it's not just the young players. I think he's not afraid to say something and go at Dylan or Fred VanVleet, even to a lesser degree, you know, like guys like Jeff Green or Big Steve Adams. But the main guys that are playing the minutes, even the veterans, Fred is his coach on the floor. But if Fred takes a bad shot or Fred's not doing something right, he will have those same kind of conversations with Fred too. So I think he was the absolute perfect. I heard someone, I think, today on the John and Lance or something call in and say the thing that the greatest thing he ever was thankful for was that he cheated on Nia Long so that and he cheated with the girl from the Celtics, so he couldn't be with the Celtics anymore, which made him a free agent, which allowed the Rockets to get him. It's a long way of saying it was a blessing that he was available when the Rockets were looking for a coach and bringing that guy in.
It's a weird thing to be thankful for, but
well, the caller calling into John Lance, but I could totally concur that it was great that he was available when they desperately needed a leader.
Yeah, and I remember us talking about the coaching search. We want Ime.
Yep.
We want Ime. Yep. We want Ime. And he's been really good. It's fun where he has this Rockets team right now, and I think he and Nia Long are back together.
Was that right?
Yeah, I think there was pictures of she was hanging out with is it Gina Stone? Is that Rafael Stone's wife, Gina?
No, it's not. I don't believe it's.
But anyways, Rafael Stone's wife was hanging out with Gia, and like everybody put 2 and 2 together that they're back together. I think they're back together, Ime and
okay.
Yeah, I think they're back together. You can't stop love, Blankers. When do the Rockets move on
Packers, unless it's the Packers?
Grade the joke. 713-780-3776. When do the Rockets move on from Fred VanVleet and Brooks to make room for the younger talent? I think they move on from Fred VanVleet next year. I don't think he's a Rocket next year. I think Dylan Brooks is here for his entire contract unless there's a trade.
I think that from a Fred standpoint, he said that he wants to play here long term. He's willing to, after this contract, try and stay. I just think that from there, he's done what they needed him to do. He bridged the gap. He was what they needed when they needed to spend money and get veterans in here to show leadership. I just think that unless Fred's willing to take it, they can get out of this contract and he wants to take less money and be willing to relinquish his starting role. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think at the end of the season, he's done.
Texture over under 4 races that Lewis Hamilton wins this season with Ferrari.
I'll go over.
I think it'll be well under. Lewis Hamilton's he's
Max
washed
Verstappen.
Up. Yeah, mostly. Yeah, I think Hamilton's washed up. I've been watching that Senna show on Netflix. It's pretty good. Maybe that'll be the first show that we make you watch.
There's no one making me watch anything. That doesn't intrigue me at all.
What?
I'm not interested.
Great television?
Auto racing television? No,
it's not really the auto racing though. It's the story. It's a story about adversity and overcoming your fears and chasing your dreams and falling in love.
Keep watching it. It's good.
How about Squid Game?
Nope.
How about Severance? That comes back. When is Severance? Is it tonight or tomorrow?
I'm not sure. I don't have Apple TV, so I'll probably be a little delayed in starting watching it.
How are you going to watch it then, Brian?
Well, I'm saying down the road I'll watch it, but I don't think I'll be watching it starting with this season.
I can't wait to spoil it for you. Like you spoiled something for me the other day. I'm going to have to do a Severance recap, though. I forget all what happened in season 1. I have to find the recap. Yeah, Severance is great, Blinkers.
I've heard there were, especially when it first came out, that people really liked it.
Will you please watch that one?
No.
I don't think there's anything we could talk him into watching.
Blinkers, will you please watch basketball tonight?
Yeah, the Rockets are playing.
There we go. We got them.
I watched 3 games last night, I think.
Flex. See, you told us you don't have time.
Flex.
You watched 3 games.
Yeah, not all of them in their entirety, but I watched the end. I mean, when you have NBA TV and you have the League Pass and you can watch, you have all the 6 games and you see the ones going down the wire. Like the Mavs got screwed last night. I watched the end of that game. That was fun to watch.
Did you cut up the tape afterwards?
No.
Do you pay for NBA League Pass or do you have a friend?
I don't have to answer that.
It's not incriminating.
I think you just answered that by not answering.
I have a friend that gifts me League Pass every year.
So you have a hookup.
I have a friend that gifts me NBA TV. I mean the League Pass every year.
Why won't you say that you have a hookup?
Because it's none of anybody's business.
But okay, 713-780-ESPN. I apologize for asking. Brock Purdy, would you give him the projected money that is out there And what are the Sam Darnold top landing spots? Where do we want Sam Darnold to go? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Got to tell you about Pro Dunk Hoops. We all love basketball this time of year. We talked a lot about basketball today. We all love basketball, and you do too. You might love it. Your kids might love it, but they also want to play basketball, right? And if you're going to play, you need a goal from Pro Dunk. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. They are the very, very best. Tempered glass backboard, stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof. You got to have that. Height adjustable as well. It's better than anything you're going to find in the big box stores because it's the best goal on the planet. With their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. That's right. Lightning adjust feature anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do. Fun to do. You're going to love it. Their accessories are next level as well. LED light kits. Look, it's getting dark right now. You might need these lights already. Get the LED light kits. That way you can play around the clock. Backstop nets. Don't chase after the ball. Pull pad lettering and lots more. Great customization with the goal from Pro Dunk. You can order everything, including professional installation online too. Yeah, that's right. The pros from Pro Dunk professionally install your goal. Perfect height. Perfectly straight. You don't have to worry about a thing because the pros at Pro Dunk are going to install that goal for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Do you have plans on where you're watching the Texans game Saturday? The Rusty Horseshoe Bar and Grill. Perfect spot to watch the Texans take on the Chiefs this weekend. You can also catch the bullpen, Sean and Brian, as they do their show from noon to 3. Check out the Rusty Horseshoe Bar and Grill this Saturday for the Texans game, 19940 Kirkendall Road in Spring.
I'm a little disappointed. Even on this show, Sean got top billing. Should I be disappointed by that? Should that irk me?
No.
Well, Joe wrote the script.
I know. I think there's a little favoritism there.
I think there is. I think you're right. Yeah,
I
because I mean,
this
you
is
have
something
the
I should-
alphabetical. You're older.
Yeah, there should be.
That's the yeah.
It's in a fight.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say, Joel?
You could take Mapes in a fight.
No, I would never fight Sean, so I'm not even going to consider the
Sean's
scenario.
been here longer though, right?
Yeah. And by that measure, he would have seniority. Yeah.
I don't like in this script how it says your Texans take on the Chiefs.
What, are you playing it like it's my team?
No,
in the script it says that it's the perfect spot to watch your Texans take on the Chiefs this week.
What's wrong with that?
Is that similar to we?
No, I think we were just kind of assuming some things. Maybe our listeners aren't Texans fans.
Well, they're talking to the fans that would want to go there and support the Texans, though. In that case, they would be your Texans.
I don't think beggars are choosers here. I think they want as many people as possible to go there, no matter who their allegiance is to.
Okay. I mean, fair. I mean, those people could just come out and enjoy a great show with me, Sean Mapes, and Cameron Smith as
I think
well.
it should say the Texans, not your Texans.
I'll let Joe. I'll pass along your studio
What do you
note
think,
there.
Blankers?
I understand your point.
It's a perfect spot to watch
I think
the
there's no
Texans
doubt.
take on the Chiefs, or the perfect spot to watch your Texans take on the Chiefs. What's better?
I think
I think so.
Yeah, because I think that from the sponsor's perspective, they don't care who you're cheering for. Just do it while you're consuming food and beverage.
To continue to take this way too seriously, I think the use of your though invokes ownership, which invokes pride in your team, your Texans. Want to get out there and cheer for them.
I'm
But
like
to
those,
Jeremy's point, doesn't exclude those that don't.
Exactly. I'm like the daytime soap opera actors though that I don't. I go rogue and I read my own lines because I did. I didn't say the Texans. I said I went on. I went rogue.
You're gonna start improv.
If I get fired, this is why. It's because I said the Texans and not your Texans.
This
just
is
so
not
y'all
going to
know.
be the reason you get fired.
What's going to be the reason I get fired?
A little sassy.
It just sounds so.
You snorted.
I did. That just sounds so.
You got way too much a kick out of that,
emasculine
Lakers.
for Harry to get a little.
You were
sassy.
way too happy about that. I feel like American Primeval on Netflix is fire emoji. Squid Games is too corny for me. Landman is the best thing on TV now. I finished up Landman the other day. It is good. I like Landman. I don't think it's as good as Severance, though. Severance is really good. I just kind of forget what happened there. Mia Long and Aduka. It's hard for me to say Ime Adoka's name whenever I don't say Ime first. Ime Adoka. Mia Long and Ime Adoka just had an agreement on child support. They're not back together. Stick to sports. All right, my bad, guy. J-Bone reminds me of Adam Scott on Severance. That's fine. He's good looking. A good-looking actor. Taylor Sheridan is on my elite list of TV series producers along with Dick Wolf. Did you watch? I know you didn't, Blinkers. Did you watch Yellowstone?
No, that series never caught my attention.
Okay. Taylor Sheridan is an actor as well.
Oh,
on
really?
Yellowstone. Yeah,
so
he
he kind of went Quentin Tarantino, like because he acts in all his own movies.
And it's also funny in the scenes that he puts himself in.
Oh,
yeah. I was just gonna say that
Is it with the
he
hot
and Rex
young
Ryan might be buddies.
Oh, you're talking about Quentin Tarantino.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think Sheridan has that interest.
No, I'm saying that Tarantino and Rex Ryan may have the same thing.
Yeah, I think that is true. Ocho Landman is better than Yellowstone, in my opinion. That's saying something. I would agree with that, actually, Ocho. I'm with you on that one. All right, 713-780-ESPN. So I started, because we were talking about quarterbacks and their salaries and stuff, and I was just looking around, like, some of these projections. And the Brock Purdy one I actually saw on Twitter. This Brock Purdy contract projection, 5 years, $305 million, $61 million a year. Look, I get that Purdy was a good find. I get that he's a solid quarterback. But there is no way in the world that I'm paying Brock Purdy $61 million a year.
No, we talked about this a little bit in the past. I think this is going to be a very, very fun and interesting offseason in the NFL, because I think that before Sam Darnold fell off the last two games, I think he was firmly in the same kind of conversation where when do teams put their foot down and go, doesn't matter that you are a starting quarterback that's had success and now your contract's up and you should move to the head of the list and you should get all that money. And I think that the Niners, and whether it be the Vikings now or anybody else, are going to be in a very interesting quandary, specifically the Niners, because I believe Kyle Shanahan's the guy that believes he can find someone else to do what Brock Purdy's done. It's more his offense than Purdy's abilities. And I thought that the Vikings were headed down that same road. Now it's going to be interesting to see if anybody gives Sam Darnold starters money, even if they want him to be the starter. And so that's going to be really interesting to watch this offseason, because I think that San Francisco, there's people in the camp that, hey, Brock Purdy could do even more if he was allowed to. But there are people that believe that Brock Purdy is just really good at executing Shanahan's offense. But if he was put somewhere else in a different situation, could he do the same thing?
I wouldn't give Brock Purdy $61 million a year. I think he's solid. I think he's pretty good. I rather spend $61 million a year elsewhere and bring in Aaron Rodgers and draft another quarterback.
Yeah, I think that he's going to be between the offers are going to be between Baker, which is a little over 30, to the 40 range. I don't think Purdy's getting anywhere close to 60.
Yeah. I mean, you could even play the whole game with, if you don't want to go the veteran quarterback route, well, just play the game with Purdy. Don't give him an extension. Franchise him. Franchise tag him.
Yep.
I'm not giving him that long-term extension that $61 million would be more than any other quarterback in the NFL. That got 60.
There's no way.
Yeah, I'm not making him the highest paid.
Nope.
I'm sorry, like price of business. Okay. I'm not giving that to him. I'm going to go with some other veteran that I can find for much cheaper, maybe half of that, maybe even more than half of that. Maybe I play the rookie quarterback game as well. Maybe I play the franchise tag. I'm not giving him a 5-year, $305 million extension. The Sam Darnold projections are anywhere from $35 to $45 million a year, which, again, if I'm the Vikings,
high.
I'm moving on and letting J.J. McCarthy be my quarterback. But NFL.com put together some teams that are likely for him. And we can rattle through these here pretty quickly. Pittsburgh Steelers, 1 to 10. How much would that move your needle? Sam Darnold to Pittsburgh.
I think that's in play.
Yeah,
I think he could be better than Russ. I think that's a 6.5.
I'm like at a 4. I think I'd just rather play Justin Fields. New York Jets for Sam Darnold. Return, going back.
No, I don't see it.
It's like a 2 for me.
Yeah, like a 2 or 3.
New York Giants.
I see that as a 6.5.
Really?
Yeah.
He doesn't strike me as a day bowl guy.
I think he could be better than Daniel Jones.
I'll go 4.
Depends on where else they get a quarterback.
They're just different. Daniel Jones is more mobile. Darnold probably a better thrower of the ball. New Orleans Saints.
Again, I'd go 6 again.
I just don't know what the Saints are doing if they
No
do
one
that.
does.
I'm like at a 2. Vegas Raiders.
7.
Really? That high?
Yeah, I think that they need a stopgap bridge. I think they could go short term with a little more money for him.
Maybe my hang up here is that it's Sam Darnold.
Just depends on who the coach is, too.
If Ben Johnson's like, give me Sam Darnold, it would probably go up. And if he's the head coach of the Raiders, how about the Browns?
Nah, 4.
Yeah, I'm down on that one. 3 for me. Colts.
Well, they got a history of doing this, but they're still going to ride with Richardson. So I'd go 2.
Give me a 1, and then the last one, Titans.
There's a chance.
Call your shot now. Where does Sam Darnold play football next year?
Giants or Raiders? Giants first, Raiders second.
This one's hard. I'll go Jets. Return. Sam Darnold, New York Football Jets, Jets, Jets. Taylor Sheridan, Tyler Perry, and Adam Sandler are probably on a higher level of producers in Hollywood, whatever that means. Sheridan is also in Lioness, which he wrote too. Solid show. Yeah, I've heard that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Slowick, he was interviewing for the Jets job today. Are you cool with that? Do you want him to get the gig? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
So the Tribe drops its third straight on this trip, 6-1 to the Rangers. For the Indians, 1 run on, let's see, 1 hit. That's all. We got 1 goddamn hit.
You can't say on the air.
Don't worry, nobody's listening anyway.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Are the Seahawks a possibility for Darnold? I think they're committed to Geno.
I think so, too.
Aaron Rodgers was trash can emoji last year. Didn't make the playoffs. Russell would be a way better pickup. If you had to commit your life to a year of Aaron Rodgers or a year of Russell Wilson to try to make your team win as many games as possible, which of the two are you picking?
Aaron Rodgers.
You love him.
Can I choose just not watching football that year?
Did you look at his stats, though, by the way? Because this was one that caught me off guard. Someone said he had a decent year, and I was like, no, come on. And then when you look at his stats, they weren't awful. They weren't bad. He actually had a decent year.
No, they were decent. That's why I think football numbers are so overrated, though. I'm not a big believer in stats in football, especially quarterback numbers. Like, you can rack up a ton of yards when your team's losing a bunch. Like,
yeah,
what does that get you?
We've seen it with Dak and other people. Yeah, I agree.
Like, obviously, like, you don't want to throw interceptions. Throwing a lot of touchdowns are good. All of that stuff, but you can. It's very easy to manipulate that sort of stuff in football. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers threw for more yards than X. Well, how many games did Rodgers win, and how many wins did the other guy get? How many interceptions? How many turnovers? Like, there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, and I think that from the standpoint of in a precision offense like Shanahan's offense, where you still got to be pinpoint with the football, I would trust the accuracy of Rodgers over Wilson.
I would probably go with Rodgers, too. Yeah, I would. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Bobby Slowick interviewed with the Jets today. Do you want him? There's 2 questions here. First off, are you okay with your coordinator interviewing for head coaching jobs in the week that you're playing in the AFC divisional round?
Yeah, I think that it's fine. I don't think it's too time consuming, and it depends on how many there are. But if it's just the one team and you don't want to hold a guy back and prevent him from being considered for a job, maybe you do. But I think I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I would. It's the business. Like, this is the business. I know a lot of fans are kind of salty about, well, what is he doing? He's interviewing. He's not paying attention to the game. Like, do you think that they do that 24 hours a day? Like, you instill the game plan. He's still going to have plenty of time commitment to the Texans. He's not, giving up his post as the Texans offensive coordinator. He's going to give his best shot. Might not be good enough, but he's going to give his best shot. This is the business. This is the business of coaching in the NFL. So I don't put any sort of blame on Bobby Slowick for interviewing for the Jets head coaching job. And I think it's silly for those that do. Now, what about the other question with this? Okay. Do you want Bobby Slowick to get the Jets head coaching job?
I personally don't. And I know there's a lot of people that love it and are already pushing him out the door and hoping that this is an easy way to get rid of him. I don't. I think that, if you look at this just rationally and reasonably from the time he got the job, whoever got the job as a first-time coordinator, if that's who they hired, is going to make mistakes. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to have success. He's going to have bumps in the road. I treat this season like there were some bumps in the road. They're fixable. I think that CJ likes him. I don't know what Gerard Johnson would be if he would be their next in line, if he would go somewhere else. I would hope they go external and find a veteran offensive coordinator. But either way, that's a new system, new terminology in a lot of ways, new ideas and a new playbook for CJ. When I feel like CJ, we see quarterbacks kind of take a half step back a lot of times when they're forced to take a new coach and or a new playbook on. So I don't want to see Bobby Slowick leave. I think that what he's done that people want to be critical of, you can fix, you can be better at because of having gone through it. And I don't want them to move on.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth. I'm honestly good either way. And I know that, hey, you have an opinion, don't sit on the fence. But if D'Amico feels like this offense took a step back, that the development of C.J. Stroud took a step back, if the offensive line not being very good was because the figurehead and the guy that leads the offense, Bobby Slowick, was responsible for that, then yeah, I support that decision moving on from the offensive coordinator. On the same on the other hand, if D'Amico's like, yeah, you know what? I think that this offensive line stuff was beyond Bobby Slowick's control. We don't love the players there. I still have full faith and belief in Bobby Slowick. Okay, I can be talked into that as well, because there are some negatives of moving on from an offensive coordinator. Even if you bring in like a veteran guy, well, what if he changes the language? How is that going to affect CJ Stroud going into year 3 and beyond? So there's pros and cons both ways for me. I probably lean on the just keep Bobby Slowick side, but if D'Amico wanted to fire him, okay, see you later.
I mean, I understand that to some degree, but I'm a little leery of the fact that, that half step back means you might have, some more issues to deal with next season. And I don't want that to carry over. And I feel like they can fix what Bobby has kind of misstepped on. And I think that they can be better for it.
Yeah. I mean, it just kind of depends on what like D'Amico feels. Like if D'Amico feels that Bobby Slowick is the reason that the offense has taken a step back, then you move on. If you feel like that's not the reason and you still have confidence in Bobby, then you keep Bobby Slowick.
I feel like and I don't know what your read is on him, but I feel like D'Amico's more of a loyalty guy and we can fix it than he is a kind of a dictator to come down hard.
I don't feel like we know. I don't think we have
so.
enough information on D'Amico Ryans to be able to say that. Like they had success last year. They went 10-7, won the division their first year, won a playoff game. Like you're not firing anybody after that, or at least the coordinator positions. I think this will be a good tell to see where D'Amico lands on that.
And maybe so. Maybe that's a good first read on him. It just seems like the way he's hyper protective of his players too. I would think he would be the same way with his coaching staff.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think we had the information to know. And like Jonathan Alexander, who writes for the Houston Chronicle, covers the Texans, he said that like D'Amico's tight-lipped, which he's tight-lipped about everything.
Yeah.
So it will be a good litmus test, I think. I could see him going in either direction. I do feel like winning in the wild card round helps Slowick's chances of staying. Like you didn't, if you would have scored 13 points and you lose to the Chargers in the wild card round, I feel like the chances of Slowick getting fired go up. I feel like winning that game probably saved Slowick's job. I think it took all doubt away, quite frankly.
I know Brian was the one that brought it up too. The fact is that I don't think anybody, like in a lot of the other games, including the last Chiefs matchup, people were quick to just point finger after finger at every single missed call or bad call or schematically throwing the screen passes that Bobby did. You didn't hear that this last game. And when they were screwing up in the red zone, the mix and fumble, the holding penalty, those are things that are out of Bobby's control. Yeah, we can point to the halfback option play as one that led to a mistake that you probably shouldn't have called. But other than that, there wasn't a whole lot to point a finger at.
Texture says their offense stinks. Let him go. It was mediocre, but we do feel like Stroud took a step back. So if like D'Amico feels that Slowick is detrimental to the development of CJ Stroud, I don't think that he has any choice. I just lean that he doesn't think that way.
Great.
Another texture, career-wise, Slowick should have left last year. I don't think he ever got an offer.
I don't think so either. And I think that a lot of teams probably saw that he was still very raw in terms of, being a coordinator and or a head coach. And they probably wanted to see more.
Yeah. I mean, whenever you have an offensive mind that has a really good year with a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback, they're always going to get magnified, right? They're always going to be elevated. Like, Cliff's going through it right now. Cliff had a great year with Daniels, and a lot of people thought that Cliff was probably done as an NFL head coach. Okay, well, he had this great year with a rookie quarterback, and now people really want him. Like, oh, do the Bears go after him because of what he can do with a rookie QB? Quarterbacks are so important in this league that if you can develop and groom good quarterbacks, I think that you always have a chance to be a head coach.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think it's interesting to see where Cliff and how many teams Cliff actually interviews with, because I don't know that to date, has he interviewed with anybody yet?
I'm not sure. I think he did.
I think he was supposed to interview with the Bears at some point. The Bears had put in requests for I think 7 different guys, and I think he was one of them. But I haven't seen any news that he had actually.
He's interviewed with the Bears.
That's okay. So that may be the only one.
And the Saints.
Oh, all right. Yeah, but to your point, I mean, if you do what you did with Jaden Daniels in his rookie season, you're going to get a lot of love, and just as quickly we saw it. The whole life cycle of that could be very short because Bobby was getting interviews because of CJ's rookie year. Now Bobby's got one scheduled interview because of the fact that it was not as good in year 2,
and it's one scheduled interview with a team that's interviewed everybody under the sun. Like the Jets have interviewed so many people.
Yeah, Jets and Bears are really rolling through people.
Like the chances, like if you were to handicap Slowick getting the Jets job, I would put it at like plus 5,000. I don't think he has any chance.
I think this is just, leave no stone unturned and get as much intel as you can on all these guys. But I don't think that I just don't think that he's a guy, especially in that media market and with everything you're dealing with. I don't think that's the situation for him regardless.
Texter says he's too small to acclimate to the weather, like Mike Daniels in Miami. Well, I mean, Miami's a good spot for small men, but whenever he goes to the weather, that's difficult.
Well, Mike McDaniel's getting killed for that.
Career-wise for Slowick, you mentioned that one. And then the other texter, O-line took a step back, not CJ. Okay, that's fair, because I think that CJ's production dipped because of the offensive line, and then maybe that led to some slippage in other areas too. But if the offensive line's responsible for the offense being below average, does that fall on Slowick?
I think that it's fair to say that it's his offense, so the coaches on the offensive side of the ball are reporting to him, so that the offensive line and the line coach are his responsibility.
Yeah.
But I think that as long as Nick is the guy pushing the buttons and making the decisions to get him and the offense who they're dealing with, and if they are less than, specifically with the draft picks too, and even the extension on Shaq and some of the other things that they've done, then I don't think that it's kind of like the same correlation. The offensive line is where it all starts. That's why I would place the blame first on the shortcomings of CJ, the offense and everything, but they're all connected. CJ, Bobby, the line, to some degree, Nick. So I think that everybody has a percentage of blame in this game.
I think what I would do is I would say, okay, Strouser, O-line coach, you're gone.
Yep.
Slowick, go get your offensive line coach. If this is not better next year, then you're probably out of work the very next season. I think that's how I would handle it.
So you're going to put the success of the offensive line on him?
No, I'm saying this offseason, I'm moving on from Strouser.
Right, I get
I'm saying, Slowick, you can go get an offensive line coach that you want, and then if we still struggle next year, see ya.
But I disagree with that because of the fact that you could do that, and I agree wholeheartedly that you should change the offensive line coach. But if the actual talent that you're dealing with on the offensive line doesn't change...
Well, I'm not saying that shouldn't change either.
But I think that has to be factored into it before I say, now, the plays he calls and the success or failure of those plays, yes, that's one thing. But if you're looking at just specifically the offensive line and saying, yeah, it's on you to get the coach that you want, but depending on who's the personnel matters.
Of course.
So I'm saying not just letting Bobby pick his own O-line coach is going to fix it. So it's a combination of things.
Do you expect him to go into next season with less of an offensive line from a personnel standpoint?
I certainly hope not. Well, and I think that a lot of changes have to be made. But that you didn't mention that. And so I'm saying...
I think it's baked in. I think it goes without saying. I think that, yes, you're trying to improve the offensive line. But even if you don't, even if it's the status quo, let's say they run out the same offensive line that they currently have, and you bring in your offensive line coach and it does not improve, well, then, yes, the offensive staff is an issue.
It's part of it, but if the personnel don't perform up to standards and contracts and everything that you put into them and you don't make changes, no matter who your coach is, you might not get any better.
Right. But if you have the same thing that's coached by one guy and then you have the same thing that's coached by another guy and it's worse, what does that tell you about the new coach? That he's not as good as the previous coach? Or if it's the same, that he's an equal to the previous coach?
Okay, but it's also directly related to the talent. Maybe that, there's slippage with a guy like Shaq, but now he becomes significantly worse. Or Howard or other guys or even Laramie.
Well, wouldn't they be lesser coached then?
Not necessarily. Their abilities might be deteriorating.
I mean, that should not be the case. Not for all, some of them, yeah. Shaq Mason aging, maybe Laramie Tunsil aging. But the younger players, if they look worse, then there's a worse offensive line coach.
Or it was a bad pick and they weren't who they thought they were.
But if they get worse when they're young, how is that how is that equal coaching?
I think that I believe that they need a new coach, but I believe that if the personnel stays the same, there are guys that could continue to digress, even regardless whoever their coach is, because no matter what they're coaching, if they can't do it or they don't have the speed to do it or they don't have the strength to do it anymore, like Shaq Mason, then
that's coaching, though. Coaching is getting the most out of your players.
I think it's still directly correlated to who you're dealing with the talent that you have to work with.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. What you got, Blinkers?
I'm going to lead off with Dennis Scott. I don't know if you were trying to be funny or you really don't pay attention to the league that you cover, but last night on NBA TV, following the victory in an interview with Jalen Green, he wasn't funny, and he sure did a disservice to LP Şengün.
And with that intensity, can you give our viewers how much fun it is to play with Şengün, the big fella, the way he shares the ball? Can you take us in how hard he works every day, how much fun playing with Şengün?
Which of the
he
two?
works on this game every day.
Like, he started out, too, I think, even before that, by calling him Şengün, and then elaborated to try and be funny about it and call him Şengüni, but it's like,
does he think he's Italian?
I don't know, but yeah, it's just not even close. It's horrible.
So do you think you botched the name, or do you think he was trying to be funny?
I think he botched.
I think he was trying to be funny. I think he might think he's Italian, and he was trying to be funny.
I don't think he thought he was Italian. I think he has no idea how to do the name.
I think he botched the name initially because he said Şengün, and then elaborated to Şengüni after that.
Like he was trying to cover for himself.
And I was like, that was horrible.
I'll go joke that did not land. 0.3 on the joke. Joke so bad can't even get a shot off is what I'm going to put it at.
Yeah. Not quite as bad as the shots his former teammate Nick Anderson put up in the rim back in the day, but the shot did not go in.
The Italian part of it, too, is where I was scratching my head. I was like, come on.
Yeah, he's from Turkey. Why are we doing the Italian thing here?
Nets, my car wreck of the day. Losing to the Clippers last night, 126-67. The worst part about it's maybe not the worst part of it. The funny part about this, it was tied after the first quarter.
They lost by 59 over the last three.
Yeah, they lost by 59 over the last three quarters. The Nets were in the game after one.
Yeah, the Warriors have done this a couple times in the last couple of years where but when they do it, it's start to finish. They just either don't show up or sit everybody. But I didn't realize that the Nets actually were in it after one quarter, but that's awful.
Brutal.
Especially to like this version of the Clippers with James Harden on the decline. Like, come on, man. That's
Apparently Kawhi popped off, though. He played well. Was that one of the 3 games you watched?
No.
One of the shows you can't watch. You have to watch because you can't watch those. My car wreck of the day is going to be us as a show for going through the entire show and not mentioning God's gift to catchers. Martin Maldonado was signed a minor league deal with the San Diego Padres.
Oh, it was a minor league deal?
Minor league deal. Yeah.
Good for him. The machete.
He's still trying to make it happen.
Well, he's been playing he's been posting he's been playing in the winter leagues, trying to keep his career alive.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if he's been hitting, but he's been.
Well, he's not hitting, but he's playing too.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a role for him on a team. I think
as a bench coach,
I think he's still a capable backup catcher. I think he's good with pitching staffs. I think he has a lot to teach, quite frankly. I think he's a good backup catcher with a team who's a young catcher who's good.
Maybe so. Doesn't have to play a lot either.
No, maybe makes 30 starts a year.
He's almost like a
personal catcher for somebody.
Yeah, a personal catcher and a glorified catching coach.
Yeah, I think he does have a spot on a big league roster. And I root for Martin Maldonado. I like Martin Maldonado. I wish he played less than Yiner did in Dusty's final year, but I like Martin. I feel like sometimes we give a little bit of our hate that Dusty Baker refused to play Yiner, and we direct it towards Martin Maldonado. But he's a pretty critical piece of the golden era of the Astros.
And we were fair to say, look, if he was your catching coach, with the work that we've all heard and how detailed people are in terms of how much extra work he put in on the scouting part of it and everything like that, he's a weapon in your arsenal as a coaching staff.
And more than likely will be a manager someday.
I agree.
Because all former big league catchers become managers someday. Josh from Seabrook, I have a literal car wreck. If anybody's traveling east on NASA Parkway towards 146 between Refsdorf and Lakeside, somebody ran into a power pole near a bank. Hopefully everybody's okay. Stay safe.
Someone trying to rob a bank?
I thought it was him. Thank goodness it wasn't him, but geez.
It just says they ran into a power pole at a bank. Maybe this is the first step of the heist.
Yeah, you knock out the power of the bank, and then you go in and you get the jewels.
Might be step one.
Yeah,
Do they keep jewels at banks nowadays?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like what I would want to do in an old school heist, and it's jewels.
Do all banks have that?
I don't know.
Asking for a friend.
That's not going to knock out the power of the said bank.
I have your car wreck of the Mount Rushmore of Wisconsinites.
Yeah.
From actors and or entertainment, Chris Farley, Frank Caliendo, Willem Dafoe, Heather Graham. Honorable mention, the Zucker brothers who created the Airplane movies and Naked Gun.
Okay.
Athletically, JJ and TJ Watt, Colin Kaepernick, Hall of Famers Joe Thomas, Mike Webster, Jim Otto, Melvin Gordon, Tony Romo, Tyler Hero, Tyrese Halliburton, and your favorite, Jordan Poole.
I hate that guy. Sports hate for that guy. Yeah, not a huge fan of that guy. A couple of car wrecks on the text line. The CW, because Live Golf with Fox strike a deal. Live Golf's going to Fox.
I see that the one guy or Rory's trying to talk out the next Rory, talking about him going to Live Golf.
Yeah, he already signed. He said that he did not advise him to go.
But he signed with Live Golf?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. And then the other guy that said, I realize I don't care if I play another major because the money's more important.
Hey, at least he's honest.
Yeah.
I like Fred Couples' line the other day. Fred Couples was asked, like, these guys wouldn't go for $1 million. They don't go for $2 million, but then they'll go for $5 million, and then they'll say it's not about the money. Oh, yeah, it was about the money. A car wreck of the day was the whole Slowick offensive line conversation. I agree. That was awful. That was bad. All right, what's winning here?
Nets.
That's fine.
I like either Sengun or the Nets. One of the two.
Yeah,
Sengun and the
why don't
Italian
we split it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Nets don't deserve to win
this year.
anyways.
Co-winners.
There you go. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's blank on Brian. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Athletically declined at 7. Soccer Matters with former Dynamo team president Oliver Luck coming up next on ESPN 97.5.